Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Arthur rose to his feet, launching another barrage of energy rays. This time, however, he held back, fighting with calculated precision. He deflected incoming strikes with his magical shield, carefully blocking and parrying ambushes from every direction. As he advanced, felling enemies in his path, he came across Capri once more. Without hesitation, Arthur stomped down hard on his neck, ending him. His gaze then shifted to a massive sniper rifle lying nearby. That's the weapon that hit me earlier, Arthur realized, picking it up. He stashed it into his storage space for later study. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent surged behind him. Arthur spun around just in time, catching the lethal strike with his trident. His opponent was nearly invisible, cloaked in some kind of advanced stealth gear. Only Arthur's sharp instincts had saved him. The assassin's short blade glowed blue, and as it made contact, Arthur's arm briefly went numb from the voltage. The blade continued its deadly arc toward his neck. Reacting instantly, Arthur delivered a brutal kick, sending the cloaked figure flying. That blade's electrified, he thought. If I weren't so resistant to electricity, that would have ended me. The assassin vanished again, fading into the shadows. At the same time, a wave of enemy minions closed in around Arthur. He knew the stealth attacker hadn't left. He was waiting, lurking in the corners for another chance. Arthur extended his awareness and pinpointed the assassin's presence, crouched silently in a shadowed corner. He said nothing, choosing to deal with the other enemies first. Charging into the hall, Arthur found himself surrounded by death pirates. They converged from every direction, weapons raised, and opened fire. Arthur raised a crimson energy shield, blocking the onslaught. In one swift move, he fired a beam toward the power control box on the wall. The blast hit its mark. The base was plunged into darkness, pitch black except for a few flickering blue candles. Arthur took advantage of the confusion. His trident spun in a wide arc, releasing a ring of red energy that sliced through the pirates like a scythe through wheat. Upstairs, Blackbeard, the notorious leader of the Death Pirates, watched in stunned silence with over 20 of his lieutenants. "Who the hell is this monster?" he muttered, eyes narrowing. Realizing the threat, Blackbeard led his forces in a coordinated attack, unleashing a storm of bullets on Arthur. But the remaining pirates on the ground weren't backing down either. They fought on with crazed determination, ready to die rather than retreat. Arthur spotted Blackbeard above. His eyes locked onto him. "Found you." With a burst of energy, Arthur stomped the ground and launched himself upward, straight toward the balcony. Suddenly, a glowing blue net fell from the ceiling, wrapping tightly around him. But Arthur's body flickered red and turned translucent. He phased through the net with ease. The hall lights blinked back on, backup power restored. Now face to face, Blackbeard saw Arthur clearly. But it was too late. Arthur was already in front of him, hand extended. He grabbed Blackbeard by the neck. The pirate was huge and muscular, with scaled skin like a sea creature. "Are you Blackbeard?" Arthur asked, his voice like thunder. The pirates froze, weapons raised, unsure what to do next. "Why are you attacking us?" Blackbeard wheezed. "We've done nothing to you." "I'm here for Aari and the Fallen," Arthur replied. "But I've seen what you monsters have done. I won't ignore it. The Void Domain demands justice." "Justice?" laughed a towering brute nearby. "What are you, some kind of superhero? In this universe, the one with the biggest fist makes the rules." Arthur's expression darkened. "Then it's your bad luck that my fist is the biggest. Let me go and I swear, the Death Pirates won't bother you again." Blackbeard choked. At that moment, Arthur's instincts flared. His body shimmered red again as he turned, catching a blade mid-strike with his trident. The invisible assassin had returned, only this time, Arthur was ready. With a brutal kick, Arthur knocked the stealth attacker back. A red energy beam shot from his trident, striking the now visible assassin, a woman fully covered, only her eyes showing. The beam pierced her chest, snuffing her life instantly. Arthur turned back to Blackbeard. "You're done." With one powerful swipe of the trident, Blackbeard's head was severed. It landed with a dull thud, his lifeless body collapsing as purple blood spilled across the floor. "Kill him!" roared one of the pirate commanders. Enraged, the remaining lieutenants charged Arthur in a final desperate attack. Arthur's trident blazed red. Sweeping arcs of energy shot out, carving down his enemies one after another. This brutal technique was something he had learned from Odin himself, solar energy used as a weapon of pure destruction. Though Odin's sons were disappointing, Arthur thought briefly. Thor preferred brute force, and Loki dual daggers? Disgraceful for a mage. The only true mage I recognize is Stephen Strange. Arthur pressed on, sweeping the base with wave after wave of red energy, shielding himself with a blue magic barrier. Every room he entered, he cleansed of pirates. No mercy. No survivors. Eventually, he reached the base's central command room. With a powerful kick, he blew the steel doors inward. Inside, the last 3 death pirates dropped to their knees, trembling in fear.
"Please don't kill us. We didn't do anything," they sobbed.
"Tell me where the new recruits, the fallen, are being held," Arthur demanded.
"We know."
"We'll tell you," they cried, frantically nodding. Arthur pointed at one. "Send a message. Tell Aari and the Fallen that Blackbeard wants to meet him here on the Star of the Dead.
Make sure he comes."
"Why, yes. Right away." The scrawny one stammered and shuffled over to the console. Arthur loomed behind him. "If you try anything clever, your deaths will be slow and painful."
"Understood," the man whimpered.
He found Akarian's contact and sent the message. Moments later, a reply came in, a message in an alien script Arthur couldn't read.
"He says, he'll come soon," the man translated.
"Good," Arthur said coldly. Then, without warning, his trident flashed. The 2 still kneeling pirates were obliterated in a burst of red light.
Wait.
"You said you'd let us go." The remaining man screamed, horrified. "When did I ever say that?" Arthur asked, grabbing the man by the collar and pulling him close. Arthur placed a hand on the man's head, scanning his memories. Satisfied, he snapped the man's neck without hesitation.
"As I thought.
No one here is innocent. Open the hatch." Arthur commanded. He retrieved his personal ship, dealt swiftly with the remaining death pirate forces outside the base, and flew it back to the Marauder, which was waiting just beyond the orbit of the Star of the Dead. As the hatch closed behind him, Arthur stepped aboard. Star-Lord Quill looked up from his seat, an expectant look on his face.
"Well? Did you find the Fallen?" he asked.
Arthur shook his head.
"No. He wasn't there."
"He lives in his own territory." "Then we came all this way for nothing?" Rocket asked, clearly agitated. Arthur gave a calm nod.
"Not quite.
I used the Death Pirates command console to send a message, posing as their leader. I told him to come here, said it was urgent. He should be on his way." Quill sighed in relief. "You could have led with that. Thought this was a total bust."
Then he paused.
"Wait, how exactly did you use Blackbeard's name to send the message?" Arthur replied coolly, "Because I killed him. And everyone else in the base."
Quill's eyes widened. "You what?"
"You took out all the death pirates." "That's thousands." Arthur shrugged. "Not really. There were only a few hundred in the base. Most of their forces are scattered across planets in the void domain. I just eliminated the core leadership and everyone stationed here." Rocket chuckled darkly.
"Well, damn.
Guess the death pirates messed with the wrong guy. Couldn't have happened to a better bunch." "You should have called me for the slaughter," Drax grumbled, patting Arthur on the back. "This is my kind of fun."
"They were too weak," Arthur replied.
"Didn't require the whole team. But when Akarian arrives, he's all yours."
Drax grinned. "Good.
I'll tear him apart myself." The Marauder hovered silently above the now silent pirate base. Arthur, Rocket, Gamora, Groot, Drax, and Quill waited patiently. Arthur sat cross-legged, eyes closed, sensing the area for any signs of life. The others passed the time. Quill bobbed his head to his headphones, Drax and Groot nodded off, and Rocket ran quiet diagnostics. Far away, Akarian the Fallen approached the Star of the Dead in his sleek black vessel. The message had been brief. Blackbeard needed to see him immediately.
Strange.
Blackbeard never contacted him unless absolutely necessary. They had an understanding. Akarian did his own thing, and Blackbeard left him alone.
The request felt off.
As his ship neared the pirate base, Akarian grew more alert. The area was too quiet. No patrols, no signals, nothing. His radar pinged. "A hidden ship. Someone's watching me." "He's here," Arthur said, eyes opening as he felt Akarian's presence. Gamora leaned over the console. "Are we sure it's him?" Only someone important would fly to a base like this after receiving that kind of message. That's our guy. Arthur turned to Rocket.
Get us closer.
Prepare to engage. Rocket's fingers flew across the controls.
On it.
The radar locked on to a Carrion's vessel.
Arrow, Rocket muttered.
If we can see him, he can definitely see us too. Then we act now.
Quill shouted.
Don't give him time to react. Rocket gunned the thrusters. The Marauder surged forward, closing in fast on a Carrion's ship. But just as they got visual, the Fallen's ship veered hard, thrusters igniting as it rocketed upward into open space.
Damn it. Rocket cursed. He's fast.
He knew something was up the second he got here.
The chase began.
Rocket's piloting was top tier. He clung to a Carrion's tail, refusing to let him slip away. But the Fallen was slippery, ducking and weaving like a serpent, his ship performing moves even the Kree would struggle to track. He's got a 50 billion purple gold bounty, Arthur said, watching the evasive maneuvers.
Of course he's careful.
I can barely keep him on radar, Rocket muttered. If it weren't for your tracking sense, we'd have lost him. In the dark veil of the Void Realm, the two ships danced, pushing their limits. A Carrion's modified lights lit the path ahead, while Arthur's red energy shield wrapped the Marauder like armor, allowing them to plow through debris without concern. They were gaining. Rocket opened fire, blast streaked through the void, but a Carrion bobbed and rolled, barely dodging them all. A Carrion knew he couldn't keep this up. His ship was fast, but visibility was too low here. One mistake could send him crashing into a rogue meteor. He had to leave the Void Realm, fast. He's changing course, Quill reported. Heading for the edge of the void.
Rocket scowled.
He's planning to lose us in open space where he can fly full speed. We can't let him, Drax growled. If he escapes, we may never find him again.
Arthur remained calm. He won't escape.
Get me close, I'll finish it. You got it, Rocket replied, teeth clenched in focus. Nobody outruns me. The ships burst from the darkness of the Void Realm into the blinding light of open space. A Carrion pushed his thrusters to full, racing into the stars. But Rocket was ready. He flipped open a protective panel on the dashboard and revealed a glowing red button. He's not the only one with tricks. Without hesitation, Rocket slammed the button. Both ships roared forward, flames erupting from their engines. They entered acceleration mode simultaneously, engines howling as they tore across space. The chase was far from over, but now, it was on their terms.
Hurry up, don't let him run away, Quill said anxiously. It's already the fastest? I didn't expect the performance of this fallen man's spaceship to be so good, comparable to our Galaxy Guardian. The rocket manipulator's spaceship followed closely behind the fallen man's spaceship. The distance between the two spaceships has been kept the same, the rocket can't catch up with him, and a Carrion can't get rid of the rocket, so the two spaceships are tracking in the universe. Because of the fast speed, the weapon firepower of the Predator spacecraft is average, and it is difficult to hit the spacecraft in front of it at such a super high speed. Not good. He's going to put all his eggs in one basket, he's going to jump in space to get rid of us. Quill saw a honeycomb-shaped space grid appearing in front of the fallen spaceship, which is the spacetime channel that only space jumps can produce. It's now. Arthur has been paying attention to the fallen man's spaceship all the time, trying to use energy to shoot it down, but the fallen man controls the spaceship to flip around all the time, and now he thinks that the space jump must stabilize the spaceship. Arthur and others, this is the opportunity. Arthur's body was wrapped in red energy and became transparent. He kicked his body hard and rushed out of the Marauder spaceship. The moment he left the spaceship, a trident appeared in his hand, and a red energy ray instantly it shot out and hit the wing of the fallen spaceship in an instant. Suddenly, a Carrion's spaceship exploded, and the space jump was forcibly stopped. A Carrion also reacted quickly, and instantly pressed the escape button, and the entire spaceship cabin was ejected from the spaceship in an instant. The moment he left the spaceship cabin, 2 missiles from the rocket hit his spaceship, and a Carrion's spaceship exploded into a ball of fire. After Arthur shot that blow in space, due to inertia, he rushed towards the spaceship that exploded into a fireball. Arthur slammed into Aquaman's spaceship, causing a huge explosion. Arthur. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy yelled as they watched the exploding spacecraft. Don't worry, he should be fine, you forgot that he has an energy shield to resist the explosion. Gamera said to everyone the most calmly. Look, the Fallen wants to run. Dracula the Destroyer said, pointing to the cabin where the Fallen was sitting. The Fallen man's cabin still has a power system after leaving the spaceship, and can fly for a short distance. He controls the cabin and flies towards a cocky planet not far away. He can't run away, don't worry about him, let's see if Arthur is okay. The rocket controlled the spaceship and flew towards the place of the explosion. They finally saw Arthur wrapped in red energy in the wreckage of the spaceship, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Arthur also flew towards the spaceship and returned to the spaceship. The Fallen are running towards that planet, let's continue to pursue it. Arthur said as he walked in and pointed to the cocky planet. We saw it, but you're too risky. Jump out and attack him. Aren't you afraid of being blown to death? Quill looked at Arthur and accused him. I have my own measure. I can move in space without any problem. The energy of that explosion can't hurt me, Arthur explained. Okay, you are the strongest, let's continue chasing the fallen, let's see where he runs. The rocket controlled the spaceship and flew towards the cocky planet. The spaceship landed not far from the Aquarian cockpit, and the 6 people got off the spaceship and walked towards the Aquarian cockpit. I don't know where I fled to. There is no one in the cockpit, Quill said, looking at the empty cockpit in front of him from a distance. Wait a minute. Arthur suddenly reached out and stopped the 5 people, preventing them from moving forward. What's wrong? Rocket looked at Arthur suspiciously and asked. Arthur observed the yellow rock terrain around him, closed his eyes and let go of his consciousness to look around. So that's what he thought. Arthur shot a burst of red energy towards the cockpit floor. Boom! There was a huge explosion on the ground near the entire cockpit, blowing the cockpit out, and the 5 Guardians of the Galaxy were taken aback. Looking at the front of the billowing smoke, Quill broke out in a cold sweat. If Arthur hadn't discovered the trap of the Fallen, they would have been blown up to the sky just like the cockpit. The Fallen is especially good at using bomb attacks. He was going to kill us all just now, and then drove our spaceship away, Arthur explained to everyone. Fuck, I almost got caught. Where is that Fallen man? Let me meet him, Dracula the Destroyer said viciously. Just hide behind that rock, you have to be careful, he probably has a weapon in his hand, Arthur said, pointing to a big round rock not far away. Dracula the Destroyer pulled out the 2 guns behind his waist and walked towards the boulder. Several members of the Guardians of the Galaxy followed him, not reassuring him. Be careful, Arthur reminded just as Dracula the Destroyer was about to walk in front of the stone. Dracula the Destroyer lowered his head to avoid Aquarian's shot, and Dracula the Destroyer shot backhand and was also dodged by Aquarian. Dracula the Destroyer rushed over quickly, and came directly in front of Aquarian. Aquarian didn't expect such a brave person to go straight in front of her regardless of anything. Dracula the Destroyer pounced on Aquarian before he could react, and knocked the energy gun in his hand away with a punch, and then punched Aquarian's half-mechanical, half-flesh face call to go. Knocking down Aqualian to the ground, Arthur and the others watched Aqualian being knocked down by Dracula's and stopped moving forward, preparing to let Dracula's fight him one-on-one. Aqualian got up from the ground and saw that the 5 Arthurs were not going to come forward, but let this seemingly simple-minded man with well-developed limbs deal with him. Ha 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 ha, you all underestimate me, Aqualian, thinking that this big stupid bear can take care of me. Aqualian laughed loudly, he took off his clothes, and let the 6 people see his body. Not only half of his head has been transformed into a mechanical one, but also half of his whole body has been transformed into a mechanical one, especially the complex mechanical structure of his arms looks very technological. You dare to call me a big stupid bear? Very good, let me disassemble you into parts and see how you shout. Destroyer Dracula said with a ferocious expression. He pulled out 2 daggers from his waist, no prepare to deal with the mechanically modified Aqualian with bare hands. Let me send you back to the west first, and then I'll clean them up, Aqualian said contemptuously, retracting her hands and 5 fingers, and stretched out 2 mechanical spikes. This is his humanoid attack form. Aqualian's mechanical eyes turned red, and he let out a strange laugh and rushed towards Dracula's, stabbing Dracula's body with 2 sharp thorns with both hands. Seeing this, Dracula's dodged and stabbed Aquarian backhanded, but was blocked by Aquarian's metal arm. Dracula kicked Aquarian, and Aquarian also kicked Dracula. The 2 kicked each other's abdomen at the same time, and fell backward together. The 2 played against each other for the first time, and Aqualian relied on mechanical limbs to compete with Dracula's the Destroyer in terms of strength. Dracula the Destroyer jumped up suddenly, and stabbed at Aquarian with a dagger in both hands. Aquarian raised the spike on her arm and prepared to exchange injuries with Dracula. Dracula's used the dagger in his right hand to hold Aquarian's spike in his left hand, and the dagger in his left hand pierced Aquarian's chest fiercely, and Aquarian also stabbed the spike in his right hand with his backhand. Left arm. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy cried out worriedly when they saw that Dracula's was injured, and Rocket was going to shoot Aquarian to finish him. Dracula let go of the dagger in his left hand, grabbed Aquarian's arm, and stabbed the spike in his hand towards his own thigh. Aquarian resisted vigorously, but his strength was still not as strong as that of Dracula, and his thigh was directly pierced by Dracula with his own metal right arm spike. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you, Dracula's pulled out the spikes stuck in his arm, and cut off Aquarian's left arm with a knife in his right hand. I don't know what Dracula's dagger is made of. Sharp. Dracula's stabbed Aquarian's left arm sharply towards his heart, directly penetrated his body, and pierced Aquarian's heart. Ha 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 ha, unexpectedly, I still underestimated you. What's your name? You have such outstanding melee combat ability. Aqualian was not dead after being pierced through the heart, and asked with a crazy smile as she watched Dracula's. My name is Dracula's the Destroyer. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy. Ronan knows him, right? We killed it. You are lucky to die by our hands. Dracula's grabbed his neck and said, Guardians of the Galaxy? Ronan was killed by you? Well done. What I couldn't think of was done by you. It's really satisfying. Ha 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 ha. Akarian laughed wildly, as if hearing Ronan's words, very happy to die. Ah! Akalian screamed and his head was torn off alive by Dracula's. The severed neck did not bleed, and there were metal pipes and some wires inside. It can be seen that most of his entire head was mechanized. Akalian, who had lost her body, suddenly lost her breath, like a robot with a power cut off. Boom! A red energy ray shot out from Arthur's hand, directly blasting Akalian's body to pieces. Okay, our mission has been completed, and your 50 billion has been obtained, we can go back. Arthur said. The tree man Groot used his special ability to conjure a kind of pollen to stop the bleeding from the wound on Dracula's arm. Yeah, we spent a lot of effort for this dead head, and this time we made a lot of money again. I want to go back to Utgay to get back the place. Rocket said fiercely, holding Akalian's head arrive. You still want to gamble? It's so boring. Gamera looked at the rockets and complained. Okay, now that the mission is completed, let's go back to Katie Star. After handing in the mission and getting 50 billion, I'm going to upgrade this spaceship. This time I almost pulled my hips. Quill looked at the Predator stopped not far away said. I agree with this, you can just buy the materials, and leave the upgrade to me. I am familiar with this aspect. Rocket said. I'm Groot, said the tree figure Groot. Do you want to eat advanced nutrient solution? Don't worry, we will send it this time. I will buy a box for you when I go back. Rocket looked at Groot and said. The six returned to the Marauder spaceship together. The rocket continued to drive the spaceship back, and Gamera used the medical equipment in the spaceship to heal the injuries of Dracula the Destroyer. By the way, I snatched this weapon from the Death Pirates. I think you will like it. Arthur took out the giant sniper rifle and threw it at the rocket. Good stuff? I really like it. Thank you, Arthur. Rocket played with this sniper rifle very happily. The scene of Rocket holding a huge sniper rifle with his small body feels particularly joyful. Quill went to take a shower, and Arthur also took out the kitchen utensils and prepared to cook a sumptuous dinner for everyone. The Guardians of the Galaxy completed the bounty mission without any risk and set off for Katy Star, Earth, USA, New York. This weekend, New York University defeated the domestic leader in the academic competition and won the national championship. And just at the end of the night, there was an accident in the Monument Tower, and the students of New York University just took precautions. The former Avengers member Spider-Man appeared in the He was on the spot and rescued the students who were in danger, and the Washington Police Department expresses its gratitude to Spider-Man. The TV broadcasted a news report from the Washington Monument Tower last week. Peter Parker is sitting in the bedroom wearing a spider mask and talking to Karen. Well, can you do me a favor? I want to find out the identities of those people under the bridge that night, but I can only remember part of the license plate number. Peter Parker said to Karen. I can use the video from that night for facial recognition, Karen replied. Video? Peter Parker asked. Yes, Peter. I'll record everything you see, Karen said. Everything? Peter Parker asked again. Yes, Karen replied. Is it anytime, anywhere? Peter Parker was a little surprised. Isn't this monitoring himself? It's baby monitoring protocol, Karen replied. Of course, Mr. Stark still thinks I'm not of age. Well, let's go back to last Friday, Peter Parker said helplessly. Okay. Karen called up a video of Peter Parker wearing a mask last Friday for Peter Parker. Hi everyone, it's me, I'm Spider-Man, Liz. Peter told me a lot about you. Karen thoughtfully released Peter Parker's childish gestures in front of the mirror. No, this is my nonsense. Fast forward to the end of the day. Peter Parker said immediately after seeing the old man blushing. It's me, Arthur, the King of the Sea. Peter Parker said in the video, holding a grass fork in front of the mirror. No, that's definitely not what we want to see. Peter Parker was embarrassed by his large-scale social death scene. Your imitation is quite funny. Karen teased Peter Parker mischievously. Just fast forward to the arms deal, Karen. Peter Parker said. The scene fast-forwarded to the scene of black men, white men, and bald men appearing in front of the van under the bridge that night. Who are the two on the right? Peter Parker asked for profiles of bald and white men selling homemade weapons. A search of law enforcement databases found no records for these two men, Karen said. No, asked Peter Parker. One of them is identified. Alan Davis, 33 years old, has a criminal record and lives in Queens. Karen investigated the identity of the black man who came to buy weapons. Then how about we go and visit him? Peter Parker stood up and said, finally got a clue. Should I activate enhanced interrogation mode? Karen asked suddenly. Huh? Enhanced interrogation? Okay. Peter Parker said excitedly. Earth, USA, New York City, Queens. In the underground parking lot of a supermarket, Alan Davis, a black man, was walking towards his car with the things he just bought in the supermarket. He didn't notice a small spider drone following behind him. Just when he took out the key and was about to open the trunk of the car, Spider-Man fell from the sky in front of him. Peter Parker shot a cloud of spider webs and stuck his hand firmly to the trunk lid, and Alan Davis looked up at Peter Parker. Remember me? I need information? You have to give it to me right away. Peter Parker made a very rough voice, which sounded very fierce. Okay, you calm down, Alan Davis said. Say it. Peter Parker yelled. What's wrong with your voice? Alan Davis looked at Peter Parker strangely and asked. What's wrong? Peter Parker asked. I heard you talking under the bridge, and I recognized it as a girl's voice. Alan Davis said indifferently. I'm not a woman, I'm a pure man. Man, I'm a man. Peter Parker immediately argued. I don't care if you are a man or a woman. Alan was interrupted by Peter Parker before he could finish speaking. I'm not a woman. I'm a man. Please, who is selling weapons? I need to know. Tell me the name, otherwise I'll be rude to you. Peter Parker said, pretending to be fierce. Snapped. Alan Davis slammed the trunk door shut, and the sound startled Peter Parker. You've never done this, have you? Alan Davis looked at Peter Parker with contempt and said. Okay, turn off interrogation mode. Peter Parker said, and the spider drone flew back to his chest. Alan Davies was teased by Peter Parker's cute behavior. How does this Avengers superhero look like a not-so-bright sub? Listen, buddy, these people are selling very dangerous weapons. They can't be allowed to flow into the streets. If there is a weapon that can cut through the Dalmore's sandwich shop, it will be terrible. Peter Parker replied to the original voice. Alan Davis said eagerly. You know Dalmore's? Alan Davis asked. Of course, the best sandwich shop in Queens, replied Peter Parker. His sandwich port is also good. Alan Davis said. It's just that the bread is a little too thick, retorted Peter Parker. I just love bread, says Alan Davis. Please, buddy. Peter Parker looked at Alan Davis, but he didn't say what Peter Parker wanted to know. Break the interrogation mode? Karen, don't activate it again. Peter Parker turned and prepared to leave, complaining to Karen. That night, you told that person to shoot at me if you want to shoot. It's kind. I don't want that kind of weapon to enter this area. I have a nephew living here. Alan Davis suddenly speaking, Peter Parker stopped and left. Who are those people? Can you tell me about the man with wings? Peter Parker walked up to Alan Davis and asked him. All I know is he's a lunatic dressed as a demon. I don't know who he is. Where is he? Alan Davis said. Peter Parker leaned on the car and sighed. It seemed that today was another trip in vain. But I know where he's going right now. Alan Davis said suddenly. Really? Peter Parker raised his head and asked Alan Davis with expectant eyes. Yes, with a lunatic I worked with before, and he wants to make a deal with that person. Alan Davis replied. Great, thanks. Peter Parker jumped up happily, turned around and was about to run outside. Hey, I haven't told you where you are, and you want to leave without knowing the location. Alan Davis stopped Peter Parker speechlessly. Is this Spider-Man, the Avengers, superhero? Why is it a bit reckless like an underage child? Yeah, sorry, my fault, I'm really dizzy. Where is the location? Peter Parker ran back again, slapped himself on the head hard. He was a little too excited, and asked Alan Davis. Can I make a suggestion? Alan Davis looked at Peter Parker and said. What? Peter Parker asked. You need to strengthen your interrogation skills, Alan Davis said. I'm doing this for the first time, but I'm still pretty scary. Peter Parker explained to Alan Davis, puffing up his arm muscles. Staten Island ferry, 11 o'clock today. Alan Davis looked at Peter Parker and said the information. 11 o'clock? Isn't that coming soon? The spider silk will dissolve by itself in 2 hours, so I'm leaving in a hurry. Peter Parker pointed to the spider silk and said, turned around and ran outside. No, come and untie it for me. Alan Davis shouted at Peter Parker. No, I'm leaving first. Peter Parker turned around and shouted. I bought ice cream. It melted in 2 hours. Alan Davis said helplessly. You committed a crime, this is your punishment. Peter Parker yelled, then turned and ran away, leaving Alan Davis alone in the garage with his hands still firmly glued to the trunk door superior. Peter Parker rushed to the port of Staten Island and saw the only orange ferry just leaving the port, and that was it. Peter Parker jumped off the roof of the building, opened the auxiliary hang glider, and he flew towards the ferry like a flying squirrel, just landing on the side hull of the ferry. Ness. Peter Parker breathed a sigh of relief, and finally caught up. Peter Parker climbed to the window of the ferry and looked into the ferry. There were a lot of passengers sitting on chairs in the ferry. Okay, Karen, activate the enhanced reconnaissance mode. Peter Parker said. Okay. Karen activated the enhanced reconnaissance mode. Peter Parker's field of vision suddenly enlarged, and he saw the bald man sitting on the seat and the white-haired man behind him. He's in front, main deck, said the white-haired man. I hate this man, said the bald head, and Peter Parker overheard their conversation. Is this the man under the bridge? Who's the other one? Asked Peter Parker. Let me know anything. The white-haired man said, leaving the seat with a box of things in his bald head, and walked outside. I can't find his profile in the crime database. May Parker is calling. Do you want me to put you on the screen? Karen asked Peter Parker. No, I can't answer it now. Hang up for me, and I'll call back. Peter Parker said. Spider, keep an eye on that guy. No one can escape this time. The spider drone on Peter Parker's chest flew out, watching the white-haired man's movements at the window, and Peter Parker climbed towards the upper deck. He was going to see who the bald man was going to trade with. Peter Parker jumped onto the roof of the highest deck and looked down. Who is that person on the left? Peter Parker found 3 people standing below. Peter Parker asked Karen. McGagan, this man has a lot of criminal records, including murder. Do you want me to activate the kill function? Karen asked Peter Parker. No, Karen, don't mention the kill function anymore. Peter Parker said. This is the bald black man on the deck again, came to the side of McGuigan and said, white pickup. McGuigan motioned to the man next to him, and the man nodded and left. Spider, search for the white pickup truck on the ferry. Peter Parker immediately ordered. The spider drone left the window just now, flew to a distance and used the perspective scanning function to check all the vehicles in the ferry. It found the target, flew over and hovered near the pickup truck. The man just now came to the pickup truck, and the brown-haired man on the pickup truck got out of the truck and opened the cloth behind the pickup truck, revealing the wooden box inside. The man lifted the lid of the wooden box and saw the whole box of homemade weapons inside. And this scene was also recorded by the spider drone, and the image was transmitted to Peter Parker's eyes. Oh, this is perfect. Weapons, buyers, and sellers all in one go. Peter Parker said happily. Tony Stark is calling. Karen said suddenly. No, 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 don't answer. Peter Parker said immediately, but the call was still connected, and Karen didn't dare to hang up Tony Stark's call. Mr. Parker, do you have time? Tony Stark asked. I'm at school. Peter Parker lied. You didn't. Karen exposed Peter Parker's lie. You did a great job in Washington, D.C. Did you take my word for it? Do you know how hard I went to explain it to you? Tony Stark said. I'm busy now. Peter Parker said immediately, and the bad guys below were about to start acting. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Anyway, you can only be active in New York from now on. What's that sound? Just then the ferry's whistle sounded, and Tony Stark asked. I'm in band rehearsal. Peter Parker forcefully argued. This is weird. Arthur told me you quit the band last year. What's going on? Tony Stark asked. I have to hang up, end the call. Peter Parker saw that the bald man below took out a bunch of keys and was about to hand them to McGuigan, so he could only hang up the phone immediately. Bring it to you. Peter Parker shot out a spider thread to stick the key back in the bald man's hand, and then jumped off the roof and landed in front of several people. Everyone, the ferry for the illegal weapons trade is at 10:30, and you're already on the wrong boat. Peter Parker said to the three villains very naughtily. Two of them immediately took out pistols from their arms and wanted to shoot at Peter Parker, but Peter Parker was one step ahead of them and shot two spider threads that stuck to their clothes, pulling them hard, and they flew up and collided. The other person was kicked out by Peter Parker as soon as he took out his gun, but Peter Parker didn't want him to be drowned, so he stuck him with spider silk, pulled him back and hung him on the edge of the deck. When the bald head sneaked up on Peter Parker from behind with the electric shock glove, Peter Parker dodged it. The glove pierced through the guardrail and got stuck in the guardrail, unable to move. The two people behind got up and picked up the pistol that fell on the ground. Peter Parker shot spider silk and stuck to a motorcycle behind them. He pulled the motorcycle hard and flew up and hit the two of them. The car was smashed by Peter Parker against the fence beside the ferry. Are you all right? I was wrong, I was a bit harsh. Peter Parker said, looking at the two screaming lying on the ground. I have to say, that white man uses this glove much better than you. Really, I was taken aback by you. Peter Parker pointed to the electric shock glove on the bald man's hand, then turned and fired back. A projectile web sticks an enemy charging from the garage to the garage wall. Not far away, the white-haired man with the bald head came over and punched a man who was guarding the van in front of a van unconscious. He looked at Peter Parker. Peter Parker also looked at him strangely. Why did this man still attack his own people? Could it be? Just as Peter Parker was about to run over, three men pointed guns at Peter Parker and said, "Don't move. FBI." The door next to him suddenly opened, and a large group of plainclothes policemen rushed out, pointed their guns at Peter Parker and said, "Get on the ground." FBI. Wait, FBI? What do you mean? Peter Parker said, raising his hands. The FBI is the US government's intelligence agency, or the FBI for short. Karen explained for Peter. I know what the FBI is, but what are they here for? To get me? Peter Parker asked. At this moment, the white van in the opposite parking lot suddenly exploded with a bang, and a strange man with wings flew out of the car. What are you doing? The plainclothes agents of the FBI all turned around and shot at the vulture monster. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Peter Parker yelled to the agents, but the agents ignored him and continued shooting. The vulture monster held a purple energy weapon in his hand and fired an energy attack at the agent next to Peter Parker. Peter Parker pushed the agent away so that he escaped the attack of the vulture monster. The vulture monster grabbed the roof of a car with its claws on its feet, dragged the car and flew towards Peter Parker quickly, knocking two detectives who were shooting at him into the sea with the car. Peter Parker jumped to the side to avoid the impact this time. The vulture monster blasted the guardrail where the electric shock glove in the bald head's hand was stuck with an energy weapon, and shouted at him, "Go to the top deck." The bald head turned and ran back. Peter Parker just shot a spider silk to block the bald head. He was blown away by the energy attack of the vulture monster. Peter Parker got up immediately and saw that Vulture was about to run away. He immediately shot out a spider web to stick to Vulture's feet. Peter Parker clung to the spider silk and dragged Vulture in the air to prevent him from leaving. And the FBI agents on the upper deck shot at the vulture monster in the air one after another, and the vulture monster could only close its metal wings to cover its body from being hit by bullets. He suddenly opened his wings, the energy weapon in his hand was fully charged, and a purple energy cannon shot at the agents on the upper deck, blowing the two agents away. When the second round was fired, Peter Parker pulled it hard and lost his aim, and he hit it crookedly on a pillar in the ferry hall. Peter Parker fires a thread at the car behind him, sticking the two threads together, using the car's gravity to hold Vulture odd. An energy cannon from the vulture monster was fired at Peter Parker, but he dodged it by jumping up and flipping on the spot. The vulture monster continued to use the energy weapon to aim at Peter Parker, and Peter Parker jumped towards the upper deck, avoiding the attack of the vulture monster. Peter Parker jumped to the top deck and shot another web at Vulture, and he swung out with it. The vulture monster kept firing at Peter Parker, who fell under his body, but none of them hit Peter Parker. The moment Peter Parker swung back again, he shot out 6 spider threads and fixed the 2 steel wings of the vulture monster, preventing him from escaping. Then Peter Parker jumped back on the ferry deck, and the vulture monster used the tips of the metal wings as scissors, cut the spider silk one by one, and then used the weapon in his hand to aim at Peter Parker again to finish him. Peter Parker shot a spider silk in advance and stuck to the energy weapon in vulture monster's hand, and pulled it forcefully with vulture monster. The vulture monster also pushed back the turbines on its wings and engaged in a tug-of-war with Peter Parker. Quickly activate the electric shock spider web. Peter Parker shouted loudly. Suddenly the spider silk in his hand sent out blue electric shock pulses, which were transmitted towards the energy weapon of the vulture monster. The vulture monster was shocked instantly by the electric shock, and the wires in many places on the metal wings were burned by the powerful electric shock, and many sparks burst out. The vulture monster could no longer grasp the energy weapon, and the purple energy weapon was pulled over by Peter Parker and fell to the ground. Because of the powerful electric shock just now, this energy weapon emitting purple light was completely out of control, and it started shooting randomly and jumping randomly on the ground. Peter Parker saw that it couldn't go on like this, so he had to stop it from shooting randomly, otherwise what would happen if it accidentally hurt others? Peter Parker fired spider silk at the energy weapon to stick it to the ground, but the energy weapon was wrapped in strands of spider silk, sticking to the ground and temporarily unable to emit energy. You are playing with something you don't understand, and you will suffer the consequences in a short while, the vulture monster said, and then left towards the distance. Peter Parker didn't understand what the vulture man meant, and when he was about to stop the vulture man from leaving, the energy weapon behind him exploded completely because it couldn't fire and accumulated too much energy. A huge purple energy ray shoots out from the energy core, shooting the whole ferry through thousands of windows and holes. The passengers on the ferry were all frightened by this scene, screaming and running for their lives, and there was a mess on the ferry. Not only did the energy core not stop, but the purple energy rays became denser and faster, and finally exploded with a bang. The characteristic of this energy core of the Chitauri is that the explosion explodes in one direction, so the entire ferry was cut in half by this energy core from the middle. Peter Parker stood on the poop deck and looked at the crack in front of him. The entire crack extended to the bow. Peter Parker felt that he was done for this time. This joke has gone too far. Suddenly gushes of seawater gushed out of the crack, and the whole ship began to split from the middle, and was cut very neatly. The ferry began to fall slowly to both sides. The crack in the middle was getting bigger and bigger. The passengers on board were screaming loudly. The people of the FBI didn't know what to do, and the staff on the ship had never seen this happen in this case. I don't know where to organize people to escape. My God, what should I do? Karen, X-ray the whole ship, Peter Parker said, and he had to do something immediately. Spiderweb grenade? Spiderweb grenade. Peter Parker kept shooting the thickest spider silk, and fixed the sides of the ferry with the spider silk to stick the ferry. Peter Parker continued to shuttle through the cracks in the middle of the ferry, and arm-thick spider webs shot out towards the walls on both sides of the ferry and fixed them. In an instant, Peter Parker glued the middle of the entire ferry with dense spider silk, and he jumped to the bow of the ship, panting heavily. Good job, Peter, you succeeded 90%. 8. Karen said to Peter Parker. Peter Parker observed the ship. It was indeed temporarily fixed and did not continue to dump. Great, Spider-Man is here to save us. The people on the ferry began to cheer. However, at this moment Peter Parker's spider webs began to break one by one, and the spider webs still couldn't bear the heavy weight of the ferry. No, no, no. Peter Parker watched the ferry continue to dump, and the sea water rushed into the cabin, and everyone began to scream in despair. Peter Parker jumped out and shot a spider thread towards both sides of the ship. He pulled the spider thread with all his strength while falling in the middle of the air, trying to stop the ship from falling. Peter Parker was hanging in the middle of the ship, roaring loudly, pulling the ship with all his strength to stop the ship from toppling over, but his strength was still not enough. The huge pulling force from both sides made Peter Parker feel like his body was about to be torn apart. Suddenly Peter Parker felt the tension loosen. The ship not only stopped dumping, but also began to automatically gather toward the middle again. How could this be? Peter Parker felt unbelievable. What's going on? Peter Parker jumped back on the deck. He heard a strange sound of ding ding ding. Then he turned around and suddenly saw Tony Stark in the steel armor appeared here, and he was pushing the hull. Very good. Spider-Man, are you rehearsing with the band? Tony Stark asked Peter Parker. Tony was wearing a new type of steel armor that Peter Parker had never seen before. A small aircraft-like device flew in the distance, with some circular propellers on it. These circular propellers automatically flew to the two sides of the ferry and unfolded one by one to stick to the hull of the ferry. Under the joint force of the steel armor and countless circular propellers, the ferry that was split in half was put back together again, returning to its original appearance. Great! Iron Man is here for us! The people on the boat shouted again. Peter Parker looked at these sloppy words and was speechless. All my efforts just now were in vain? Peter Parker ran outside and came to Tony Stark, who was using the energy on his arm to weld the crack of the ferry. Mr. Stark. Peter Parker chased after Tony Stark. Tony Stark was so efficient that he re-welded all the cracks in the cabin in an instant. Mr. Stark, what can I do for you? Peter Parker jumped onto the top observation deck of the ship and shouted to Tony Stark. You've done enough. Tony Stark turned and left after speaking, leaving only Peter Parker standing on the watchtower looking at Tony Stark's masterpiece. In the distance, countless rescue ships approached, but they came a step late. The ferry was completely out of danger, and the people on board were cheering. The ferry returned to the port smoothly, and Peter Parker sat on the roof of a building opposite the port and meditated. What did he do today? The people who were going to catch the weapons dealers let them go, and almost put the whole ship in danger, and finally had to let Tony Stark wipe his ass for him. Peter Parker felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to prove himself to Tony Stark, but he messed up things right in front of him. The synopsis of Peter gets into catastrophe. I told you not to act privately. Not only did you not listen, but you hacked into a battlesuit worth millions? Just to show off for one person. Tony Stark said from a distance. He flew over and stopped in front of Peter Parker and spoke to him. Is everyone okay? Peter Parker asked, looking at the ferry in the distance. You're not helping anyway, Tony Stark said. Peter Parker blew up right away. And I didn't help. How much have I done to catch Vulture Crook? All in vain? I can't help. Those weapons are in circulation. I've been trying to tell you, but you don't care. If you would listen to me, these things wouldn't happen. If you cared, you would come in person. Peter Parker jumped off the roof railing and came to Tony Stark and said loudly. The steel armor on Tony Stark receded into the hexagonal reactor on his chest like flowing water, as if the steel and metal were liquid, and finally all returned to the arc energy reactor on Tony Stark's chest. Tony Stark in a suit Tucker also appeared in front of Peter Parker. I listened to the boy. Who do you think called the FBI? Do you know that I believe you the most of all? They even think I'm taking a risk by giving you the mission. Tony Stark walking towards Peter Parker step by step and speaking seriously. Peter Parker backed away slowly. Why don't you believe in my ability? I can do what Arthur can do. Peter Parker retorted. No, you can't. Shut your mouth and listen to me, okay? What if someone dies tonight? That's different, right? That's your responsibility, and if you die, you will feel that the responsibility lies with me, but Arthur handed you over to me. Tony Stark pointed to Peter Parker's chest and said sternly. Yes, Mr. Stark, I'm sorry? I'm sorry. Peter Parker said with his head down. It's no use saying sorry. Tony Stark said. I understand. I just want to be like you. I want to be like Arthur. I want to be a real Avenger like Pietro. Peter Parker looked at Tony Stark and said seriously. But I hope you are better than me? Well, that won't work. I have to take back my suit. Tony Stark said, looking at Peter Parker. How long? Peter Parker looked up at Tony and asked. Until the day you actually grow up. Tony Stark replied. I've grown up. Peter Parker retorted. No, you haven't. You still can't master your own abilities, and you don't know what teamwork is. Get off now, Tony Stark said. No, please, you don't understand. This is my everything. Without this suit I'm nothing. Peter Parker said something that touched Tony Stark. Tony Stark once thought that there is no steel armor is useless for him. But later experience told him that what is really powerful is his heart, not these equipments, and he must let Peter Parker understand this truth. If you're nothing without this suit, then you don't deserve it, okay? God, I sound like my dad. Tony Stark said to Peter Parker. Seeing that Tony Stark was determined to take back his suit this time, Peter Parker said helplessly, I don't have any other clothes. Well, I'll figure it out, Tony Stark said. That night, Peter Parker came home wearing a new t-shirt and shorts that Tony Stark had bought for him. I've been calling you all day and you haven't answered. Where have you been? I saw something happen to the ferry. I called 5 police stations. 5? I also called your friend. I also called Ned. Aunt May was chattering angrily. Aunt May, I'm fine. Really, relax, I'm fine. Peter Parker interrupted Aunt May. Stop the bullshit. I know you didn't go to class today. I know you left your hotel room in Washington, and I know you sneak out of the house every night. It's not okay, Peter. You gotta tell me what's going on already. Aunt May looked at Peter Parker seriously and asked. I lost my internship at Stark Corporation. Peter Parker said with tears in his eyes. What? Aunt May thought she had heard wrong. Yes. Peter Parker nodded and admitted. What's the matter? Aunt May asked. Tony Stark has always been more concerned about the two of them. Wouldn't he just fire Peter Parker from the company? I just thought I'd work hard and he'd just agree with me, but I screwed up. Peter Parker said with his head down. It's okay, Mr. Stark is not disappointed in you. He just thinks that you are not ready yet. As long as you continue to study hard, he will recognize your ability one day. Aunt May hugged Hammer, said the frustrated Peter Parker. Sorry for worrying you, said Peter Parker. Peter, you need to know that I am not blaming you for running out without permission. I am just worried that something will happen to you. I only hope that you will be healthy, graduate from college, work, get married, and have children, so that your parents and your uncle will be happy in heaven. Happy? Aunt May said to Peter Parker. I know. I won't take risks. I will study hard in the future and never let anyone down again. Peter Parker looked at Aunt May and said. Good boy, go take a bath and rest. Aunt May stroked Peter's hair and said. Peter Parker nodded and went back to rest. The next day, Peter Parker was called to the office by the counselor to criticize him, asking him to reflect on himself and not to skip class again. Peter Parker came out of the office and saw Ned waiting for him at the door. What's wrong with you? You were scolded. You didn't come to the class meeting yesterday. The counselor called you. I can't help you cover it up. Ned said to Peter Parker. It's okay, let's go. Peter Parker and Ned walked towards the classroom. Peter Parker returned to his normal study life. This incident hit him completely. The same Avengers and others can handle it alone. Only he is the worst one, and he can only deal with some things that the street police do, and the slightly more difficult tasks can't be done by yourself. In the previous Dr. Connor incident, Arthur helped him. In Wakanda and the Ultron War, all the Avengers worked together. This time he acted alone and was screwed by himself. And the uniform was confiscated. Peter Parker began to reflect on the gap between himself and others while studying. Tony Stark returned to the Wakanda base just in time to meet Steve Rogers and Sam. What's wrong? What happened to Peter Parker? Steve Rogers asked, looking at Tony Stark's spider suit thrown in the corner. Nothing happened, just some setbacks when he was asked to complete the task alone for the first time. Tony Stark drank a glass of tequila. Then why did you confiscate all his battle clothes? Sam asked on the side. That kid is too dependent on the battle suit, and he doesn't know that the real strength depends on his own heart. I want him to understand this truth. Tony Stark said. I like that kid very much. He is capable. He is upright and very smart. Many of us are not as good as him. It's just that he is still relatively immature and needs to be tempered. Steve Rogers said. Yay, don't worry. I believe he will face himself. I believe in your eyes, and I also believe in Arthur's judgment. Sam said. Yeah, it was Arthur who asked Peter to join the Avengers. I don't know what Arthur is doing now. Steve Rogers said, looking at the sky outside the window. It's probably eating. He just likes to eat. Tony Stark twitched. In space, Arthur, who was eating alien roasted chicken legs on the Predator spacecraft, sneezed. Who was scolding himself. Arthur rubbed his nose. Katie Star Utagai Reward Task Hall. Sure, Quill, you have completed another SSS mission so quickly, and your level will rise again after you complete another SSS mission. Thrall looked at Akarion's head on the table and said. You don't even look at who we are. A task that is stronger than SSS can only be regarded as an easy task in our hands. Quill raised his head and said coquettishly. This is your reward. Thrall handed Quill a purple gold card with 50 billion in it. Thank you, Sal. Quill happily took the fund card and kissed it on his lips. Well, since you are so powerful, I have a special mission here. Are you interested? Thrall suddenly asked Quill mysteriously. What special mission? Quill asked strangely. He had never seen a mission that was not released from the mission hall. What the hell was going on mysteriously? Follow me. Thrall walked towards the side room, and the 6 Quills followed. The room is very simple, with only a coffee table and a large sofa, a refrigerator next to it, and a huge monitor on the wall. Please take a seat. Sal said to the 6 Quills. This room is the VIP lounge. Sal took out a bottle of orange wine and 7 quilts from the refrigerator, and poured everyone a glass of wine. Okay, let's talk about Thrall. If you have something to say, don't be mysterious. What task do we need to complete? Quill picked up the wine glass and slammed the glass with Thrall and said. This mission is a bit special. The people who issued the mission are special. They are sovereigns. Have you heard of it? Thrall asked Quill after taking a sip of his wine. Sovereigns? I seem to have heard of their names, but I don't know the specifics. Quill also took a sip from his wine glass and replied. You must have heard of their other name, that is the Supreme Star People. They claim to have the most perfect genetic blood in the universe, they have a very high civilization, and they are a very arrogant race. Thrall said to the 6 people arrive. Oh, you mean the Supreme Stars? I know them. Aren't they the most powerful and rich race in the universe? Do you still need us to help them with their missions? Rocket said. Yes, the High Priestess of Sovereign Star is their queen. Her name is Aisha, and she entrusted us to find the most powerful bounty team to complete their commission. Their rewards are very generous. Quill and I are old friends, so I thought of you. How can I be happy? Thrall showed an expression that you took advantage of it. Of course, our strength is beyond doubt. It can be said that we are the strongest bounty hunter team in the universe, but you have to tell me how much the reward is first. Quill said, looking at Thrall. Thrall took a sip of wine, slowly stretched out his right hand to make a gesture, and said, 200 billion purple gold. What? 200 billion. Rocket almost jumped up after hearing this. What is the concept of 200 billion? You can buy a planet of low intelligence. Yes, that's the number, but the mission is also very risky, so you can decide for yourself whether to take it or not. Thrall said to the whines of several people. What do you think, Arthur? Can we take it? Quill looked at Arthur and asked for his opinion. Quill knew that the Guardians of the Galaxy now depended on Arthur, a powerful helper. Sovereign, this task can be accepted. I have no problem at all, and it can be done easily. Arthur thought for a while and said, when he heard the Sovereign Star, he thought of a group of golden-skinned aliens, and the plot finally resumed. To continue, it seems that the decisive battle is getting closer. Then we'll take over this mission. You tell that Agatha, there is no mission that our Guardians of the Galaxy can't handle. Well, the Kree people are amazing, and they have been defeated by us. Quill looked Sal said. It's Aisha, I will help you reply to her, and don't brag about your deeds, I have heard you tell it more than 10 times. Thrall stood up and said to Quill. Then I will wait for your news. We will rest in Udagai for 2 days. This task is really tiring. The 6 Quills also stood up and walked outside. I understand. I'll call you when I have news, have fun. Sal patted Quill's shoulder with a smirk, and then left towards his workshop. Quill, on the other hand, led the 4 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy and Arthur to the outside of the Bounty Hall. They needed to find a place to relax. Quill and Rocket are going to continue to gamble and win back all the losses they lost last time. Dracula's is going to fight in the fighting arena again. This is his hobby. As for Arthur, he is with Gamera. Go shopping for something for your next trip. The 6 broke up in the entertainment city. Quill, Rocket, and Groot walked towards the casino, while Dracula walked towards the arena. Only Arthur and Gamera were left standing still. Let's go too. First go buy some supplies, and then I have to find a place to take a good rest. Gamera looked at Arthur and said. Then let's go. Arthur followed Gamera towards the shopping mall. The shopping mall in Uke is not like a shopping mall, but an entire shopping street, which is very huge, with 3 floors, and there are countless shops on each floor. It can be said that you can basically find everything here. There are a variety of small shops on both sides of the shopping street, and there are also very high-end shops. There is also a special black market street. The whole street is in an alley, with individual stalls on both sides, selling all kinds of weird things, and some mysterious shops with closed doors. Gamera introduced the situation here to Arthur while shopping with Arthur. This is such a magical place, I really want to take Wanda here and buy something for her. Arthur said while looking at the things on the shelves at the entrance of the store. Wanda? Is it your new girlfriend? I haven't heard you mention it before. Gamera asked Arthur. Yes, she met me after you left last time, she lived with me, and she is a very special woman. Arthur smiled naturally when he talked about Wanda. It seems that you like her very much, and I'm really happy for you. Gamera said looking at Arthur with a happy face. Thanks, how are you and Quill? Arthur asked. It's not like that, we are more like a family now than love, and Rocket, Groot and Dracula are the same. Gamera shrugged and said. Can they be the same as Quill? It can be seen that the relationship between him and you is gradually deepening, and Quill and you have more and more shadows of each other. Arthur said to Gamera. Is there? Why don't I feel it? Gamera asked in disbelief. Didn't you find that you like listening to music more and more? Didn't you like to use swords before? Now you also like to use energy weapons, and you are also more and more adventurous. Isn't this infected by Quill? Arthur looked at Gamera and said. It's true when you say that. Gamera nodded after thinking for a while and admitted that she had indeed developed these habits without knowing it, and they were all led astray by Quill. Gamera took Arthur to buy a lot of special snacks in the market, as well as a lot of convenience food and drinks, and at Arthur's strong request, he also bought some fresh meat. Why do we buy these meats? They can't be preserved at all, and they will stink in just 2 days. Gamera said, looking at the leg of a big bloody alien monster in the box on the ground. This is the leg of the most delicious Krypton sheep in the universe that the boss vomited blood recommended. It is said that this kind of sheep can only be found on very remote planets and is very rare. Arthur explained to Gamera. What about these chickens? This kind of chicken is the cuckoo chicken that can be seen everywhere in the universe. You don't have to buy freshly killed chickens if they are ready. Gamera pointed at the 4 depilated chickens beside him speechlessly. Speaking of clean and fat gugu chicken, it's me who wants to eat spicy chicken and saliva chicken. When I make it, you will definitely cry. Arthur said indifferently. Then what are you going to do with them? This kind of food starts to rot in 2 days. We only have a small refrigerator the size of a box to store and drink. Gamera looked at Arthur and asked. Isn't that simple? Arthur stretched out his right hand, and the blue energy shot at the whole box of fresh meat. In an instant, the chicken and mutton were frozen into ice cubes, exuding air conditioning. It's done, let's go, let's continue shopping, aren't we rich? Arthur put the big frozen box into the dimensional space, and said to Gamera. Okay, let's go, you have earned so much money this time, you can buy whatever you want. Gamera said to Arthur helplessly. Arthur happily looked left and right, and bought some beautiful decorations when he saw them, and gave them to others when the time came. He also picked out a very beautiful dress for Wanda, which was inlaid with energy gems. Amplifies spell energy, which is equipment used by mages in the universe. Arthur also bought gifts for other vengeance, and bought a super rare medal for Tony Stark. This medal not only has strong defense, but also can change color with the environment, and can achieve the effect of invisibility. I bought a pair of unbreakable pants and a jacket for Dr. Banner, which are also waterproof and fireproof, and the shape is quite sci-fi. Bought a leather jacket for Steve Rogers, the very technical looking one, he likes to ride motorcycles, it fits perfectly. I bought a bottle of hair dye for Natasha. This hair dye will not fade after use, and it will become whatever color you want. She promises to like it. I bought a pair of combat shoes for Sam and Bucky, and Arthur didn't know what they liked. This kind of shoes can adapt to human feet and is very comfortable to wear. I also bought a pair of electric shock resistant high temperature shoes for Pietro, so that the shoes will not be damaged when he moves at high speed. I bought a portable computer for Peter Parker, which is a high-tech Xandar star with a built-in projection display. I bought toys for Barton's 3 children, and a pistol for Colonel Rhodes, the kind that emits infinite energy without bullets. Bought a walking and talking teddy bear for Scott Lang's daughter. Bought a pair of flip-flops for Tgara. He likes to wear flip-flops the most, they are very comfortable to wear, and his sister, Arthur, also bought her a pair of earrings, very beautiful big pearl earrings, guaranteed she will like it. Bought a piece of clothing worn by a mage for Stephen Strange, which can also amplify magical energy. I bought a lot of alien snacks for Venom, and Arthur knew that they were the kind that the symbiote stars like to eat. As for Thor, he is a prince and has everything he wants, so Arthur bought him a blue mechanical prosthetic eye for future use. Arthur bought gifts for every member of the Avengers, filling his dimensional space, and for himself Arthur chose a watch, which looks very special, and the most important thing is that it has a communication function that can be crossed. Interstellar connection, calling the Guardians of the Galaxy will not be so troublesome in the future. Enough shopping, you've made a big purchase today. Gamera and Arthur sat resting on chairs in front of a drink shop, drinking a bright red freshly squeezed juice. It's okay, it's really good to go out for a stroll, and I want to see all over the universe in the future, Arthur said lazily, leaning on the chair. In the future, do you think we can defeat my father? I always feel that the time for him to achieve his goal is getting closer. Gamera looked at Arthur and asked. Don't worry, we will definitely defeat Thanos. It's not just a few of us. The entire Avengers will fight him together. I feel very confident. Arthur comforted Gamera. I don't know if the whereabouts of the soul gems I send out have any effect. It seems that I have to find a way to continue to disclose this news, Gamera said while thinking. Of course, it's not so easy to find the soul gem. Even if we revealed its location, the harsh conditions would be prohibitive. Arthur said. Yet, donating the soul of the person you care about is a decision that will make the person who gets the gem painful, Gamera murmured. Of course, even if someone gets it, they will have to face Thanos' pursuit. At that time, we will pay attention, and secretly reveal the news of the person who got the gem, so that Thanos can find it. Arthur continued. Well, don't worry, let us handle it. We will try our best to delay his progress. Gamera nodded and said. What they didn't know was that in Utica some time ago, rumors about the location of the soul gem spread here, and it became the talk of countless adventurers after dinner. There are rumors that the soul gem is in the void, but no one knows exactly where the void is. Of the 6 gemstones in the universe, only the location of the Rubik's Cube is public. It is said that it appeared in Missouri, the aliens' name for the Earth, but later it was rumored that the Missourians defeated the Chitauri with the help of Asgard, and the Rubik's Cube was brought to Asgard. For those who covet the Rubik's Cube, they have given up. Go to Asgard to grab the Rubik's Cube. Don't be kidding, Asgard is the legendary god's domain, and the god King Odin is an ancient and powerful figure in the legend of the universe, claiming to be the god king. Few people dare to hit his idea. So immediately after the news of the soul gem appeared, some people became excited, and the opportunity came. It is also the soul gem of the 6 gems in the universe. As long as you can get it, you can get infinite power. Everyone was trying their best to find out the whereabouts of the soul gem, and after a few days, the specific location of the soul gem was actually reported. The so-called land of nothingness refers to the Vormir star, and there are already explorers looking for this planet called Vormir. All of a sudden, the whole of Utgay and even the whole of Katie star boiled, and the whereabouts of the soul gem really appeared. Countless people immediately set off to Vormir star, wanting to get the soul gem first. Arthur and the others didn't know about these things when they first arrived on Katie, and they would know the news when Gamera went to the news shop. A huge black planet in endless space, here is the temporary base of Thanos. Thanos sat on his throne and listened to the report of his subordinates. He lowered his head and played with the purple gemstone in his hand, thinking, the soul gem appeared, and it was still in such a big way, could it be a trap? But Thanos can't control that much anymore, whether it's true or not, the soul gem must be grabbed. Ebony Maw, you are paying close attention to the movement of the soul gem. If anyone gets it, you will use all your strength to help me bring it back. Thanos commanded Ebony Maw below. Obey, my master. Ebony Maw took the order, turned and left, and continued to pay attention to the movements in the universe. Peter Parker returned to normal life after his suit was confiscated. He studied, ate, and slept honestly every day. Even at night, he didn't continue to go out to fight criminals. The failure of this incident hit him hard. After a few days like this, Peter Parker finally came out of the shadow of failure and started to attend class as well. Peter Parker became more focused in class, and often raised his hand to answer questions. The teachers felt relieved that Peter Parker had finally started to improve. Peter Parker finally had time to complete their Black Death Star Lego build with Ned as well. After school that day, Peter Parker was the last one to leave the classroom, but he saw Liz Allen still in the hall of the teaching building. Hey, Peter. Liz Allen greeted Peter Parker. Hey, Liz, why haven't you gone back yet? Peter Parker asked Liz Allen. I was doing some homecoming stuff, so I delayed it for a while. I don't know what happened to Liz Allen today. Peter Parker felt that she spoke a lot softer. I want to apologize to you for the academic competition. Peter Parker walked towards Liz Allen and whispered. It's okay. Last week, the academic competition was the most important thing. But then, I narrowly escaped death, so I don't care about it anymore. Liz Allen said. No, I mean, I disappointed you by not participating in the competition. Actually, Peter Parker hesitantly wanted to tell Liz Allen that he was Spider-Man. Actually, I know. Liz Allen interrupted Peter Parker. You know. Peter Parker was taken aback by Liz Allen. Did she know I was Spider-Man? This is impossible. I know you've always liked me, don't you? Although it's not right for me to say this kind of thing. Liz Allen looked at Peter Parker and said, "No, that's not what I meant. What I want to ask is, do you already have a partner for the homecoming dance?" Peter Parker was quick to change the embarrassing topic. "Actually, I've been busy preparing and haven't had time to find it yet, so," Liz Allen said with a smile and shook his head at Peter Parker. "Then would you like to be my dance partner?" Peter Parker asked immediately. "Of course," Liz Allen replied with a smile. "Really? Great. Then I'll go first, and you should go back early. See you tomorrow," Peter Parker said happily and nervously, then turned and left. "See you tomorrow." Liz Allen also turned and left. Peter Parker was excited while walking. Liz Allen didn't reject herself, and she also guessed that he liked her a little bit, so does she like herself? When Peter Parker was humming and leaving school, his cell phone rang. When Peter Parker took out his cell phone and saw the caller, he felt a basin of cold water poured from head to toe. It was his girlfriend Gwen Stacy calling. Peter Parker slapped himself on the face, shook his head and immediately answered the phone. "Hello, Gwen," said Peter Parker. "Hello, Peter. I finally finished most of my recent internship thesis. I will call you as soon as I have time." "What are you doing now?" Gwen asked Peter Parker very excitedly. I'm just like that. Every day is a boring student life." Peter Parker replied hesitantly. "Don't come here. Do you think I didn't read the news? Didn't you save people at the Monument Tower and fight the ferry with bad guys? It is said that Iron Man has gone." Gwen exposed Peter Parker's lie. "I'm busy, but I still pay attention to the news of Spider-Man on the internet." You already know. I didn't bother you because I was afraid you were busy with your studies," Peter Parker said awkwardly. "Then did you save the beauties who were in danger when you rescued people in the Monument Tower? And I promised you my life afterwards." Gwen and Peter Parker joked. "Hehe, you think too much. I rescued the students in our class. You know Ned, there is another classmate and teacher." Peter Parker's heart skipped a beat, and Gwen guessed it randomly, but now you can't be cowardly, you have to answer with confidence. "Okay, I'm kidding you. I have nothing to do today. How about having a meal with me?" Gwen asked Peter Parker. "Of course it's okay. I want to see you too. I'll wait for you at the old place," Peter Parker said. Their old place is of course Arthur's Atlantis restaurant. "Okay, I haven't been to Atlantis for a long time, and today is just right, so let's meet at the entrance of the restaurant," Gwen said. "Okay, see you later," Peter Parker said. "See you later." Gwen hung up the phone after finishing speaking. After Peter Parker put down the phone, his face turned ugly. What happened today? Why did he get distracted, and somehow invited Liz Allen to be his dance partner? Could it be that this is the rhythm of cheating? No, it must be because I have been too disappointed recently, and I feel uncomfortable in my heart. It must be. Peter Parker was forcing himself to comfort himself. Gwen studied at Oxford University in the United Kingdom, and later had the opportunity to come back to the United States for an internship in a high-tech company. In order to see Peter Parker often, Gwen applied for registration and successfully passed the internship application. Now she is doing a short-term biological experiment research study at Osborne Biotechnology Company in New York, USA. Recently, she was very busy preparing her thesis and did not contact Peter Parker. Today, she finally took a break from her busy schedule to meet Peter Parker. When Gwen came to the Atlantis Hotel, he saw that Peter Parker had been waiting for him under the fountain of Arthur's golden statue outside the door. Gwen happily ran over and fell into Peter Parker's arms. Peter Parker hugged Gwen tightly for a while and then kissed Gwen. Gwen also tried to respond to Peter Parker, and the two kissed brazenly under the statue of Arthur. "Arthur, are you polite? I miss you," Peter Parker said affectionately after letting go of Gwen and looking into her eyes. "Me too." Gwen also looked at Peter Parker and smiled happily. "Come on, let's go in. I always feel a little weird when we show our affection in front of Arthur's statue," Peter Parker said, holding Gwen's hand. "Then let's show it directly in front of him next time," Gwen said mischievously. "Hehe, we can't hit him now. He is no longer single. He is with Wanda, so let's stop trying to provoke him," Peter Parker said as he walked. "I've seen that Wanda likes him a long time ago, but I didn't expect the two to get together, and you didn't tell me." Gwen punched Peter Parker and said, I forgot. I haven't seen Arthur recently, and Wanda also hides at home all day and secretly practices alone," Peter Parker said while touching his head. "How about we have a meal next time you see them?" Gwen and Peter Parker came to the pre-booked seat and sat down. "No problem, I'll ask Arthur out when I see him." Peter Parker picked up the menu on the table and looked at it. Peter Parker and Gwen enjoyed dinner together at the Atlantis restaurant. When Zhao Long heard that Peter Parker and the others were coming, he took the initiative to greet them and gave them a bottle of red wine. Peter Parker sat there and listened quietly to Gwen's description of her study experience in Osborne. Gwen had been briefly describing it excitedly, but she suddenly found that Peter Parker didn't seem to be in a good mood. "What's the matter? Why are you so sad? Aren't you happy to come out to dinner with me?" Gwen looked at Peter Parker and said, pretending to be angry. How come? Of course I am happy to be with you. Peter Parker said happily. Tell me, what happened? You are too good at lying, you can tell at a glance. Gwen asked Peter Parker after taking a sip of red wine. Well, here's the thing. Peter Parker told Gwen what happened on the ferry and what happened before. That's it. Mr. Tony Stark doesn't believe in my ability. I wanted to prove myself in front of him, but I screwed up the matter. Now he has taken away the spider suit, and I have lost everything. Peter Parker's voice became smaller and smaller, and his mood became more and more depressed. Why do you have to compete with Arthur? He has lived alone since he was a child, and he is much more mature and stable than us, and he has rich combat experience. It is normal to become a relatively core member of the Avengers, but what about you? Gwen asked, looking at Peter Parker. Am I any different from him? Peter Parker asked rhetorically. You are just an ordinary person. If you don't get this ability, you will be an ordinary person who cannot be more ordinary. Of course you also have your advantages, but your situation is completely different from his. Gwen looked at Peter Parker speaking of. You don't have a lot of actual combat experience. What you have been dealing with are ordinary criminals, and you are already deeply doubting yourself. Gwen continued. I doubt myself? Do I have? Peter Parker asked confused. What did you just say? If you don't have the spider suit, you've lost everything? Did all your previous abilities depend on that suit? Don't you rely on your own ability? Gwen looked at Peter Parker's eyes questioned. Yeah, what's wrong with me? How confident I was when I didn't have a battle suit before. When did I become so dependent on the suit now? Peter Parker reflected on himself. Your real strength lies in your persistence. You have always believed in the saying that with great ability comes great responsibility, and you have always maintained your original intention. What's wrong with you now? Gwen asked while looking at Peter Parker. Yes, Uncle Ben said to me the last sentence that with great power comes great responsibility. I also forgot. After joining the Avengers recently, I got a little carried away. I thought that with the support of Mr. Stark and Arthur, I would be invincible. Feared. But in the end, you have to rely on yourself. If you want to be like Tony Stark and Arthur, you must have a strong heart. Arthur, what is the heart of the strong? Peter Parker figured it out. Before, he was a bit of a dead end. He wanted to get the approval of others, but he took a detour. He didn't have an honest and strong self-strength, and he wanted to use external assistance to succeed quickly. I see. Thank you, Gwen, you woke me up, thanks to you. Peter Parker looked at Gwen and said, it's fine if you really think about it. Don't try to prove yourself to anyone. Only by believing in yourself and surpassing yourself can you be truly powerful. Gwen said to Peter Parker. I figured it out, I know what to do in the future. Peter Parker looked at Gwen and said firmly. Gwen was very happy to see that Peter Parker regained his confidence. He likes Peter Parker, who is responsible, kind, and sincere. After the meal, Peter Parker and Gwen walked hand in hand on the streets of New York, shopping slowly. I still have 1 month left for my internship to end, and I'm going back to England to continue my studies. Gwen said a little unhappy. It's okay, don't worry, I will go to England to see you when I have the chance. Peter Parker assured Gwen. What if I go and hook up with other female classmates? Gwen suddenly asked Peter Parker. Ahem, am I the kind of person who can ride 2 boats? Peter Parker was startled by Gwen's words. You don't look like someone who can cheat, but if I find out what you have done to me, you will be finished. I will ask Arthur to throw you into the Pacific Ocean. Gwen looked at Peter Parker said viciously. Peter Parker swallowed, and immediately assured Gwen that he was a good man with 1 heart and 1 mind, and he would get married when they graduated from college together. Who promised to marry you? Let me think about the marriage. Gwen said mischievously. What? You still have to think about marrying me? Could it be that you are tempted by a man who is more handsome than me? Peter Parker also jokingly said. TCH, there are many men who are more handsome than you, but I just like you, who made you so special? Gwen said while holding Peter's hand. Although it sounds uncomfortable, I will only like you alone. Peter Parker said while holding Gwen in his arms. After meeting Peter Parker and Gwen, he thought a lot about it. After returning, he turned out the spider suit he made himself from under the cabinet again, and after putting it on, he planned to continue helping the weak to fight criminals in New York City. New York City night. Peter Parker sat on the roof of the building watching 2 police cars and a van chase down the road below. The van sprinted left and right in the traffic flow, while 2 police cars were chasing after it, and the sirens of the police cars were heard far away. Suddenly, the back door of the van opened halfway, and a robber poked his head out with a weird gun, aimed at a police car, and a purple energy ray shot out and hit the front wheel of the police car. The hit police car exploded and flew up, rolling on the road, and finally turned over on the side of the road with all 4 wheels in the sky. The enthusiastic crowd rushed to rescue the people in the car. The other police car was also taken aback, and distanced itself from the van, not daring to get too close to it. Unexpectedly, the robber had such a powerful weapon. At this moment, a red figure fell from the sky and jumped onto the roof of the van. The robber who was driving only heard a bang, as if something had fallen on the roof. The robber man opened the window of the car and was about to poke his head out to have a look, but suddenly a hand stretched out from the window and grabbed his clothes, and then the robber only felt a huge pulling force, and then his head was hit hard. I don't know anything at once. After the robber who was driving was knocked out by Peter Parker, the car lost control and rushed towards the green belt on the side of the road. Finally, the van crashed into a tree trunk, and the other robber in the car was also hit. Peter Parker got the two robbers out of the car and tied them up with spider webs. He checked the van, which contained 2 pockets full of US dollars, and a familiar energy weapon emitting purple light. Peter Parker frowned looking at this energy weapon emitting purple light. On the weekend, this day has come to make an appointment with Liz Allen to attend the homecoming dance. Since Peter Parker has made an appointment with Liz, he can't break his promise. Peter Parker put on a gray suit, held a gift for Liz Allen, dressed very formally, and took a taxi to the address given by Liz Allen. Peter Parker looked at the big villa in front of him and sighed that Liz Allen's family was really rich. Peter Parker took care of his clothes and felt that there was no problem, so he rang the doorbell of Liz Allen's house. Ding dong ding dong. The door opened, and it was a middle-aged man who opened the door, but seeing this middle-aged man, Peter Parker's cold sweat broke out immediately. It's him, why is he here? The man in front of him is the vulture monster that he has been tracking down. He is over 50 years old and has gray hair. He can't be wrong, it is him? You must be Peter. The middle-aged man asked Peter Parker. Peter Parker took a deep breath to calm himself down. The man in front of him should not recognize him, and he should not show his flaws. Yes, I'm Peter Parker. Peter Parker said with a fake smile. I'm Liz's dad, nice to meet you. Liz's dad Adrian Toombs extended his hand to Peter Parker. Nice to meet you. Peter Parker also reached out and shook Adrian's hand. Oh, you have strong hands, come in. Adrian brought Peter Parker to his house. Peter Parker looked around, and it was a bit difficult to accept the fact that Liz Allen's father was Vulture Freak, and he acted a little trembling. Hey, Peter, the guy is pretty handsome. Liz Allen's mother came from the side and greeted Peter Parker. Thank you, nice to meet you. Peter Parker was taken aback by her, but calmed down. Did you call him by the wrong name? Liz's mother asked Liz's father in a low voice. Freddie, Adrian asked. It's Peter, corrected Liz's mother. Oh, yes, it's Peter. Adrian nodded and continued to straighten the cutlery on the table. I'm going to get Liz to come out, Liz's mother said to Peter Parker, then turned and left. Peter Parker turned his head to look at Adrian. He couldn't believe that this polite man who was doing housework was the leader of a criminal gang that illegally stole alien materials and sold energy weapons without permission. Adrian noticed Peter Parker looking at him with burning eyes, and asked Peter Parker very strangely, Are you all right, Peter? Well, it's okay. Peter Parker replied awkwardly. Because your face looks pale, would you like something to drink? Bourbon or whiskey? Adrian asked Peter Parker with concern. No, I don't like drinking very much, thank you. Peter Parker shook his head and said. He's a pretty good boy. It's a good thing he doesn't like the drinking incident. The more Adrian looked at Peter Parker, the more satisfied he was. The boy his daughter brought back for the first time looked pretty good. Peter Parker felt very uncomfortable when Adrian looked at his son-in-law. At this moment, Peter Parker heard the sound of high heels behind him, and Adrian showed an expression as if he saw something incredible. Wow, you are so beautiful. Adrian suddenly exaggerated loudly. Peter Parker turned his head and saw Liz Allen wearing a red skirt and red high heels. Liz Allen was tall and had a good figure. Her long black hair and this dress made her look radiant. Don't be ashamed, Dad. Liz Allen secretly looked at Peter Parker in a suit and ties, and said shyly to his father. Am I right, Peter? Adrian asked Peter Parker. Yes, you are so beautiful. Peter Parker also nodded in admiration. Look, Peter's opinion is the same as mine. Adrian glanced at Peter Parker appreciatively. Is that a gift for me? Liz Allen asked looking at the gift box in Peter Parker's hand. Yes. Peter Parker handed the gift box to Liz Allen. Thank you. Liz Allen took the gift, but she felt that Peter Parker was a little strange today. His face was pale and he looked very nervous, and he kept looking at his father secretly. Liz Allen thought that Peter Parker might be a little intimidated by his first visit, so he didn't think much about it. I'll be your driver, let's set off quickly, or we won't be able to make it to the dance. Adrian said to Peter Parker and Liz Allen. No, we have to take a photo first. Liz Allen's mother took a camera from the table, asked Peter Parker to stand next to Liz Allen, and took a few photos of the two of them. But she found that Peter Parker didn't even smile, and his expression was a little stiff. Sir, you don't need to see us off, we can just take a taxi. Peter Parker said to Adrian. You're welcome, it's just a trivial matter. I'm going out of the city now, and I happen to be on the way. Adrian put on his coat as he said. He always runs errands at night, Mama Liz told Peter Parker. Today is the last time. Adrian replied. Peter Parker's eyelids twitched when he heard this. The last time? It's fun. Liz's mother said to Liz Allen. Thank you. Liz Allen hugged her mother, and the two lowered their voices as if discussing Peter Parker again. See you in a few days. Adrian said goodbye to his wife. Goodbye, baby. Liz's mother and Adrian hugged goodbye. Let's go, Peter. Adrian said to Peter Parker. Goodbye, Peter, good fun. Liz's mother also bid farewell to Peter Parker. Thank you, I will. Peter Parker replied politely. Peter Parker and Liz Allen sat in the back of the car, and Adrian drove the car on the streets of New York. Alan Leeds took a selfie with his mobile phone in the car, while Peter Parker said nothing, looking out the window with a preoccupied look. What are you going to do, Peter? Adrian asked Peter Parker suddenly. What? Peter Parker didn't understand what he meant. What do you plan to do after graduation? Adrian asked Peter Parker again. I might go to a technology company. Peter Parker said hesitantly. A technology company? Like Apple? Adrian continued to ask. Don't torture him, Dad. He has been an intern at Stark Corporation before, and he may work there in the future. Liz Allen said to his father. I'm just asking casually, an internship at Stark Corporation? That proves that your professional knowledge is good. Stark Corporation is not something that anyone can go to if they want to. I used to have business contacts with Stark Corporation, Adrian said with something in his words. Inside a moving car on the streets of New York City. Yes, a friend of mine knows someone from Stark Corporation, so he gave me this internship opportunity, but I don't have an internship with Stark Corporation now. Peter Parker continued to say to Adrian and Liz Allen arrive. Really? Why? Liz Allen asked. Yeah, in fact, the work is a bit boring, so I stopped doing it. Peter Parker said hesitantly. Aren't you bored? Don't you have a chance to meet Spider-Man? Liz Allen looked at Peter Parker and asked. Really? Spider-Man, what kind of person is he? Do you know him? Adrian asked suddenly. He is a very good person, very reliable. Peter Parker said awkwardly. Adrian looked at Peter Parker, who was hesitating, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He observed Peter Parker carefully, and always felt a feeling of déjà vu. Where have I met you? Where have we? Because your voice is also a little. Adrian asked Peter Parker. The more he looked, the more he felt that Peter's eyes and voice were familiar. I participated in academic competitions with him, and he came to my party. Liz Allen explained to Peter Parker. The party was great, really great. The house was beautiful, with lots of windows, laughs Peter Parker. You've only been around for a little while, Liz Allen said. It's not that short, is it? Peter Parker said. You disappeared after a while, Liz Allen said firmly. No, I didn't disappear. Peter Parker retorted. You disappeared as usual, and you did the same in Washington. In fact, I have been observing you all the time, Liz Allen said seriously. Peter Parker is about to break out in a cold sweat. Even if you observed it, you don't need to say it now, do you? Is this the rhythm I want to expose? The more Adrian thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Peter kept disappearing, and his voice was so familiar. What happened in Washington is terrible, are you afraid? Adrian carefully observed Peter Parker's expression from the rearview mirror. Peter Parker's expression stiffened immediately, he nodded mechanically, and held his breath to make himself look more natural. Then did you see your old friend Spider-Man? He must be very happy when he appeared in the elevator, right? Adrian asked, looking at Peter Parker in the rearview mirror. Actually, I didn't go up at that time. I saw it on the ground. Fortunately, he was there that day. Peter Parker was very uncomfortable seeing Adrian's scorching eyes. He is very nervous now, and he feels himself it is estimated that it has been exposed, and Adrian's next sentence confirmed his guess. Good friend Spider-Man. Adrian looked at Peter Parker and smiled wickedly. Liz Allen felt that the atmosphere in the carriage was suddenly a little weird, and his father didn't know what was wrong, but the car behind him honked and urged him not to leave. Dad, the light is green, Liz Allen reminded her father. The car started to move again, but Adrian and Peter Parker didn't speak again. The carriage fell silent, and the two were thinking about their own things. Adrian sent Peter Parker and Liz to the door of the school hall, where the homecoming dance was going to be held. We're here, we're at the place, Adrian said, looking at his daughter. Thank you, Dad. Liz Allen leaned over and kissed his father's face, and was about to get out of the car. You go in first, baby, I'm going to give Peter a father's lesson, Adrian said suddenly. Peter Parker's heart skipped a beat when he heard it, and he didn't know what he was going to say to himself. Do you want to turn against me here? Don't be scared by him, I'll go in first, love your dad, Liz Allen said to Peter, and then said goodbye to his father. Love you, baby, have fun, Adrian said to his daughter. Peter Parker watched Liz Allen walk into the auditorium, while he waited in his seat to see what Adrian wanted to say to him. Does she know? Adrian took out a pistol from under the car seat and turned to look at Peter Parker and asked. Know what? Peter Parker was not nervous now that he was alone with Adrian, and asked Adrian with a smile. It seems that she doesn't know, that's good. I admire her for keeping secrets. I have some secrets myself. I have so many reasons against my daughter dating, but in the end, Adrian made a helpless gesture to Peter. Peter, nothing is more important than family. You saved my daughter's life and I will never forget that kindness, so I will give you a chance. Are you ready? You go in and forget about these things, never come meddle in my business again. Otherwise, I'll kill you, and everyone you love, I'll kill you. That's the only thing I can do to protect my family, Peter. Do you understand? Darian looked at Peter and warned. Peter Parker lowered his head and did not answer Adrian's words. Hey, I just spared your life, what should you say? Adrian asked while looking at Peter Parker. Thank you, replied Peter Parker. Very good, you go in now and let my daughter have a good time, understand? Don't be too happy. Adrian looked at Peter Parker and said. Peter Parker glanced at Adrian, opened the car door and got out of the car. The car slowly drove out of the school. Peter Parker looked at the car going away and didn't know what he was thinking. Peter Parker walked towards the auditorium and saw the students singing and dancing through the glass door. Ned and Michelle both saw Peter Parker beckoning him to come over. But Peter Parker's mood did not improve with the cheerful music, and he became more and more heavy. Peter Parker opened the door of the auditorium and walked in. Through the dancing crowd, he saw Liz Allen in a red dress talking to his classmates. Peter Parker walked towards her. Liz Allen also saw Peter Parker and walked towards Peter happily. "What did he tell you?" Liz Allen asked Peter Parker with a smile. "I have to go. I'm sorry. This is unfair to you. I'm really sorry." Peter Parker hesitated and said to Liz Allen, then turned and ran towards the side door quickly. Liz Allen, who was left with a confused and uncomfortable face, was now standing still, watching the back of Peter Parker leaving. Peter Parker quickly rushed to the corridor of the teaching building. He came to the locker, lifted the locker vigorously, and took out a backpack from below, which contained the spider suit he had made himself. Peter Parker changed into his clothes and ran out from the side door of the school. Just as he got in front of a school bus, he was blown away by a huge force. It turned out that the bald black man was waiting for him here with the electric shock glove. He gave you a chance to choose, but you made the wrong choice. The bald head walked up to Peter Parker and said, "What's the matter?" Peter Parker shook his head and said, the feeling of paralysis all over his body was very familiar. "What's the matter with your old-looking clothes?" The bald head looked at Peter Parker and asked, and then the glove in his hand made another electric shock, and walked towards Peter Parker with a ferocious expression. "My net shooter." Peter Parker lay on the ground looking at the net shooter that was blown out and landed in the distance, and wanted to go up and pick it up. Peter Parker immediately got up and ran towards the net shooter. Watching Peter Parker's movements with his bald head, he punched the front of a yellow school bus next to him with an electric fist. The whole school bus was kicked into a spin. Peter Parker just ran in front of the net shooter. The tail of the car was thrown out, and hit another school bus hard. The bald head came over, kicked Peter Parker's net shooter out, and walked towards Peter Parker while touching the electric shock mechanical glove in his hand and said proudly, "I was still skeptical about this thing, but I didn't expect so easy to use." Just as Peter Parker wobbled to his feet, his bald head punched him hard. Peter Parker was instantly sent flying by the huge impact, smashing through the car glass into a school bus. Peter Parker was punched more than 10 meters away, and his whole body was paralyzed by the electric shock. He lay on the floor of the school bus and couldn't get up for a long time. The bald head walked up to the school bus and punched the school bus hard again. The school bus was rolled and flew out. Peter Parker also bumped up and down in the school bus and screamed. After the school bus spun a few times in the air, it smashed its wheels upside down on the parking lot and smoked. Peter Parker opened the school bus door and jumped out, lying on the ground with pain all over his body. "Why did he send you here?" Peter Parker asked as he looked at the bald head crawling towards him step by step. "You'll never know." The bald man obviously had murderous intentions. He raised his electric shock glove, and the electric current on the glove was turned on to the maximum, emitting a dazzling light. Just as he was about to kill Peter Parker, a spider web flew from afar. The electric shock glove was stuck. Peter Parker and the bald head turned their heads to look in the direction of the spider web. It turned out that Ned had arrived, holding Peter Parker's web shooter in his hand, and the spider web was still connected to the bald head's metal arm. "Beautiful." Peter Parker exclaimed happily, grabbed the spider web and pulled it hard to pull the bald head out of shit, then pulled the web shooter from Ned's hand and put it on his wrist. Turning around, a ball of spider silk shot out, sticking the bald head who had just stood up to the school bus. The movement was clean and neat. "Yes, Ned, that winged vulture is Liz's father," Peter Parker said in front of Ned. "What did you say?" Ned was also taken aback by the news. "It's true, I have to tell Mr. Stark. You help me contact Happy Hogan. He is Mr. Stark's security director, and then go find a computer and help me track my mobile phone." Peter Parker, after speaking quickly, he turned and prepared to leave. "Are you all right?" Ned asked Peter Parker aloud. "Hurry up, we have to catch him before he goes out of town." Peter Parker jumped onto the street lamp, shot out a spider web and swung far away. Ned also turned around and ran towards the school, to cooperate with Peter according to Peter Parker's instructions. Flash, Peter Parker's classmate, was about to drive a convertible car with the blonde girl whom he had met at the prom to take her out to play. Suddenly, Spider-Man jumped from the sky onto the hood of his car, and took Flash and the blonde girl away. They were all terrified. "Flash, I need your car and your mobile phone," Peter Parker said to Flash with a young voice. "Sir, technically this is my dad's car, so I can't." Flash stammered. "Bring it to you," said Peter Parker. Flash and the blonde lady stood on the side of the road and watched their car being driven away by Spider-Man, and also knocked over a row of bicycles on the roadside, which made Flash very distressed. Peter Parker drove Flash's convertible on the street. This was his first time driving. Arthur had taught him several times before, but he still didn't get his driver's license. "Ned, did you hear that?" Peter Parker called Ned on Flash's cell phone and said loudly. "This is Ned." Ned was operating a computer in the computer classroom. "Ned, I need you to help me track my phone," Peter Parker said. "Sure, where's your phone?" Ned asked Peter Parker. "In Lee's dad's car." Turns out Peter Parker dropped his phone on Adrian's car before getting out of the car. "You're so smart." "He just passed the game station on Jackson Avenue," Ned said, paying attention to Peter Parker's mobile phone location. Okay, how do you turn on the headlights of this car? I'm driving Flash's car. Peter Parker asked Ned, who had only learned how to drive a car roughly, but hadn't learned how to turn on the lights. Let me check the operation manual. Ned turned to another computer and searched the internet for the operation manual of the Audi sports car. Okay, I'll turn on the speakerphone for you. Peter Parker put the phone aside after turning on the speakerphone, and drove seriously. You stole Flash's car, that's amazing. Ned exclaimed. It's really amazing. Hurry up, get out of the way, get out of the way. Peter Parker dodged left and right on the road, overtaking indiscriminately without lights, and almost collided with the rival car several times. Are you all right? Ned asked worriedly at Peter Parker's yelling. This is my first time driving. The last time I drove Arthur's car to practice on the road with no one. Have you contacted Harpy? Peter Parker drove the car on the road, in the traffic ran around. I'm trying to contact him. I have to break through the back door of the mobile phone system. Ned fumbled on the computer, his hacking knowledge finally came into play. Technical support, it's just too cool, Ned thought happily. We're taking off in 9 minutes, hello, who's calling me? Ned finally found Happy Hogan's number remotely from Peter Parker's phone and dialed. Mr. Happy, I'm Ned. Ned said immediately. Who are you? Happy had never heard Ned's name. I'm Peter Parker's companion, and I have something very important to tell you, Ned said quickly. Are you kidding me? Happy hung up the phone too lazy to listen to Ned's words, and Ned scratched his head helplessly. Ned, have you figured out how to use these headlights? Peter Parker's voice came from the phone again. The knob on the left side of the steering wheel, turn clockwise. Ned read to Peter Parker, who hadn't learned to drive, looking at the instructions on the computer. Left? All right. Perfect. Where is my phone now? Peter Parker successfully opened the car and asked Ned. He parked in an old industrial park in Brooklyn, Ned said. That doesn't make sense. I thought he said he was going out of town. Peter Parker dodged several other cars and headed towards Brooklyn. It's really strange. By the way, I contacted Mr. Happy. He doesn't seem to like you very much. He is busy catching a plane and said that it will take off in 9 minutes. Ned said to Peter Parker. What? Peter Parker asked strangely. I see boxes all around him, Ned went on. Box? It's moving day, I know. He's going to hijack that plane? I have to stop him. Peter Parker had heard Tony Stark say that there was still a batch of supplies to be delivered to the Wakanda base. It must be this plane. Peter Parker didn't expect that Adrian would have his idea on the Avengers, and planned to rob the Avengers transport plane directly. Whether he succeeded or failed, his fate would be miserable. So he has to stop Adrian for the Avengers or for Liz Allen. Peter Parker drove the car to the place where Adrian was parked. Because of a turning problem, Flash's car was overturned. Although Peter Parker helped it turn over, the paint on the side of the car was already horrible. I'm sorry. Yes, Flash. You keep trying to contact Happy, Peter Parker said to Ned, and then ran towards Adrian's car. It's an honor, Spider-Man. Ned was still happy to be Peter Parker's tech support when the lights in the computer room went on. A female caretaker came up to Ned and asked, What are you doing here? There's a dance. I'm looking at study materials. Ned immediately closed his notebook and said to the administrator. Peter Parker took back his mobile phone, went to the roof of the factory in the old park, opened the metal cover of the ventilation shaft, and entered the huge old factory through the vent. I saw a lot of computers inside, and the monitors and some weapons production programs were displayed on the monitors. The monitors were Tony Stark Tower. Peter Parker turned and looked back, and saw a pair of metal mechanical wings, and Peter Parker recognized that they were the mechanical wings of the vulture monster. Peter Parker did not act rashly, and continued to look around carefully. He saw an open door next to him. Peter Parker jumped down with a spider's thread and came to the door. Inside the gate is a huge warehouse. On the innermost workbench of the warehouse, Adrian is repairing a turbine on the metal mechanical wing. Hi, here I come, surprised. Peter Parker roared. Oh, Peter, I didn't hear you come in. Adrian turned to Peter Parker and said. It's over, I caught you, Peter Parker said loudly, walking towards Adrian step by step. Peter Parker, I really admire your courage, and I can see why Liz likes you. Really, I wasn't sure when you first walked in my door, but I do now. Addie Ann turned and put on the leather jacket and sat on the workbench and said to Peter Parker. How could you do that to her? Asked Peter Parker. To her? I didn't do anything to her, Peter. I did it for her. Adrian said, looking at Peter Parker. Humph, is it? Peter Parker shot out a ball of spider silk and stuck Adrian's left hand to the workbench. Peter, you are still young, you don't understand what the world is like. Adrian said, but I understand that selling weapons to criminals is wrong. Peter Parker interrupted Adrian. Then where do you think your friend Stark got the money to build that building? And his little toys? He can make so much money just because of that computer game? Those high-ranking, powerful people, they can do whatever they want. And people like us, like you and me, they don't care at all. The more Adrian spoke, the more excited he became. We paved the way for them and fought for them, but they don't care about us at all. The Avengers completely abandoned us after they disbanded, so now we can only follow them to pick up the leaks, and we can only eat their leftovers. The world is so cruel, so I know you understand what I'm talking about, Peter. Adrian looked at Peter and said, Why are you telling me this? Peter Parker asked. Because I hope you can understand, and it will take a while to take off. Adrian was delaying time. He took out a remote control and pressed it, and the mechanical metal wings automatically pierced through the wall and flew towards Peter Parker. Peter Parker jumped up, avoiding the attack of the mechanical wings, but the mechanical wings turned a corner and continued to hit Peter Parker. The mechanical wings kept attacking Peter Parker, smashing the surrounding pillars and walls apart, and Peter Parker dodged up and down. Sorry, Peter. Adrian said to Peter Parker. What are you talking about? This thing didn't touch me at all. Peter Parker stood still and said. Yes, but I didn't intend to touch you. Adrian said, looking at Peter Parker. The mechanical wings continued to fly, breaking the remaining pillars together. When Peter Parker reacted, the entire factory collapsed. Countless concrete slabs smashed towards Peter Parker, and Peter Parker was buried immediately. Boss, they have already started the engine, hurry up. Adrian's companion's voice came from the intercom. Okay, I see. Adrian said into the walkie-talkie, and then looked at Peter Parker who was buried by stones. I'm sorry, Peter Parker, turned around and walked out of the factory. Not far from the factory, the Stark Tower is very obvious. On the roof of the Stark Tower, a huge transport plane is preparing to take off. In the ruins of the factory, Peter Parker lifted a stone slab and exposed his head. He breathed heavily in the cracks between the stones. The situation just now scared him a lot. He was lucky that he was not directly hit by a huge stone. Die. Peter Parker took off his mask and supported his body vigorously, but the stones on his body were so heavy that he couldn't even move. Peter Parker struggled hard, but did not shake the stone at all. Peter Parker screamed. His heart was beating very hard, and his whole body was shaking. He regretted it very much now. He was still too young. If Arthur encountered this situation, he would never say a word to the enemy to give the enemy time to prepare. Arthur once said that the villain died because of talking too much, but he didn't expect that he was careless, and he didn't destroy Adrian's mechanical wings in the first place, so that he had a chance to fight back against him. He was really inferior. Is there anyone? Help! Peter Parker cried loudly, hoping that someone could come to save him. Is anyone there? I'm below, I'm stuck. I can't move, I can't move, I can move. Peter Parker calmed down slowly, knowing that no one would come to rescue him. He heard a loud noise with the sound of running water. I looked up and saw my reflection and the spider mask in the puddle of water in front of me. Peter Parker remembered what Tony Stark said to himself, if you are nothing without this suit, then you don't deserve it. Peter Parker thought of Arthur, Pietro, and other members of the Avengers. Why can't they do what they can do? What kind of superhero is hiding under the protection of others? Come on, Peter. Come on, Spider-Man. Come on. Peter Parker gritted his teeth and used all his strength to slowly lift up the boulder weighing more than 10 tons. Here is super burning BGM. Ah! Peter Parker yelled. He raised his hands to lift 2 huge stones, and slowly stood up. He did it. At this moment Peter Parker completely transformed. Peter Parker crawled out from the ruins, coughing violently. He looked up at a huge abandoned billboard in the distance. Adrian was sitting there wearing mechanical wings, waiting for Tony Stark's large transport plane to take off. On the roof of Stark Tower, a huge transport plane slowly took off from the platform, preparing to go to the Wakanda Avengers base. On a billboard in the old factory park below, Adrian is wearing a metal mechanical wing device, igniting the engine and preparing for action. The mechanical wings have been modified by him countless times, and the power is much stronger than before. It can move at high speed in the sky. Peter Parker came under the billboard, shot out spider silk and rushed towards the billboard, and hung under Adrian's metal wings with the spider silk the moment Adrian took off. The Avengers transport plane activated the reflectors in the air, and the color of the entire plane became exactly the same as the sky, and disappeared into the sky. Adrian used the thermal imager to track the invisible transport plane in the sky, but he felt that his flight power was a little weak, a little strange. Adrian turned his head and looked back, but he didn't see Peter Parker who fell far behind him. Adrian thought it was a psychological effect, so he didn't think much, and increased his power to chase the transport plane ahead. Peter Parker firmly grasped the spider web, watching his feet getting farther and farther from the ground. His heart was pounding, and Peter Parker, who was afraid of heights, yelled in the air. Adrian flew higher and higher with Peter Parker, and finally passed through the clouds and came to the stratosphere, getting closer and closer to the transport plane. Adrian approached the transport plane obliquely below, avoided the camera on the transport plane, and finally flew under the transport plane and fixed it to the bottom of the transport plane with the magnetic suction device on his hand. My God! My God! Peter Parker was also dragged to the bottom of the transport plane, stretched out his hand to suck the chassis of the transport plane, felt the strong wind oncoming, and looked down at the clouds below. I was dizzy. If I fell from here, I would be smashed to pieces. Adrian activated the new function of the mechanical wings, the high-altitude layer sealing form. The entire mechanical wing was retracted and Adrian was tightly wrapped inside, forming a cocoon-like shape. Adrian lay inside and took out 4 purple squares, which were the energy phase shifters used before. The same trick was repeated to form a purple energy area at the bottom of the transport plane, and Adrian passed through the purple area and entered the spaceship. Peter Parker struggled to grab the bottom of the spaceship, trying to shoot out the spider web, but because the convective air was too strong, the spider web was blown away as soon as it shot out, and Peter Parker almost fell himself. Fortunately, Peter Parker glued a spider silk to the steel plate under his body, and caught the spider silk at the moment Peter Parker was blown off by the wind so that he did not fall off the transport plane. Adrian walked directly towards the cab. This time his goal was not to steal equipment, but to hijack the entire transport plane. He used the strong magnetic glove on his mobile phone to remove the door of the cab, walked in and found that the transport plane is actually unmanned and remotely piloted. Then take out the instrument and plug it into the console, copy the transponder signal, launch the decoy drone, and reset the coordinates. The decoy drone can allow the Avengers locator to show the location of the transport plane, so that Adrian can steal the transport plane without anyone noticing. Peter Parker struggled to climb under the metal mechanical wings that had turned into a cocoon, and tried hard to open the metal mechanical wings. Suddenly a small decoy drone was ejected from the metal wings, and Peter Parker could only watch the decoy drone fly away into the distance. Adrian came to the cargo warehouse of the transport plane. He took off his helmet and looked at the boxes of equipment piled up in the cargo warehouse, and smiled happily. This time he really made a fortune. He opened a box, and there was a box of Tony Stark's energy reactors neatly arranged inside, and there were hundreds of them. In other boxes are all kinds of alien weapons, all in full boxes, and there are also parts of Tony Stark's armor, the equipment of Captain America Steve Rogers, and the equipment of other Avengers members. Transport planes are the weapons and equipment of the Avengers. If Tony Stark knew that his transport plane had been hijacked, he wouldn't jump in a hurry. Arthur didn't need these equipment, and there was nothing in the entire plane that belonged to Arthur. Peter Parker tried his best to break the metal wings but couldn't break them off, so he changed his method, sticking upside down to the bottom of the plane and shooting spider webs to fix himself firmly, then raised his right foot and kicked the metal wings hard. The metal wings were loosened by Peter Parker's continuous kicks. Strong wind poured into the transport plane from the gap. Immediately, the transport plane automatically detected that there was a problem with the airtightness of the fuselage, and the alarm went off. Adrian was taken aback by the sudden alarm, and immediately returned to the console. He saw Peter Parker hanging upside down at the bottom of the plane from the monitor on the console. Adrian was suddenly furious, and he clenched his fist and slammed it on the console. This Peter Parker is really an unbeatable Xiaoqiang. Half of the warehouse was destroyed and he was not crushed to death, and he was followed on the plane. What a fucking ghost. Send him back when I go out. Adrian thought hard in his heart, then returned to the cocoon made of metal mechanical wings, and put on the metal mechanical wings again. Just when Peter Parker was about to continue kicking the metal mechanical wings, the turbine on the metal mechanical wings turned again, and the wings suddenly spread out, revealing Adrian's green eyes. Adrian left the bottom of the plane and flew away. Peter Parker knew that he was about to attack him, so he immediately crawled towards the side door of the plane. It's just an ordinary homecoming, lying outside an invisible plane, and dealing with the father of a female classmate? I'm really miserable. Peter Parker complained while crawling on the side door of the transport plane. Suddenly Adrian rushed towards Peter Parker quickly. The metal mechanical wings spread out and cut the fuselage of the transport plane, trying to cut Peter Parker in half together. Peter Parker shot spider silk towards the metal wings, lowered his head to avoid being cut by the mechanical wings, and was dragged by Adrian to fly into the air, but Peter Parker also stuck a spider silk to the transport plane. He firmly grasped the two spider threads in the air, and Adrian, who was diving forward, was suddenly staggered by Peter Parker's spider thread, interrupting his flight. The spider silk stuck to the transport plane still couldn't withstand such a strong pulling force and suddenly broke. Peter Parker fell directly towards the screw engine of the plane in the air. Peter Parker was about to be smashed into a pulp by the screw engine of the transport plane. He shouted loudly, and used the last resort to continuously shoot spider silk into the screw engine. In the end, Peter Parker hit the engine. Before Peter Parker hit the engine, it was entangled by countless spider threads and stopped. Peter Parker escaped his life. Adrian also lost his balance and crashed into the other engine, his metal wings being thrown into the screw engine. Eventually a small part of the wingtip was broken off, and the transport plane's screw engine caught fire and was completely destroyed. I really don't believe this is possible. Peter Parker breathed a sigh of relief holding the screw engine full of spider silk. It was so thrilling that he almost went to see God. Suddenly the entire engine broke due to his impact just now and flew backwards. Peter Parker pulled the spider silk and stayed on the wing, but fortunately he did not fall. Peter Parker crawled on the wing and suddenly heard a whoosh. He immediately rolled to the side, and a big hole was cut in the position where he was just now. It turned out that Adrian made a comeback and attacked Peter Parker again. Peter Parker now came to the front of the huge spiral turbine engine in the middle of the plane. Adrian suddenly descended from the sky and came in front of Peter Parker, and the metal wings pierced Peter Parker fiercely. Peter Parker let go of his hand and fell back a certain distance to avoid Adrian's attack. Adrian pulled out the metal wings inserted into the fuselage of the transport plane and continued to insert towards Peter Parker. Peter Parker could only continue to let go and fall back a certain distance to avoid the attack, but behind him was the aircraft screw engine, and he himself could not avoid it. Adrian just wanted to let Peter Parker fall into the turbofan of the screw engine, and he used his wings to stab Peter Parker fiercely. Peter Parker jumped up and avoided the screw engine behind him, stuck the shell of the screw engine with spider silk, and fell on the engine with his whole body, and the engine started to catch fire because of the fight between Peter Parker and Adrian. "Boss, the plane is about to crash, you have to get out of there immediately." The voice of his partner came from the intercom and asked Adrian to leave the plane immediately. "No, I can't go home empty-handed," Adrian said loudly. He used metal wings to cut the shell of the transport plane, trying to break open the plane and take away a box of weapons. Peter Parker pulled the spider silk back to the turbine engine. He saw a scene not far away. The plane seemed to go back again, swooping in the direction of New York City. Oops! Peter Parker now has to find a way to change the course of the plane, otherwise he will rush into New York City and hit any building, causing countless casualties. Peter Parker looked at the tail of the plane and got an idea. He shot spider silk and stuck it to the left tail, and pulled the tail with all his strength to make the tail tilt upward. The huge transport plane flew close to the building over New York City, and many citizens saw this sight. With the efforts of Peter Parker, the transport plane made a large circle over New York, avoiding many high-rise buildings, and Peter Parker's spider silk was also torn off. Adrian cut open the plane cabin and saw the whole box of the arc reactor. He stretched out the iron claws on his feet and grabbed the box, trying to get it out. Peter Parker was relieved that he didn't hit the building. Climb on the wing and watch the transport plane fall towards the beach next to a seaside amusement park, where there should be no one. The transport plane knocked down the big pendulum in the amusement park and fell towards the beach on the ground. When the transport plane hit the beach on the ground, the damaged fuselage disintegrated and became two halves. Peter Parker was also thrown out by the impact of the plane landing, and rolled and jumped more than 10 meters away on the beach. Adrian also fell out and rushed a long distance on the beach. Because of the inertia, the transport plane advanced a long way on the beach before it came to a complete stop. Now the entire beach along the coast is full of burning plane wreckage, which looks very spectacular. Peter Parker was lying on the beach, his whole body in pain. He took off his mask and spit out a mouthful of sand, only to hear buzzing in his head. The impact just now probably gave him a concussion. Peter Parker stood up and looked at the flames of the surrounding plane wreckage. He felt very sick and uncomfortable. Suddenly he saw a huge black shadow on the left side rushing towards him, and Peter Parker was hit and flew out. It turned out that Adrian rushed towards Peter Parker. After knocking Peter Parker into the air, Adrian also fell on the beach. The metal mechanical wings were severely broken. "Peter, look at what you've done." Adrian stood up, with electric sparks flashing on the wings on both sides. He looked at Peter Parker viciously, and his plan was repeatedly sabotaged by the man in front of him. Adrian flew towards Peter Parker quickly, and Peter Parker rolled forward and avoided it. Adrian turned around and flew over Peter Parker, and landed towards Peter Parker, with the metal claw of his right leg firmly stepping on Peter Parker's chest. Peter Parker screamed as he was grabbed and crushed by the metal right hand, and Adrian raised his strong magnetic metal glove and punched Peter Parker on the head with a punch. Peter Parker grabbed Adrian's fist, and Adrian grabbed Peter Parker's body with his giant metal claws and flew up. Peter Parker moved Adrian's giant metal claws with both hands in the air and fell down. Peter Parker turned around and shot a spiderweb towards Adrian's arm. Peter Parker rebounded with the spiderweb, kicked Adrian's head hard, and then reached out to grab Adrian's metal grip. Adrian's mechanical wings were seriously damaged, because Peter Parker lost his center of gravity when he fell below, and both Adrian and Peter Parker were spinning in the air. Peter Parker let go of his hand and fell down, hitting the beach. Adrian fell from the sky and stepped on Peter Parker's back hard. The giant metal claws spread out and grabbed Peter Parker and flew him up, then stumped him back to the ground heavily, and finally threw Peter Parker to the ground. Peter Parker was made to crawl on the ground, unable to move for a long time by Adrian's continuous attacks, and Adrian suddenly stretched out his metal wings and stabbed Peter Parker's head fiercely. Peter tilted his head to avoid the attack, but also pierced the spider suit around Peter Parker's neck. Adrian hooked Peter Parker's suit with the tips of his mechanical wings and lifted him up. Looking at the dying Peter Parker, Adrian felt particularly relieved, but he thought of his daughter's decision to let Peter Parker die, and he suddenly saw through Peter Parker the boxes of arc energy reactors scattered all over the place in the distance. "I won the lottery." Adrian threw Peter Parker aside like trash, took off his helmet, and flew towards the arc reactor box. The paws of both feet grabbed the iron box and prepared to take it away, but Adrian didn't notice that his metal wings were seriously damaged, and might explode completely before flying into the sky. Peter Parker looked up and saw Adrian holding the box with difficulty. The metal mechanical wings were sparking, and the energy engine in the middle also had problems. Your wings are going to explode." Peter Parker shouted to Adrian, but Adrian didn't hear him. Peter Parker stretched out his almost unconscious right hand and shot a spider thread towards the metal box, trying to pull down Adrian, who was flying up. "You should go home, Peter." Adrian felt the pull and turned back to Peter Parker. "I want to save you. Your wings are about to explode," Peter Parker shouted. Adrian didn't accept Peter Parker's favor, and cut Peter Parker's spider silk with the tips of the mechanical wings, and continued to stagger into the air. Peter Parker wanted to continue shooting the spider silk but found that the web shooter had failed and he couldn't shoot the spider silk anymore. He suddenly saw that Adrian's engine was completely out of control, and Adrian also fell from the sky. Boom! There was an explosion where Adrian fell, and the flames burst into the sky. No! Peter Parker looked at the place where Adrian fell, gritted his teeth and insisted on standing up, and rushed into the flames. Peter Parker rushed into the flames and saw Adrian, who was under the pressure of the metal wings. He touched the metal wings and wanted to lift them off, but was screamed by the hot metal. Peter Parker found a place where the temperature was not too hot, and forcefully lifted the metal wings, freeing Adrian from the metal mechanical wings. Peter Parker carried Adrian, walked out of the fire with difficulty, and threw him on the beach beside him after getting out of danger. Adrian didn't die. He woke up from the pain of being hit by Peter Parker on the ground. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Peter Parker who saved him, and looked at Peter Parker with a complicated expression. Half an hour later, when the search and rescue personnel from the Stark Company came here, they saw the supplies of the Avengers Alliance being neatly piled up together, and Adrian was tied into a dumpling by spider silk and lying on the ground. On the ground, Happy Hogan saw a piece of paper next to Adrian, which said catch a flying vulture monster. Sorry about the plane? Spider-Man. Happy was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, it was Peter Parker who caught the hijacker. And Peter Parker was sitting and resting on the roof in the distance. Watching all this, he panted heavily. He finally did it. Arthur and the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy spent 2 days recuperating in the city of Utgay, the star of Katie. Quill and the Rockets made a big splash in the casino, and finally won back all the losses they lost last time. Dracula the Destroyer gave a good lesson to the blind challenger in the arena. Arthur and Gamera also bought all the supplies, and Arthur went to the massage parlor last time for a good night's rest. The next day, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy and Arthur went to buy upgrade parts for the spaceship. This time, they wanted to upgrade the Predator Galaxy Guardian. Rocket was picking from a pile of materials in the spacecraft refitting factory, but Quill was looking at something different from Rocket. Quill was looking at the stereo. Listening to music is Quill's favorite hobby in his spare time, so it is very necessary to re-upgrade the stereo on the spacecraft. Rocket has already purchased the materials he needs, and Quail is still hesitating in a large room of stereos. Arthur followed Gamera and looked around. There is no place on Earth that sells so many high-tech parts. The Treeman Groot and the Destroyer Draculas rested boredly with their eyes closed. The Rocket couldn't wait any longer, so he drove directly in front of Quill and said to the 2 audio bosses pointing to the ground, "No need to choose. I need these 2. Hey, I haven't made up my mind yet. Why did I decide to have these 2? Quill asked while looking at Rocket in puzzlement. You know what a fart. These 2 are the most powerful of all the speakers. I'm helping you readjust the power supply. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Rocket said disdainfully, crossing his arms. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. I'll just trust you once. Quill was right after thinking about it. He still doesn't have Rocket expertise in these mechanical things. Rocket filled out the order form, paid the deposit, and waited for the boss to deliver everything directly to the spacecraft. The 6 of them left the spaceship modification factory together and walked towards the parking lot. Sar has already contacted the Sovereigns. We just need to go directly to Sovereign Star, and then their High Priest will send someone to receive us. Quill said to everyone. The more I think about this matter, the more unreliable it becomes. In my impression, the Sovereigns have always been a race with their noses up in the sky. Why would they come to such a place to issue missions? Rocket said to Quill. Who knows? Maybe they are the kind of people who are stupid and have a lot of money. Quill shrugged and said. Do you think that the race that talks about yourself as the perfect gene in the universe will be a fool all day long? Just say this kind of thing here. If they hear it, all 6 of us will die. Aari looked at Quill and warned. I think there is only one possibility, which is to ask us to be cannon fodder. The task is estimated to be very dangerous, so I asked a bounty hunter to complete it. Arthur rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. No matter what, we are bound to get the 200 billion reward, and we have Arthur's help. No matter how strong the enemy is, as long as Thanos is not here, we don't have to be afraid. Quill patted Arthur on the shoulder and said. Arthur S.E. smiled wryly. Brother, you really think highly of me. Let's go and listen to what they want us to do before deciding whether to accept this task. If the conditions are too harsh, let's give up. Life is more important than money. Gamera thought for a while and said to everyone. Okay, that's it, let's go, Sovereign. Quill shouted. The 6 returned to the Predator spacecraft in a small spaceship, just as the modified parts of the spaceship they ordered were also delivered, and Rocket paid the final payment after counting the quantity. Under Arthur's magic, several large boxes of spaceship modification parts automatically flew into the cabin, and everyone boarded the spaceship and set off for the Sovereign Star. It's another long space voyage, isn't this your daily life? Arthur asked lazily on his seat. Just get used to it. I've been living like this since I was a child. Quill said to Arthur. Then your childhood was really miserable. What about Gamera? How did you get through these years? Arthur asked Gamera. Me? I followed my father, planet by planet, to practice his so-called benevolence, so killing has become numb to me. Gamera said blankly. Boom! Dracula the Destroyer punched the armrest of the seat, and said viciously, if Ronan hadn't obeyed Thanos' order to wash my hometown with blood, I wouldn't be left alone. Now the only goal is to avenge them. Calm down, our goals are the same, sooner or later we will have a battle with Thanos, and we will avenge your relatives. Quill said to Draculas. I'm Groot. Groot also comforted Draculas. Rest assured that we will succeed in the end, I promise you. Arthur said, looking at Dracula the Destroyer. Humph, I'll just trust you once, and then I'll kill Thanos with my own hands to avenge my wife and children, Dracula the Destroyer said. Arthur thought that if you wanted to take revenge with your own hands, you would probably be hanged up and beaten by Thanos, but when I gather everyone's strength to fight against Thanos, I will surely succeed. Where's the rocket? Arthur asked Quill strangely. The rocket disappeared as soon as he boarded the spaceship. Where else can it be? I'm busy modifying the spaceship. It's just a hobby. I remember dismantling my spaceship when I let him ride it for the first time, Quill said helplessly, and then suddenly the entire spaceship lost power while driving, and the lights in the spaceship went out together. What's the matter? Power outage. Arthur asked strangely. What else could be the matter? Probably the rocket turned off the main switch. Don't worry, it will be fine as soon as it replaces the parts, Quill said indifferently, and the others are also used to it. It seems the rockets do this kind of thing a lot. After a while, the spacecraft suddenly lit up again, and the engine was reignited. Quill immediately renavigated and continued to set off. Look, will it be fine in a while? Quill said to Arthur while operating the spaceship. The core components of the engine have been upgraded, and the next step is to upgrade the firepower part. The rocket jumped out from a maintenance hole under the floor, and then dug out weapons one by one from a large box of parts piled up next to it. Fiddling with. When will you get my stereo? Quill asked Rocket. What are you in a hurry for? I'll help you slowly debug after I finish all these things, Rocket said without raising his head. Okay. Quill could only agree helplessly. After the rocket replaced the core engine parts of the spacecraft, Arthur felt that the speed of the spacecraft was significantly faster. It seemed that the hundreds of millions of purple gold were not spent in vain. Quill was driving the spaceship and was about to start a space jump. The Sovereign Star is very far away from here, and it takes 6 space jumps. Arthur has completely adapted to the space jump, and Arthur, who watched the spaceship shuttle through the wormhole, no longer suffers from airsickness. The Predator Galaxy Guardian spacecraft is advancing in space, heading towards the legendary Supreme Star Sovereign. After 3 days of sailing, Arthur and the 6 finally arrived at the Sovereign Star Field. The entire Sovereign Star Field is very strange. The so-called Sovereign Star is not a planet, but a star field composed of 8 planets connected together. The largest of the 8 planets is the main star of Sovereign, and countless ordinary sovereigns live on it, while the other 4 smaller planets are auxiliary stars, which are controlled by the more prestigious Sovereign. The stars live. The remaining small planet is called the highest star, and there are 2 smaller satellites beside it. It is inhabited by the priests of Sovereign, with an ancient palace made of gold on it. On Sovereign, the priests belong to the royal family of the country and hold the supreme power in their hands. And the technology of the entire Sovereign Star Field is very advanced, and the entire 8 planets are connected together with Sovereign technology. The 6 of Arthur felt particularly shocked when they looked at the 8 planets in front of them. Even Quill and the others had never been to Sovereign, but had only heard of the legend of the Supreme Star. When the Guardian of the Galaxy spacecraft was approaching the frontmost small planet, it received a warning from Sovereign, and Quill made a video call with the escort fleet of Sovereign Star, expressing that he was invited by the High Priest Aisha to complete their bounty mission. The Sovereign Guardians asked the Guardians of the Galaxy to wait for news outside the planet, and warned them to shoot them down with defensive artillery if they ran around without permission. The Sovereigns are really domineering. Quill hung up the video call and said to the 5 people, "They have always been like this, don't care, we just need to complete the task and take the money and leave." Gamera said to Quill. Compared to this, I think this group of golden sovereigns is more interesting. Each of them looks like they grew up eating gold powder. Rocket laughed at the appearance of sovereigns. It's good to talk about this kind of thing here. We still have to keep a low profile when we go to their territory in a while. Quill said to the rockets. Why, are you still afraid of them? I'm not afraid of them. If I get angry, I will tear their high priest in half. Dracula the Destroyer shouted loudly. Forget it, you will be blasted to pieces by gunfire before you do it, Gamera said with a glance at Dracula's the Destroyer. Okay guys, the purpose of our coming is 200 billion purple gold. In order to get 200 billion, everyone must bear with it. We have to show sincerity. Quill persuaded several people. Well, I'll listen to you just once for the sake of money, Dracula the Destroyer said impatiently, but the rocket didn't care. Arthur found it more interesting to watch a few people bickering. If Arthur remembered correctly, they would be hunted down by the sovereigns after this mission. Friends of the Guardians of the Galaxy, our High Priest Aisha invites you to the Supreme Palace. Please follow my spaceship to the Supreme Star. Suddenly the voice of the Sovereign Star came from the spaceship's walkie-talkie, letting Arthur and the others directly to meet their High Priest in the highest star. The rocket controlled the spaceship and followed a group of golden triangle warships in front of it and flew towards the smallest planet, which was the highest star with the High Priest's palace. The Predator spacecraft of the Guardians of the Galaxy landed on a huge square, and Arthur and the 5 Guardians of the Galaxy walked off the spacecraft. Arthur came to the highest star and found that the gravity here is similar to that of the Earth, and the surrounding buildings look very tall, with golden palaces everywhere, and there are rivers and green plants outside the palace. The ground is made of very smooth yellow stones, and the whole planet looks like a rich man, full of resplendent gold and jade everywhere. It's almost like coming to Asgard. It seems that aliens have the same aesthetics and like golden things. In the distance, a group of guards lined up towards Arthur and the others. All of these people had golden skin and golden hair. They all wore golden armor and held golden guns in their hands. They looked like golden saints. It was the first time that Arthur felt that gold was so earthy. Arthur thought that his Aquaman's armor was also golden, and he suddenly felt that the golden Aquaman's armor was not fragrant. The front of the guards was led by a female priest. She was obviously much higher level than these guards, and she was also wearing golden satin clothes. The priestess came to stand in front of the 6 people, and said to the 6 people, "You are the guardians of the galaxy, right? I am Shasha, the priest of the Sovereign Star. Welcome to the Sovereign Star Field." The priestess spoke very politely, but Arthur and the others didn't feel polite at all in the expressions of the priestess. They always felt that the priestess in front of them had a superior posture, giving people a very arrogant feeling. "Hello, we are the guardians of the galaxy. We are invited by your high priest this time. Can you take us to meet your high priest? Speaking of course, the high priest has been waiting in the palace for a long time. Please follow me." Priestess Xiaoshan nodded and said to the 6 guardians of the galaxy, then turned and walked towards the largest palace. Arthur and the 6 immediately followed, and together they went to see what the legendary high priest Aisha looked like. The 6 Arthurs followed the priestess Xiaosha to the foot of the palace. Arthur raised his head and looked at the huge golden palace in front of him, feeling very shocked. The palace has an architectural style in Norse mythology. It has a row of very large columns. The palace looks like a spaceship as a whole. A huge spherical building on it is the main body of the palace. The long stairs lead to a huge golden door. The entire palace is made of gold, and even the stairs Arthur walks up have a strong metallic texture. "You Sovereign Star is really rich, and you actually used so much gold to build the palace," Arthur said to the priestess Xiaosha with emotion. "We sovereigns all have perfect genes and powerful technology, so our wealth is one of the few in the universe, so you can rest assured that the rewards for helping us complete the mission this time will definitely be generous." Priestess Xiaosha also don't reply, very arrogant. "It's easy to say, there is no task that our guardians of the galaxy cannot complete. As long as the money is in place, nothing will trouble us." Quill rubbed his hands and said to Priestess Shasha. He saw that Sovereign Star is so rich, this time the 200 billion purple gold is stable. Arthur and Gamera looked away as if they didn't know this guy. It was too embarrassing. Quill was like a very Philistine businessman. The 6 people followed the priestess Xiaosha up the very long golden staircase and finally came to the golden palace. The style in the palace was finally no longer golden. The walls that have been changed to blue are inlaid with gold decorations, which looks both noble and high-tech. On both sides of the palace are golden-skinned guards with weapons standing guard. After entering the palace, what you see are rows of golden-skinned sovereign senior officials. Most of them are men, wearing all kinds of clothes, some are suits, some are coats, and they finally look comfortable, and no one is gold. In the innermost part of the palace, the high priest Aisha is waiting in front to receive everyone from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Arthur and the 6 walked through the hall to the innermost hall of the palace. The high priest Aisha was sitting on a huge golden seat in the middle of the hall, waiting for the Guardians of the Galaxy. Arthur and the others came to the high priest Aisha and observed the supreme ruler of the Sovereign Star Field in front of him. The high priest Aisha was wearing a golden robe, a golden crown, golden skin, and golden hair, and she looked like a golden statue. There are 2 priestesses beside the high priest Aisha, also wearing golden robes. Arthur saw that only priests in Sovereign were women, and women were the real rulers, while men were just ordinary people. High priest Aisha stood up from the throne. She is estimated to be 2 meters tall, and she looks very delicate and looks very noble. "Friends from the Guardians of the Galaxy are welcome to visit us on Sovereign. I am Aisha." The high priest Aisha said to the 6 Arthurs with a smile on her face. "We are very honored. I am Peter Quill. They are all my partners. We heard that Thrall said that you need our help, High Priest, so we rushed here immediately." Quill walked forward to Aisha speaking of. "Yes, our planet's sovereign needs a strong team to help us tide over the difficulties. Thrall recommended you Guardians of the Galaxy to me. It is said that you once defeated Ronan the Kree." High Priest Aisha said carefully. Observing the Guardians of the Galaxy, several people asked. "Yes, Ronan the Kree accuser actually led troops to invade Xandar. Of course, we Guardians of the Galaxy cannot ignore it, so we cooperated with the Nova Corps to resist the Kree invasion and successfully eliminated Ronan the accuser." Quill raised his head and said righteously. He didn't want to be inferior in front of Aisha. "Very good. We need the help of strong people like you. If you help us tide over the difficulties, I promise to pay you 200 billion purple gold." High Priest Aisha said to Quill with a smile. When the Guardians of the Galaxy heard Aisha admit to giving 200 billion, Quill, Rocket and Dracula's all smiled, and only Arthur, Gamera, and Groot were expressionless. "So, what do you need us to do?" Quill asked Aisha. "Did you see the small planet above your head when you came to the highest star?" Aisha asked Quill. "Of course I saw it. It is a very beautiful golden planet. In fact, there is such a planet in my hometown." Quill nodded and said, No, that planet is different from ordinary planets. That planet is the source of energy for our sovereign star. We rely on it to absorb energy from the universe to charge our batteries." Aisha told the 6 people explained. "So that's the case, so what do we need to do?" Quill asked Aisha. And that energy star will generate wormholes nearby every 10 years, and a monster that likes to eat energy objects will emerge from the wormhole. For so many years, we have relied on powerful people to help us resist these invasion of monsters. The next time the monsters arrive is only a few days away, so this time we can only rely on you. The High Priest Aisha said to the 6 people. Quilton breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the sovereigns were going to make them do something difficult. Wasn't it just a monster invasion? It's just that little Kay died, and they didn't need Arthur to take action to get it done. So that's the case. I want to ask, how many monsters come at a time? Quill continued to ask Aisha. Usually only one comes, and there are records that once came too. Aisha said to Quill. Haha, it's just a monster, you can leave it to us Guardians of the Galaxy, we promise to help you get it done. Quill assured, patted his chest. That's really great. The safety of the energy star of our Sovereign Star is entrusted to you Guardians of the Galaxy. Since everyone has come to Sovereign Star from a long distance, please have a meal in the palace in a while, and then the priest Xiaxia will lead you directly to the energy star, please everyone. Aisha said happily, and asked Xiaxia to lead the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy to the side hall for dinner. After Quill thanked Aisha for her hospitality, he and Arthur followed Priest Xiaxia to a side hall for dinner. I didn't expect this task to be so simple. Sal is really a friend. He introduced all such good things to me. Next time I see him, I must buy a bottle of good wine for him. Quill said excitedly to the 5 people while walking. Indeed, it's beyond my imagination. This mission is a bit too simple, but who made the sovereigns all stupid and rich? Rocket said brazenly. Gamera patted Rocket on the head to tell him not to talk nonsense, and looked at Priest Xiaxia apologetically, but Priest Xiaxia didn't care about Rocket's rudeness at all. Priest Xiaxia brought 6 people to the side hall, which is a place for dining. The overall style of the side hall is the same as that of the hall, with blue walls inlaid with gold and metal, which looks very noble. Xiaxia led the 6 people to a huge golden table, which was already filled with all kinds of delicacies, and there were waiters who were constantly bringing new dishes to the table. Friends of the Guardians of the Galaxy, please have a meal here first, and I will lead you to the energy star after your meal. Priest Xiaxia said to the 6 Guardians of the Galaxy. Thank you High Priest Aisha for your hospitality, and Priest Xiaxia for your care, then we will not be polite. Quill said to Priest Xiaxia. Please use it slowly. Priest Xiaxia turned her head and left after finishing speaking. The 6 of Arthur sat down at the dining table, Dracula's and the Rockets had already started feasting, and for the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, they just didn't want to eat for nothing. Arthur also picked up the fork and ate the unknown meat in front of him, and several other people also started to do it, even Groot began to eat. I still feel a little wrong. This sovereign is so advanced in technology, shouldn't he be unable to deal with even a monster? Why do you need to spend a lot of money to invite us? Gamera said to the 5 people. Who knows, the sovereign people are stupid and have a lot of money, so it's hard to say that they are just too lazy to do it. Rocket said while gnawing on a leg of lamb. I think that Aisha is quite kind. Although she gives people a sense of superiority, I don't feel her malice. Quill put down the fork in his hand and said. You don't think he's a good person just because he looks good, do you? Dracula's asked Quill. Nonsense, am I that kind of person? I'm a single-minded good man? Don't you think so, Gamera? Quill looked at Gamera with a flattering expression and asked, but Gamera just ignored him. I guess Aisha thinks that the lives of the sovereigns are very precious, and they took us for a snatch. Didn't you find that the sovereigns are very proud of their genes? Arthur said to several people arrive. Whatever his purpose is, we just complete the task and take the money and leave. If they dare to renege, hehe. Rocket said while eating. That's right. We only want money, and we don't care about anything else. Degula's was also gnawing on a chicken. After drinking and eating, Priest Xiaxia appeared in front of several people again, leading everyone to leave the palace and walk towards their spaceship. Priest Xiaxia and Quill boarded the Predator Galaxy Guardian together, and under her guidance, the rocket controlled the spaceship and flew towards the energy star above the head. The size of the energy star is not big, just a little bigger than the moon. There are also cities and people living on it, and above the cities are huge solar energy. Calling them solar energy is not accurate, but they are actually composed of circular squares surrounded by 6 gleaming spherical energy storage devices. Countless energy radiates from the center of the planet and outer space. It can be said that it can store all the energy in the universe, and then convert it into usable energy through this circular platform to charge the battery of Sovereign. Such platforms are spread all over the planet, and one platform can only charge 12 sets of batteries. Under the guidance of Priest Xiaxia, the Guardians of the Galaxy heard the spaceship on a tarmac, and then everyone took out the prepared weapons and equipment from the spaceship, and followed Priest Xiaxia to the largest charging platform. Wow, what are these? Quill asked, looking at the huge gleaming spherical energy storage device. This is our energy storage device. The energy is transported here along the pipeline and then stored in this device. We call it the energy core. Priest Xiaxia explained to Quill. Okay, then our task is to guard these energy devices, right? Then when will the monsters come? Rocket looked at the surrounding energy cores and asked Priest Xiaxia. I don't know about this, but we predict that it will come soon, and every time it comes, it will be accompanied by strong spatial fluctuations. Priest Xiaxia said. What kind of monster are you talking about? Gamera looked at Priest Shasha and asked. We call it the source-devouring beast. Priest Shasha replied. Essence-devouring beast. Quell and the others were stunned. The UN-devouring beast is the scariest monster in the universe. Mouth. If it really is the UN-devouring beast Quill, the 6 of them are here to seek death? Don't worry, the UN Devourer they are referring to is not the legendary UN Devourer, but another huge monster, am I right? Priest Shasha. Arthur bowed to Jing. A few people who stayed said. Yes, the reason we call it the devouring beast is that it eats energy for a living, so it covets our energy devices, not the legendary UN devouring beast. Priest Shasha nodded and said. Scared me, it turned out to be the meaning of this source devouring beast. Well, since this is the case, you can rest assured to leave it to us, Priest Shasha. Quill changed back to a confident look, and assured Priest Shasha rode. Then I will trouble you. The nearby residents have already evacuated here in advance. I will go back and wait for your good news. Priest Shasha said looking at the 6 people. Okay, don't worry if you leave it to us. Quill said, patting his chest. Priest Shasha nodded, turned, and left. Quill and the others also opened the box containing the weapons and prepared to use them. After a while, the sky suddenly darkened, and the originally clear sky instantly became cloudy, accompanied by lightning and thunder. The 6 of Quill looked at the vision in the sky and knew that the enemy was coming. Arthur looked at the sky speechlessly. How could this source-devouring beast have the same appearance as Thor, and it was always accompanied by strong wind and lightning before it came? The show is about to begin, are you ready? It's coming soon. Quill took out a small space tester, holding it in his hand to detect the value of space fluctuations. Then let's make it come and go. Gamera took out a huge energy gun from the weapon box and adjusted it in his hand. I thought you were good at using swords. Quill looked at Gamera in surprise and said. Didn't I learn this from you? And they hired us to deal with monsters in the dimensional space that like to eat batteries, so I'll use a sword to deal with them. Gamera looked at Quill speechlessly and said. You used to like to use swords, I just think it's a bit inappropriate for both of us to use guns. Quill said proudly. Digulas, why didn't you wear the flying device designed by the rocket? Gamera saw that everyone was wearing the flying device, only Dracula the Destroyer didn't wear it, Grote, the tree figure, couldn't wear it, and Arthur it would have flown. Because it hurts, said Dracula the Destroyer. It hurts. Gamera looked at Dracula's suspiciously. Why does it hurt to wear a flying machine? My breasts are very sensitive. Dracula the Destroyer said, the flying chest designed by Rocket is to protect the chest, just like wearing a bra. Ha 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 ha, my penis is very sensitive, it's really you, ha ha. Rocket laughed loudly, imitating the tone of Dracula's. It's none of your business. What are you doing there? Dracula asked angrily, looking at the rocket. I'm assembling the speakers that Quill wanted, so that I can listen to music while working. Rocket was tinkering with the pair of speakers that Quill bought before. Is that thing important? Do you need to get it at this time? Dracula the Destroyer looked at the lightning in the sky more and more frequently and turned his head to the rocket and asked. It's all for Quill, it's not that he insists on me getting it done quickly so that he can listen to the song. Rocket pointed at Quill. Actually, I agree with Dracula's on this matter. It's a bit unprofessional for you to do this now, Quill said to the rocket. Okay, I'll listen to your Quill, Rocket said while raising eyebrows with Quill. No, I mean it, Dracula's is right, Quill said, looking at the rocket. I understand. You are serious this time. Rocket began to wink at Quill again. What do you mean blinking there? Dracula's questioned the rocket, watching it blink wildly. Damn it, I blinked with my left eye, Rocket said to himself. Arthur covered his head and watched these live treasures perform. The more nervous they are, the more they will work. The space began to become more and more unstable, and some little monsters that looked like dinosaurs had begun to appear on the platform. Grote didn't particularly like this kind of long, ugly monster, and trampled them into pools of blood one by one with his feet. Grote, are you disgusting? Don't do it. Rocket looked at Grote and said. I'm Grote. Grote said he couldn't bear it. You don't need to shoot Arthur for a while, we can take care of it ourselves. Quill came to Arthur and bumped Arthur with his arm and said. Are you serious? Arthur asked, looking at Quill. Of course, I didn't make a move last time when I caught the fallen. You and Dracula stole the limelight. This time it's up to me, Quill said confidently. Okay, don't blame me if you die. Arthur nodded and stepped back. This may be the decision you regret most. If you can't beat it later, I suggest you call for help, Rocket said, looking at Quill. Quill ignored the rocket, took out 2 pistols and prepared to go to war. Will I not be able to fight? What are you kidding? There was a sudden gust of wind in the sky, and a colorful space channel suddenly formed in the dark clouds. A long and very ugly monster rushed out of the space channel and descended from the sky, swimming towards the platform where Arthur and the others were. This monster called the Devouring Beast is huge, with 8 young tentacles resembling octopuses, a big head with 2 protruding eyes and a huge mouth. Oh, let's get serious, Rocket said, looking at the huge monster rushing down from the sky. The monster hit the platform head first, without any injuries. Dracula the Destroyer roared with 2 daggers and was about to rush up and attack the monster. Arthur watched from the side with his arms folded, live broadcasting the Guardians of the Galaxy vs Dimension Devouring Beast. The huge source devouring beast opened its mouth wide, bearing a mouthful of teeth and roaring at the Guardians of the Galaxy. Dracula the Destroyer yelled and rushed to the monster and stabbed it with a dagger. Quelgamora and Rocket activated their jetpacks and soared into the sky, attacking the monster with energy weapons in their hands. But Groot didn't intend to go up at all, he was still dealing with the little monsters on the ground, he seemed to have a soft spot for them. Why don't you help? Arthur asked Groot. I'm Groot. Arthur understood. What Groot meant was that it couldn't beat this source-devouring beast, and it would add to the chaos. Arthur was right when he thought about it. Groot's size and strength are not as big as the devouring beast. Wouldn't it be courting death to go up and fight it? Arthur took out a large energy cannon from the dimensional space and handed it to Groot. Here, you can use this to hit it from a distance. I'm Groot. The tree man Groot took over the large energy cannon, which fit just right in his hand, and shot at the huge source-devouring beast in the distance. The recoil knocked Groot back a step, and a huge energy ball hit the monster's forehead. The source-devouring beast let out a scream, but it was still unscathed. Good fight, Groot. Just hit like this? This source-devouring beast is too resistant, damn it. Rocket flew in the air and took the sniper rifle Arthur gave her to attack the source-devouring beast, but couldn't break the source-devouring beast. The skin of the source beast. Quill was also shooting in the air while avoiding the tentacle attack of the devouring beast, and Gamera was also shooting from a distance. The most exaggerated one is Dracula's the Destroyer, holding one of the tentacles of the devouring beast tightly, gritting his teeth and stabbing it fiercely with a dagger. Arthur saw Quill's new stereo and his Walkman beside him. Arthur went forward, inserted the audio cable into the extremely advanced 3.5mm headphone jack on the Walkman, and pressed the play button, and the dynamic music was immediately broadcast from the two speakers, allowing everyone in the square to hear it. The source-devouring beast suddenly opened its mouth wide and sprayed out colorful corrosive liquids towards the rocket in the air, and the rocket turned around and dodged immediately. The sniper rifle in his hand shot towards the eyes of the devouring beast, and the devouring beast roared loudly, and the colorful energy spewed out towards Quill, who was constantly attacking it. This time it was flames. Quill was shocked immediately, turned off the engine and fell from the sky, avoiding the flame attack of the source-devouring beast, but then the tentacles of the source-devouring beast pulled towards Quill. Quill was rubbed by the tentacle of the devouring beast on the ground, and was sent flying to the side of Arthur, lying on his stomach in a state of embarrassment. Arthur shook his legs while listening to the music. While drinking the drink he was carrying, he asked Quill, who was lying on the ground, "Are you all right? Are you okay?" Quill stood up in embarrassment, picked up the pistol in his hand and continued to shoot, and said to Arthur with a swollen face and a fat man, "I'm completely fine." As a result, the tentacle of the devouring beast pulled out quickly again, knocking Quill into the air, and hitting Arthur. Arthur snapped his fingers, and the body and the sound on the ground were wrapped in red energy and became transparent. The tentacles passed through Arthur's body, and Arthur continued to drink and listen to the song without anything to do. Dracula the Destroyer was entangled by the tentacles of the source-devouring beast, and flung wildly in the air. Dracula yelled in the air, and then the tentacles ruthlessly threw Dracula to the ground. Dracula's eye slammed heavily on the ground of the platform, and was dragged back by the tentacles, and continued to slam. Arthur felt his face hurt when he looked at it, and it was because Dracula had thick skin and thick flesh that he was fine. Quill and Rocket snaked in the air to avoid the various energies sprayed out of the source-devouring beast's mouth. As expected of a monster that grew up eating energy, countless energies could be sprayed out from his mouth. Dracula was slammed to the ground again, and Arthur stood beside him, joking with him, "Does it hurt? It hurts even when I look at it. How long are you going to keep making sarcastic remarks here?" Dracula tore up and asked Arthur. "I'm Groot." Groot also expressed his dissatisfaction with Arthur. "It was Quill who told me not to make a move. He said he wanted to show his talents." Arthur said, looking at the embarrassed Quill in the sky. "Okay, I admit that I'm being overwhelmed. Arthur is better for you." Quill shouted in the air. "This monster's skin is too thick, it can't be pierced from the outside, I have to attack it from the inside." Dracula said, looking at the source-devouring beast in the distance. No, Dracula's, wait." Gamera wanted to stop Dracula's stupid behavior. Just when Dracula was about to go, Arthur grabbed him. "Why are you stopping me?" Dracula asked Arthur. "Idiot, he has a thick skin on the outside, isn't he not thick on the inside? Go and watch, if you are in his stomach for a while, it will be very uncomfortable." Arthur withdrew his mouth and said, and then walked straight towards Chiwiyuan Beast. The devouring beast saw this coward who had been hiding aside and wanted to come up to provoke him. The devouring beast opened its mouth wide and faced Arthur. "Get out of the way, Arthur!" Gamera yelled loudly, watching the movement of the devouring beast. Without dodging or dodging, Arthur took out the mysterious ring from his trousers bag and put it on his hand. A stream of colorful energies from the mouth of the devouring beast shot towards Arthur. Arthur drew a circle in the air with Xianring's right hand. A blue portal was formed instantly, and colorful energies instantly rushed into the portal and disappeared. After the source-devouring beast stopped spraying energy, Arthur drew a circle again, and a huge blue portal formed above the source-devouring beast's head. "I'll give it back to you." The colorful energies gushed out from the portal above the head of the devouring beast, instantly submerging the body of the devouring beast. "Oh, it's comfortable this time." Rocket in the air looked at the devouring beast and laughed. When the portal disappeared and the energy dissipated to reveal the body of the devouring beast, everyone realized that it was still unscathed. This monster is really difficult to deal with. He devours energy and is not afraid of all kinds of energy attacks. Quill said looking at the source-devouring beast. Then loosen your muscles and bones. Arthur appeared next to the devouring beast in an instant, grabbed one of his tentacles and swung it vigorously. The UN devouring beast was pulled into the air by Arthur's huge strength and flew up. The whole scene was very shocking. Arthur could actually fling the UN devouring beast that was so much bigger than him in the air like an object. In fact, Arthur does not have such great power. Arthur secretly used the energy of the reality gem to change the weight of the source-devouring beast. Arthur smashed the source-devouring beast to the ground of the platform, and the source-devouring beast screamed after being hit by Arthur. It was really enjoyable to watch. Arthur quickly rushed towards the source-devouring beast lying on the platform, and punched the source-devouring beast flying from the platform. Then Arthur grabbed the source-devouring beast's tentacles and pulled it back from the air, and sent it flying into the air with another uppercut. Arthur squatted down and jumped up, rushed towards the source-devouring beast in the air, and continued punching the source-devouring beast in the air. The huge impact sent the source-devouring beast flying higher and higher. The 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy only saw the devouring beast screaming in the air, and Arthur kept punching the devouring beast's body fiercely from below. This face really left Quill speechless. Is the gap between them so big? Before the Guardians of the Galaxy could only rely on the infinite kite of the Origin devouring beast, but after beating the Origin devouring beast for a long time, nothing happened. Now watching Arthur chasing and beating the source devouring beast like a sandbag, the gap is too obvious. Arthur's series of attacks resembled the actions of the Super Saiyan in the anime Dragon Ball. Arthur noticed that although the source-devouring beast had rough skin and thick flesh, it was not completely immune to attacks. It's just that there is too much energy stored in the body, and the stored energy can be consumed to recover from injuries, just like the boss with a thicker blood bar in the game. Arthur took out the golden trident, and a magic teleportation circle suddenly appeared above the source-devouring beast, and the red energy ray shot out and hit the source-devouring beast fiercely. The devouring beast was blasted by this huge energy and fell towards the platform below. When several members of the Guardians of the Galaxy saw this situation, they immediately ran to the side, fearing that they would be hit by the devouring beast. Boom! The devouring beast hit the platform heavily and screamed again and again. The entire platform floor was smashed into a big hole. Arthur dropped a trident from the sky and slashed fiercely at the wound on the jaw of the devouring beast. Suddenly the whole wound was cut open by Arthur, and the devouring beast was directly disemboweled by Arthur, screaming and falling to the ground without breath. The yellow mucus flowed all over the floor. Arthur walked up to the 5 people, put away the trident and said, "It's done. It's really disgusting," Gamera said looking at the monster's slime on the ground. "Haha, the mission is completed. 200 billion purple gold is in hand," Quill said happily. "This time we don't need money anymore," Rocket said while packing his weapons. "Do you think the money is enough?" Gamera asked Rockets. "For me, of course, the more money the better," Rocket said exaggeratedly. Dracula the Destroyer walked over to the golden battery storage to observe and asked, "What do they call this?" "Call this a power cell," Quill said, putting on his red leather jacket. It turned out to be an edge battery. Dracula the Destroyer said with a sense of enlightenment. "The two of us are talking about completely different things. Each of the things I'm talking about is worth -million yuan, so the sovereign stars let us protect them," Quill said. Rocket heard that a small battery was worth -million yuan. He walked up to pull one out and observed it in his hand. He came up with the idea of these batteries. Arthur didn't stop the action of watching the rocket. Arthur didn't have a good sense of the sovereigns. They felt that they were superior, and they didn't see any great strength. Apart from their relatively advanced technology, they didn't feel that they were noble, and they asked Arthur to guard the battery. To put it bluntly, they used the Guardians of the Galaxy as cannon fodder. They felt that it was no big deal for outsiders to sacrifice. The Asgardians, who also claim to be noble, are different. They like peace very much and treat civilians of any race in the 9 realms with respect. After packing up, several people walked towards the Predator Galaxy Guardian, boarded the spaceship and went to the highest star to receive the reward. In the Great Hall of the Stars, "I am very grateful to you for your desperate efforts, members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. We cannot risk the lives of the people of Sovereign. Everyone is born exactly according to the design of the group, perfect in body and mind. We control the DNA of the offspring and let them grow up in the fertility cocoon," the High Priest Aisha proudly said to several members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. "How uncomfortable are the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy? What does it mean that your DNA is perfect? These sovereigns are all made with biological machines. I prefer to create people in the traditional way," Quill said to the High Priest Aisha with a smirk. "Perhaps one day you can give me a history lesson, using the old traditions of your ancestors, and we can have a good exchange of techniques," High Priest Aisha said with a slight smile. "Okay, I'm very honored, in the name of academic exchanges. But I think that, a bit too explicit. I'm not the kind of casual person." Originally Quill wanted to continue flirting, but his peripheral vision seeing that Gamera was staring at him with sharp eyes, he immediately changed his words. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. What about the reward you promised us? Come on, we will be happy on the road after getting the reward." Gamera suddenly felt irritable, and walked forward and said to the High Priest Aisha. Aisha, who was sitting on the throne, moved her fingers, and the priestess Xiaxia came to Quill with a golden tray, and there was a glowing diamond card in the tray. Quill knows this kind of card. It is a VIP card that can only be obtained from Zygen with a gold stock of more than 100 billion in the universe. With it, one can enjoy special treatment in many places of advanced civilization. There are 200 billion purple gold in this card, and this is your reward for this adventure. High Priest Aisha said expressionlessly. When Gamera saw that the reward was in hand, she turned and walked towards the outside of the hall. Thank you very much, High Priest Aisha. Quill put away the diamond card and saluted High Priest Aisha. What bloodline are you, Mr. Quill? Just as Quill was about to turn and leave, High Priest Aisha asked suddenly. My mother is from Missouri, Quill said. What about your father? High Priest Aisha looked at Quill with burning eyes and asked. I'm not from Missouri anyway, that's all I know. Quill hesitated and said. I see an unusual family lineage from you. This mixed blood looks really special, it's just nonsense. High Priest Aisha said to Quill. Several members of the Guardians of the Galaxy frowned immediately. What is this woman talking about? And you? Mr. Arthur, I see from you that you also have an unusual bloodline, and you have 2 special powers. The High Priest Aisha looked at Arthur again and said. My parents are ordinary Missourians. As for the special power, I think you have misunderstood it. Arthur replied with a blank expression while crossing his arms. I'm very confident in my vision, Mr. Arthur. High Priest Aisha said proudly. Do you know, I heard that you are all self-righteous bastards, but now I realize that it's just nonsense. Rocket interrupted Aisha's words, and raised eyebrows with Quill and the others. The hall was full of discussions, and the sovereigns were whispering. They didn't expect these people to dare to speak wild words in front of the High Priest. Did I blink the wrong eye again? Sorry, I should have blinked secretly. Before the Rocket could finish speaking, he was dragged away by Dracula the Destroyer. Quill and Arthur also turned and left. It was better for them to leave here immediately before the sovereigns got angry. You should be glad they didn't kill you, said Dracula the Destroyer to the Rocket. It's up to you to say, do you need to buy some batteries? Rocket opened his pocket and slowly revealed a pocket of energy batteries. Dracula the Destroyer burst out laughing when he saw it. As expected of a rocket, this method is really enjoyable. Several people returned to the Predator Galaxy Guardian, and the Rocket started the spacecraft engine and said, okay, let's leave this disgusting planet quickly. This time it is a rewarding return. I'm Groot. Groot was also very happy. It is indeed a rewarding experience. I hope we can leave alive. Arthur said something in the sidelines. Leave alive? What does this mean? Rocket asked. You know what I mean. Arthur closed his eyes and meditated after finishing speaking. No one can stop me if I want to go. Rocket mumbled, and then controlled the spacecraft to fly into space. Quill took a shower and changed his clothes, came to Gamera and said, she said those things about my father, who does she think she is? I know you're a little sensitive about this, Gamera said. It's nothing sensitive, I just don't know who he is. If I look like I'm flirting with Aisha, I don't mean that. Quill immediately explained to Gamera what happened in the hall. He saw Kamora Mora was a little upset. I don't care even if you mean that. Gamera turned and left. I think you care. That's why I have to apologize, I'm sorry. Quill said loudly to Gamera who was leaving. Gamera is not your thing, Quill. Dracula the Destroyer suddenly appeared next to Quill, startling Quill. You are everywhere. Quill looked at Dracula's and complained. There are 2 kinds of people in the universe, one who can dance and the other who can't. The first time I met my lover was at a war rally. Everyone in that village loved dancing. Only one woman is an exception. My Oret, I knew right away that he was the one for me. Even when the most beautiful music in the world was played, she would not raise her foot to beat the beat. Completely indifferent, others thought she had dead. Dracula the Destroyer was talking about his love experience. It sounds sexy. Quill said insincerely. I was congested right then. Dracula the Destroyer drove with a serious expression. Okay, I get it. That's right. I can dance and Gamera can't, Quill said. You just need to find a woman who is as inconspicuous as you, Dracula the Destroyer said, looking at Quill. Okay, Quill replied disapprovingly. At this moment, the spaceship alarm suddenly sounded, and everyone walked towards the spaceship control room. It's strange, there is a fleet of sovereigns approaching us from behind. Why did they do this? Quill looked at the screen showing behind their spaceships, a large sovereign spaceship and densely packed small sovereign spaceships gathering. What do they want? Gamera also opened the seat and sat on it. Look, I said it's hard to leave today, Arthur said lazily from the side. What do you mean? Quill turned to look at Arthur and asked. Probably because Rocket stole some of their batteries, said Dracula the Destroyer. Dude. Rocket immediately yelled at Dracula's, saying that he would sell himself if he would keep it secret for me, and Dracula's couldn't stop him. Well, he didn't steal the battery, and I don't know why they chased us, it's weird. Dracula the Destroyer explained far-fetchedly. Suddenly Quill jerked the joystick to the right, and the ship instantly tipped over to the side. A stream of yellow energy shoots from the sovereign spaceship behind towards the Guardians of the Galaxy. They actually came for real. Rocket and Quill together manipulated the spaceship to move left and right in space, avoiding Sovereign's attack from behind. What's going on in your head? Quill asked the Rocket as he steered the ship. Brother, those batteries are really easy to steal, Rocket said with a laugh. Is this your reason? Gamera also asked the Rocket sternly. Please, you saw the High Priest's aloof appearance, I must show her some color, Rocket said loudly. I didn't expect your motives to be so selfless. No wonder those sovereigns didn't understand your kindness. They even wanted to come and kill us. Quill sarcastically pointed at Rocket. You're right. Rocket said. Don't you understand I'm sarcastic at you? Quill said aloud. No, you should use a sarcastic tone, or I'm going to look like a fool now. Rocket also said loudly. I said, can you wait until this space war is over? Gamera shouted at the two of them. I think the Rockets did the right thing. They should show them some color. Arthur said. I'm Groot. Groot also agreed with the Rockets' approach. It seems that someone is still on my side. Rocket said happily. Then how are you going to deal with these enemies? Quill asked, pointing to the densely packed small spaceships ahead. You can kill at ease. I will leave the safety issue to me. Arthur put his hand on the wall of the spaceship after speaking, and the red energy spread along the wall and instantly enveloped the entire spaceship. Then let's kill and kill. Rocket laughed, and drove the spaceship towards the hundreds of spaceships opposite. The energy cannon fired at full power and wiped out the enemies piece by piece. The energy attack of the Sovereign spacecraft hit the Guardian of the Galaxy and was offset by Arthur's red energy. The Guardians of the Galaxy seemed to be in an uninhabited land, rushing and shooting indiscriminately among the countless Sovereign spacecraft, and the countless Sovereign spacecraft exploded piece by piece. You didn't kill anyone, these spaceships are all piloted by remote control. Gamera said to the Rocket. Indeed, the Sovereigns have really achieved the ultimate in protecting their people. Arthur also said. In the military base of Sovereign Star, more than 2,000 golden-skinned Sovereigns sit on machines that look like electric toy motorcycles, watching the big screen, controlling and attacking the Guardians of the Galaxy as if they were playing a game spaceship. The remote control machine of the person who was blown up would turn red, and the Sovereign yelled angrily, saying that the Guardians of the Galaxy spacecraft could not be broken with energy protection, and it was simply a reopening? What are you still dawdling about? Fleet Commander Aisha stood on the high console and watched the troops below flashing red. The spaceship was destroyed, but the spaceship of the Guardians of the Galaxy is still unscathed. Ask the commander next to you. Master High Priest, those batteries are extremely flammable and explosive, and they might destroy our entire fleet. And their spaceships have special energy protection. It's not so easy to break through. The commander replied in a low voice. What I care about is their disrespect to us. Hiring them and not letting them steal our things is the greatest blasphemy. High Priest Aisha said with a grim face. All fleets obey the order? Hit the fire and kill the target. The fleet commander ordered loudly into the loudspeaker. The Guardians of the Galaxy suddenly discovered that the Sovereigns attacked them like crazy, which was completely different from before. Although the spaceship was protected by Arthur's red gem energy, the spaceship was also shaken by the energy cannon. We can't go on like this. Arthur, can your energy shield hold on? Gamera asked Arthur loudly. Of course I can. Arthur replied. We have to speed up to get out of here? Let's do a space jump. Quill said loudly. But the closest jumping position is still 47 kilometers away, and you have to pass through the quantum asteroid group. Gamera pointed to a dense group of meteorite-sized asteroids in front of him. Quill controlled the turning of his head and flew towards the asteroid group. The spacecraft flew in the densely packed asteroid group, and the densely packed Sovereign spacecraft followed closely. Wow, let you see how powerful the most powerful spaceship pilot in the universe is. Quill said loudly. What? The most powerful person is me. Rocket said unhappily from the side. No matter which of the two has better piloting skills, the spacecraft shuttled around the asteroid group under the driving of the two without hitting a single asteroid. On the contrary, the fleet of Sovereign spaceships who were chasing after him continued to crash into asteroids and explode, and the asteroid group was full of flames for a while. What are you doing? Rocket asked as Quill adjusted the master pilot of the ship to his pilot's seat. I've been flying this plane since I was 10 years old, Quill said proudly. I'm a mechanical dynamicist who professionally drives spaceships. The rocket immediately adjusted the main driving position back. You're a professional idiot of a mechanist. Quill cursed at Rocket, whose fault this situation is now. Can you two stop arguing? Gamera yelled at Quill Rocket. Quill, when you sleep tonight, you may feel that there will be a sticky lump in your pillow, and you will think, what is this? I put a lump of shit in your pillow. Rocket mocked Quill. If you dare to shit on my bed, I'll shave your hair off. Quill said, looking at Rocket. Oh, that's not my shit, it's Dracula's. Rocket said playfully. Ha 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 ha, my siang is notorious. Dracula said with a big laugh. We're going to die now is the time to discuss this. Gamera said speechlessly. Quill and Rocket continued to fight for master control of the spaceship, which was flying wildly through the air and crashing towards an asteroid. Under Arthur's red energy hood, the asteroid was hit and smashed, and the spaceship also lost its balance and deviated from the route to the side. Quill and Rocket worked hard to adjust the balance of the spacecraft, and soon the spacecraft stabilized. I'm going to be vomited by you again, Arthur said, clutching his stomach uncomfortably. Let Quill fly the spaceship, that's the fate. Rocket continued to mock Quill. Gamera grabbed an empty soda can and threw it at Rocket's head, making Rocket scream. Don't **CK arguing, there is a Sovereign fighter chasing after us. Gamera said loudly. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to vomit if this goes on. Arthur stood up from the chair and said, the spaceship has been scurrying up and down to avoid attacks and asteroids. Arthur finally won't get airsick, and now it's starting to respond again. Where are you going? Dracula the Destroyer asked Arthur. Give them some color. The golden trident appeared in Arthur's hand. Arthur watched the Sovereign spaceship chasing after him and kicked hard, and rushed out through the Guardian of the Galaxy. The Sovereign Star who was driving the Sovereign spaceship named Zalak was concentrating on controlling the simulated spaceship control device. Behind him is a group of Sovereigns watching him operate and helping him refuel. Zalak is the master operator in their fleet. Zalak focused on firing at the Guardian of the Galaxy in front, and suddenly he saw a beam of red light appearing at the tail of the Guardian of the Galaxy, and it became bigger and bigger. Only when Zalak came in front of him did he see that the red light was a human being wearing a golden armor and holding a golden trident. Zalak kept firing at the human, but when the energy bombarded him, he was completely blocked by the blue magic shield. He watched Arthur's face getting bigger and bigger on the monitor, and then the control device turned red when the flame exploded. Zalak also lowered his head. How could there be such an operation? Arthur directly split the Sovereign spacecraft in half with the trident, turned around and chased towards the Guardians of the Galaxy at high speed. The Guardians of the Galaxy passed through the asteroid group, but found that the densely packed Sovereign small spacecraft on both sides of the spacecraft surrounded the Guardians of the Galaxy. Damn it, they bypassed the constellations. I said how the number of spaceships chasing us has decreased. Quill cursed as he saw that he was about to be surrounded by countless Sovereign spaceships. Countless spaceships fired at the Guardian of the Galaxy, and Arthur's red energy shield was crumbling. Suddenly the whole space was surrounded by red energy. It was Arthur who arrived. He enveloped the entire cosmic space with the energy of the reality treasure, and the Sovereign spaceship suddenly lost its signal and stopped moving. Arthur made a fist movement in the air. Boom! Countless Sovereign spaceships exploded in succession in an instant, and the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy only saw the flames around them, and the enemies were instantly wiped out. Oh ha 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 ha! Let you see how powerful we are. Dracula laughed loudly. Gamera and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, and the threat was temporarily lifted. Arthur also flew back to the Guardian of the Galaxy, returned to his seat and sat down. Nice job, Arthur! Quill exclaimed. Someone is coming up ahead, Arthur said lightly while looking into the distance. What? Several people looked forward, and a white spaceship that looked like an egg appeared in their field of vision. That's a person. Rocket saw a person on top of the white aircraft waving at them. Is this person crazy? Don't worry about him. Let's make a space jump, and land down later to check if the spaceship is damaged. Quill controlled the spaceship and flew towards the honeycomb-shaped space channel in front. After passing through the space jump channel, we came to a planet full of green plants, and the spaceship landed in the forest. This is the planet named Bakht. The Guardians of the Galaxy landed steadily on a clearing in the forest of Star Bakht, and several members of the Guardians of the Galaxy opened the hatch of the spaceship and got out of the spaceship. Arthur stood by the spaceship and looked around. This week is really good, the environment is beautiful and the air quality is good, and there are some strange birds in the forest in the distance. It's a good place. Fortunately, the spaceship is a little damaged, and I can repair it in 10 minutes. The rocket circled the spaceship and said, would we have been besieged by those Sovereign fleets if you hadn't stolen that damn battery? Quill said, pointing at the rocket. Do you know why I stole those batteries? Because I've wanted to. Rocket yelled at Quill. You started again. Can you be more peaceful? Gamera said to the two. Well, there was a villain on the white aircraft thinking about us waving. Did you see that? Rocket asked several people. How small is a person? Dracula's asked. I don't know, it's so small. Rocket said, comparing the size by an inch with his hands. I guess that person was just passing by. Gamera said with her hips akimbo. If you look at him up close, he might be bigger, Rocket said. It's called near big and far small, you silly hat raccoon. Quill said to Rocket. You're calling me a raccoon. Rocket frowned, and yelled at Quill. Sorry, I was too much, what I want to say is the trash little panda. Quill said, looking at the rocket. Panda? He's praising me. Rocket was confused by Quill. What is a trash panda? That person didn't just pass by, he's already here. Arthur said, pointing to the white egg-like aircraft flying in the sky. Someone is following from the jump point. Gamera warned everyone. Several members of the Guardians of the Galaxy took out their weapons and stood on guard, staring up at the white aircraft. A huge white aircraft landed in front of them. It was shaped like an egg, and there was a yellow round energy gate on the aircraft. Suddenly the yellow energy gate disappeared and two people appeared in front of Quill and the others. It was a middle-aged man with white hair and a beard who looked very similar to Quill, and a man with two tentacles on his head. Woman. The middle-aged man and the woman with tentacles got off the spaceship and walked towards Quill. The Guardians of the Galaxy were on guard, but Quill looked at the middle-aged man with an indescribable feeling. After so many years, I finally found you. The middle-aged man said while looking at Quill with a smile. Who the hell are you? Quill also asked strangely, looking at this familiar man. I thought my vicissitudes of life and handsome appearance were enough to explain everything. My name is Egg, and I'm your father, Peter. The middle-aged man looked at Quill and said. Quilton was stunned for a moment. A middle-aged uncle who looked very similar to him suddenly appeared in front of him and said that I was your father. Quilton really didn't know if what he said was true or if he was mocking himself. Who do you say you are? My father. Quill suddenly laughed. Several people in the Guardians of the Galaxy stared at Quill and this man named Ego comparing their appearances. Don't tell me they look alike. Only Arthur looked at Ego playfully. Yes, I met your mother on Missouri, which is Earth, and I fell in love with her. With you, I am your father, Egg said to Quill. Quill stood there speechless. He didn't know how to face this father he had never seen before. I don't expect to accept all of this at once. Can we sit down and talk slowly? Egg said to Quill. Okay. Quill nodded. The sky on this planet gradually darkened, and the Guardians of the Galaxy sat together with a fire, listening to Egg telling his story while eating. After your mother died, I hired Yondu to pick you up, but he didn't give you back to me, and raised you privately. I don't know what he was doing for it. Egg looked at Quill and said, let me tell you why, because I was a skinny kid at the time, and I was able to squeeze into places that adults couldn't get into steal things. Yondu needed me to help him do that. Quill said blankly. I've been looking for you ever since, said Egg. I thought Yondu was your father. Dracula the Destroyer said suddenly. What? We've been together for so long, and you always thought I was related to Yondu? Quill asked Dracula's, who looked at him in surprise. Because you two look alike, said Dracula the Destroyer. Yondu's skin is blue, Rocket said with a laugh. No, Yondu can't be my father. He kidnapped me, beat me all over the floor, taught me how to fight, and threatened to eat me, so I was always afraid. Quay said aloud. Did you eat? Egg asked in surprise. Yes. Quill replied with a nod. Oh, what a bastard he is, said Egg. Ha 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 ha, you still have the right to say that Yondu is a bastard? In my opinion, Yondu is more qualified than you to be Quill's father. Arthur suddenly laughed and taunted Egg. What? Yondu qualifies to be my father? I don't think so. Quill retorted. You may have misunderstood me. I have been looking for Peter and never gave up. Egg looked at Arthur and said, yes, of course you want to find Quill. As for what you want to do after you find him, only you can understand. Arthur said to Ego with a contemptuous smile. How did you find us? Gamera came out to smooth things over, seeing that the atmosphere was not right. Even in such a remote place as I live, I have heard of the legendary person named Star-Lord. Why don't we go there now? Your friends are welcome to go together, including the monkey with the triangular face. I promise that is a place you have never seen before. Egg stood up and said to everyone. When Rocket heard Egg calling himself a monkey with a triangular face, he reached out and touched his face, and it was indeed a triangle. There, I can explain your special bloodline to you, and finally have a chance to let me be a father? Sorry, I have to take a pee. Egg looked at Quill affectionately and said, then turned around left. I don't believe it. Quill said, looking at Gamera. Let's go there for a walk. Gamera thought for a while and said to Quill, and the two got up and left. Arthur has been observing Egg, who is peeing in the distance, and Arthur can sense that he is formed from an energy body, not his real body, but the energy contained in him is not small. Is this a member of the ancient celestial group in the universe, the legendary planet with life, survived in the universe for millions of years? How do you feel that he is not too strong? My name is Mantis. The mantis woman with two tentacles on the side stared at Dracula's the Destroyer and said cautiously, what are you doing? Dracula the Destroyer looked at Mantis with two big eyes and looked at himself with a stiff expression, wondering if this woman had a brain problem? Smile? I heard it makes people like me, Mantis explained to Dracula's. Laughing like that won't make people like it. Dracula's glanced at Mantis girl's embarrassed smile, and said while eating the food in the bowl, oh, I grew up alone on Ego's planet, and I don't know the details of human communication yet. The Mantis girl said disappointedly. Can I pet your puppy? It's cute. The Mantis woman looked at the rocket sitting beside her and asked Dracula the Destroyer. When Dracula the Destroyer heard this, he looked at the rocket and then at the Mantis girl, nodded with a smirk and said, you touch it. Waiting to see the Mantis girl make a fool of herself. The Mantis girl happily reached out to touch the rocket's head. The rocket had heard what the Mantis girl said a long time ago, and her heart was on fire. When the Mantis girl's hand touched the rocket's head, the rocket suddenly turned her head and opened her mouth to face the Mantis girl's hand. I want to go down hard. The Mantis girl was startled, screamed, and quickly withdrew her hand, not being bitten by the rocket, and Dracula the Destroyer managed to play a prank and laughed. This is my prank. Dracula the Destroyer said with a laugh as he looked at the Mantis girl who was about to cry. I like to play like this very much. Mantis girl laughed along with Dracula's the Destroyer, who was also very nervous. This is all I'm thinking. Dracula's and Mantis girl laughed, and Arthur looked at the two speechlessly and felt that these two people really matched. Not far away, Quill and Gamera were walking in the forest listening to the laughter echoing in the forest. Are you kidding? It took so long for him to suddenly appear in front of me and say it was my dad. Quill said loudly. That's right, Gamera said. This might be a trap, think about it. Thanos Kree and the Predators all want to kill us. Quill said excitedly. I know, but... Gamera said. But what? Quill asked, interrupting Gamera. Didn't you tell me the story of Tsaja and his wife before? Gamera said. Who? Quill asked without understanding. He has the one with a magic ship, Gamera replied. David Hazof. Quill asked. That's him. Gamera said. It's not a magic spaceship, it's a talking car. Quill corrected. Why does the car talk? Gamera asked. To help him fight criminals, help him in every way. Quill replied. You'd have a picture of him in your pocket when you were a kid and tell other kids he was your daddy, but he's gone away, Gamera said. I said he was filming Knight Rider or touring Germany with the band. I said that when I was drunk. Why are you bringing it up now? Quail asked. I love that story. Gamera said, looking at Quill. I hate that story. It's so sad. I used to watch other kids play catch with their dads when I was a kid. I want my dad to play with me too. That's my biggest wish. Quail said sincerely. Arrive. That's what I want to say, Peter. What if this man is your Hassof? Listen, if we find out he's a bad guy, we'll kill him. Gamera said, grabbing Peter Quill's hand. Quill was silent. He really wanted to have the love of his father. Since he was born, only his mother had truly loved him, and his father had always lived in the stories his mother told him. Quill watched Gamera grab his hand, and felt Gamera's feelings for him. Gamera also reacted and immediately let go of Quill's hands, taking a step back and looking at Quill awkwardly. Okay, let's go with him to see what's going on. If the situation is not right, we will leave immediately. Quill thought for a while and said. Gamera looked at Quill and smiled. She really hoped that Quill could get back the father-son relationship that she never had. Quill and Gamera returned to the crowd, and everyone was waiting for their return. Have you discussed it, Quill? Should we go with your father? Dracula the Destroyer looked at Quill and asked. I'm Groot. Groot also asked Quill. Okay, let's go and have a look together. Anyway, we have nothing else to do now, so we can just avoid the sovereigns. Quill nodded and said. That's great, Quill. I welcome you to visit the planet where I live. Everyone must come. Let me treat you well. Egg looked at everyone happily and said. On the contrary, Arthur felt that there was something wrong with the way Egg looked at him. Arthur could feel the longing and vigilance in Egg's eyes for him with the soul stone. Then let's start now, the distance is not too short. Egg said. They all nodded. Ego and Mantis returned to the white egg-shaped spaceship together, and Quill and the others boarded the Guardian of the Galaxy, which had already been repaired by the rocket. I really don't know what you think, Peter. You dare to follow him home if you just jump out and want to be your father, and you're not afraid it's a conspiracy. Rocket sat in the driver's seat and began to mock Quill again. Don't I know how to be vigilant? I just want to see if he is really my father. Quill retorted loudly. I hope your father isn't as bastard as you are, little orphan, Rocket said. Okay, Rocket, I asked Peter to take a look. He finally met his father, and he should recognize him. If it's a trap, we'll kill him on the spot. Gamera said to Rocket. Okay, as long as you are happy. The rocket started the spacecraft and stopped talking. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Quail took out a page of the magazine that had been cut from his arms, on which was a drawing of David Hassof. This is something he has treasured since he was a child, and it is used to miss his father. Actually, there is a high probability that this is a trap. Arthur glanced at Quill and said to him. How? Gamera turned to look at Arthur and said. I have the soul gem, so I can feel that the man named Egg has longing and vigilance towards me, and there is obvious malice in the depths of his kind face. Arthur didn't explain too clearly, but told Quail reminded, don't be fooled by Egg. Wow, aren't we self-inflicted? Well done. Rocket said in a strange way. What should we do then? Shall we continue? Gamera looked at Arthur and asked. Go? Of course we are going. We still have to figure out Quill's life experience and the true face of that egg. As for the Mantis girl, I can feel that she is a pure girl. Arthur replied. Okay, let's go and see. If he wants to harm us, I'll kill him on the spot. Dracula the Destroyer said fiercely. I'm Groot. Groot means it will protect everyone. Quill was silent and did not speak. He believed in Arthur's ability and wondered if the sudden appearance of his father was a conspiracy, but deep down in his heart he still yearned for his father. Quill didn't know what was waiting for him on this journey. What is it about yourself? Just after Quill and the others left the planet in the Guardians of the Galaxy and Ego, a huge Predator spaceship came to board. A large group of Marauders with weapons surrounded the fire where Quill and they had been. Damn, let them run away again, said a Marauder, looking at the fire that had been extinguished. There are traces of a spaceship next to it. They should have left not long ago, a red-skinned man said while holding an instrument for detection. What should I do, boss? Is Rick chasing after him? A Predator on the side asked Yondu in the middle of the crowd. Yondu looked at the deep hole pressed by the semicircular spaceship and remained silent. Boss, the thin Kraglin asked Yondu. Well, I think we should stop chasing. Yondu hesitated and said. What? Yondu, do you know how much that golden chick promised us? 10 billion purple gold. You are going to give up this money for your beloved Quill. A man with long veins and an ugly face looked at Yondu. Questioned. Do you know who he left with? We're courting death if we follow. Yondu said. What's wrong with you, Yondu? Are you scared? After all, you just don't want Quill to have an accident, don't you? Another subordinate asked Yondu. I have something to say to the boss. No matter how many times Quill betrayed you, you will protect him, as if the rest of us brothers are not important. Even the most loyal Kraglin summoned up the courage to stand up and say, yeah, you are protecting that little Zizi of Quill. The subordinates around suddenly became a mess, venting their dissatisfaction over the years to Yondu. Calm down, Kraglin, said a long-haired man next to Yondu. You're so right. He's scared now. Maybe it's time for us to change the boss. The man with veins raised his weapon and pointed at Yondu and said loudly. With a third of them raising their weapons with him, they are already dissatisfied with Yondu? The people around Yondu raised their weapons and aimed at them, and the predators split into two camps. Put down the gun. The long-haired man beside Yondu raised his gun and said to the man with bruised face, "I think you are impatient." Yondu saw that the people in front of him were determined to betray him, and he pulled off his windbreaker to reveal a red arrow. "Don't be afraid, brothers, kill him," the man with veins all over his face shouted loudly, about to pull the trigger and fire. Yondu blew his whistle, only to see a red light flashing across the face of a man with blue veins, who immediately fell to the ground and died while clutching his heart. The people on the side also fired one after another, and the predators immediately fought into a ball. Yondu blew his whistle continuously, and the betrayed predators died one by one under the flashing red arrows. Suddenly, someone aimed at the red antenna device on Yondu's head, and shot the antenna above Yondu's head with a very precise shot. Yondu rolled his eyes and fell down. The arrow also fell from the sky. Lin saw Yondu fell and immediately ran over to check on Yondu's injuries. Although he was dissatisfied with Yondu's approach, he was still very loyal to Yondu. When the others saw Yondu being beaten, they opened fire more fiercely, and suddenly the entire dark forest burst into flames. The melodious music was playing in the Guardians of the Galaxy, and the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy and Arthur drove the spaceship and followed Yugo's spaceship to the star of Yugo. It is a very beautiful red planet, and some places on it emit blue light. It is not as big as the moon. Arthur looked at the star of Ego in the distance. He had no idea that the planet would have life and survive in the universe for millions of years. The celestial group is really a magical species. The spaceship landed on the star of Yugo. After approaching, everyone could see that the whole planet is very beautiful. There are trees of various colors, most of which are red, and the others are yellow and green. It is a beautiful autumn scene. Everyone boarded a white crescent-shaped flying device that flew out of Ego's spaceship, and flew over the forest. "Welcome to my world." Egg turned around and opened his arms to everyone. "Wow, is this your own planet?" Quill asked Egg. "Nothing, not bigger than Earth's moon," Egg replied. "Don't be so modest, this planet feels vibrant, as if it has life," Arthur said suddenly. "Thank you for your evaluation, you really have vision," Yi said with a meaningful look at Arthur. "There are still many colorful bubbles floating in the sky. Very beautiful." Dracula the Destroyer stretched out his finger and pointed at a bubble in front of him. The colored bubbles suddenly exploded into a group of colorful small bubbles. Dracula the Destroyer laughed loudly. Gamera also looked at the bubble above his head and felt very beautiful. Rocket and Groot were not interested. "Like the Chambord Islands, you must be an old sea fan." Arthur looked at Egg and complained. "What is a sea fan? Where are the Chambord Islands?" Yi asked in confusion. "You don't need to worry about him, he just likes to say words that others don't understand," Quill explained to Egg, and Egg laughed out loud. The aircraft led everyone to fly towards a huge palace ahead. The palace was also golden, inlaid with colorful gems, and there was a huge green gem in the middle. Arthur looked at this emerald, which probably weighed several tons. If it was made into a gemstone ring, how many could be made, Arthur thought. Surrounded by plants of various colors, the palace looks as beautiful as if it came to Moonglade in World of Warcraft. The aircraft stopped on a platform, and everyone followed Ego and walked down. In front of it was a fountain pool. In the pool, transparent fish were circling with the fountain. Everything here looked so interesting. "You actually have your own planet, who the hell are you?" Gamera came to Ego and asked him, wanting to test Ego. "I'm the so-called Celestial Group, my dear." Egg told the truth directly. Gamora froze in place. The Celestial Group. She heard that Thanos had said about the legendary mysterious organization in this universe. Each of them has mysterious power, and has infinite life. Were they a little too risky to come here this time? Tianjin Group? Like a god. Quill obviously hadn't heard of the name of the Tianjin Group, but it sounded like an ordinary person. "It's not particularly powerful, kid. At least now I'm as humble as Ian," Arthur said. "Haha." Egg smiled and turned and walked towards the palace. Others didn't understand his subtext, but Arthur understood it. What Ego said, at least for now, was that there was no guarantee that he would fall out with a few people in the next second. Now that they have come to Yiji's territory, every move of Arthur and the others is under Yiji's control, so Arthur can't act rashly, and must be cautious in his words and deeds. Everyone walked into the Golden Palace with Yiji. The palace was decorated with strange golden and dark red embossed decorations. Arthur felt chills when he saw it. Could this be in Yiji's body? "I don't even know where I came from. Since I can remember, I've been floating in the universe alone, flickering and lonely." Yi showed everyone with the egg-like display device in the hall. Looking at his initial appearance, it was a brain shining with white light. "Through millions of years, I learned to control the molecular matter around me, and I got smarter and stronger. Then I continued to build layer after layer here, and finally the construction was completed. There is a planet under your feet now." Egg continued to demonstrate for everyone. Layers of matter formed around the gleaming brain on the screen, and finally formed a planet. Everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy was dumbfounded. It was really insightful. "But I am not satisfied, I pursue the truth. There must be other life forms besides me in this vast universe, so I decided to find them by myself, and I created what life forms should look like in my imagination. Even the tiniest details were spared." Ego told everyone that he used his ability to create a flesh and blood body for himself. "Then did you make yourself a second child?" Dracula the Destroyer suddenly said in this serious atmosphere, and Rocket laughed out loud. "Shut up," Quill said, turning back to Dracula's. "Are you sick? Gamera also looked at Dracula speechlessly. Can you even ask this? If he is a planet, how did he give birth to you with your mother? He will crush your mother, Dracula said seriously. Rocket laughed harder, and Arthur covered his mouth and laughed too. I don't want to know how my parents got me. Quill looked at Dracula's and said speechlessly. Why? Every winter my father would tell me the story of how he impregnated my mother. Dracula the Destroyer said innocently. You're disgusting too. Quill said, looking at Dracula's. That's a wonderful thing, you people on Earth are sick. Dracula's and Quill are not the same concept at all, their race is very sacred and open to the things that extend life. That's right, Dracula's, I have a second child. Egg replied helplessly. Haha, let me just say, see, Dracula the Destroyer said to Quill. And it's very powerful. Egg nodded and said proudly. Everyone has an expression of eating xiang, and Gamera's face is even more ugly. Who are these people? In addition, I have pain nerves, a digestive system and all the supporting organs. I want to feel what a real human being should be like. So I wandered among the stars until I found the life I expected. I am in this universe not alone. Yi said pointing to the screen, in which the white egg-shaped spaceship shuttled through the universe and finally came to a planet, and met a little girl holding a flower. Then when did you meet my mother? Quill asked. Shortly after that. Egg walked to another display screen, which showed a man in red hugging a blonde woman. Being with Meredith made me feel real love for the first time. I call her Sayri in the water, and the crystallization of that love is you? It took me a long time to find you, Peter. Egg looked Quill said affectionately. If you love him, why did you leave her? Quill looked at Egg and asked. Egg was silent, turned and walked outside. Quill followed, and Gamera also wanted to follow but was stopped by Arthur. Let the father and son have a good talk. Arthur said to Gamera. Will Peter be in danger? Gamera asked. No, Egg may have other purposes for Quill, and now he is still playing the role of a good father, we just watch him play. Arthur said with a smile. I didn't expect that Peter's father was actually a member of the legendary celestial group, otherwise I would never have persuaded Peter to come here, it's too dangerous. Gamera said regretfully. Is the Tenjin group very strong? Rocket asked on the side. Both Groot and Dracula looked at Gamera, very interested in the legend of this celestial group. The Tenjin group is a mysterious existence that existed at the beginning of the universe. They are almost immortal, and each has powerful power. It is said that life is created by them. They ignore the rules and order of the world, just like the legendary god's existence. Gamera explained to several people. Don't worry too much. The celestial gods are strong and weak, and they all have their own weaknesses. In my opinion, Quill's father's ability is not very good. Arthur pouted. I don't worry if you have the confidence to deal with him. If he turns against us and we are in his territory, it's almost a self-inflicted trap. Rocket said with a sigh of relief. Since when have you been so timid? Dracula the Destroyer said while looking at the rocket. For opponents that I can't deal with, I always reserve a way out. Unlike you, I just bite the bullet and attack. Rocket said contemptuously to Dracula's. I'm not afraid of anyone. Dracula said indifferently. The mantis girl was silent while listening to the conversation of several people, with a little struggle in her eyes. Egg took Quill to a statue of a woman holding flowers in the yard. My mother used to tell everyone that my dad was from an alien, and she had brain cancer so everyone thought she was crazy. Quill said, looking at Egg. Peter, listen, I really want to believe this, I really do. But you're leaving the best woman in the world there to die alone. Quill exclaimed to Egg. Listen to your mother, I don't want to leave at all, Peter. If I don't come back here often, the matter of this planet and this body will degenerate and disappear. Egg explained loudly. Then why didn't you come in person? Why did you send Yonda, the guy everyone hates, to pick me up? Quill looked at Egg and asked. I love your mother so much, Peter. I can't bear to go to an Earth without her. You can't understand how I feel about losing her. Egg said hysterically. Why can't I feel that feeling? I just watched her die. Peter Quill roared. The dialogue between the two was quite exciting. If Arthur was here, he would definitely award Egg a statuette. The acting was so touching. I have existed for millions of years and I don't know how many mistakes I have made, Peter. But you are my greatest masterpiece. Please give me a chance to be the kind of father she wants me to be. I will teach you a lot about this planet and the light in it. They are all part of you, Peter. Egg looked at Peter and said affectionately. What do you mean? Quill asked. Give me your hand, son. Egg said to Quill. Quill stretched out his hands, and Ego held Quill's hands in a gesture of holding something. Hold like this, now close your eyes, concentrate, and let your thoughts enter the center of the planet. Quill closed his eyes and followed Egg's words, and suddenly he felt a wave of energy gathering from around the planet into his hands. Quill opened his eyes, and suddenly saw his hands glowing with blue light, holding a ball of blue energy in his palm. That's right, that's it. Egg shouted excitedly. Quill was frightened by Egg, and the blue energy in his hand disappeared again. It's great, it's great, it's okay, relax, concentrate, you can do it again. Egg was so excited, he looked at Quill with more and more satisfied eyes, and said to Quill. Quill concentrated again, his hands burst out with blue energy again, and they ignited like flames. Yes, it's great. Now, let it take shape. Feel the energy. Egg excitedly said to Quill. Quill looked at the blue energy in his hand in surprise, and controlled it with difficulty with mental strength, which was an experience he had never experienced before. This ball of energy is like a ball of water in his hand, it feels warm and can be stretched and shortened under control. Very good, you're home. Give it to me, Peter. Egg looked at Quill affectionately and said, stretching out his hands. Quill threw out the energy in his hand, which happened to be caught by Ego. After rubbing it a few times, the energy slowly stabilized, turned into a blue sphere, and was thrown back to Quill. Quill looked at the energy in his hands, and then at Egg, who seemed to be running away. Is he going to play catch with himself? Quill's biggest wish when he was a child was to have a loving father to play catch with him. Quill's eyes became gentle. He smiled and threw the blue energy ball to Ego in the distance. Ego caught it and threw it back, and the two played catch in the yard like this. It's such a heartwarming scene. Egg really worked hard to deceive Quill's trust. Arthur crossed his arms and looked at the two people playing ball in the yard at the entrance of the hall, and said to Gamera beside him, could it be that you guessed wrong, if Quill's father really wanted to find his child? Gamera said, I believe in my feelings, and Ego really wants to find Quill, and the purpose of finding it is only known to him. He said that after he met the living body, he came to the earth and met Quill's mother. Please, but the members of the celestial group who have lived for millions of years, do you think what he said is true? Arthur asked Gamera. Indeed, it is estimated that he met Quill's mother within 30 years, and it is impossible that he has not encountered other lives in the other millions of years. He is lying. Gamera replied. SHH. Arthur told Gamera not to speak. This is actually on Ego's body planet, so we must be absolutely careful when we speak. He can hear what we are saying. Arthur's voice appeared in Gamera's brain, which was Arthur's mental power, and Kamora Mora talks. Gamera nodded, indicating that he knew what to do. How did you end up on this strange planet? Dracula the Destroyer, who was sitting on the steps with Mantis, asked her. I was discovered by Ego when I was a larva. I was an orphan on the mother planet. He raised me with his own hands and treated me as his own child. The Mantis girl said, looking at the sunset. So you're his pet? Asked Dracula the Destroyer. It could also be. Mantis girl shrugged and said. People generally like to keep cute pets. How could Ego like you so ugly? Dracula asked, looking at the Mantis woman strangely. 3 question marks appeared above Mantis girl's head. Ugly? Am I ugly? The Mantis girl asked. It's so ugly that people dare not look at it. Dracula the Destroyer replied, but the Mantis girl actually believed it, and lowered her head aggrieved. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. If you are ugly and someone loves you, it means that that person loves your inner being. A beautiful person will never know who to trust. Dracula the Destroyer said something meaningful. Wow, then I should be happy that I'm ugly. The Mantis girl was happy again. Those pools remind me of the lakes where I used to take my daughter to play in my hometown. She is very similar to you. Dracula the Destroyer said, looking at the terraced pools in the distance. Is she ugly too? Mantis girl asked with a smile. No, she's as innocent as you. Dracula said in a daze. The Mantis girl watched Dracula stretch out her hand and touched the skin of Dracula's arm. Her 2 tentacles glowed white. The Mantis girl felt that Dracula's missed his family, and she couldn't help crying. Live flow down. What are you crying for? Dracula's turned his head and looked at the Mantis woman strangely and asked. This is my ability to empathize. As long as I touch others, I can feel their feelings. I just felt you're missing. The Mantis girl said tearfully. You still have this ability. Dracula looked at the Mantis woman in surprise and asked. I can also slightly change other people's emotions. When I touch sad people, I can comfort them and give them temporary satisfaction. The Mantis girl explained. At this moment, Rocket Groot, Arthur, and Gamera came over and saw Dracula and Mantis sitting on the steps. What's wrong? What are you talking about? Gamera asked Dracula's. This extremely ugly lady has become my new friend. Dracula's pointed to the Mantis girl beside him. I learned a lot from him. For example, I'm a pet and I'm ugly. The Mantis girl said. You are not ugly at all. Dracula's don't teach bad children. Gamera said to Dracula's. Can't you see it? Dracula said, pointing to Mantis girl's face. Gamera didn't have a chance and Dracula said to Mantis, Mantis, can you show us around? Yes. The Mantis girl said happily. Under the leadership of the Mantis girl, the 5 Arthur followed her wandering among the flowers. This is the ability of the Mantis. Dracula's introduced the perception ability of the Mantis woman. Oh, I didn't expect you to have this ability, but there is still a gap between what Arthur said. He can control you to do anything. Gamera looked at Arthur vigilantly and said. Really? Wow, can you teach me if you are so good? The Mantis woman looked at Arthur with bright eyes and said. I have the same natural ability as you, so I can't teach you. And Gamera, what do you mean by looking at me like this? Arthur looked at Gamera and asked. A woman would be afraid of your disgusting ability. Okay. Gamera complained. Arthur was speechless, and the Mantis girl lowered her head in disappointment. Why are there no other creatures on this planet? Gamera asked Mantis. This planet is egg, and a dog will not invite fleas to its back. The Mantis girl replied. Then aren't you a flea? Gamera asked again. I'm a valuable flea, and I can help him sleep, the Mantis girl replied. The Mantis girl led the 5 people to the place where they were going to live tonight. It was a huge tree with small houses on it. A spiral staircase went along the trunk to the top of the tree. I bet an egg would like to play World of Warcraft, and especially like night elves. Arthur looked at the treehouse and complained. What are you talking about? Rocket complained to Arthur. Hey, talking to aliens is like playing the piano to a cow. If only Peter Parker was here. Arthur glanced at Rocket, shook his head and said to himself. Hey, who are you calling an alien? Don't think you're mocking me if I don't come out. Rocket looked at Arthur with unkind eyes and said. Okay, let's choose a room, I want to have a good sleep. Arthur yawned and said. I don't believe you can sleep here, be careful to be eaten by monsters at night. Rocket looked at Arthur and said. Arthur chose the log cabin at the waist of the tree, which was richly decorated and had a very large double bed, and Arthur lay on it directly. It was comfortable, much better than the dim bunk bed on the spaceship, and Arthur fell asleep in a daze. After a while, Quill also came here. When he walked up the stairs, he saw Rocket and Groot in the room on the first floor. Hey, I thought you were addicted to playing, how about it? Isn't it a wonderful experience to play childish games with Dad? Rocket saw Quill and began to mock him eccentrically. It's a rare experience, you should have a good rest. Quill didn't bother to bicker with Rocket and walked upstairs. Did you see it? He already said he couldn't beat me and ran away. Rocket said to Groot beside him. I'm Groot. Groot disagreed with the Rockets, and Quill didn't bother to pay attention to the Rockets. Quill came to the canopy on the top floor, and Gamera was here. Then all of this may belong to me one day. Quill is now looking at the entire planet in the distance from the fence of the canopy platform. Good. Gamera ignored Quill, and Quill walked over to him, hugging Gamera from behind. What are you doing? Peter. Gamera was a little surprised why Quill was so daring. Dance with me. Quill said with a smile. I don't want to dance with you. Gamera refused. This is the song of Sam Cooke, one of the greatest singers on Earth. Quill pulled Gamera over, held his hand and the two began to dance to the music. Gamera can only be fiddled with by him. Although he is a little uncomfortable, he still continues to dance with Quill. Dracula thinks you can't dance, it seems that he was wrong. Quill said while dancing. If you dare to tell others what happened today, I will kill you. Gamera threatened Quill. When are we going to pierce this layer of unspoken window paper? Quill asked, looking into Gamera's eyes. What tacit window paper? Gamera couldn't understand Quill's language on Earth. There's a TV show, like Sam and Diane in the Joy Hotel, where they hit it off but they don't say they like each other. Because if you say it, the ratings die, that's what it means, Quail explained. There is nothing tacit between us. Gamera said insincerely. This is a dilemma, because if you say yes, it means you have confessed. If you say no, you are telling the truth, and you admit that there is a feeling between us. Quill continued. No, that's not what I meant. At this moment, I want to discuss this place with you. I always feel that something is wrong here. Gamera is not an opponent of an old scumbag like Quill, so he can only push it away. He changed the subject. What are you talking about? But you sent me here. Quill said to Gamera. That mantis girl, she seems to be afraid of something, and Arthur also deduced that there is a big problem here. Gamera said seriously. Why are you trying to take this away from me? Quill asked, looking at Gamera. I didn't. Gamera was interrupted by Quill before he could finish speaking. He is indeed my father and my relatives, and he has no intention of harming us. Quill said. You have relatives on Earth, but you never thought of going back. Gamera retorted, looking at Quill. Again, you asked me to come here. Earth? Earth is the place where I watched my mother die in front of me. Quill said excitedly. No, it's because there is real, and here is just a fantasy. Gamera said loudly. Here is the truth. Do I only remember half of human blood? Quill also retorted loudly. It's your half I'm worried about. Gamera said. I understand, you are jealous, because the other half of my blood comes from God, and you only like the weak me. Quill said more and more excitedly. I really can't communicate with you, you have been brainwashed by that person. Gamera said. Brainwashed? I wouldn't understand it myself. You know, Between Us is not a Joy Hotel, it's a show where one person is willing to open up to new possibilities while the other is an asshole who doesn't believe in everyone. So this show doesn't even exist. So the ratings are 0. Quill yelled. I've never seen the Happy Hotel. Gamera also yelled loudly. I finally found my family, why can't you understand? Quill looked at Gamera and asked. I thought you had family already? Peter, Gamera replied, before turning and leaving. Quill froze in place. I already have a family? Arthur downstairs turned over, and finally the quarrel was over. There is no soundproofing in this room at all, and I finally fell asleep, only to be woken up by them. Gamera left the treehouse alone, and sat down in an open space outside with grass, thinking alone. The breeze blew, and the red flowers in the grass were swaying. What are you thinking? Arthur's voice came from behind Gamera after a while. I'm wondering what Egg's purpose is. Gamera turned to Arthur and said. What else? Conquer the universe. Arthur replied. So what do you think he'll do? Gamera asked. Let Mantis Girl explain this answer, they are all here. Arthur said looking at Rocket, Groot, Dracula, and Mantis Girl walking in the distance. Why are you all here? Where's Peter? Gamera asked several people. You are in danger, Peter has been taken away by Ego. Mantis Girl said to Gamera. What? After Gamera left, Quill was lying on the sofa in the room alone in a daze, his favorite music was playing on his Walkman. Egg came in from the outside, looked at Quill and asked, Are you alright, son? I just saw your girlfriend leave in a huff. It's okay. Quill didn't know what to say. What a coincidence, you're listening to this song too, Egg said while listening to the song played on Quill's Walkman. Do you know what song this is? Quill asked in surprise. Brandy, Mirror. One of your mother's favorites, Egg replied. Yes, it used to be, Quill said in surprise. He likes to listen to music because his mother also likes music very much. He didn't expect Ego to know music so well. One of the greatest pieces of music on Earth, perhaps the greatest, Egg continued, following Quill's words. Yes, that's right, I think so too, Quill said pleasantly. After meeting a bosom friend, other friends were not very interested in the song. Arthur directly said that his song was too old-fashioned. Quill was depressed for a while. You know Peter, we're the sailor in that song, and he shows up one summer day with a gift from far away. Like my gift to your mom is a child, or like you gave Gamera freedom. Sailors say Brandy, you will be a good wife in the future. My life, my love, my woman is the sea. Egg compared his life to Peter while reading the lyrics. The sea called the sailor, and he loved the girl, but it wasn't his home. The sea called him like history called a hero. Sometimes we can't enjoy the pleasures of mortals, Egg said. Of course, you may not be a mortal, but I. Quill said. No Peter, as long as there is light of life in this planet, we don't have to face death. Egg interrupted Quill. Then can I live forever? Quill asked, and Egg nodded. Really? Quill asked again in surprise. Yes, as long as the light lasts, Egg replied. So can I build something cool with that light? Like you did when you created this planet, Quill asked. Then you may need to spend hundreds of years to practice, but all this is indeed possible. Egg looked at Quill and said. Wow, this is amazing. You're about to see an 10-foot-tall Pac-Man statue, with Skeleton King and Heather Locklear next to it. Quill stood up excitedly and said loudly. You can do whatever you want. Egg said with a smile. Quill is like a child, and his wishes are so naive, but this is the best way to control him. I'm going to do something weird. Quill said funny. But you have to know Peter, this existence has a huge responsibility, and only we can reshape the universe? Only we can hold the reins of the universe and lead it in the right direction. Egg finally said his purpose. Quill was excited when he heard such inspiring words from Egg, looked at Egg and asked, how? Egg stretched out his finger, and a white flame suddenly appeared on it, like a flower. Quill also stretched out his fingers in his way, creating a white flame as well. The two looked at each other and smiled, and Egg said to Quill, you come with me. Quill followed Ego, but they didn't see the Mantis Woman watching all of this. The Mantis Woman immediately went to wake up Dracula's after Ego took Quill away. Let him be, everyone shouted. You mean that Ego killed all his former descendants? Gamera asked loudly while looking at Mantis Girl. Yes, to him, those descendants are all failures. The Mantis Girl said. Then will he kill Peter too? Gamera continued to ask. No, Quill is the most special of all his descendants, so his purpose is probably to control Quill to become his helper and help him rule the universe. Arthur said suddenly. That's why you agreed to come here, what do you want to do? Gamera looked at Arthur and asked. Ego may have controlled Peter, you guys hurry up? Get out of here, this place is too dangerous, the Mantis Girl said loudly to everyone. No, Peter is our friend, I can't leave him behind. Gamera said firmly. We are family, we can't leave anyone behind, and neither do you, Mantis. Dracula said. Everyone looked at Dracula's. They didn't expect that Dracula's, who is usually the cruelest and most unkempt, would say such warm words. Haha, who said we have to leave? I have to kill that egg with my own hands, and then I can laugh at Quill every day that he is not as good as me. Once again, I saved him this time to see how he can fight against himself again. Of course we can't just leave like this. Egg has planted his energy seeds in countless planets, including my Earth. As long as he has a thought, these planets will be destroyed, so I came here to solve him personally. Arthur said to everyone. Do you have any plans? Gamera looked at Arthur and asked. The plan is that you leave first, and I will fight Egg here alone. Arthur replied. No, I have to participate. This time, I must have a share in rescuing Quill. Rocket quit after hearing that, and he was still waiting to show his face in front of Quill. It's okay, Gamera, Dracula's and Groat Mantis, you go to the spaceship first, and then support us with firepower from a distance. Rocket and I go directly to Quill. Arthur said. Okay, let's do it. Gamera nodded and said. I'm Groat. Groat was a little worried about Rocket and wanted to go with him. Don't worry about me, you go to the spaceship with Gamera first, and I'll come as soon as I save Quill. Rocket said to Groat. Groat nodded and left with Gamera, Dracula, and Mantis, leaving Arthur and Rocket alone in the study. Get your equipment ready. Ego's ability is estimated to be a large-scale energy attack. You'd better strengthen your firepower. Arthur said to the Rocket. Hehe, do you know what I call a walking arsenal? Rocket said as he pulled out the large energy gun behind him. Okay, but if you are worried about Quill, just say it directly, don't cover up what you say to show off in front of him. Arthur complained to Rocket while walking towards the distant hall. I'm worried about him? I saved him so that I can show off my might in front of him in the future. Rocket said in denial. You can lie to others. If you can't lie to me, I can sense your worry. You cherish the people who treat you very much, because you have suffered huge injuries, right? Arthur remembered seeing Rocket's whole body. It looks like it has been transformed, it was just some people's experiment. The Rocket was silent. The reason why it kept fighting with Quill was that it was afraid that Quill was too kind to it, and that it would collapse if it lost this relationship in the future. So he keeps messing with Quill, trying to make him hate him and stop being so nice to him. Don't worry about this, let him pass the past, you and we are one family. When we go to Earth, I will introduce more Avengers partners to you, they will all be your family, you will never I will be lonely again. Arthur said softly to Rocket. He hoped that Rocket could untie his knots and truly accept friends and family. Now you have to readjust the way you look at life, such as everything around us, including that girl. Everything in your life is temporary, and we are eternal. Egg took Quill back to the world where there are so many, the main hall of the egg-shaped display screen. Won't eternal life be boring? Quill asked. There is one goal, Peter, that's why I brought you here. Egg brought Quill to an egg-shaped display screen. I told you that over the years I had a constant urge to explore life. What I didn't tell you was how disappointed I was when I finally found it. Egg pointed to the little girl holding flowers on the screen and said. Quill was taken aback after hearing this. Disappointed? Haven't you already found life? Why are you disappointed? It was at that moment that I deeply felt a deeper thought. I longed to find other lives, not for me, but hoped that I could become one of them. Peter, I have found the true meaning. Egg looked at Quill and said, then stretched out his hand and tapped Quill's forehead lightly. The energy entered Quill's brain along his forehead. Quill's eyes turned blue, and there seemed to be a sea of stars inside. Quill's consciousness traveled through the universe and saw countless planets. They are so beautiful and moving. I saw it. Eternal truth. Quill saw the universe through the planet with his eyes, and his consciousness was dominated by Egg to understand his ambition. I call it expansion. That's my goal, and now it's your goal too, my child, said Egg, conjuring planets. It's so beautiful. Quill said, looking up at the countless planets in the universe. In the past tens of thousands of years, I have implanted tens of thousands of extensions of myself on tens of thousands of planets. I have to achieve the only ultimate goal of life, multiply and gradually replace all existing planets, until finally all life they all become me. The countless planets in front of Hugo were covered by blue energy and became a part of him. This is his goal, to make all the planets in the universe merge with him. I have only encountered one problem, that is, one god does not have enough energy to complete such a heavy task, but two gods may be enough. Yi continued. Quill turned his head to look at Ego. He wants me to help him rule the universe like him. What should I do? Quill was struggling in his heart, but there was a voice in his brain that kept tempting him as long as he promised Egg. He could get everything, always wanting to control his thoughts. Quill's thinking struggled in this temptation. Among everything I do, my favorite thing is to try to graft my genes onto other species, and I hope the results of such grafting can promote my expansion. Egger continued to say after a pause. I once asked Yondo to help me send some offspring, which violated the code of the predator, but I generously compensated him, and in order to appease his conscience, I said that I would not hurt them. What I said is to be honest, none of them felt pain, but they all disappointed me. None of them carried the god gene until they met you, Peter. Among all my descendants, only you have inherited the light of life genetic connection. For the first time in my life, I'm really not alone anymore. Egg got more and more excited as he spoke, and finally roared out. Not only was Quill not excited after hearing Egg's words, but he lowered his head, showing a sad expression. What's the matter, kid? Egg asked, looking at Quill. Then what should my friends do? Quill asked, looking up at Egg. Look at you, that's the human side at work. We've moved beyond these things. Egg said. Yes, but my mother, you said you loved my mother. Peter asked with a struggling expression. I love him, my water lily who sings the words to every song that plays on the radio. I have gone back to Earth 3 times to see her, and I know that if I go back a 4th time, I will never not going away. My expansion, the purpose of my existence is all over, so I did what I had to, but I shouldn't have put the tumor in your mother's brain. Egg sighed. But I shouldn't have put a tumor in your mother's brain? The tumor was placed in the mother's brain. Tumor? Brain? This sentence kept echoing in Quill's mind, and the voice became louder and louder. Quilton suddenly woke up, and the blue stars in his eyes disappeared, leaving only the anger filling his head. What did you say? Quill looked at Egg angrily and asked. Don't get excited, I know this sounds bad. Before Ego could finish speaking, the energy pistol Quill pulled out of his body pierced his heart. Boom, boom, bang bang bang. Quill shot after shot shot Egg like a sieve. So you killed my mother, go to hell. Quill fired continuously angrily, and Egg was battered by Quill's firepower. Only half of his head was left, and more than half of his body was damaged, with big holes all over his body. But not only did Yi not fall down, but he was still standing there. His body is made of energy, and he can recover automatically after being injured. Moreover, he is still on his own planet. It can be said that his current energy is continuous of. Quill stared wide-eyed at the blue energy in Ego's body slowly forming new flesh and blood. What is this? Who do you think you are? You're a bit overwhelmed. Egg shouted at Quill. You killed my mother. Quill also shouted loudly. I worked so hard to find the most suitable form for you, but the result is the result. Is this your gratitude? You really should grow up. Yi's body fully recovered with energy, and then stretched out his hand. Behind Quill the ground broke instantly, and a dazzling huge blue energy tentacle broke through the ground, piercing towards Quill's back. The blue energy tentacles passed through Quill's chest in an instant, and Quill felt that something in his body had been sucked away, and he was completely unable to move now, so he could only let the blue tentacles absorb his energy uncomfortably. I wanted to complete the expansion together with you, but in the next few thousand years, you can only provide me with divine power like a battery. Ego revealed his true colors, looked at Quill and said viciously, arrive. Boom! Only a loud gunshot was heard, and Yi Ji's entire upper body was smashed to pieces. The blue energy tentacles on the ground disappeared in an instant, and Quill fell to the ground, panting heavily. What do you want to do to my brother? Rocket and Arthur came in from outside the main hall. Rocket held the giant sniper rifle that Arthur gave her, and asked Ego loudly, Peter, as your family member, I am really ashamed for you. I stood at the door and listened for a long time. Your biological father is no different from a boar. He is a beast. Rocket looked at Quill and said contemptuously. Quill stood up from the ground with difficulty, and said to the Rocket, I agree with you this time. I didn't expect you to come to die, but I didn't intend to let you leave alive. Especially you, Arthur. You have an infinite gem on your body, give it to me, and I can consider sparing your life. Yi Ji's body recovered instantly. He looked at Arthur and said arrogantly, haha, since you know that I have the infinity stones and dare to talk to me like that, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Arthur asked, looking at Egg contemptuously with his arms folded. You think you can defeat me with an infinity gem? Haha, I am the real god in the universe? And you are just a descendant of a toy modified by other gods, and you only have half of it. Bloodline. Egg laughed and said, he told a secret thing, that is, Atlantis was also created by the members of the Celestial Group when they went to the Earth. Of course they also created other races, but Arthur didn't know it yet. Do you think you have a steady stream of energy to defeat me on your own planet? But this is also your fatal flaw. If I smash the planet, you will die. Arthur looked at Egg speaking of. Then you have a try. Egg roared, and then the ground of the whole hall suddenly exploded, and countless huge blue energy tentacles broke through the ground, rushing towards the three of Arthur. Arthur pushed Quill away, took out the trident and shot red energy rays at the three blue energy tentacles stabbing towards them. The three energy tentacles were instantly shattered by Arthur's energy rays. The Rocket flew in the air wearing a flight suit and took out another weapon, which was a giant folding machine gun. It fired at the surrounding tentacles, and countless tentacles were hit by it. Of crushing. Quill was not idle either. He put on his mask and flight suit, flew in the air and kept shooting at the tentacles. Arthur looked at Egg in the distance, and captured the king first. Although this was not his body, if it was eliminated, it would take some time for it to create a clone again. Arthur's whole body of golden sea king armor suddenly appeared on his body, and he rushed towards Egg quickly with a trident in his hand. Egg noticed Arthur's movements, and 5 huge blue tentacles smashed down on Arthur. There was a feeling of being overwhelmed. Arthur looked at the tentacles above his head and felt like Elia's big move in League of Legends. Well, since this is the case, I will take your move. Arthur raised his hand to draw above his head, and 2 large blue magic shields appeared out of thin air, spinning above Arthur's head, and the size was getting bigger and bigger. Boom! 5 huge blue energy tentacles hit the magic shield together, and the ground in the entire hall shook and jumped, showing the power of this blow. Arthur! Rocket yelled worriedly at Arthur in the air. But at this moment, a tentacle slapped the back of the rocket, and the rocket had no time to react. Suddenly, several bright lights flashed, and the tentacle was shattered. It turned out that Quill was supporting him. Can you be serious? Will Arthur be knocked down by this one? Worry about yourself. Quill complained to Rocket. Rocket was furious at what Quill said, and he raised his machine gun and attacked indiscriminately. All nearby tentacles were smashed into smoke and disappeared into the air. A burst of red light flashed, and the 5 huge tentacles were all shattered immediately. Arthur rushed out from the tentacles, and the red energy ray of the trident in his right hand blasted towards Egg. A blue tentacle in front of Egg helped him block Arthur's blow. Egg saw that Arthur was about to come directly towards him. He suddenly roared, and the entire ground of the hall instantly shattered, and 6 dazzling blue huge tentacles the beam of light shot up into the sky. The beam of light broke through the top of the hall, first rushed into the air, then turned around and came towards the hall. 6 blue beams of light descended from the sky and gathered on Yi Ji's body. Yi Ji's whole body suddenly shone with dazzling light, causing the 3 of Arthur to close their eyes. After only a moment, the light disappeared, and the 3 of Arthur opened their eyes and suddenly saw a shocking scene. Ego turned into a very big blue giant, bigger than the Golden Hall. In order to prevent Arthur from destroying the clone, Egg wrapped it up with energy, making himself like a hill. Both Rocket and Quill opened their mouths wide. How could Ego fight when he became so big? They are like ants now, and they are probably going to be trampled to death. Arthur looked at the giant above his head and narrowed his eyes. It was Ilia just now, and now it's Susano. Are you a human from Earth or am I a human from Earth? Arthur sighed. It's true. Arthur closed his eyes, and drew mysterious symbols in the air with both hands, communicating the energy of the water latitude. It's over? Find a way, Arthur. Rocket yelled, and Quill joined him in firing at the giant, but it was like tickling the giant, not even breaking his skin. Egg raised his right foot and stepped on the 3 of them hard. Quill and Rocket wanted to run, but the size of the huge foot was too large. They couldn't run that far in an instant. Press the top of your head. It's over, goodbye Gamera. Quill closed his eyes and waited for death to come, while the rocket roared and fired towards the solace of the feet in the air, and the energy bullets shot desperately towards the solace of Egg's feet. At this critical moment, a blue ball of water energy surrounded the three of them, and it became bigger and bigger. Yi only felt that he stepped on a water ball, and then a huge force came from the bottom of his feet, and Yi was lifted. Turn it out. Boom! The earth was shaken instantly, the earthquake shook twice. Yi fell backward heavily, crushing all the golden walls of the hall, and his golden hall was completely scrapped. Egg looked up, and the same blue giant appeared in front of him. It's impossible. Egg said in shock. He knew that Arthur had the Infinity Stone, and he had seen the process of Arthur destroying the sovereigns. What Arthur possessed should be ether particles, but how could he have such a huge water element magic energy, and could create such a huge water giant out of thin air? If the energy formed by ether particles should be red, but this water elemental energy, still underestimate Arthur? Egg stood up again, and he watched the blue water giant who was as tall as himself punch out with a punch. Quill and Rocket saw themselves wrapped in water standing next to Arthur, and the three of them were now in a water giant of the same size, excited, never experienced this feeling. Quickly teach Arthur a lesson, let him know how powerful our guardians of the galaxy are. Rocket watched Egg punching him and reminded Arthur. Arthur controlled the water giant to raise his arm to block Yi's punch, and then punched Yi's head with a backhand. The water giant's fist slammed on the head of Egg's energy giant, and Egg was stunned from the beating. Arthur continued to go up and hugged Egg's energy giant's arm, turned around and fell over his shoulder, slamming Egg to the ground, and the whole earth shook. Yeah, good job on Arthur. Keep hitting him, Rocket said excitedly, while Quill also had a complicated expression on the side, not knowing what he was thinking. In the distance, the four of Gamera flew over in the Predator Galaxy Guardian, and they were shocked to see the two giants fighting like Ultraman. Two gigantic giants on Egg were wrestling together, destroying countless palace forests along the way. Gamera and Dracula the Destroyer drove the Guardians of the Galaxy around Ego's blue energy giant and kept firing at him. You can't win if you fight me on my own planet. Ego's blue giant laughed and said. Then the trees and rocks on the entire planet seemed to come alive, and the plants became longer and longer to wrap around Arthur's blue water giant's feet, and the rocks were combined piece by piece, turning into small rocks giant. Throw rocks at Arthur's blue water giant. Arthur is on the chest of the blue water giant, his eyes are covered with blue energy, and there is a blue magic symbol on his forehead, through which the magic energy of the water latitude continuously enters Arthur's body through the dimension. Go back to the spaceship first, I'm going to increase my energy to fight him. Arthur turned his head and said to Quill and Rocket. As soon as the blue water giant patted his chest, Quill and Rocket flew out of the blue water giant's body. The two used the flying device to fly towards the Guardian of the Galaxy, and Gamera was picking them up. Egg saw that Quill was about to get on the spaceship, and thought he was going to escape, so he stopped playing immediately. With all his energy, the whole planet Egg shook, and huge blue tentacles broke out of the ground one after another. Each tentacle both were the size of their giants. Tentacles were drawn towards the Guardians of the Galaxy, and Quill and the Rocket returned to the Guardians of the Galaxy smoothly, but the Guardians of the Galaxy might not be able to escape the attack of the tentacles. Arthur's water giant's legs were entangled by huge plants. A blue trident took shape in the water giant's hand, and shot a beam of blue at the giant blue tentacles that were about to attack the Guardian of the Galaxy not far away. Color energy. The blue energy penetrated the three blue tentacles in an instant, and the energy tentacles were instantly shattered. The Guardian of the Galaxy also escaped successfully, started the engine and flew towards the sky quickly. You leave this planet first, I'm afraid it will affect you. Don't worry about me, go. Arthur said to the Guardians of the Galaxy through the headset communication. We will not leave you behind. You are also our family. Dracula said into the communicator. Don't worry, I can't die, you guys wait for me outside the planet first, I'm going to blow up this planet directly. Arthur said loudly. Okay, we are waiting for you outside, you must be careful. Gamera said. Arthur, don't hold back. He killed my mother. Kill him for me. Quill said suddenly. Okay. Arthur replied with one word. The rocket took over the master pilot of the spaceship and controlled the spaceship to fly into space. Dracula, Gamera, Mantis, and Groot looked at the blue water giant holding a trident and the surrounding people on the outer planet. It is a blue energy giant with blue tentacles fighting on the ground. I really envy your relationship. I haven't had any friends since I was born, and I want to be one of you two. The Mantis girl looked at everyone and said. You have helped us, and you are already our friend, so follow us to take risks in the universe. Dracula said. Really? Can I really be your friend? Mantis girl looked at Gamera timidly and asked several people. She always felt that Gamera was a little hostile to her. From the time you bravely revealed Egg's face to us, you have been our friend. Gamera looked at Mantis girl and said. Great. I also have friends. The Mantis girl jumped up happily. At this moment, the spaceship shook suddenly, and several people almost fell to the ground, as if they were attacked. What's the matter, Peter? Gamera asked Quill loudly, leaning on the wall. Damn, what a lingering ghost. Sovereign's fleet is chasing after him again. Quill roared loudly. Not far from the Guardians of the Galaxy, a large honeycomb-shaped wormhole appeared in the space, and countless sovereign spacecraft passed through the wormhole, densely packed more than the last time. And in the control room of the fleet core on Star Sovereign, High Priest Aisha wore a black operation suit and personally piloted a sovereign spaceship. This time she led the team herself. Pilots, our target is right in front of our eyes, this time let them taste the anger of our sovereigns? Attack. Aisha looked at the Guardian of the Galaxy in the distance and ordered. Seeing that the situation was not right, the Guardians of the Galaxy immediately turned around and flew back towards Ego, and the sovereign spaceships behind them chased them closely and fired. This time you will drive, I will attack. Quill did not compete with the rocket for the master pilot this time, he chose to control the firepower on the spaceship. Gamera and Dracula also assisted in the attack from behind. Mantis Girl also looked nervously at the spaceship army behind, and Groot was expressionless. The rocket drove the Guardians of the Galaxy towards the star Ego. The Guardians of the Galaxy shuttled freely in the hail of bullets, while Quill controlled the two machine guns on the wings to fight back, blowing up one after another. Varan ship. After the rocket modification, the Guardian of the Galaxy is much faster than before, and its weapons and equipment are also much stronger, and it is still able to do a job with ease in the hail of bullets. The Guardians of the Galaxy flew through the atmosphere of Ego and flew towards the two giants who were fighting fiercely on the ground. Why are you back again? Arthur also saw the Guardian of the Galaxy and asked. It's more dangerous outside than on this planet, cried the rocket. Arthur saw countless small sovereign spaceships chasing from a distance, and countless energy cannons continued to attack, instantly blowing up the entire building on Ego to pieces. The Guardians of the Galaxy flew lower and lower, and Ego's energy tentacles shot towards the Guardians of the Galaxy in front of them. Haha, it's really exciting. Rocket laughed loudly, controlling the spaceship to shuttle among the tentacles. You're still happy to come out, we now have enemies in front and pursuers in back. Gamera said to Rocket. The Guardians of the Galaxy sprinted left and suddenly, shuttling among the huge energy tentacles. The rocket's spaceship driving ability is really not covered. But the sovereign spacecraft couldn't do it. One after another the spacecraft directly hit the huge blue tentacles, and the sound of explosions continued. The spaceship behind directly attacked the blue tentacles, and Yi-Ji's tentacles were destroyed one after another. Haha, this can be regarded as helping Arthur relieve pressure. Quill said with a smile. The rocket flew towards wherever there were tentacles, and in the end it even kept circling around Egg's blue giant. The sovereigns were also powerful, directly destroying all of Egg's blue tentacles, and chasing the Guardians of the Galaxy to continuously attack Egg's blue giant. Igor was immediately backed by the firepower of the sovereign spacecraft, and the rocket was bad enough, not to mention circling around Igor. Quill even fired at the blue giant. The current form is like the Guardian of the Galaxy leading countless sovereign spaceships to attack Ego's blue energy giant together. It's just that the Guardian of the Galaxy is in a more dangerous situation. It needs to shuttle through countless energy artillery attacks and avoid Ego's counterattack. Arthur watched Ego retreating steadily under the bombardment of countless energy. Arthur immediately blasted Ego with the blue energy of the trident. The huge energy light directly blasted off Ego's right hand, which was raised to resist the attack. Ego didn't expect Arthur to play sneak attack. Can't he afford it? Moreover, Arthur attacked indiscriminately, and the energy rays shot through countless sovereign spaceships along the way, all of which exploded. Arthur knew how to take advantage of your illness to kill you. The second energy ray shot directly at the chest of the blue giant Egg, piercing through the blue giant in an instant. Egg's blue giant screamed and fell backwards. Arthur's blue energy rays continued to attack, directly cutting off the body of Egg's blue energy giant from his chest. Egg's blue giant's upper body lost energy and disappeared into the air like smoke. Only the lower body fell straight down, and it also turned into smoke and disappeared into the air. Egg's clone was completely destroyed. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy breathed a sigh of relief and finally defeated him, and the rocket drove the spaceship soaring into the sky. I'll leave it to you, Arthur, and we'll find a way to get rid of these sovereigns. Rocket said, looking at the sovereign fleet that was chasing after him. Leave it to me, and be careful. Arthur raised the trident and shot out a blue energy ray instantly, knocking down the sovereign spaceship chasing after the Guardian of the Galaxy. The Guardians of the Galaxy broke through the atmosphere and disappeared, and there was still a third of the sovereign spaceships still chasing after them. Arthur believed that the Guardians of the Galaxy could solve them. Arthur turned his gaze to the planet below him, knowing that his time was running out. Although Yi-Ji's avatar was destroyed, he would be able to make a comeback immediately. Arthur held the sea god trident in both hands, with the head of the halberd facing the ground, collecting all the energy. A huge blue energy ray blasted towards the ground, and shot deep into the planet. Arthur's blue water giant disappeared into the air, and Arthur concentrated all his energy on the blue energy ray, preparing to blast through the planet's core in one fell swoop and kill Egg directly. Arthur roared and rushed vertically towards the center of the earth, holding the sea god trident tightly with both hands, and huge energy rays blasted forward continuously. The planet's crust couldn't resist Arthur's huge energy ray, and Arthur rushed into the planet's core in an instant, and Ego's core was tightly wrapped by a red substance. This layer of material is so hard that it can resist Arthur's blue energy rays. Arthur looked at the red ball in front of him and frowned. The blue ray in his hand was mixed with red energy and yellow energy, and the whole energy ray suddenly became colorful. Arthur has added the energy of 2 gems, and it's hard to believe that it can't break your turtle shell. But just when the red material tortoise shell broke, the dazzling blue energy instantly enveloped the red core, and countless blue tentacles emerged from the surrounding ground. Yi also appeared in front of Arthur again, recreating a clone with blue energy. Arthur John, I underestimated you? I didn't expect you to have such powerful water element magic energy even without the power of gemstones. Your own ability is almost comparable to that of a god. Yi said loudly to Arthur. The blue energy on the circular core became brighter and brighter, completely resisting Arthur's 3 mixed energy rays. Haha, if I hadn't been prepared to be slaughtered in your hands, I still have tens of thousands of planets that can provide me with energy, and the life on tens of thousands of planets will merge with me. How can you beat me? Egg said with a laugh. Suddenly countless blue energies gathered towards Ego from the universe, pouring into Yugo's body like a river, and Yugo's avatar became more and more dazzling. At the same time, on countless planets in the universe, a cloud of blue matter suddenly emerged from the ground like magma, devouring the lives on countless planets. The same is true for the Earth. In the small town of Quill's hometown in the United States, huge blue matter emerges continuously from the forest outside the town, engulfing the entire forest in an instant, and all the trees and animals swallowed by the blue matter, all life forms turned into Yi's energy. The blue substance spread and submerged toward the town like magma, and the residents of the town drove away after seeing this doomsday-like scene. Tens of thousands of planets in the universe have encountered the same crisis at the same time, and they are all the result of Yugo's millions of years of expansion. Arthur looked at the increasingly dazzling Ego and already guessed what he did. If he didn't stop him, all life on tens of thousands of planets would be sacrificed and become Ego's energy fertilizer, including the Earth. Arthur raised his right hand, and the yellow gem suddenly blazed brightly. Egg stopped his movement immediately, and Arthur interrupted the energy absorption. Yi likes to use the mantis girl to help him fall asleep, which shows that his mental power is not very strong, and he is very easy to be controlled by others. Arthur directly used the mind gem to penetrate the red substance and invade Ego's body, a gleaming brain. Instantly controlled Yi, causing him to lose control of energy for a short time. The blue energy dissipated in the air, and the blue energy supply of tens of thousands of planets was also forced to stop. When the small towns on the Earth were about to be flooded by the blue matter suddenly stopped growing, allowing some old people and children who ran slowly to escape their lives. After Arthur restrained Egg, the energy of Arthur's reality gem wrapped Egg's red substance core, only to see that the red substance outside Ego's core instantly turned into sand, flowing towards the ground, revealing the core of the core. Egg's gleaming brain itself. Arthur used the reality gem to change the structure of the red substance, and instantly cracked Ego's hard turtle shell. At this moment, Egg also desperately broke free from Arthur's mind control. He was horrified to find that his body was exposed in front of Arthur, and the solid red protective substance had long since disappeared. No, please, you can't kill me. Egg was afraid. For the first time in millions of years he had felt fear. Arthur didn't talk too much, and pointed the trident in his hand at Egg's gleaming brain body, and the 3-color mixed energy shot out again, blasting towards Egg's body. Do not. Egg's avatar yelled and rushed towards Arthur, trying to stop Arthur's movement, but it was too late. Before he jumped on Arthur, the 3-color energy had already bombarded Egg's brain. Yi's main body suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and Yi's split body instantly dissipated into the air. Boom! The entire Yi star exploded, instantly lighting up all the planets around this universe. However, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy did not look back at the moment when Yugo's planet was destroyed, because they are now in a tight siege. Just after they broke out of the atmosphere, they flew towards the universe, but what was waiting for them outside the planet Yugo was the second batch of Sovereign Spaceship Army. The number of Sovereign spaceships is the same as that of the previous fleet, and they are densely packed to cover the sky. The Guardians of the Galaxy now have pursuers behind and enemies in front. They looked at the densely packed Sovereign spaceships in front of them, and felt desperately that they were really afraid that they would fall here today. Guardians of the Galaxy, maybe this can give you some comfort. Your death is not meaningless, but a warning to those who want to betray us. Don't anger the Sovereigns. The High Priest Yes's arrogant voice reached the ears of several members of the Guardians of the Galaxy from the densely packed Sovereign spacecraft. Numerous Sovereign spaceships surrounded the Guardians of the Galaxy, and they fired together. The Guardians of the Galaxy was suddenly shattered in the air, and the spacecraft continued to be damaged. The Guardians of the Galaxy is about to be completely destroyed, and the lives of the 6 people on the Guardians of the Galaxy are at stake. At this critical moment, countless missiles were fired at the spacecraft of the Sovereign fleet, exploding one after another in space. We're under attack, a Sovereign yelled. The consoles of countless Sovereign spaceships in the control room instantly turned red, and they all lost their spaceships. Damn, damn. High Priest Aisha yelled loudly, smashing the cockpit hard, and her spaceship was instantly shot down. Seeing that revenge was in sight, he made a joke with Aisha again, and Aisha has completely collapsed now. Everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy looked at the Sovereign spaceship that was constantly exploding. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and finally escaped with their lives. Who saved us? Gamera asked strangely. Someone actually saved us. It shouldn't be. Who would come to this place now? Quill could clearly see a huge battleship he was very familiar with flying out of the honeycomb-shaped space channel in the distance, and more than a dozen small spaceships. It was Yondu who came? He actually saved us, Quill said with a complicated expression. After experiencing what happened to his father, he realized that Yondu detained himself back then to save himself. He has always misunderstood that Yondu degree. Look how Arthur is doing. Gamera reminded everyone, and everyone remembered that Ego's star suddenly exploded just now, and they wondered if Arthur was okay. He's there. Mantis Girl pointed to a red light spot in space and said. Everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy looked over together, only to see Arthur flying towards them wrapped in red energy, like a comet. He's fine, great. Dracula the Destroyer said, and everyone else smiled. Arthur returned to the Guardian of the Galaxy and hugged everyone. The spaceship Guardians of the Galaxy has been beaten beyond recognition by the Sovereign Fleet, and the rocket landed the spaceship with difficulty on a cocky planet not far away. And Yondu's Predator battleship also landed, and Quill, Arthur, Gamera, Rocket, Dracula's, Groot and Mantis walked off the spaceship together. Rocket took out the repair equipment to restore the damaged parts on the spaceship, while Quill and the others watched Yondu and his men coming from a distance. Peter, we meet again. Did you know? For you, I gave up a big order of 100 billion. Yondu came to the crowd and said to Quill. Quill walked towards Yondu, and everyone in the Predator was very strange. Quill used to run away as soon as he saw them. Why didn't he run away today? Under everyone's gaze, Quill did something unexpected. Quill walked up and hugged Yondu tightly. Although Yondu guessed that Quill already knew his father's true face, he didn't expect Quill to hug him. Quill had never hugged himself. What's wrong, kid? Yondu's voice softened. I met my biological father. He wanted me to help him rule the universe. If I didn't agree, he wanted to kill us. Quill said. Son, he's just your biological father, but I'm actually your father. Yondu hugged Quill and said. Quill let go of Yondu, watching him get a ridiculously large red antenna on his head, and Quill laughed. Didn't you say you always wanted to eat me? Quill asked, looking at Yondu. I was scaring you, I thought it was very interesting. Yondu also said with a smile. Did you know? Yondu has been kicked out of the Predator for your sake. Starka thinks he has betrayed the Predator's rules. However, he did not choose to hand you over. The long-haired man on the side asked Quill said. Thank you, I have been blaming you for so many years. You raised me and taught me how to survive. Indeed, you are more qualified to be my father. I will explain to them clearly about the Predators. Quill looked at Yondu and said sincerely. It's good that you understand, kid. Yondu patted Quill's shoulder in relief. The rebellious kid finally grew up. The partners of the Guardians of the Galaxy looked at Yondu and Quill happily. They are the real relatives. I know you felt bad after you followed Egg, and I rushed over to save you. Fortunately, you are all fine, but you have to give me the battery you stole from Sovereign, so that I can save you. Tell my men, Yondu said to Quill. Quill thought for a while and turned to look at Rocket. Rocket knew what Quill meant, and took out a bundle of glowing yellow batteries from his backpack and threw it to Quill, as the reward for the Predators rescuing them this time. This battery is worth $1,000,000, is this enough to explain to your subordinates? Quill threw a bundle of batteries to Yondu and asked. That woman in Sovereign promised me 100 billion purple gold to kill you, but I gave up the huge temptation to save you, so don't think I took advantage of it. Yondu put away the battery in satisfaction speaking to Quill. Okay, thanks for saving us, Quill said to Yondu. Then I'm leaving. Be careful when you are wandering in the universe, and come back and have a look if you have time. After Yondu finished speaking, he turned and left. The members of the Predator waved to Quill, and boarded the Predator battleship with Yondu and left the planet. Quill stood still and watched Yondu and the others go away, wondering what was going on in his heart. I think I should go back to Earth, Arthur said suddenly. What? Are you leaving too? Quill looked at Arthur and asked, and the other Galaxy Guardians all looked at Arthur. This time I came out to prevent the tyrant from looking for you in advance. Since Gamera has released the news of the Soul Gem, you are not in danger for the time being. Then I should return to Earth. I have been waiting for a long time. I haven't gone back. My girlfriend is probably going to be angry. Arthur looked at everyone and said, It's a pity. I like to take risks with you, and now I'm about to break up. Dracula the Destroyer said, We'll see each other soon, and we'll fight side by side again. Arthur said to Dracula's, I look forward to that day. Dracula replied. Arthur and everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy hugged each other, and the newly joined Mantis Girl was no exception. If you encounter danger, please contact me. Rocket has already connected the communicator for me. Arthur raised the electronic watch on his right hand that he bought at the Udagai market and said, Well, we will, if you need us, please contact us. No matter how far we are, we will definitely arrive. Quill said to Arthur, I'm Groot. Groot said goodbye to Arthur. I'm leaving, goodbye. After Arthur finished speaking, he opened a blue portal. Goodbye. X6 Everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy also said goodbye to Arthur. Several people watched Arthur disappear after entering the portal, and Quill suddenly said to everyone, Okay, we have added Mantis to the Guardians of the Galaxy, so let's continue to set off into the universe. Yeah, I'm going to take an adventure, the Mantis Girl shouted happily. I'm going to repair the spaceship, and then we'll set off again. The rocket turned and walked towards the spaceship. Groot and Dracula took Mantis to visit the spaceship. Gamera and Quill looked at each other and smiled. Arthur returned to the Wakanda Avengers base after passing through the portal. Arthur looked at the renovated base and smiled slightly. It's good to be back. When Arthur walked into the base, he met Natasha, who was about to go out. Natasha's eyes lit up when she saw Arthur. Isn't this our busy man, Sea King Arthur? Why are you willing to go back to Earth? Natasha sarcastically asked Arthur. Yay, I miss you and I'm back. Where are you going? Arthur asked Natasha with a smile. We found something happened in a small town in the north. It seems to be alien matter, so we are going to have a look. Natasha replied. Well, I know what's going on, you don't need to go, there's no problem anymore. Arthur thought for a while and said. You know. Natasha looked at Arthur strangely. Is this matter related to Arthur? Natasha followed Arthur to the hall of the base. Tony Stark, Sam, Steve Rogers, Banner, and Colonel Rhodes greeted Arthur one after another, and everyone came to the hall together. Where are the others? Arthur asked Steve Rogers. Bucky went to practice with T'Challa. Thor hasn't come back since he left last time. Scott Lang has a bit of trouble with Dr. Pym. Barton's still on vacation. Peter Parker is still at school. Pete Luo should be back in a while, Steve Rogers said. Where's Wanda? Why didn't you see her? Arthur never saw the person he most wanted to see. Wanda has been to Karmatage since you left, and she said that she wants to concentrate on studying magic. Natasha said to Arthur. That's it. Arthur felt a little disappointed. He hadn't seen Wanda for more than a month, and he really missed her. Arthur, you're back. Pietro said happily when he saw Arthur surrounded by everyone. Yay, long time no see. Arthur greeted Pietro with a smile. Just now you said you knew what happened in the north. What exactly is going on? Natasha looked at Arthur and asked. Arthur told everyone about the series of things that happened in the universe in detail, and everyone listened with great interest to Arthur's story about his great adventure in the universe. That's the way it is. The alien matter in the north you mentioned should be formed by ego seeds inspired by him. Arthur explained to everyone. Everyone, look at me and I look at you. I didn't expect Arthur to go through so many dangerous things for more than a month, and I didn't expect Arthur to save the Earth again. If Arthur hadn't defeated Egg, Earth would be finished. I didn't expect that there are so many interesting things in the universe, and I didn't expect that the legendary celestial group would actually stare at the Earth. Tony Stark sighed. I also want to take an adventure in the universe and see the outside world. Pietro said yearningly. Don't be envious, I will introduce the Guardians of the Galaxy to you later, and then let them take you to learn more. Arthur patted Pietro on the shoulder and said. This is a gift I brought to you, an alien specialty? Everyone has a share. Arthur took things out of the dimension space one by one. The clothes for you, the unbreakable kind. Arthur handed Dr. Banner a set of clothes. Thank you, Dr. Banner said with a smile, taking the clothes. Your leather jacket, I think it's very suitable for you to wear when you are riding a motorcycle. Arthur handed Steve Rogers a jacket made of alien monster skin. Thank you, I like this style very much. Steve Rogers also said with satisfaction. The special metal for you, it can blend into the environment to achieve the effect of invisibility. Arthur took out a large piece of transparent metal and handed it to Tony Stark. Oh, I thought you gave me clothes too. This metal is really nice, I like it, thanks. Tony Stark didn't want to reach out to pick it up, but he still couldn't resist the temptation of the alien transparent metal. I took it. This is your hair dye. After you dye it, your hair will change color according to your mood. Arthur handed Natasha a bottle of hair dye. Thank you. Natasha gave Arthur a white look. You can give this to the lady, but it's quite what you want. These are the shoes I bought for you. These are Bucky's, please give them to him. Arthur handed Sam 2 pairs of running shoes. These shoes are so cool. Oh, Bucky's is brown. I still like my black one, thanks. Sam happily took over the 2 pairs of avant-garde shoes, holding them in his hands and watching them happily. This is the elemental pistol for you. It's powerful and doesn't use bullets. You just need to pull the trigger to fire infinitely. Arthur handed Rhodes a small silver pistol. It's actually a weapon for me, but I like this one, Arthur. Rhodes took the small pistol in his hand and played with it in satisfaction. No, these are the shoes I bought for you. They are resistant to high temperature and electric shock, and they won't break no matter how fast you run. Arthur handed Pietro a pair of running shoes. You bought this for me? What is Wanda's thing? Pietro asked unhappily. She's just one piece of clothing? These shoes and earrings are for T'Challa and Sully, please send them to him later. Arthur handed the shoes and jewelry gift box to Pietro. Leave it to me and it will be delivered in a second. Pietro was finally happy. It turned out that everyone's goods were similar, and his heart was balanced. Don't look at me like that, these are all yours, save some food. Arthur found the white cat Venom looking at himself with melancholy eyes, thinking that Arthur would not buy it a gift, but Arthur poured out a big pile of alien treats on the table. You actually know that I like to eat this kind of snacks. What a friend. The Venom hoarse voice came from the kitten's mouth, and it quickly rushed to the snacks on the table. Seeing that everyone liked the things he bought very much, Arthur showed a knowing smile. He finally didn't disappoint everyone, and the hall suddenly became happy. So Thanos didn't trouble the Guardians of the Galaxy, but you released the news about the Soul Gem in advance. Steve Rogers looked at Arthur seriously and asked. Yes, we have to divert Thanos' attention to buy us time. Arthur nodded and said. It's strange to say that 5 of the 6 Infinity Stones are actually in our hands, and Thanos's one was snatched from you. Why did the Infinity Stones appear concentrated on the Earth? Tony Stark, think big. Because you are the main characters, Arthur grumbled in his heart. So what are we going to do next? Sam asked. It's very simple, collect materials, research weapons, improve strength, and prepare for the battle to come at any time. Arthur said to everyone. That's the reason. When do you think the enemy will come? Steve Rogers nodded and said. I have a hunch that the time for the enemy to invade the Earth is getting closer, so everyone must be prepared and mobilize all personnel to fight against the powerful enemy. Arthur said. Arthur returned to his villa, took a hot shower, lay beautifully on the soft bed, drank coffee, and swiped his phone. More than a month of space travel almost suffocated him. He slept on the hard bunk bed on the Galaxy Guardian spacecraft every day, and his mobile phone could not play. Such advanced alien technology does not have a game console. It's just boring interstellar news information. The only thing that accompanied Arthur was the short video he took and the music that was about to vomit in his mobile phone. I really don't know how I got through the past month or so. Arthur opened the hero short video, obviously looking at 9,999 unread messages, and Arthur opened them one by one. It's all some blessings and greetings from the fans. I wonder what happened to Arthur after the Avengers disbanded. Why haven't you updated the video for so long? After moving away from the United States, did you return to live in Atlantis under the sea? It seems that the fans are still very enthusiastic about him, and of course there are some inexplicable private letters of offensive remarks. Arthur didn't pay attention to them. Among them, Chinese fans account for the majority, because in the eyes of Chinese fans Arthur is a foreigner superhero who is proficient in Chinese, and he especially likes Chinese food, so he has attracted the attention of Chinese netizens. Arthur swiped through the video for a while, looked at the recent news and the dynamics of his friends, and suddenly felt dull, watching the empty room with a sudden sense of emptiness. He missed Wanda, and came back just to meet Wanda earlier and give her a surprise. He didn't expect Wanda to go to Carmitage alone. Do you want to go find her? Arthur asked himself. What's the point? Arthur straightened up from the carp on the bed, drew a circle with his right hand to open a portal, and walked in. Just after Arthur passed through the portal, he saw Wong standing in front of him in embarrassment, looking at him blankly. Hi, Wong. Long time no see. Arthur greeted Wong. Long time no see, Arthur. You just came out of home. Wong looked at Arthur wearing a very flirty leopard print pajamas, with 2 fluffy thighs exposed, and a pair of flip-flops underneath. No matter how you look at it, Arthur looks like he just came out of the house and has no time to change clothes. Moreover, on this platform on the top of the snow mountain, the wind is biting, so he is not afraid of catching a cold? I just got up from the bed and forgot to change my clothes. Arthur said awkwardly, and then the pajamas on his body suddenly changed into a set of dark red mage robes, and his flip-flops became a pair of tall leather boots. Does it look more normal this way? Arthur asked Wong in a funny circle. Is this suit of yours a magic weapon? Wong looked at Arthur in shock. He had never seen a suit that could change as he wanted. This is an artifact made by the Nidai dwarves. By the way, where is Wanda? Arthur asked the king. She has been retreating in the room and hasn't appeared for 2 weeks. It may be that her magic practice has reached an important stage. Wong said to Arthur. Thanks. I'll go and see her. Arthur turned and walked towards Wanda's room without looking back. This guy who cares more about sex than friends. I wanted to ask how his trip to the universe is going. Wong sighed, shook his head watching Arthur leave in a hurry, turned and left in the direction of the library. Along the way, Arthur met several mages practicing here, and Arthur greeted them. He had lived in Carmitage for more than a year, and Arthur was familiar with these mages. Arthur came to the innermost part of the corridor. This is Wanda's room, and next to it is Arthur's room. This was arranged by the ancient master when they first came, and it has been given to them for dual use until now. Arthur looked at the closed door and took a deep breath. He could feel the obvious magic fluctuations in the room. It seemed that Wanda was indeed practicing chaos magic. Arthur stretched out his hand, and the crimson chaotic magic energy blocked Arthur at the door like a wall. Arthur didn't knock on the door. He was afraid of interrupting Wanda's practice. The red energy enveloped Arthur's whole body. Arthur walked towards the door. Arthur went directly through the red energy wall and also through the wooden door into the room. In the room. After entering, Arthur was taken aback by the sight in front of him. The whole room was filled with dark red magic energy, and the furnishings in the room became what they were at home. The whole room was fully affected by Wanda's magic energy. Feet doubled in size. Arthur thought he was back at the villa again. It seems that Wanda's chaos magic has been able to change reality, which is a bit similar to Arthur's reality gem ability. And on the familiar big bed in the middle of the room, Wanda was closing her eyes tightly and meditating with a serious expression. Her body was wrapped in dark red chaotic energy, and her hair was flying with the energy. The chaos codex in front of Wanda floats in the air, circling around Wanda. In addition, the dim light in the room looks scary, reminding Arthur of the witch who likes to live in the castle in the movie, but Wanda's beautiful appearance is quite inconsistent with the witch. Arthur stared blankly at Wanda for a while, seeing that she had no intention of waking up. What was she practicing? Wanda, Wanda. Arthur called softly, but he found that Wanda didn't respond at all, as if he couldn't hear Arthur's voice. Arthur looked at Wanda and frowned. Wanda's expression seemed to be a little painful, and she couldn't hear the sound from the outside world, as if her consciousness had fallen into some kind of illusion. Arthur hesitated for a moment, and stretched out his hand to touch Wanda's head. The dark red chaotic energy seemed to automatically sense Arthur's movement, forming an energy shield to block Arthur's hand. The yellow energy in the yellow mind gem in Arthur's right hand instantly wrapped Arthur's hand, and Arthur's right hand easily passed through Wanda's chaotic energy shield. Wanda's chaos magic is awakened because of the Mind Stone, so it will not reject the power of the Mind Stone. Arthur's hand successfully touched Wanda's orange hair. Arthur fondled Wanda's hair, and then Arthur closed his eyes, and the yellow energy penetrated into Wanda's forehead. Wanda is practicing the most difficult chapter of the Chaos Code, called the Chapter of Ayusta. This chapter records how to use chaos magic to change the real world. Its ability is exactly the same as Arthur's reality gem, and it can truly change reality. If it is cultivated to a high level, it can modify the reality of the entire Earth with a single thought. But just after Wanda's simple attempt to get started, she fell into the environment she created. In the illusion, there is no war on the Earth and no enemy threat. Wanda lives happily with Arthur and his brother Pietro. After Arthur entered Wanda's mind, he found that the scene in front of him was actually a villa by the sea in New York. Wanda was sitting on the chair at the door with Arthur, who was exactly like him, and whispered. Wanda rests her head on her imaginary Arthur's arm, her eyes closed with a happy expression on her face. It seems that Wanda misses herself too much, and will create this virtual world, but since Wanda looks happy, why does Wanda look painful in reality? Arthur was a little unclear, so Wanda heard the sound next to her. She opened her eyes and looked at Arthur. After seeing Arthur, she was happy at first, then confused, and finally understood. It seems that I miss him so much that I always see him. Wanda looked at Arthur and murmured. Arthur looked at Wanda speechlessly. What do you mean? Do you think you were imagined by her? It seems that Wanda has been imagining herself appearing in front of her recently. Arthur walked up to Wanda and looked into her eyes. Wanda found that the Arthur in front of her was different from the Arthur she had seen before, but she couldn't tell what was different. I'm back, Wanda. Arthur grabbed Wanda's hand, pulled it away from his other self, and held it in his arms. Wanda was a little confused by Arthur's actions, but the Arthur he transformed asked Arthur, "Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me?" Arthur glanced at the transformed Arthur, and the transformed Arthur turned into smoke and disappeared into the air. Only then did Wanda realize that Arthur in front of him could actually change his fantasy. So, is it you? Are you really back? Wanda murmured while touching Arthur's face. It's me, I'm back. I miss you. Arthur also looked at Wanda affectionately. Tears rolled from Wanda's eyes. Wanda hugged Arthur tightly, and Arthur patted Wanda's back lightly. Why did you come back so soon this time? Wanda and Arthur sat in the same seat just now, and Wanda asked Arthur in the same warm scene. I'll come back immediately after the matter is settled. Although I've only been away for more than a month, I miss you so much. Arthur looked at Wanda and said softly, well, I miss you too. I couldn't live in that empty villa anymore, so I came to Karmatage to increase my strength. Wanda said softly, your strength is already very strong. If your ability is awakened, even if I have 2 gems, I probably won't be your opponent. Arthur said with a smile. I want to protect you. Wanda looked Arthur in the eyes and said, don't do the stupid thing like last time. I'll be fine. If there is a war, you should protect yourself. Arthur grabbed Wanda's hand and put it on his face. I will definitely not let you get hurt, and I will definitely protect myself. Wanda looked at Arthur and said seriously, okay, it's time for you to wake up. You haven't eaten for 2 weeks, let's go eat something together. Arthur stood up and said to Wanda. Arthur snapped his fingers suddenly. Wanda's illusion it was broken in an instant, and Wanda also opened her eyes from the state of meditation. After losing Wanda's chaotic magic, the room returned to its original appearance, and all the red energy on Wanda disappeared in an instant. After Wanda opened her eyes, she saw Arthur sitting in front of him. Wanda stretched out her hands to embrace Arthur. Arthur also hugged Wanda, lowered his head and kissed Wanda. Wanda also closed his eyes, and the two kissed sweetly together. After a while, the door of Wanda's room was pushed open, and Arthur walked out of the room holding Wanda's hand. Wanda snuggled up to Arthur and kept watching Arthur secretly, wanting to see if he had lost weight. Don't look, although I've been living on the spaceship every day during this time, the food I eat is not bad. It's all alien meat products. I feel like I'm gaining weight. Arthur saw Wanda's worry, explained to her. I didn't gain weight, it's still the same as before, it seems to have grown a little taller. Wanda said with a smile. Arthur is 23 years old, and his height has grown to nearly 1.9 meters. Standing with him, Wanda is only as tall as his chin. Because of the genes of Atlantis, Arthur has become tall and strong, and his muscles are also very obvious. He looks like a well-fitting handsome guy, and his figure is comparable to that of Thor. Wanda and Arthur were a good match when they stood together. Arthur took Wanda's hand and walked towards the Karmatage kitchen. Wanda hadn't eaten for 2 weeks, and Arthur was a little hungry. The uncle in the kitchen was very happy to see Arthur. This kitchen was the place where Arthur visited the most when he came to Karmatage, so the chefs and Arthur were very familiar with each other. Arthur told them that they hadn't eaten and they were very hungry. The chefs immediately prepared his favorite pilaf for Arthur and curry rice for Wanda. The two ate happily. After the meal, Arthur told Wanda about his adventures in the universe for more than a month while drinking green tea. Wanda dragged her cheeks and listened quietly to Arthur's narration, and had a little longing for the rich universe that Arthur said. In the future, I'll take you to Utgay for a stroll. The commercial street there is really good, and the things they sell are also weird and interesting. Arthur said to Wanda. Okay, I'm willing to accompany you anywhere. Wanda nodded and said. No, this is the dress I bought for you. It can enhance magical energy. I bought it because I thought it would suit you better. Arthur handed Wanda the dark red leather coat she bought for her. I like it very much. Wanda said happily. And this one, I picked it for you. I think it would be perfect if you bring it. Arthur took out another box and handed it to Wanda. After receiving it, Wanda opened the box and saw a golden necklace lying inside, inlaid with 5 red gemstones that were exactly the same size as peas, which looked very beautiful. Feeling the energy contained in the red gem, Wanda looked at Arthur in amazement and asked, Is this the Infinity Gem? That's right, this necklace is custom made by me, and the gemstones on it are the fragments of the reality gem. Back then, the Dark Elves used this fragment to create their secret weapon. This gemstone necklace can enhance your chaotic magic power. Arthur nodded. Will it be a problem if you take the fragment of the reality gem? Wanda looked at Arthur worriedly and asked. No, this is the characteristic of ether particles. Even if it is shattered, it will automatically turn back into a gem, and the damaged place will return to its original state as time goes by. Arthur shook his head and explained. Wanda put away the necklace happily. She liked the gemstone necklace and the red leather jacket very much, as long as it was a gift from Arthur. Arthur took Wanda's hand and the two walked along the long corridor of Karmataj, looking at the Himalayas in the distance. I remember that they watched the scenery together like this last year. With the same scenery and the same people, Arthur felt that it would be a good choice if they could live here forever. After the crisis is over, Arthur will consider traveling with Wanda, and come back here when he is tired from playing, and live together in this beautiful snow-capped mountain. If he gets tired of living here, he can go to the kingdom of Atlantis together live. Wanda thinks the same as Arthur, and she also hopes to live here with Arthur and never be separated. Jane Foster broke up with Thor, and Thor was hit hard and left the earth, returned to Asgard, and spent his days drinking heavily. God King Odin fell asleep again, and Thor didn't feel anything abnormal. The father and king often fell into a deep sleep since his mother passed away. Thor didn't realize that his father had been transferred by Loki. Thor kept having the same strange dream recently. In his dream, his father Odin told himself that the twilight of Ragnarok had come. Then a flame giant as huge as Asgard raised his giant sword and pierced the core of Asgard, and the entire Asgard exploded instantly. Thor was awakened by this nightmare again, and Thor, who was sweating profusely, felt that the dream was very abnormal. Thor sat up, panting heavily. He looked up at the shining stars in the sky outside the window. Was this dream warning him? Thor immediately left his room and walked towards the palace. Thor wanted to ask his father for clarification. Thor came outside Odin's bedroom, and the guard stopped Thor. Your Highness Thor, the God King is sleeping and hasn't woken up yet. The guard said to Thor. Get out of the way, I want to go in and see my father. Thor said to the guard. This. The guard hesitated a little. He didn't dare to disobey the command of the God King, and he didn't dare to offend the young prince. Let him in. God King Odin's voice came from the room, and the guard immediately stepped aside, not daring to stop Thor again. Thor pushed open the golden bedroom door and walked in. He saw his father in a white robe standing by the bed with his back to him. Father, you are awake. Thor walked up to Odin and knelt down. Odin turned around, looked at Thor kneeling at his feet with complicated eyes and said, Get up, my child. Thor stood up, looking at his father with a kind face. He finally felt more at ease. What's the matter of coming to me so late? Odin asked Thor. Father, I have been having the same dream recently. In the dream, a huge flame giant destroyed Asgard, and you told me that the dusk of the gods has come. I want to ask you what is it? What's going on? Thor looked at Odin and asked. This should be a warning. The flame giant you saw should be Surtur, the lord of the flame kingdom in Muspelheim. Do you still remember the story I told you about it? Ding asked Thor. Yes, you told Loki and me when I was a child that Asgard stole the eternal flame of Surtur and broke the plot of the evil flame giant. Thor nodded and replied. Although Surtur was defeated at that time, he didn't die. Your dream may indicate that he will make a comeback, so you need to find the answer yourself. Odin looked at Thor kindly and said. I understand. Since he wants to make a comeback, I will choose to take the initiative. Surtur, who has lost the eternal flame, is not my opponent. I will rush to Muspelheim immediately. Thor got up and said. I leave this matter to you, my child. I believe you can solve it perfectly. Odin said with a smile. You continue to rest, I'm leaving, father. Thor bowed and turned to leave. After Thor left, Odin, the father of the gods, flashed a green light and turned back into Loki. Hehe, the dusk of the gods? Go play with Surtur slowly. Loki said with a sinister smile. Originally, Asgard was already in his hands immediately, but the inexplicable ran back to Asgard again. Loki can only pretend to be asleep to avoid seeing Thor and revealing his secrets. Now that Thor is finally sent away, the next thing to do is to deal with the more difficult to deceive Heimdall. Rocky already has a series of plans ready to be implemented. Thor was rather impatient, so he left as soon as he said he would, and hurriedly left the Asgard and flew towards the Rainbow Bridge teleportation temple. Heimdall, take me to Muspelheim. Thor strode into the teleportation temple, and said loudly to Heimdall, who was standing by the window gazing at the stars and sea. Muspelheim? This is not a good place to go. If you go to rescue it alone, you are going to die. Heimdall said without looking back. Death? Is there anything terrible there that can threaten me? Thor asked confidently. I saw thousands of flame monsters on Muspelheim, and dozens of dragons living there, and the most important thing is that the Flame Lord Surtur has fully awakened. I don't recommend you go there alone. Heimdall turned his head, staring at Thor with two golden eyes. Father has agreed for me to destroy Surtur, so you don't have to worry about me. Thor said to Heimdall. The father of the gods agreed? Actually, I always feel that the king of gods is a bit weird. Heimdall said hesitantly. Father is weird. What's weird? Thor looked at Heimdall suspiciously and asked. I can't tell. Since you left, the God King issued a series of strange orders, and after you came back, the God King fell into a deep sleep, and just woke up just now. So I feel something is wrong. Heimdall pondered. I talked about it for a while. Father may have his own intentions, so let's not speculate here. Thor said after thinking about it. Well, I can only send you to the planet closest to Muspelheim, and you can find a way to deal with Surtur. After Heimdall finished speaking, he walked towards the giant sword in the middle of the teleportation hall, holding hold the hilt and turned the giant sword. Immediately, the entire teleportation hall rotated, and the Rainbow Bridge continuously input Asgard's energy to the top of the teleportation hall, and then the five-color energy shot out directly into the universe. Go, act carefully by yourself, and call me immediately if you encounter danger, and I will bring you back with the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall said to Thor. Thank you, Heimdall. Thor thanked Heimdall and walked towards the dazzling portal, followed the Rainbow Bridge and teleported directly to a small red planet next to Muspelheim. Arthur and Wanda were sitting in a pavilion on the hillside of Karmatage and whispering. Sorry to bother you. A magnetic man's voice came from behind the two. Stephen, are you here? Wanda turned her head and saw that it was Stephen Strange who greeted him. Wanda, you've finally finished your meditation. Stephen Strange said to Wanda. Stephen, long time no see. Arthur also said to Stephen Strange. Arthur, I heard from the king that you are coming, so I immediately came to look for you from the New York temple. Stephen Strange looked at Arthur seriously and said. What happened? Arthur asked, looking at Stephen Strange's expression. What happened? Arthur asked, looking at Stephen Strange. A strange thing happened. Odin, the king of gods in Asgard and the legendary father of the gods, unexpectedly appeared in a nursing home on Earth. Stephen Strange replied with a strange expression. What? Wanda also exclaimed in surprise. The legendary figure actually descended to the earth quietly. You don't seem very surprised. Stephen Strange said, looking at Arthur who was thinking. This is within my expectation, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Arthur thought for a while and said. What do you mean? Stephen Strange and Wanda looked at each other. Arthur actually knew that Odin would come to Earth? When Thor and I fought against the Dark Elf King before, I knew that Loki was feigning death at that time, and his real purpose was to control Asgard. And his father Odin will definitely be plotted by him, so I'm not surprised to hear that, Arthur explained to the pair. Did you know that Loki would attack Odin? Why didn't you tell Thor? Wanda looked at Arthur and asked. I didn't help Thor see through Loki's plan because it was bound to happen. Odin's time is running out, and Ragnarok's twilight will surely come, Arthur said, looking at the two of them. Twilight of the gods? What is that? Wanda asked ignorantly. Everything that will happen in the universe has a definite number. Asgard is exhausted, and God King Odin is in his twilight years. When he falls, Asgard will be destroyed. Sarah continued. You mean that Asgard will be destroyed soon? Wanda said in disbelief. The Avengers have always used Asgard as their strongest backing, and they are all legendary gods. Now Arthur told her that the legendary god's domain was about to be destroyed, which made her a little hard to accept. In fact, these are not important. For us, when Asgard is destroyed, it is the day when our enemies invade the Earth. Arthur continued. Enemy? You mean Thanos? Why did Asgard destroy Thanos and come to Earth? Wanda asked Arthur. I have already said that Thanos' target is the two gems in my hand and the time gem on Stephen's neck. The reason why he hasn't come to us yet. The first is that I said the soul gem the whereabouts temporarily diverted his attention, and the second reason is that the existence of Asgard and the God King Odin made Thanos a little afraid. Arthur explained to Wanda. You mean, without the protection of Asgard and Odin on the Earth, Thanos will immediately invade the Earth to snatch your gems? Wanda asked again. Yes, so we don't have much time to prepare. Arthur nodded and said. Then is there any way to prevent Ragnarok from happening? Stephen Strange asked Arthur. This is something that will inevitably happen, just like the fall of the Ancient One. This is already doomed, and there is no way to change it. Arthur shook his head and said. Stephen Strange sighed. Yes, he is the guardian of the Time Stone, and he knows that the order in the universe cannot be changed at will, otherwise it will cause serious consequences. Then what shall we do? Wanda continued to ask. What else can we do? Of course we are facing the difficulties. Since the enemy is coming, let's treat him well. Arthur said with a sneer. The nursing home where Odin is located will be demolished today. I moved him to a place that no one knows about. Do you want to visit him? Stephen Strange asked Arthur. It's time to visit him. In fact, he is still kind to me. I should visit him. Wanda, please go with me, Arthur said while holding Wanda's hand, and Wanda nodded. Stephen Strange opened a portal for the two of them. Opposite the portal was an endless meadow. Arthur took Wanda's hand into the portal, and Stephen Strange followed. This is a beautiful place, with blue sky and white clouds, and a gentle breeze blowing the grass, which looks very peaceful. After the three of Arthur and the others came over, they saw the white-haired old man standing motionless on the grass in the distance. Arthur nodded to Wanda, took Wanda's hand and walked towards the old man with white hair. Arthur and Wanda came behind Odin together, while Stephen Strange watched them from a distance. Your Majesty, I am Arthur, Arthur said to Odin. Oh, Arthur, you're here. Odin's tone was particularly calm, like an ordinary old man. Your Majesty, do you need me to take you back to Asgard? Arthur asked Odin. Odin turned around and glanced at Arthur, then looked at Wanda beside him, and said, Is this your wife? Yes, Your Majesty, her name is Wanda, and she is my girlfriend. We haven't held a wedding yet. Arthur introduced to Odin. I have seen His Majesty. Wanda bowed to Odin. The other party was Thor's father, and he should salute him. Wanda, your body contains enormous magical potential, and you will be someone who can change the world in the future. Odin was not more optimistic about Wanda's future. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your compliment. Wanda thanked Odin, who did not expect Odin, the father of the gods, to have such a high opinion of him. I didn't praise you. You and Arthur will be the ones who will change the future. Although I can't see what will happen in the future, I believe you will be able to do it. Odin told Arthur and Wanda. Speaking of, Your Majesty, I already know about Ragnarok. Is there any way to change this? Arthur asked Odin. Odin stared at Arthur for a long time, shook his head and said, All of this is doomed and cannot be changed. But you and Thor will work together to help Asgard tide over the difficulties. Everything is up to you? Arthur sighed, and he couldn't change the ending of Asgard's destruction. He said to Odin, Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will save the people of Asgard from Hela. You actually know Hela. Sure enough, I'm not mistaken, you are the man of destiny. Odin stared at Arthur and said, What is a man of destiny? Wanda immediately asked. She was worried that something bad would happen to Arthur. It is a person who can control his own destiny. It is difficult for anyone to control his own destiny, because the universe has its own rules, and people with destiny can often do some unexpected things. Odin explained to Wanda. Whether I am a person of destiny or not, I will control my own destiny and find the answer I want to know. Arthur said firmly. It's best if you have this kind of determination. You go, my time is running out. When Thor comes to Earth, please bring him, I have something to tell him. Odin turning around and looking into the distance again, he gave instructions to Arthur. I understand, Your Majesty, take care. Arthur pulled Wanda around and left. He knew that the final battle was coming soon, and he would go back to arrange some things in the next time. Arthur took Wanda away from Carmitage and returned to the villa in Wakanda. After Arthur and Wanda lived together for 2 days, he finally started to arrange his plan. Peter Parker continued to live his daily life in college. Since the last incident, Liz Allen has transferred to another school and left New York. Peter Parker has lost a woman who likes him. Fine. Peter Parker started to fight criminals in New York City every day. Now he can use his new suit proficiently, and his cooperation with artificial intelligence Karen is getting more and more proficient. On this day, Peter Parker came to Stark Tower to look for Tony Stark. He heard that Arthur had returned. Peter Parker was very happy. He hadn't seen Arthur for a long time and was going to visit him. Peter Parker came to the Wakanda base from the teleporters, and he usually doesn't come here very often. Isn't this Peter? Long time no see. Sam saw Peter Parker greet him. Hi, long time no see, I'll come over to take a look today during my holiday, Peter Parker said. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to find Arthur, right? Sam asked while looking at Peter Parker with a smile. Everyone knew that Peter Parker and Arthur had a very good relationship. Yes, I heard that he is back and I want to meet him. Peter Parker nodded awkwardly and said. He's at the Atlantis base, you can go there and find him. Sam pointed to the portal and said. Thanks. Peter Parker walked towards the portal of Atlantis. Sam shook his head and turned away. Peter Parker went through the portal and went to the basement floor of Atlantis base. He walked towards the stairs and saw Wanda and Pietro as soon as he went up to the lobby. Hey, Peter, how come you have time? You haven't come to play with me for a long time. Pietro hugged Peter Parker happily. I want to find you too, but I have to go to school so. Peter Parker said awkwardly. I understand, is this weekend off? Pietro asked Peter Parker. Yeah, I heard that Arthur came back and came to see him. Hi, Wanda, long time no see. Peter Parker greeted Wanda on the side. Long time no see, Peter. Wanda replied with a smile. Gwen said that she still misses you. I would like to invite you to my house for dinner tomorrow. How about a get-together? Peter Parker and his brother and sister said. Of course it's okay. I haven't seen Gwen and Aunt May for a long time, so I just went to see them. Wanda smiled and nodded. Peter Parker looked at Pietro again, and Pietro patted Peter Parker on the shoulder and said, Of course I will go. How can I not go for your treat? That would be great. By the way, where is Arthur? Why didn't I see him? Peter Parker asked, looking around. He went to the Atlantis Palace for a meeting, and he wanted to make some arrangements for the upcoming enemies. Wanda explained to Peter Parker. The coming enemy? What's going on? Peter Parker asked suspiciously. Wanda and Pietro glanced at each other. Peter Parker is also a member of the Avengers, let him tell him about the current crisis, so that he can also prepare. Wanda told Peter Parker about the Twilight of the Gods that Asgard was about to face and the news that Thanos might be coming to Earth. That's the way it is. Arthur has just returned from outer space. He probably doesn't have much time left for us to prepare, Wanda said to Peter Parker. Peter Parker was silent. He didn't expect that the enemy the Avengers were about to face was the most powerful organization in the universe, and he didn't expect that the legendary Asgard had come to an end. These things are too far away for him, but the facts are right in front of him. No one can escape this crisis, and he can only bite the bullet and deal with these enemies he has never heard of. It wasn't long ago that he felt that he could truly be on his own. He didn't expect to feel that he was still too young after hearing the news. For Peter Parker, fighting criminals and dealing with special enemies is the limit of what he can do. Unexpectedly, Arthur can go to other planets to deal with legendary characters. The gap between them is getting bigger and bigger up. After the meeting, Arthur returned to the Atlantis Avengers base. Arthur, who walked in from the outside, saw Peter Parker sitting on the sofa at a glance. Hi, Peter. Why do you have time to find me today? Arthur greeted Peter Parker happily. Oh, Arthur, I'm on vacation today. I heard you're back and I'll come and see you. Peter Parker forced a smile and said to Arthur. What's wrong with him? Why is he so preoccupied? Arthur asked Wanda beside him. I just told him about Asgard and Thanos. I think he needs to know. Maybe it scared Peter. Wanda said apologetically. So that's how it is, Peter. You don't need to be under any pressure. When the enemy comes, it's not for you to deal with it alone, but for all of us in the Avengers to dispatch together. What are you afraid of when you're with us? Arthur patted Peter Parker on the shoulder and said. Yes, Peter, don't worry. I will protect you when the time comes. Pietro assured, patting his chest. Who said I'm scared? I'm also a superhero of the Avengers. Well, it's just a bit hard to accept the news just now. Peter Parker retorted with a blushing face. Haha, this is the best. You are an old member of the Avengers I recruited. When the time comes, you can't embarrass me and let the enemy see how powerful our Earth Avengers heroes are. Arthur said with a big laugh. Aunt May asked me to invite you to my house for dinner tomorrow night, and Gwen will come too. They haven't seen you for almost a year. Peter Parker said to Arthur. Okay, I really want to visit Aunt May, and I will definitely go tomorrow with Wanda and Pietro. Arthur said with a smile. Then it's settled, I'll go back and prepare the ingredients, and let Gwen show you off. Peter Parker said happily. Peter, you came just in time. I have something for you? Arthur searched for a long time in the dimension space before finding the small computer he bought for Peter Parker, and handed it to Peter Parker. What's this? Peter Parker took the small silver box that Arthur handed over. The square box looked very mysterious, and it had a clamshell design. After Peter Parker opened the box, he saw a display screen and a few buttons. Peter Parker held it and observed it for a long time, but he didn't see what it was. I found this at a flea market on a planet called Katie. I know you like to collect some digital products. This is a portable computer used by aliens. I bought it after seeing it as fun. Arthur explained to Peter Parker. What? Is this alien technology? How to open it? Peter Parker asked Arthur immediately after hearing the alien computer. The switch is here. Arthur pressed a button, and a beam of light shot out from the box, and the computer interface appeared in front of Peter Parker, in the form of 3D stereoscopic projection. It's so cool. Thank you. I like it very much. Peter Parker said happily playing with the small computer. The next afternoon, Arthur drove from Stark Tower to Peter Parker's house with Wanda and Pietro, taking the gift for Aunt May. Arthur asked Tony Stark if he would go. Tony's expression was a bit shadowed by Aunt May's strawberry pie and he refused to go. Arthur could only give up and not force him. Ding dong. Ding dong. Wanda rang the doorbell of Peter Parker's house, and it was Peter Parker who opened the door, and he happily invited Arthur and the others into the house. Oh, it's Arthur. I haven't seen you for a long time. The last time was on TV. Aunt May came out of the kitchen and said to Arthur. Sorry, I've been a little busy recently, so I didn't come to see you. Didn't I come today? Arthur hugged Aunt May, and then said to her. Gwen Stacy also came out of the kitchen, and seeing Wanda was very happy. The two embraced warmly. Pietro also greeted Gwen Parker, and Ned, Peter Parker's best friend in the living room, also came. He saw the three of Arthur very excited, and this was the real Avengers members appearing in front of him. Aunt May, this is some fruit from Wakanda. I'll bring it for you to taste. Arthur said, taking out a large bag of fruit and putting it on the dining table. Look at you, what a good boy you bring for dinner. Aunt May looked at Arthur kindly and said. Although Peter Parker went to Wakanda from time to time, he didn't dare to take things home, for fear that Aunt May would know that he was Spider-Man. But what Peter Parker didn't know was that Aunt May already knew his identity. From the fact that he, Arthur and Tony were good friends, Aunt May guessed that he had something to hide from him. Aunt May had seen Parker's spider suit in his room, and Aunt May did not choose to question Peter. She believed that Peter Parker didn't tell her because she was worried. Now it seems that with good friends such as Arthur and Tony Stark helping Peter Parker, Peter Parker should not be in danger. You are Ned Leeds, right? I still remember that you used to be a classmate in our class. Arthur looked at Ned and said, he remembered Ned only because Ned played a lot of roles in the Spider-Man movie. Wow, Arthur, you still remember me, my god, it's incredible, I'm your loyal fan. Ned said excitedly to Arthur. Ned is still my classmate and my best friend now. Peter Parker said to Arthur and the others. Nice to meet you, Ned. I know you are good at playing computers. After graduation, you can directly work in the Avengers. Arthur stretched out his hand to Ned and said, really? I would love to. Thank you very much, Arthur. Ned said excitedly, grabbing Arthur's hand. You are planning to poach my corner. Ned is my technical support. It has already been arranged. Even if the Avengers come to the future, they will act with me. Peter Parker said happily at first, but suddenly remembered that Aunt May was still there. On the side, isn't this revealing? Peter turned to look at Aunt May. Aunt May didn't show any expression, as if she didn't listen to the sermon. Wanda and Pietro greeted Aunt May under Arthur's introduction. Aunt May also liked Wanda very much. She heard that it was Arthur's girlfriend and even pulled her to watch her. Aunt May went to prepare dinner with Wanda and Gwen, while Arthur, Pietro, Peter Parker, and Ned chatted in the living room. Arthur looked at Peter Parker absently and guessed what he was thinking, patted him on the shoulder and asked, are you thinking about whether Aunt May knows you are Spider-Man? How do you know? I slipped my tongue just now, but Aunt May didn't seem to hear it. Peter Parker said in a deep voice. I think Aunt May has guessed it a long time ago. You live in Queens, and you have an extraordinary relationship with me and Tony. It's no wonder that Aunt May didn't guess it. Arthur said to Peter Parker. Is it? Peter Parker was a little scared, afraid that Aunt May would be angry with him. Just tell her honestly, you're not a child anymore, and you'll be able to work in the Avengers after graduation. Arthur enlightened Peter Parker. Yes, Peter, I can see that Aunt May loves you very much, and I believe she will support your choice. Pietro also said to Peter Parker. Yes, Peter, you should confess to her, or you will be scolded by her. Mrs. Ned said aside. Okay, I'll talk to her tonight. Peter Parker was still a little uneasy. Aren't you going to show off? It's been a long time since I ate the dishes you cooked. Pietro said to Arthur. Let Wanda show off. Wanda's cooking skills are quite good now. Let's wait here and try their cooking skills today. Arthur shook his head and said. Ned asked Arthur some secret gossip about the Avengers, and Arthur answered him with a smile. Ned will not be able to escape as an employee of the Avengers in the future. After waiting for more than an hour, the sky has gradually darkened. The dinner was ready, and Peter Parker also went to the kitchen to help arrange the dishes. Today Peter Parker invited friends to be a guest, so today's dinner was prepared very richly. Although Peter Parker and Aunt May's life was relatively tight, Aunt May went to work in the hospital and Peter Parker went to work in Stark Industries. Get better. The last time Tony Stark confiscated Peter Parker's suit, he didn't stop paying Peter Parker, and later returned the suit to Peter Parker. Tonight, Aunt May cooked a large table of dishes, which were very rich, some of which were made by Wanda, and Gwen was not very good at cooking, so she only cooked one dish. 7 people sat around the dining table. Peter Parker and Gwen sat together, Arthur and Wanda sat together, Ned and Pietro sat together, and Aunt May sat at the main table. Don't be restrained, just like at home, let's start. Aunt May picked up the spoon and said, let's start together. Arthur hasn't eaten these American dishes for a long time, and now they taste different. I didn't expect Wanda's craftsmanship to be so good. Arthur will be really happy in the future, Aunt May said to Wanda with a smile. The few simple Chinese dishes made by Wanda were very good in appearance and taste. My cooking skills are all taught by Arthur, and his skills are much better than mine. Wanda said a little embarrassed. Yes, I remembered that Arthur used to cook here, and his skills are really good, Aunt May said after thinking about it. Gwen on the side was more embarrassed. She was not good at cooking, and now she was too embarrassed to start a conversation, so she could only eat with her head down. Is Gwen really studying at Oxford University? Why do you still have time to come back to New York? Arthur saw Gwen's embarrassment and took the initiative to change the subject and asked her. Yes, I'm studying at Oxford, and recently I'm an intern at Osborne Biotechnology Company in New York, so I have time to visit Peter, but the internship is about to end. Gwen explained to Arthur. Osborne. Arthur was thinking after hearing the name of the company, as if thinking of something. The next day, Peter Parker continued to wander around the streets of Queens, New York, wearing a spider suit again, trying to see if any criminals wanted to try their best. At the latest, Peter Parker had a complete showdown with Aunt May, and Aunt May didn't blame Peter Parker, but just asked him to be careful and remember what Uncle Ben told him. Karen, help me see if there is any latest news. Peter Parker said as he shuttled through the building. Okay, Peter. New York 1 has a news story. A truck carrying plutonium elements from Oscorp Industries has been hijacked. The police have started tracking it. It's on the avenue not far from us. The way forward is marked for you. Karen's voice came from the spider suit, and Peter Parker saw a red path ahead. Oh, another exciting opening? That day Arthur said that we will face a strong enemy soon, so I must exercise my skills well. Peter Parker swung towards the distant street. I can provide you with a short-term training plan so that you can improve. Karen said to Peter Parker. Oh, that's great. This time we must show our talents. Peter Parker looked at the road in the distance. Dozens of police cars were chasing a blue truck, and the blue truck was in the traffic rampage. Peter Parker flew over the heads of countless people wearing a red spider suit, and everyone has become accustomed to it. There are two public superheroes in Manhattan, New York. One is the super-rich Iron Man Tony Stark, and the other is the mysterious civilian hero Spider-Man. As for Doctor Strange, who also lives in New York, no one knows his existence. New York people. You can often see the scene of Spider-Man flying overhead, so people are numb, only the children are more excited, pointing to Peter Parker who is going away and shouting, "Look, that's Spider-Man." Several robbers on the truck cut open the roof of the truck and jumped into the truck. The cargo of the huge truck was just a small box of plutonium metal, which is what robbers are targeting today. The bald robber was driving a truck when he suddenly saw a hand reaching out from under the window glass and knocking on the window. "Hey, open the door." Peter Parker shouted at the bald head, who was also cute, and lowered the window glass. "Hey, Mr. Criminal, you can call me Spider-Man, you can also call me Super Spider, but don't call me for dinner in the middle of the night, understand?" Peter Parker was chatting with the bald head with his hand on the rearview mirror frame. He even reached out to shake hands with the bald head. The bald man had to concentrate on driving the truck while listening to what Peter Parker had to say. He couldn't bear it anymore, and he swung his fist and hit Peter Parker in the face. Peter Parker jumped down and disappeared, and the bald head continued to drive the truck. Suddenly Peter Parker's feet stretched out from the roof of the car. He sat on the roof of the truck, bent down and asked the bald head, "Funny, don't like shaking hands? Don't you like hugging? I'm a murderer." The bald head couldn't take it anymore. He took out a submachine gun and shouted at Peter Parker, and then shot Peter Parker. "Well, it's up to you." Peter Parker retracted his head instantly and disappeared from the bald head's sight. In the trunk, the robbers took the plutonium elements out of the glass box and carefully put them into the boxes they brought. Plutonium is a radioactive industrial element, which is particularly flammable and explosive, so the actions of several people are very careful. The truck rushed towards the intersection and hit a yellow taxi. Peter Parker stood on the roof and saw a man standing in the middle of the road, bending over to pick up things on the ground. "Dangerous?" Peter Parker immediately jumped out of the truck and swung towards the man. When the truck was about to hit him, Peter Parker threw him to the ground and avoided the impact of the truck. "Okay, it's okay, how are you?" Peter Parker asked the man as he pulled the man up from the ground. "Are you Spider-Man?" The man was taken aback by the sudden situation, but after seeing what happened just now, it was the Spider-Man in front of him who saved his life. "It can be seen from my clothes. Take your things, Max." Peter Parker glued together all the drawings that Max Allen dropped on the ground with spider silk, and handed them to him. "How do you know my name?" Max asked. "It says on your badge." Peter Parker helped him put his glasses back on and tidy up his clothes. "I'm just a small person," Max said brightly. He didn't expect Spider-Man to pay attention to his name. "Hey, you are not a small person, you are an important person. Listen to me, I need you, you are my eyes and ears in this city, you know," Peter Parker said with his hands on Max's face. "Okay," Max replied excitedly. "Spider-Man actually needs himself? Then, I'll see you later." Peter Parker flew away after finishing speaking, leaving only Max standing there blankly watching the back of Spider-Man leaving. The truck was surrounded by countless police cars and forced to stop in the middle of the road, and Peter Parker also came here. The door of the truck compartment was suddenly opened, and the two armed robbers suddenly shot at the surrounding police cars. Suddenly, a fierce gun battle broke out on the streets of New York. Countless policemen hid behind the police cars and fired back. Suddenly, two spider silks fell from the sky and stuck to the submachine gun in the robber's hand. The robber only felt a huge force and pulled the weapon away in an instant. Then two spider threads directly stuck to the robber's legs, and the two robbers were instantly pulled up into the air and hung upside down on the street lamp. "It's Spider-Man." The policeman realized that it was Spider-Man who helped them subdue the robbers. The bald man sitting in the driver's seat of the truck saw that his partner was dealt with in an instant, and he felt ruthless, so he put the accelerator in gear and blasted to the end. The truck started instantly, knocked over several police cars blocking the road, and rushed forward. Peter Parker jumped into the carriage, and all the plutonium bottles in the carriage fell due to the inertia of the truck starting, and they were about to fall out of the truck box. Spider grenade. Peter Parker shot out the spider grenade, and the spider web exploded in the carriage, instantly sticking all the plutonium bottles. Peter Parker jumped onto the hood of the truck with a spider web, looked at the bald man in the driver's seat and said, "Hey, let me tell you, I'm in a hurry for class, and I'm about to be late." "You're finished, little spider? Ha 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 ha." The bald head turned on the wiper glass and rushed towards Peter Parker's face. "I can't help it, you have to force me to use violence." Peter Parker punched and shattered the glass, and the spider silk shot towards the steering wheel, and the truck turned suddenly and hit the wall beside it. The bald head watched helplessly as the truck crashed into the wall. The airbag popped up instantly, and the bald head was almost knocked out by the airbag. When the police caught up, they only saw the truck parked on the side of the road. The bald criminal was stuck to the wall by the spider silk, and the plutonium element was hung in a ball next to the bald head by the spider silk. Spider-Man has long since disappeared. New York University. Peter Parker ran towards the classroom with his school bag on his back. Class had already started. Peter Parker sneaked into his seat and sat down. Hey, why did you come here? I thought you were going to skip class again. Ned, who was behind Peter Parker, poked Peter Parker's back with his hand and asked. There was a little episode, and a little time wasted. Peter Parker turned his head and said in a low voice. After Max Dillon was rescued by Spider-Man, he became a loyal fan of Spider-Man. Today is his birthday, and he still came to work in Osborn as usual. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a woman suddenly shouted wait. Max immediately stretched out his hand to press the elevator door, so that the elevator door could not be closed, but Max's hand was pinched by the elevator door. Thank you, you are such a gentleman. Most people just let the door close. It was Peter Parker's girlfriend Gwen Stacy who ran into the elevator, and Gwen said gratefully to Max. Most people don't care about other people, said Max, an electrical engineer at Osborn, who designed and repaired circuits, to Gwen. He himself is very introverted, and his colleagues don't like to get along with him, and no one even remembers who he is, but Max is actually a very warm-hearted and good man. My name is Max Dillon. Max greeted Gwen. My name is Gwen Stacy, nice to meet you. Gwen said with a smile. Nice to meet you, too. Max replied with a smile. Today is your birthday? Gwen asked, looking at the flyer for the birthday cake in Max's hand. Yes, the flyers they left in my room. Max froze for a moment before responding. Birthday party, there are a lot of friends coming. I could have invited you, but the guest list has been finalized, so Max actually planned to invite Spider-Man to celebrate his birthday together, but he could only slap his face in front of the lady fatty. Understood, thank you anyway, it sounds like a lively party. Gwen replied with a smile. At this time, yesterday's news was being broadcast on the display screen in the elevator, and Spider-Man rescued the trapped people at a fire scene. It's very interesting, the whole world pays so much attention to you? Spider-Man saved my life, he saved me in the crowd, he said he needed me. Max said excitedly watching the video. Gwen looked at Max speechlessly. This was brainwashed by Peter Parker. It was the first time he saw his loyal fan. Looking at the light in Max's eyes, Gwen knew how much he admired Spider-Man. Ding. I'm here, thank you, Max. Gwen stepped out of the elevator. After Gwen left, Max came back to his senses. What did she just say? She actually remembered my name. Between classes, Peter Parker uploaded his own video on the Hero Video website, and he already has more than 200 million fans. Suddenly, a piece of news on the TV not far away aroused his interest. Newscast, Mr. Norman Osborn, the great founder and CEO of Osborn Industries, has just passed away. Osborn's legacy has been confirmed to be passed on to his only son, Harry Osborn. He is Osborn Business, the sole heir to the empire. The TV continued to introduce Osborn, but Peter Parker stopped listening. Harry Osborn, isn't this his old classmate? He was also Peter's only good friend before. Harry Osborn and Peter Parker studied together in elementary school. Peter Parker and Harry have been good friends since they were young. When Peter Parker lost his parents, it was Harry who comforted him. When Harry lost his mother, it was Peter Parker who was there by his side. Peter Parker and Harry Osborn comforted each other in this way, and they got out of the grief of losing their parents. But later, they didn't know what happened to Harry's family, and Harry was transferred to study abroad by his family. Peter Parker never saw Harry again, but today he saw his former partner on TV again, which really moved Peter Parker very much. When Peter Parker saw Harry's father passed away, he suddenly had an urge to visit this former good friend. As soon as he said it, Peter Parker looked at the address he found and came to Harry's current address after school. Looking at the huge villa in front of him, Peter Parker sighed and said that he really deserves to be Osborn. He is rich. Peter Parker rang the villa doorbell and told the butler who opened the door that he was Harry's friend and came to visit him. The butler told Peter Parker to wait at the door, then turned and left. Peter Parker stood at the door and waited boredly. After a while, Peter Parker? I can't believe it's really you. Harry Osborn in a suit appeared on the second floor, looking at Peter Parker and said, Hi, Harry, long time no see. Peter Parker looked at Harry with a smile. He wondered if Harry still recognized him as a friend after all these years, and did he still remember their friendship? Have we not seen each other for 10 years? Harry asked after a moment's thought. 8 years, almost 10 years. Peter Parker replied with a smile. What do you want from me? Harry asked blankly. I read the news and heard that your father passed away, so I wanted to come and see you, to see how you are doing. Peter Parker looked at Harry's calm expression in front of him, his heart sank, and he really forgot about us friendship. Peter could only speak helplessly. I was in a meeting with a group of people just now, Harry said sadly. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. Although it's been so long, I can somewhat understand your current situation. You were by my side when my parents passed away, so now I'm here. Peter Parker looked, said Harry. Thank you. Harry stopped talking after only 2 words, and there was only embarrassment between the two of them. Nice to meet you, I'm sorry about your father. Peter Parker turned his head and was about to leave. It seemed that Harry didn't welcome him. Just when Peter Parker was about to open the door to leave, Harry walked down the stairs and mocked Peter Parker with a smile. You took off the braces, so your unibrow will be more eye-catching. Peter Parker laughed too, back. This is his best friend Harry. It's you? Do you still blow-dry your hair every morning? Peter Parker asked, laughing. Well, I have a valet who will hold the hairdryer for me, but I still do my own hair. Well, I can still take care of my own life. The two looked at each other and smiled. Their friendship was not due to time, just disappeared. Peter Parker rushed up the stairs and gave Harry a big hug, and Harry hugged Peter happily. Go, I'll take you out for a ride and show you my new car, Harry suggested to Peter. Okay, Peter nodded. Harry drove Peter Parker to the amusement park by the sea in a sports car, and Peter Parker looked a little embarrassed. There was a plane crashed here not long ago because of him, but it has been cleaned up now. Peter Parker and Harry Osborn walk along the beach together. After graduating from middle school, I went to Brazil, Singapore, and Europe. I am still studying at Harvard. If it weren't for my father, I would not come back, Harry said to Peter Parker. I've seen you. I've seen a photo of you with a French supermodel in a magazine. Do you know what that is? Peter Parker asked, patting Harry on the shoulder. Yeah, buddy, it's too bad to be with the models, you know, Harry Osborn said with a smirk, and Peter Parker laughed too. What's the matter? Do you have a girlfriend? Harry asked, looking at Peter Parker. I met someone in school. We're pretty good. We've been together for 3 years. Peter Parker said with a smile and nodded. So who is she? What's her name? Harry continued. Her name is Gwen Stacy. She is now your employee, and she is doing an internship in Osborn. Peter Parker said with a smile. Gwen Stacy? Really? She is my employee? Then I have to go and see what kind of beauty it is, Harry said jokingly. Peter Parker also laughed, and the two continued to walk towards the beach. You know what? When my father sent me away, I tried to forget everything here. This includes you, Harry said, picking up a stone and throwing it into the sea. You don't need to explain to me, we are both outcasts, Peter Parker said calmly. Have you tried to figure out why your parents left? Harry asked after hearing Peter Parker's words after a moment of silence. There is a briefcase among my father's belongings, and this is the only thing left, a briefcase of garbage. It doesn't matter, I try not to think about it, Peter Parker said in a depressed mood. Will it work? Harry asked. Very useful, see how I'm laughing and joking again now. Peter Parker also picked up a stone and threw it towards the sea. Good arm strength, Harry said, looking at Peter Parker in surprise. It's just the wrist, the key is the skill of the wrist. You can exercise well, Peter Parker said embarrassingly. Really? A lot of bad things have happened in New York, giant lizards, spider boys, and the plutocrat Iron Man. If you have money, you can try anything, Harry said to Peter Parker. Well, I don't know much about Spider-Man, but I know more about Iron Man. I'm an intern at Stark Corporation now, Peter Parker said to Harry. Really? That's great. Have you seen Tony Stark? Harry asked while throwing stones. Yeah, I get along with him quite well, and he takes good care of me. Peter Parker nodded and said. There's also the Avengers. I've heard of their great names abroad. I really don't know how there are so many superheroes on Earth. Harry looked at Peter Parker and said. Harry, how are you doing recently? Have you encountered any difficulties in taking over such a large company for the first time? Peter Parker looked at Harry and asked. Difficult? There are indeed many difficulties. Harry was also a little depressed. How? Asked Peter Parker. Of course the shareholders don't want to watch me, a brat, climb over their heads. Harry said sarcastically. He could still see his situation clearly. Then what should we do? If you need help, you can tell me. Peter Parker looked at Harry sincerely and said. Forget it, you can't help me, I'll figure it out myself. Harry replied with a wry smile. After chatting with Harry for a while, Peter Parker separated from him, and Peter Parker even asked Gwen to meet at night. As the sky gradually darkened, Peter Parker came to the pedestrian street next to Times Square in New York with his school bag on his back, where Gwen was waiting for him. Today is Friday, and there are many people on the street, especially couples. It seems that it is a good day for dating. Peter Parker saw Gwen Stacy in the crowd at a glance. She was wearing a white down jacket, and she stood out in the crowd. Peter Parker walked over quickly, and Gwen also saw Peter Parker walking towards him, and smiled at him. Hey, have you been waiting for a while? I'm sorry, I've been delayed by something, Peter Parker said with a smile on his face. No, I just arrived for a while, Gwen said to Peter Parker. You look so beautiful today, Peter Parker said to Gwen. Okay, stop being so glib, let's go. Gwen reached out and took Peter Parker's hand and said. Peter Parker also held Gwen's hand, and the two walked side by side in the crowd like this. Peter Parker and Gwen talked about some of his recent daily life, and the two had a good chat. When passing by the roadside food stalls, the two would stop to buy something delicious. Peter Parker enjoyed Gwen's date very much, and the two stood under the roadside tree and whispered. At this moment, the street lights suddenly flickered strangely, as did the lights of the cars parked on the side of the road. Very strange. Both Peter Parker and Gwen discovered this problem, and Gwen looked at Peter Parker and asked, "What's wrong? I suddenly have a bad feeling, let's go over there and have a look." Peter Parker's spider sense made the hairs on his body stand up, and he felt that there seemed to be something strange in Times Square. Peter Parker and Gwen walked towards Times Square together. There were a lot of people in Times Square, and suddenly they heard an exclamation from the crowd. Then I saw a truck in the middle of the road flying up under a burst of lightning, and hit the ground heavily. A man in black clothes stood in the middle of the road, and everyone around him was far away from Kata. It seemed that he did all of this Pedestrians scattered and fled in all directions, and 2 police officers carefully approached the man with their guns raised. Peter Parker pulled Gwen to a safe place, and Peter Parker quickly took off his coat, revealing the spider suit inside. "Help me with the school bag, you will stay away later, you know." Peter Parker handed the school bag to Gwen and asked her. Gwen also looked at Peter Parker nervously and nodded, telling Peter Parker to be careful. At this moment, 6 police cars drove over, stopped beside the man in the middle of the road, and surrounded him. And this man in black is actually Max Dillon that Gwen met in the elevator this morning. Originally today was Max's birthday, and he planned to try to find Spider-Man to let him celebrate his birthday with him after get off work. But his obnoxious boss left him alone to fix the company's electrical installations. Max was very angry, but how can a small person resist the assignment of his boss? He came to the Biological Power Generation Experiment Center alone to repair the electrical equipment. As a result, he was knocked down by the high-voltage electricity due to an operation error, and fell into the experimental pool full of mutant electric eels. The flesh and blood were instantly evaporated by the high temperature. When people found him, he was already a mummy. But this is the Marvel Universe, and ordinary people often mutate. Max also encountered this kind of miracle. He came back to life. Not only came back to life, but the flesh and blood all over his body turned into electricity. He is now a walking battery. Max walked out of the morgue and came to the streets of Times Square. He could actually see the electric current of the whole city in his eyes. He opened the manhole cover and touched the high-voltage wires with both hands. In an instant, countless high-voltage electricity flooded his body, making his shriveled body full again. After the high-voltage power supply continuously entered his body, what Max felt was not pain, but indescribable comfort. Countless policemen got off the police cars and raised their guns to warn Max. "Get down immediately, or we will shoot." The police surrounded Max. "Don't come here. It's not my fault. Don't do this." Max said in a panic. He didn't want to make trouble, he just didn't know what happened to him. Countless people in the crowd were holding up their mobile phones to take pictures of him, including a director who was broadcasting live. Suddenly, Max saw himself on all the electronic screens in New York Times Square. Live broadcast? The equipment has been broadcast live in New York on a digital screen in Times Square. At this moment, Max was stunned, looking at himself on the screen. He was finally no longer that little person that no one paid attention to, and everyone finally saw him, and there would be no one who called him by his name. "Oh my God, they saw me? They saw me? They saw me." Max had never felt this way in his heart, standing under the spotlight, attracting the attention of countless people. At this moment, the police took out tear gas and threw it at Max, ordering Max to get down. "Don't do this. It's not my fault, please, I don't want to hurt you." Max raised his hand and shouted to the surrounding policemen. However, no one listened to him. There were only endless shouts and accusations against him, and all the guns aimed at him were black holes. "I said it. Stop." Max shouted loudly. Suddenly his whole body was wrapped in electric current. An electromagnetic field exploded around him. All the police cars around him were blown away, and the police door was also hit by the shock wave. All the police and vehicles around were thrown off their feet. The remaining policemen shot at Max one after another. Max's body was riddled with holes, but now he has no flesh and blood. He is an electric current, and the bullets can no longer hurt him. "Stop shooting! Stop shooting!" the sheriff ordered to everyone, because Spider-Man had come here and persuaded the sheriff to let him solve it. "Stop, please stop. I didn't mean to." Max cried loudly while standing still and holding his head. "Hey, the shiny one. Hey, are you all right?" Peter Parker yelled at Max. Max also heard Peter Parker's shout and turned to look at Peter Parker. "Isn't this my favorite superhero Spider-Man? He's here at last." "Spider-Man," Max said, looking at Peter Parker. "Yeah, it's me. Who are you?" Peter Parker shouted from the top of the police car. "Don't you remember? I met you. I was almost hit by a car when I was walking on the street, and you saved me." "You said you needed me," said Max. "It's you, the one holding the blueprint," Peter Parker said. "Yeah, the one holding the blueprint." Max smiled wryly. He had forgotten my name, and he still said that I should be his eyes and ears. What's your name?" Peter Parker asked Max, jumping off the roof of the police car. "How can you forget me?" Max looked at Peter Parker and said, "Oh, I remember. Your name is Max, right?" Peter Parker tried to recall what happened before. "Yes." Max nodded. "Sorry, I didn't recognize you just now, you look very different." "What's wrong with you?" Peter Parker asked Max. "I don't know what's going on." Max said. "You know, I believe in you," Peter Parker said to Max, trying to stabilize Max's emotions. "It feels strange, I'm full of energy. Full of anger," Max said, looking at the electricity glistening under his skin. "I know you don't want to be here, and I can see you're panicking because you don't know what's wrong with yourself. I know you don't want to hurt anyone," Peter Parker reassured Max. "I don't want them to shoot at me again, or I can't bear it anymore," Max said, pointing to the police in the distance. "They won't. Hey guys, this is my brother Max, I told you about him, stop shooting at him," Peter Parker shouted to the surrounding policemen. "Don't worry, I have notified my friends, they will help you, and they will come in a while," Peter Parker said to Max. I just hope that everyone can notice me. I don't want to be a transparent person anymore," Max gradually relaxed, looking at himself on the electronic display. Boom! While Peter Parker and Max were standing there talking, a gunshot sounded from the opposite building. It was fired by a sniper arranged by the police. Max's head was instantly blown off, turning into a flash of electricity. No, don't shoot. Peter Parker yelled, "These pig teammates, I finally managed to stabilize this person. They actually attacked privately." Max's head recovered in an instant, and he couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He raised his finger and pointed in the direction of the sniper on the building, and lightning continued to shoot from Max's palm. The sniper was blown to ashes by the high-voltage current before he could react. Seeing that something was wrong, Peter Parker shot spider silk at Max's hand to stop Max, but the powerful electric current knocked Peter Parker into the air in an instant along the spider silk. Peter Parker slammed heavily on a police car, and his whole body was paralyzed by the electricity. The shooter in his left hand had already exploded under the strong current, and countless spider threads shot out like flowing water. The left-hand net shooter was damaged by the electric shock and cannot be repaired automatically. Karen's voice came from inside the suit. "I don't need you to tell me I've seen this." Peter Parker raised his head and saw that the huge display screen that was shocked by Max just now was already crumbling. The fixing frame of the giant display screen broke suddenly, and fell down in an instant. Seeing that the two policemen below were about to die on the spot, Peter Parker was still paralyzed and couldn't stand up. Just at the very moment, a red energy enveloped the huge screen that was smashed down, and threw it into the deserted street. A man in a white sweater descended from the sky and appeared in front of everyone. "He is the Sea King Arthur Yon?" The surrounding crowd cheered loudly and clapped their hands when they saw the two police officers save themselves from danger. Some of them recognized Arthur, and the great god shouted, "Sea King? It's actually Sea King." A beam of red light descended from the sky. Bang! A sound of metal collision made everyone look over, only to see a familiar red humanoid machine appearing in front of everyone. "Iron Man? Iron Man is here too." Tony Stark stood in front of Arthur, and the impactful appearance of the two ignited the scene instantly. "Iron Man? Iron Man? Sea King? Sea King?" Everyone shouted their titles in unison. Arthur hadn't appeared in front of everyone for several years, and everyone saw him only in his video. "Hey, you finally know to call your teammates for help." Tony Stark opened his mask to reveal his face, and said to Peter Parker, who was lying on the ground in a panic. It turned out that Peter Parker asked Karen to notify Tony Stark to help in advance. This is a special event and should be taken over by the Avengers. Arthur also happened to be having dinner at Tony Stark's place. After receiving the news from Peter Parker, he immediately became interested and followed Tony to see the situation. Gwen stood in the crowd and watched Peter Parker being electrocuted. She almost called out Peter Parker's name, but she covered her mouth in worry. After Arthur and Tony Stark fell from the sky, Gwen, who was standing among the crowd excitedly shouting Aquaman and Iron Man, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Peter Parker should not be in danger when Arthur and the others come. Max turned his head to look at Arthur and Tony Stark, and he recognized these two famous Avengers. On the large electronic screens in Times Square, the figure of Max was replaced by the images of Aquaman, Iron Man, and Spider-Man. "You ugly freak, go to hell. Go away, silly cup. Iron Man, hurry up and kill him. Aquaman strikes." The surrounding celebrities shouted loudly and cursed at Max. Max looked up and watched his figure disappear from the electronic display screen, and the surrounding people all spoke ill of him. Max suddenly felt that he was being criticized by thousands of people, as if he had become a sinner who blasphemed the world. Filled with endless anger, he rushed to Max's head. He felt his body getting hotter and hotter, and the killing intent in his heart gradually spread. "They're a bit too much." Arthur looked at the ignorant people around him speechlessly and said, "Human beings are like this. They always like the judgment of the supervisor to be right or wrong." Tony Stark shrugged and said, "You guys came quite quickly. I know this man. He is a good man, but somehow he became like this." Peter Parker stood up with difficulty and said to Arthur and Tony Stark, "You performed well today, and you finally know not to try your best. Sometimes seeking help from the team is also a tactic." Tony Stark looked at Peter Parker and said, "There's something wrong with him, you'd better stay away, I'll fix him." Arthur said, looking at Max, whose body was getting brighter and brighter. "Oh, what the hell is this?" Tony Stark turned around and was taken aback by Max's appearance. "Spider-Man lied to me? They're still shooting to kill me? You're still trying to frame me? I'm going to kill you all. Kill, kill, kill." Max was dizzy with anger, his eyes were red, and his body the electric current became more and more violent. Max's whole body became like a light bulb, and the current in his body could be seen flowing rapidly from a long distance. "No!" Tony Stark yelled, and then a blue shield appeared on his arm to protect Peter Parker and himself. Max slammed his hands on the ground fiercely, and the violent electromagnetic shock wave suddenly exploded, centering on him and spreading towards the three of Arthur, as if Thor had descended into the world. Tony Stark and Peter Parker were the first to be attacked by electromagnetic waves. Tony Stark's vibrating gold nano shield instantly blocked the powerful electric current attack. A large red energy barrier appeared in front of Arthur, which not only resisted the electric current but also protected the crowd behind him. No one was injured under this shock wave, and the surrounding crowd screamed and ran for their lives. "He seems a little delirious." Tony Stark said, looking at Mad Max. It's probably because the current energy is so huge that it's hard for him to control himself. It's very simple. I'll help him control it, Arthur said, looking at Max in the distance. Another huge electric ball condensed in Max's hand, and it slammed into the ground fiercely. Only an explosion was heard, and a large pit was blown out on the ground, in which lay a broken high-voltage cable. Max jumped into the pit, picked up a high-voltage cable and inserted it into himself. Max roared loudly, a huge current rushed into his body, and the entire Times Square lost power instantly and turned into darkness. Suddenly, it exploded with Max as the center, and a huge electromagnetic wave blasted out to the surroundings. All the electronic displays in Times Square, street lights, and car lights exploded in an instant. All of a sudden, flames splashed everywhere in the entire Times Square, and all the light bulbs exploded one by one. The people around were crying and running for their lives, without the courage to curse just now. Max's whole body was glowing, and slowly floated into the air. His body was surrounded by high-voltage electricity, making people think of him as the ancient witch spirit Zeroth in the League of Legends game. Just as Max was about to launch his next attack, the manhole cover under his feet burst open, and a huge stream of water rushed towards Max. The moment Max was rushed by the water, the smoke boiled, and the high temperature of Max's body immediately cooled down when it met the cold ground water. Max screamed and fell heavily from the air to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Easy, Arthur said, crossing his arms. This solves it. He looks quite powerful, but he is actually afraid of water. Peter Parker said speechlessly. It's not that he's afraid of water, it's that his body was fully charged and was at a high temperature just now. The water flow not only cooled him down, but also instantly released his power. Tony Stark was analyzing for Peter Parker. Okay, go ahead and date your little girlfriend. We took this person away, remember to come to the Avengers base tomorrow, Arthur said to Peter Parker. Okay, I'll go. Peter Parker nodded and said, let's go. Arthur glanced at Tony Stark, wrapped Max in red energy, and opened a blue portal with a wave. Tony Stark and Arthur took Max into the portal and disappeared. The surrounding people shouted their names in disappointment when they saw Aquaman and Iron Man leaving. And when people turned their heads, Spider-Man also disappeared. People looked at the destroyed and messy Times Square in New York before they felt that what happened tonight really happened. An incredible thing happened tonight in Times Square, New York. A weirdo with a full-body discharge appeared there, and then the former Avengers Spider-Man, Iron Man Tony Stark and Aquaman Arthur appeared one after another. Together they defeated Electro. Fortunately, there were no civilian casualties, and only one federal special police officer died on the spot. Aquaman Arthur of the Avengers appeared in front of everyone for the first time after the disbandment of the Avengers at the Vienna conference. He was accompanied by the super-rich Iron Man Tony Stark and the familiar Spider-Man. Obviously the Avengers were disbanded. The members of the post-Avengers are still operating in secret together. Great! The Avengers haven't given up on us, they still appear in front of us when we need them. For Avengers members Aquaman Arthur and Spider-Man, we said that we would track down their whereabouts, and the United Nations will also supervise the actions of the Avengers. The TV news had mixed opinions on tonight's events, and the government's expression expressed the need to monitor and manage the actions of the members of the Avengers. As for Arthur's appearance, the public expressed their support for the Avengers to continue to protect the safety of the people. There are various comments on the internet, and there is an endless stream of support and opposition. Max woke up from a coma. He seemed to have a dream, dreaming that he became a monster, and then he couldn't control himself to attack civilians indiscriminately. He also dreamed of Spider-Man, Iron Man and Aquaman fighting himself, and Max felt dizzy, as if he was about to explode. Are you awake? A man's voice came from the side. It was only when Max's eyes began to focus that he saw clearly that he was in a ward and he was lying on a hospital bed. Where is this? What's wrong with me? Max stretched out his hand to touch his head, but didn't touch a single hair. Max looked at his hand, and there was still a tiny current flowing in the transparent skin. You just fell asleep, do you remember what happened before? The man's voice came from the side again, and Max reacted and looked at the man beside him. You are Sea King Arthur. Max cried out in surprise, Sea King, are you not dreaming? It's me, I brought you back to the Avengers, and helped you regain control of your body, don't you feel that rage now? Arthur sat on the chair beside the hospital bed and asked Max. I am indeed much more comfortable, thank you. You said this is the Avengers. Max finally knew where he was, and he looked around. He is now in a laboratory surrounded by some sophisticated instruments. He was lying on a hospital bed in the middle of the room. What did you do to me? Max looked at these instruments with a little fear. Is he going to be sliced for research? Don't get excited, we just analyzed your physical condition, and I gave you a spiritual massage, that's all. Arthur said to Max. What happened to me? Max asked Arthur after a moment of silence. We retrieved Osborn's monitoring data and saw that you fell into Osborn's bioelectricity experiment pool yesterday afternoon. The mutated electric eels that Osborn studied privately were kept in it. You were killed by dozens of people. An electric eel attacked, and at the same time, the experimental pool was instantly connected to a huge current. Arthur explained to Max with a tablet computer. Your body has undergone a mutation. Not only has it absorbed the gene of the mutant electric eel, but the whole body has become a kind of carrier, just like a battery. Although your appearance is different from normal people now, it not only did it give you superpowers, but it also saved your life. Arthur looked at Max and said to him. Max fell silent, and he became such a monster with neither human nor ghost. Max, who was always looked down upon by others, has become a monster that everyone shouts and beats. Max had the idea of committing suicide a little bit. Actually, this is a good thing. Arthur looked at Max and said. Max raised his head to look at Arthur. I have become like this, or is it a good thing? I see from your memory that you long to be recognized by others, you especially want to have a sense of presence, you hate people who can't even remember your name, and you don't even want to be a small person anymore. Am I right? Sorry, I didn't intend to check your memory, I just wanted to help you calm down the anger in your heart. Arthur said to Max. Yeah, I have been an invisible person since I was a child. I have worked for more than 10 years without a friend, and even my colleagues don't remember my name. I am just an ordinary person who cannot be more ordinary. Max sighed said in a tone. You are not. I saw your circuit design for Osborne, it is very advanced. You are a real talent, Max. Your electrical engineering skills are simply perfect. Arthur said to Max sincerely. Really? Am I really a talent? Max looked at Arthur and asked in disbelief. No one had ever praised himself, and no one had ever recognized him. Arthur was the first. Yes, Max. I need you. The Earth needs you. I invite you to join the Avengers and become one of us, and we will defend the peace of the world together. Arthur stretched out his hand and said to Max. You said you need me? Are you going to invite me to join the Avengers? Are these true? Max asked Arthur, looking at Arthur in surprise. Yes, as long as you join the Avengers, you will be a superhero like us. In the future, you will not only be admired by everyone like me, but also no one will never know who you are. Arthur said like a person from an MLM organization. He kept tempting Max with words. Can I also be admired by others? Let the whole world know me. Max said with longing. Yes, Electric Man Max Dillon. Let your name resound in the world starting today. Arthur said passionately. Okay, I'm joining the Avengers, and I'll listen to you. Max excitedly shook Arthur's hand and said. Steve Rogers and Tony Stark stood next to Arthur, watching Max fall asleep together. How did you get him to agree to join us? Steve Rogers asked Arthur. It's very simple, draw a big cake, and describe his vision for the future. Arthur said with a smile. Max's physical condition is very surprising. He is now the current, and the current is him. If he wants to, he can even turn his body into the form of an electric current and shuttle through the wires. Tony Stark said looking at Max. Yes, his situation is like the elementalization mentioned by One Piece in the Japanese manga. Arthur nodded and said. Elementalization? This is a more appropriate term. Let me go back and read the comic you mentioned. Tony Stark looked at Arthur and said. The addition of Max is another powerful boost. We have to let him learn to control his power in a short time. Steve Rogers said. It's not just Max, I found some interesting research from Osborne, and Osborne likes to study some weird things just like Tony. Arthur looked at Tony Stark and said. You mean those flying devices and battle armor? To be honest, I really don't like their things. Tony Stark said disdainfully. Of course you don't like it, but Peter Parker's heir is now the president of Osborne, and he has encountered some troubles. I am going to help him take full control of Osborne, and then let him wear the clothes his father wears. The battle armor he prepared. Arthur said with a smile. You mean Harry Osborn? Since he is Peter's friend, please help him. I know Osborne shareholders are planning to find a way to kick him out of the company, just like I did back then. Tony Stark said that he can see his past in Harry. He was also forced to take over his father's company when he was weak, and it was also the company's board of directors who wanted to deal with him. Tony Stark loves the house and the bird, and feels that since he is a good friend of Peter Parker, it is not impossible to help him through the difficulties. But the difficulty Arthur mentioned meant that Harry had the same incurable genetic disease as his father, and Arthur was going to help him cure it. Wakanda Avengers Base. Is he alright? When I saw him before, he was fine. I don't know what happened. Peter Parker and Arthur stood together in the laboratory base and looked at Max, who was lying on the hospital bed for a physical examination. He, like you, has superpowers due to physical mutations. Now I have invited him to join the Avengers. Arthur said to Peter Parker. That's great. I'm going to apologize to him later. I told him that I needed him, but I almost forgot about him. Peter Parker lowered his head and said. Yeah, sometimes words you say carelessly will hurt people who care about you. Please apologize. I believe you will become good friends in the future. Arthur looked at Peter Parker and said in relief. Well, I see. Peter Parker nodded. By the way, do you have a friend named Harry? Arthur asked suddenly. How do you know? He was my very good friend when I was young, and he just came back from abroad to take over Osborne. Peter Parker looked at Arthur in surprise and said. Actually, I really like your friend. He may be in some trouble recently. If he comes to ask for your help, you can give him my phone number and let him come to me. Arthur said to Peter Parker. What do you mean? What trouble will Harry have? Peter Parker looked at Arthur in confusion and asked. You'll know when the time comes. Let's go. Max's examination is over. Go see him. Arthur saw that Max had left the hospital bed and walked out of the laboratory. How does it feel? Arthur asked, walking towards Max. Oh, Mr. Arthur, I feel good. I can gradually control the energy in my body. Max said to Arthur with a smile. Your friend came to see you. Arthur pointed to Peter Parker beside him. Friend? Are you? Max had never seen Peter Parker before, so he didn't recognize the young man next to Arthur as the famous Spider-Man. Max, I'm Spider-Man, my real name is Peter Parker, nice to meet you again. Peter Parker stretched out his hand and said to Max. I'm Max Dillon, nice to meet you. Max looked at Peter Parker with complicated eyes, but still extended his hand and shook him. Since Max was saved by Peter Parker, he admired him very much, and even reached the point of madness. Later, when he learned that Spider-Man had forgotten himself, Max felt abandoned by the world. Fortunately, after the soul of Arthur's spiritual evolution, Max's emotions are no longer so easily agitated. Now thinking about it, I find it funny. Why should I blame Spider-Man? Max, I'm sorry. I want to apologize to you. I haven't forgotten you, but I haven't kept you in my heart. I just said it casually when I needed you. I'm sorry for hurting you. Peter Parker bowed his head and sincerely apologized to Max. I blamed you because I cared a lot about what other people think of me. I never had a friend. I thought you would treat me as a friend. But I can't blame you. After all, you have saved my life fate. Max looked at Peter Parker and laughed at himself. No, Max, I really want to be your friend. I also want to apologize to you for my behavior. Peter Parker looked at Max and said sincerely, okay, Max. If you want to be recognized by others, you need to help others. You are no longer the former Max. Now you have the ability to help the weak. You join us as our family. From now on I won't be alone anymore. Arthur looked at Max and said, thank you. I will try my best to become a superhero like you in the future. Max looked at Arthur and Peter Parker and smiled knowingly. Harry Osborn sat in his office, watching Spider-Man, Aquaman, and Iron Man appearing in the news. He felt that the world is really wonderful now. Harry was playing with a cube that his father had given him before he died. His father had said that this was what was really given to him, but he still didn't understand what this cube was. Harry felt the skin of his neck burn and he saw through the reflection of the table that there was already a scar on his neck. This is why he has been more irritable recently. What he cares about now is not the hostility of the people on the board of directors towards him. What he cares about is that his father told him before he died that their family has a genetic disease called reverse chlorocytosis. Thinking of my father's green scars all over his body, he was in pain to death. Harry felt a chill in his heart. Now he can't sleep. His hands are shaking, and the skin on his body is gradually rotting. He knows that he will soon be plagued by illness like his father. His father, Norman Osborn, such a rich man can't cure this disease, so how can he save himself? Harry reached out to squeeze the abscess on his neck. What? Harry trembled in pain, and the cube in his hand fell onto the table, but he suddenly discovered that when this small cube was placed on the desk would turn into a sparkling display screen. This is the secret in the cube. Harry reached out to touch the cube, and a window suddenly appeared next to the cube, containing folders with strange names. Harry swiped to the right, and the entire folder unfolded, containing more than 50 secret file items. These are some scientific and technological experimental projects that my father secretly researched. Harry opened and browsed one by one. There are weapons and equipment, high-tech armor, and octopus tentacles, all of which are strange things. But he suddenly saw the name of Peter Parker's father, who was also a researcher of Osborn. Harry clicked on the project file, and there were 2 researchers in lab coats, one of whom Harry knew was Peter Parker's father. Harry once saw his picture at Peter Parker's house, which is a research project of spider serum, which uses spider serum to cure severe infections, tissue damage, and other diseases. Harry immediately thought of someone. It is Spider-Man. It seems that this Spider-Man has superpowers because of this serum. If I can find Spider-Man and let him give me a little blood, will I be able to cure myself? The more Harry thought about it, the more he felt that Spider-Man was his only life-saving straw. My father set up this project to cure family genetic diseases. But Peter Parker's parents' plane crashed, and the project stopped. Later, I continued to study but failed, but Spider-Man is a living example. His superpowers are definitely related to the spider serum. I have to find him. Spider-Man. Iron Man. Aquaman? Correct. Isn't Peter Parker an intern at Stark Corporation? He also said that Iron Man Tony Stark is still his good friend. Just ask Peter Parker to find Iron Man and ask Spider-Man's contact information. Harry couldn't sit still at the thought of this, so let's do it. Peter Parker received a call from Harry, and Harry wanted to invite him and Gwen to have a meal together, and Peter Parker agreed. At 6 o'clock in the evening on the weekend, Peter Parker led Gwen to a high-end Western restaurant, where Harry made an appointment. Sir, do you have an appointment? The waitress asked Peter Parker with a smile. I have an appointment with Mr. Harry Osborn. Peter Parker said to the waiter. Please come with me. The waiter girl took Peter Parker and Gwen to the second floor of the restaurant, and Harry was waiting for Peter Parker and them in the front seat. Hey, why are you here so early? Peter Parker greeted Harry. I have nothing to do today. Is this your girlfriend? Harry stood up and asked Peter Parker. I'm Gwen Stacy, Peter's girlfriend, and I see you often. Gwen stretched out her hand and said to Harry. It's nice to meet you too. It is said that you are an intern in my company. I'm sorry I just met you today. Harry shook Gwen's hand and said very gentlemanly. The 3 sat down with smiles, and Harry had already ordered meals for them. Peter Parker and Harry chatted happily about some interesting things about their childhood, while Gwen listened silently. After a while, the waiter brought all the food to the table and poured a glass of red wine for the three of them. The dinner for the three of them was very happy. Peter, I asked you out today because I have something to ask for your help. Harry saw that Peter Parker and Gwen were almost finished eating. He hesitated for a while before speaking to Peter Parker. What's the matter? Tell me. Peter Parker's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Arthur guessed it right, and Harry actually had something to help himself. You said you work for the Stark Company, right? You have a good relationship with Tony Stark. Harry looked at Peter Parker and asked. Yes, Mr. Stark and I are good friends. Peter Parker replied. It's like this, I have something I want to see Spider-Man, and I want to ask him to do me a favor, so can I trouble you to ask Mr. Stark for his contact information? Harry looked at Peter Parker and asked. Harry looking for Spider-Man, isn't it me? What does he want me to do for him? If it's difficult for you, I can think of other ways. Harry looked at Peter Parker's hesitation, thinking that he was a bit embarrassed. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, may I ask what it is? Peter Parker asked Harry. It's something wrong with my body, and only Spider-Man can help me, so I need to contact him. Harry thought for a while that Peter was his best friend, and it didn't hurt to tell him. Harry has a problem, let yourself help. How can I help him if I am not a doctor? Peter Parker was also puzzled by what Harry said, but he did not forget Arthur's request. Actually, someone once told me about you. Peter Parker said. Who? Harry asked in surprise. No one knew about his affairs, but someone actually told Peter Parker? My other friend, King Arthur Jorn, you should have heard of him, right? He told me that he can help you. Peter Parker said to Harry. King Arthur? He said he could help me. Harry was even more surprised. He didn't know King Arthur, so how did he know that he needed help? Here's his number, he told me to give it to you if you ever ask me for help. Peter Parker handed Harry a note with Arthur's private number on it. Harry took the note. He didn't know how Arthur knew he was going to ask Peter Parker for help, but King Arthur must know the contact information of Spider-Man. Even if Arthur couldn't help him, he could introduce Spider-Man to himself. It can be regarded as one step closer to success. Thank you, Peter, you have helped me a lot. I will invite you and Gwen to have a big meal next time. Harry said happily to Peter Parker. You have already invited us to a big meal today. Please contact Arthur. He is also my good friend. He should have a way to help you. Peter Parker said to Harry. Harry nodded. Harry was so excited that he couldn't stay here to chat with Peter anymore. He was anxious to go back and make a phone call, so he got up and prepared to say goodbye to Peter Parker Gwen. Peter Parker also knew that Harry was in a hurry to go home, so he and Gwen said goodbye beforehand and left. Harry couldn't wait to go back to his villa after saying goodbye to Peter Parker and Gwen, took out his phone and dialed Arthur's number. Hello. A man's voice sounded young on the phone. Hi, hello, are you Mr. Arthur Jorn? I'm Harry Osborn, and Peter Parker gave me your contact information. Harry said into the phone. Oh, yes, this is Arthur. I asked Peter Parker to give you my contact information to help you heal your body. Arthur said on the phone. How did you know about my physical condition? Harry was taken aback. The King Arthur actually knew that something was wrong with his body. I can't tell on the phone. Come to Stark Tower tomorrow, and we will talk then. Arthur said. Okay, I'll come over early tomorrow morning, so I won't bother you. Goodbye. Harry replied immediately. Goodbye. The phone was hung up, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know how Arthur knew about his condition, at least there was hope that this matter could be resolved now. It was great. Harry lay on the bed tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. He was itching all over his body, and it had become more and more serious recently, causing his spirit to become worse and worse. Harry reached for the wine beside him and drank it in big gulps. Only in this way can he fall asleep, and the drunk Harry fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Harry got up early in the morning. He took a shower, changed into a black suit, and made himself look more handsome. Harry looked at himself in the mirror and nodded, then picked up the car keys on the table and went out to meet the appointment. Harry drove his sports car directly to the Stark Tower. It was still a little early, and the employees of the Stark Company had just started working. Harry walked into the Stark Tower, came to the reception desk, and told the girl at the front desk his name. The girl at the front desk smiled and took him to the elevator and went directly to Tony Stark's office area on the top floor. Come in, Stark is waiting for you inside. The beauty at the front desk said to Harry. Thank you. Harry nodded to the beauty and walked towards Tony Stark's office. Harry knocked on the office door, but a woman's voice came from inside. Please come in. Harry opened the door and walked in, and saw Pepper sitting in the office and working hard. You are Mr. Harry Osborn, right? Please sit down and wait a moment, I will help you notify Arthur. Pepper raised his head and said to Harry. Thank you. Harry sat down on the sofa beside him, looking at Pepper who made the call. He knew the CEO of Stark Corporation, who was said to be Tony Stark's girlfriend, and the two were about to get married soon. Suddenly a blue magic portal appeared next to Pepper, and Arthur walked out of the magic portal. Harry was taken aback by this supernatural phenomenon, but Pepper didn't even look up, she was used to it. Harry, let's go to my house and let's chat. Arthur looked at Harry Osborn and said. Wakanda Arthur House. You haven't eaten breakfast, come and have some. Arthur invited Harry to have breakfast together. Thank you. Harry was not polite to Arthur, and sat at a seat at the dining table, looking up at Arthur's villa. This is a traditional breakfast in China. I like it better. It's called rice noodles. Try it and see if you get used to it. Arthur served Harry a bowl of Yunnan copper pot rice noodles that he made himself. Arthur also took a bowl and sat across from Harry. Knowing that Harry couldn't use chopsticks, Arthur gave him a spoon and a fork. Thank you. Harry was still quite reserved. Although he had never seen the white rice noodles in the bowl before, he seemed quite appetizing. Try it, Arthur said to Harry. Harry used a fork to get some rice noodles, put it in his mouth and tasted it, and suddenly a taste that he had never experienced before filled his taste buds. It was so fragrant. It's delicious? I've never eaten Chinese food before. I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Harry couldn't stop eating. The more he ate, the more delicious he became. Arthur smiled and watched Harry eating rice noodles, and picked up his chopsticks to eat. After the two finished eating, they sat at the dining table and chatted. Harry didn't expect that the famous Sea King Arthur would be Peter Parker's classmate. If he hadn't transferred to a foreign country, Arthur would probably be Harry's classmate. I already know why you came. You want Spider-Man's serum to treat your family's skin disease, right? Arthur asked Harry straight to the point. Yes, I don't know how you got this secret, but I'm seriously ill now, please help me. Harry raised his trembling hands and said to Arthur, You're wrong, Spider-Man's serum can't cure your condition. Arthur said blankly, How could this be? Harry was extremely disappointed. He lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. You are Peter's good friend, and you can be regarded as my friend. I am more willing to help you once. Arthur continued. Harry raised his head, looked at Arthur expectantly, and asked in a trembling voice, Then is there anything you can do to help me heal? As long as you can help me, I will agree to any conditions. Your illness is too simple for me, and I can easily cure you. Arthur said with a smile. Really? Just say what you have. Harry's eyes lit up, and he stood up excitedly and asked Arthur, I said that you are Peter's friend, that is, my friend. I can treat you without any conditions, and I can get you out of pain immediately. Arthur shook his head and replied, That's great. I really don't know how to thank you. You are my best friend, and I will do my best to help you if you need anything. Harry looked at Arthur and said seriously, Okay, we'll talk about this later. Let's go to the doctor. Arthur said to Harry. Thank you. Harry followed Arthur and left the villa, and together they came to the forest outside the villa. Venom, where did you go? Arthur shouted to the distant woods. Harry only saw a huge black figure shuttle through the woods, running towards them quickly. Harry was full of nervousness. Was he about to see some terrible monster? Just after the black shadow jumped down from the canopy, Harry saw clearly that it was a cute white-haired cat. Was it a cat that made him nervous for a long time? Are you ready? Arthur asked, turning to Harry. We are here for treatment. This is different from what Harry thought. Harry imagined that Arthur would take him to the secret laboratory of the Avengers, and then some mysterious scientists would examine him with instruments, and finally inject yourself with some weird drugs. As a result, Arthur actually took him to the edge of a beautiful grove, called out a cat and prepared to treat him. Had it not been for Arthur's serious look, Harry would have thought Arthur was joking with him. Are you ready? Arthur looked at Harry who didn't know what to think and asked again. Ready, come on. Harry nodded and replied, he wanted to see how Arthur was going to treat himself. Venom, he has a genetic disease, you go and help him cure it, and he will pack all your snacks for you in the future. Arthur said to Venom. After hearing this, Venom jumped onto Arthur's shoulder, stared at Harry for a while, and then asked Harry in a hoarse voice, Boy, will you pack all my snacks from now on? Harry was taken aback. This cat could speak human language, and the sound is so ugly. It is hard to say that such a miraculous cat can really help him heal his illness. You can tell me what snacks you like, and I, Harry Osborn, will be in charge of all your snacks in the future. Harry immediately promised, patted his chest. Very good. Boy, you're very good. I'm very satisfied. Venom said to Harry with satisfaction. Suddenly, the black substance from the white cat's body seeped out like a liquid, turning into a 2-meter high with a row of sharp-toothed monster. Harry was frightened by the real body of the Venom, his legs went limp, and he sat down on the ground. The Venom suddenly rushed towards Harry, enveloping him in an instant. The virus on this kid is really delicious. The Venom wrapped Harry's body and revealed a head to Arthur. Help him get rid of the virus, so that he doesn't get sick again in the future. Arthur pouted. How dare you question me? I have an injury that can't be cured if I personally go out on the horse. Venom said arrogantly. Recently, your tone of voice with me has become more and more presumptuous. Is it because I haven't taught you a lesson for a long time? Arthur looked at Venom with a very dangerous look and asked. Venom shivered suddenly, recalling the fear of being dominated by Arthur. It left Harry's body immediately, and rushed back into the white cat's body as if fleeing. The white cat immediately hid behind a tree, showing a cat's head to see if Arthur was angry. Arthur also smiled helplessly. This Venom really needs to be dealt with. But this time it was alright. Someone finally paid for his food. Natasha, the Avengers logistics minister, had complained to him countless times that the Venom was edible, and Harry hadn't realized what a terrible thing he had promised. Harry knelt on the ground and breathed in the fresh air gulpingly. He had just experienced the scariest thing he had experienced since he was a child. His body was out of his control, as if a monster had squeezed into his head. The skin all over his body instantly itched terribly, like a fire, until the venom left his body, and now he felt more comfortable than ever. Harry stood up and stretched out his hands to see that his hands were no longer trembling at all. Harry frantically took off his coat, pulled off his shirt, and looked at his body carefully. Harry's skin returned to its original fair and delicate appearance, and all the scars on his body disappeared. I'm healed. I'm finally healed. Harry shouted excitedly to the sky. Okay, don't be shy, put on your clothes, and don't catch a cold later. Remember what you promised me, Arthur said from the side. Okay, thank you for your help, I will pack all the food for Venom from now on. Harry regained his composure and put on his clothes again. Arthur and Harry walked along the woodland path, followed by the white cat Venom. You are in a bad situation now. Your father passed away after handing over the company to you, but other shareholders in the company don't want the company to be handed over to a young man who has just turned ... Arthur said to Harry. Arrive. Yes, there are indeed many shareholders who are not convinced by me, Harry said with a wry smile. Don't worry, I will help you. Osborn is also a high-end biotechnology company in the United States. Some of your research is still of great help to our Avengers, Arthur said to Harry. Really? That's great. I'm willing to transfer 15% of the shares to you, and Osborn will fully support the Avengers in the future, Harry promised happily. I don't need your shares. I'll help you deal with the shareholders. If you control the company, announce the establishment of a strategic cooperation with Stark Corporation. Arthur shook his head and said, Okay, no problem, I will listen to you from now on, Harry said cheerfully. Then, you are welcome to join the Avengers. Arthur held out his hand to Harry. Can I really join the Avengers? I don't have superpowers, Harry said hesitantly. Peter Parker can join, of course you can too. You don't have superpowers but your company has some special projects, I think you should know about it. Arthur looked at Harry and said, Then I would like to join the Avengers, Harry said sincerely, holding Arthur's hand. Great, let's go, let me introduce a friend to you. Arthur led Harry towards the Avengers base in the distance. Actually, I've always had a question, Harry asked Arthur after hesitating for a while. You want to ask about Peter Parker, don't you? Arthur asked Harry with a glance. Yes, Peter Parker's ability to join the Avengers shows that his identity is not simple, so who is he? Harry asked hesitantly. Don't you have a guess in your heart? The Avenger who lives in Queens is of course Spider-Man, Arthur said to Harry. Sure enough, Harry said with complicated eyes. Help Peter keep it a secret. No one knows about it except us. Peter didn't tell you because he was afraid you would think about it, Arthur said to Harry, and Harry nodded to show that he knew. Arthur took Harry to the Avengers base and introduced him to the members of the base. Looking at these familiar superheroes, Harry was very excited. Although Harry was relatively precocious, he was only a young man in his 20s. Still interested in the mysterious Avenger Harry, Arthur took Harry to the door of a dormitory room and knocked on the door. The door opened, and the man who opened the door was a strange-looking man. He was Max Dillon who had just joined the Avengers. How are you today, Max? Arthur asked Max with a smile. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Max turned his head and saw Harry behind Arthur, and was stunned. Dong, Chairman. Max stammered looking at Harry. You're the guy on the news last night? You actually know me. Harry was very surprised that Max called himself the chairman. This strange-looking man used to belong to Osborn? You guessed it right, Max is an electrical engineer in Osborn's bioelectricity department, Arthur said to Harry. What? Then why? Harry didn't expect Max to be an employee of his company. Seeing Max's current appearance, he didn't know what to say. He had an accident and fell into a bioelectric battery, and that's how he mutated, Arthur explained to Harry. Max was silent after listening to Arthur's words. What did he get after dedicating himself to Osborn? His own chairman doesn't know himself either. Osborn covered up this matter, which is murder for Max. And the culprit of all this is the senior management of your company, Arthur said to Harry. Sorry, Max. I don't know about this. I didn't expect them to treat you like this. In fact, I'm just a marionette now. The shares in the hands of the so-called chairman can't restrict those shareholders. Holly looked at Max apologetically and said, Okay, since your targets are all Osborn's top management, Max, your first task is to help Harry take control of Osborn. As for those who oppose Harry, you can deal with it yourself. Let's go. Arthur said to Max that Osborn's high-level executives are not good people, and it's good to let Max deal with them, just as a special training for him. No problem, I will let them know that not everyone can do whatever they want, Max said with firm eyes. Arthur opened a portal to send Harry and Max away and left Wakanda together. As for the snacks that Harry owes Venom, Stark will regularly provide a list of snacks to Harry. People left. Tony Stark walked up to Arthur from the second floor and asked him, Well, Max is going to help Harry control Osborn. If there are no accidents, Osborn will announce a comprehensive strategic cooperation with Stark Corporation tomorrow. Arthur nodded and replied, Are you assured that Max will deal with those ordinary people? Are you not afraid that he will kill in Osborn? Tony Stark looked at Arthur playfully and asked, Max is a kind person. Although he was once overwhelmed by other people's prejudice, I have used the Mind Stone to help him control his emotions. I believe he will handle it well, Arthur told Tony Stark. Speaking of, well now, the Avengers have added a powerful superpower and a rich chable, and their strength has greatly increased. Tony Stark said with a smile. Harry is not just a rich chable, he will also help us in our future battles. Arthur shook his head and said, you mean the armor and aircraft researched by Osborn? And those biological weapons? Tony Stark immediately understood what Arthur meant. Yes, the Avengers will have another superhero named Green Goblin in the future, and I'm looking forward to how he and Spider-Man will work together. Arthur replied with a smile. Well, I'm also looking forward to it. Tony Stark is still very optimistic about Harry. Harry is actually similar to Tony Stark. With the super weapons made by the company, an ordinary person can become a superhero. Let's go to lunch. I've been a little hungry all morning. Arthur stood up and said to Tony Stark, it's not all due to the venom that you are tossing around, you are actually standing by with your arms folded and playing with your mouth. Tony Stark contemptuously complained to Arthur. Don't talk nonsense. Are you going to eat? Arthur asked impatiently. Let's go. After being teleported by Heimdall to an asteroid next to Muspelheim, Thor, the god of thunder, flew away from the asteroid with Thor's hammer, and flew towards Muspelheim alone. Muspelheim is a legendary world of flames. Looking from space, it looks like a dying sun. The whole planet is dark red. It is full of active volcanoes. The temperature is so high that it is everywhere. Magma flows on the surface of the planet. The former Muspelheim was not like this, it was full of flames like the sun, but after the eternal flame of Surtur was taken away by Asgard, the flames of Muspelheim were extinguished. Sneaking into Muspelheim, Thor found Surtur's villainous lair. Thor pretended to be caught by Surtur's flame creatures, successfully sneaked into Surtur's lair, and was locked in a metal cage. I'm glad I met you here. Thor was chained into rice dumplings by Surtur's men, lying in a metal cage and talking to a skeleton who had been dead for an unknown amount of time, leaving only a pair of bones. How long do you think we will stay here? Thor looked at the skeleton and asked, and suddenly the skeleton's jaw dropped, as if answering Thor's question. Ka 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 ka. What sound? As if the gears were turning, the metal cage under Thor's body suddenly opened, and Thor immediately fell downwards. Hey, it hurts. The moment the chains on Thor's body were straightened, Thor stopped falling immediately, but the moment he was pulled by the chains, Thor grinned in pain and took a breath. And the skeleton that was locked in a cage with Thor just now fell down with Thor, smashing to pieces on the ground. In this way, Thor was hung 1 meter from the ground like a rope tied in the middle of a wooden stick. Thor looked around with his head down. This is a deep cave, and the surroundings are very dark and spacious. The temperature here is very high, and magma is still faintly flowing in the cracks on the ground, which is inside a crater. Suddenly he noticed a throne made of stone, on which sat a humanoid creature made of dark red magma, secretly observing him. He should die, Surtur, right? Ha 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 ha, you are Odin's son, Thor. Surtur sat lazily on the throne, looking at Thor, who was tied into rice dumplings and hung in the air, and smiled evilly. Are you the son of my cousin, Surtur? You're not dead. I thought my father would have crushed you 500,000 years ago. Thor asked back with a sarcasm. I will not die until I complete my mission and destroy your homeland. Surtur was not irritated by Thor, and said calmly. It's even more interesting when it comes to this. I've been having nightmares recently. Asgard fell into raging fire and turned into ruins. And you, Surtur, are wreaking havoc everywhere. Thor smiled and said to Surtur said. Then you have foreseen the twilight of the gods, the destruction of Asgard, the great prophecy. Surtur said loudly. Then who gave you this mission? Thor looked at Surtur and asked. Just after I was killed by Odin that year, I saw death. It was she who told me my future destination, and it was she who gave me the ability to live forever until Asgard was completely destroyed. Surtur also said. Without hiding anything, he replied directly. Death? Well, let's continue to talk about this Ragnarok. Can you tell me how you plan to destroy Asgard? Thor didn't realize who Death was, and he wanted to know more. What is more important is how the Flame Lord, who does not seem to be very powerful, is planning to destroy Asgard. My time has come. When my crown is reunited with the eternal fire, my power will be fully restored. I will grow taller than those mountains, and then I will take my twilight sword deep pierce into the core of Asgard. Surtur was really an honest man, and told Thor exactly his plan. Thor almost laughed when he heard it. He had never seen such a pure villain, and he answered whatever he asked. Thor is a little bit fond of this guy in front of him. If he didn't want to fight against Asgard, Thor might even consider sparing his life. This chain makes me a little dizzy. Let me understand what you just said. You are going to put your crown in the eternal fire? Then you will become as big as a house. Thor asked Arrive. It's as big as a mountain? And it will keep getting bigger, and eventually it will be as big as Asgard. Surtur interrupted Thor and corrected his mistake. The eternal flame you're talking about is the one that Odin locked in the Asgard treasury. Thor asked while looking at Surtur. Odin is not in Asgard now, and you can't go back. Asgard has no power to resist me. Surtur's answer made Thor puzzled. Odin isn't in Asgard, so who sent me here? Is the information of this flame giant wrong? So where is the crown you're talking about? Thor continued to ask Surtur, regardless of so much. This is my crown. It is the source of my strength. Surtur said, pointing to the 2 long horns on top of his head. Tuo oral is not good. This Surtur is really too straightforward, saying that it is lack of heart or something, and directly said his whole card. Is that a crown? I thought it was a big thick eyebrow. Thor held back a smile and said to Surtur. It's the crown. Surtur retorted. Well, whatever you say is what it is. It seems that if I want to stop this Ragnarok, I have to tear that thing off your head. Thor said to Surtur. Ha 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 ha, the twilight of the gods has already begun, and you can't stop it. Surtur laughed, stood up and walked down from the throne, picked up the twilight sword beside him and came to Thor. Thor saw him staggering as he walked, as if his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. I am the doomsday of Asgard. Your doomsday is coming, and you will all fall into pain and fall into flames, Surtur said, picking up Thor's chain and holding him in his hand. Sounds exciting? To be honest, it must be very spectacular to see you grow so big and set a whole planet on fire. But I think it's better not to do this. I will break the chain and take the crown on your head, come down and put it in Asgard's treasure vault. Thor looked at Surtur and said with a smile. You can't stop Ragnarok, why waste your efforts? Surtur asked. Because heroes usually do this. Thor stretched out his 5 fingers behind his back, ready to summon his Thor's hammer. But Thor's hammer was placed far away by him, and he hadn't appeared after waiting for 30 seconds. Wait a minute, sorry, I didn't count the time well, Thor said awkwardly. Suddenly a whole rumbling sound came from a distance. Surtur turned his head and looked towards the place where the sound came from. It's now. Thor broke free from the chain in an instant, grabbed Thor's hammer that rushed out of the rock wall, and flew to a place far away from Surtur in an instant. Son of Odin, you have made a very serious mistake, Surtur said to Thor, picking up the huge twilight sword. Hey, is it? Son of Odin, you have made a very serious mistake. Fire Lord Surtur said to Thor, taking up the huge twilight sword. I make serious mistakes every day, but it seems to be going well so far. Thor watched a huge fire dragon appear in front of him, and countless strange creatures made of magma surrounded him. Spell signature fire creature. Thor instantly mingled with countless flame creatures. Thor was so brave that he smashed all the flame creatures one by one with a hammer. But there are too many of these creatures, and this is their old nest again, and the flame creatures rushed towards Thor like ants. Thor suddenly grabbed the lanyard of Thor's hammer and turned Thor's hammer in his hand like a propeller. All creatures that approached Thor were smashed to pieces by Thor's hammer, but the flame creatures were like moths to the flame, rushing up and down to die one after another. Thor threw Thor's hammer away, and Thor's hammer flew around Thor at high speed, forming a circle around Thor. All flame creatures that walked into the circle were smashed to pieces by Thor's hammer, and the fish that slipped through the net were also dealt with by Thor with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Thor opened his fingers, and Thor's hammer flew back into Thor's hand. Thor jumped high, and the lightning flashed on Thor's hammer in his hand. Thor slammed Thor's hammer heavily on the ground, and a loud thunder sounded the moment Thor's hammer touched the ground. Boom! With Thor as the center, a circular lightning shock wave spread out to the surroundings, and all the flame creatures were instantly reduced to dust. Surtur was the only one left standing, still holding a giant sword. Surtur pointed the giant sword at Thor, and endless flames sprayed towards Thor. Thor continued to turn Thor's hammer and resisted it in front of him. The Thor's hammer turning like a propeller seemed to become a barrier, resisting Surtur's flame attack. Thor was pushed back by the strong flames and slid back. Thor suddenly roared, and Thor's hammer suddenly shot a bolt of lightning and hit Surtur's head instantly. Surtur was staggered by the lightning, and the flame in his hand stopped spraying. Seeing a good opportunity, Thor flew towards Surtur, and Thor's hammer hit Surtur's head hard. Thor made another backhand blow, hitting Surtur hard on the head with Thor's hammer. Surtur was beaten helplessly by Thor. His tall body looked very cumbersome, and Thor interrupted him every time before he raised his sword. And Thor's body is small and flexible, and the Thor's hammer in his hand is constantly thrown towards Surtur, and it will automatically fly back to Thor's hand when it hits Surtur. Thor's hammer was played superbly by him, and Surtur was also beaten very aggrieved, unable to fight back, and his body was constantly being attacked. Thor suddenly flew up and jumped onto a rocky pillar. Surtur looked up at Thor. Thor held Thor's hammer with both hands, condensing all the power of thunder and lightning, and Thor's hammer was shining brightly. Thor slammed Thor's hammer on the crown on Surtur's head. Boom! A loud thunder sounded, and a bolt of lightning struck Surtur's head in the sky. Surtur's head was completely blown off by Thor's blow, and his crown fell to the ground. It turned out that the entire skull was made of the crown, while the body was formed of flame energy. After losing the crown, the body and the great sword turned into a flame and flew back into the crown, lying quietly on the ground. Thor picked up the chain he had broken off on the ground, tied the crown to his back, and it was done. Thor didn't expect to solve Surtur so easily. In his dream, Surtur was as invincible as a demon god. But he faced this Surtur like a slightly more powerful flame creature, not Thor's opponent at all. Thor still doesn't believe that the legendary Ragnarok was solved by himself so easily, but the hot crown on his back reminds Thor that this is all true. Thor suddenly noticed that the countless flame creatures in the distance once again surrounded Thor densely, and even the cave walls were covered. As if in an ant nest, Thor looked at the sky and shouted, Heimdall, I need you to take me back now. Thor raised the hammer but nothing happened. The rainbow bridge that should have appeared did not appear. What happened to Heimdall? He never lost the chain. Heimdall. What Thor didn't know was that Heimdall himself was forcibly dismissed by Loki on an unfounded charge, and he himself also escaped and is being wanted by God's domain. Now in charge of teleporting the temple is a bald head. His name is Skeleton. He was showing off some strange things he had collected from the 9 realms in front of 2 beautiful Asgardians. These are my treasures. I like them very much. I got them in a place called Texas in Missouri, Scrooge said, holding up 2 automatic rifles. I named them, one is called Destruction and the other is me. If you put them together, they can destroy everything, Skeleton said triumphantly to the 2 beauties. And Thor looked at the flame creatures that surrounded him, and the flame dragon that broke free from the chain. Thor turned Thor's hammer and rushed towards the top of the cave. Boom! Thor made a big hole at the top of the cave, rushed out of the cave and crawled on the ground in embarrassment. Thor stood up in embarrassment, extinguished the cloak that was ignited by the high temperature, raised his hammer and called the Rainbow Bridge, but there was still no response. Heimdall, hurry up! Thor only heard a huge impact, the ground suddenly broke, and the flame dragon rushed out through the cave, and opened its huge mouth to bite Thor. Thor grabbed the dragon's upper and lower jaws with both hands to prevent it from biting him. The dragon raised its head and swung it in the air, trying to throw Thor away. Thor hung on the dragon's head like this, and was thrown back and forth by the dragon. Thor grabbed the dragon's mouth hard, but it was very uncomfortable to be thrown. Thor had an idea and put Thor's hammer into the dragon's mouth. The dragon's head was immediately smashed to the ground by Thor's hammer, and the dragon's head was pressed to the ground by a small hammer and couldn't move no matter how hard it struggled. Don't move. Thor pointed at the fire dragon and said. He looked around, and countless flame creatures continued to surround him. Really haunted? Heimdall? I'm at a loss. Thor shouted looking at the sky. Heimdall. In the teleportation temple, the device in the center of the temple shone brightly, and Thor's voice could be heard faintly from the device. Skeleton, is there something important about this? The beauty in purple pointed at the shining teleportation device in the center of the teleportation temple, and asked Ski, who was still displaying his collection. Oh, it happened. Looking at the countless flame creatures surrounding him, Thor could only helplessly pick up Thor's hammer and fly up. The fire dragon immediately stood up without the suppression of Thor's hammer, spread its wings and chased after Thor. In this way, Thor was flying in front, and the flame dragon was chasing behind, 1 man and 1 dragon chasing over this planet full of volcanoes. Just when the flame dragon approached Thor and opened its mouth wide to swallow Thor, a beam of colorful beams fell from the sky, and the rainbow bridge finally opened. In the teleportation temple, Skeleton and the 2 beauties watched Thor, the god of thunder, rush out of the shining portal, and then a huge dragon head also teleported over. The dragon's head was split in half by the energy of the rainbow bridge, and a large puddle of dragon's blood and brains came out along with the dragon's head. Green dragon blood gushed out from the portal, splashing Skeleton and the 2 beauties all over. The 2 beauties screamed and were so disgusted that they got up together and ran out of the teleportation temple. Wait, beauties! Skeleton shouted, but the 2 girls ran away without looking back. Skeleton was also quite helpless. A good date was ruined like this, and they could have had an in-depth exchange. Well, look at this guy who rushed in suddenly, scared my girlfriends away, and made my studio full of brains. Thank you so much. Skeleton looked at Thor ironically. Speaking of, who are you? Thor asked looking at the bald head in front of him. You don't remember me? I'm Skeleton. We fought side by side in Vanaheim. Skeleton looked at Thor speechlessly and replied. Well, where is Heimdall? Thor continued to ask. The traitor? Nobody knows where he is. He's a wanted man now, Skeletor replied. Traitor? Heimdall? Thor asked strangely. Heimdall is Odin's most trusted and valued subordinate. If he said it would betray Asgard, who would believe it? Yes, God King Odin accused Heimdall of dereliction of duty, but Heimdall disappeared before the trial. After all, he can see everything in the universe, and it is still difficult to catch him. Skeleton said. Thor explained. Okay. Thor turned around and was about to leave. Please wait a moment, I should announce to everyone that you are back. Thor flew away before Skeleton finished speaking. Skeleton sighed and trotted after him. Thor flew to the square in front of the Asgard, and he saw an incredible scene. A huge golden statue of Loki was built in the middle of the square. Thor looked at the statue of Loki with open hands and remembered what Surtur had said to her before. Odin is not in Asgard? Isn't Loki dead? He also played a trick with himself. Thor walked towards Asgard with his face sinking like water. In the garden of Asgard, there were many people gathered here as if they were watching a performance. Thor squeezed into the crowd and saw a scene that left him speechless. 2 actors are performing the scene of Loki's sacrifice in the dark world at that time. Thor kneels on the ground and hugs his brother Loki. The performance is quite exaggerated. Thor's 5 regrets. Loki has been blaming himself. On the seat in front of the stage, God King Odin was lying there happily watching the performance. There are also several maids serving food and wine to Odin, and Odin is lying on the seat happily enjoying the performance. Thor saw through at a glance that the person lying on the seat would definitely not be his father Odin. Thor had never seen Odin enjoy himself so much since he was a child, and he always looked serious. The person in front of him was definitely Loki pretending to be. I had been sad for a long time because of Loki's death, but I didn't expect that he would deceive me again and play tricks on me. He asked himself to go to Muspelheim to deal with the flame giant, but he attacked Heimdall while he was away. He didn't know where Heimdall hid. Thor kept suppressing the anger in his heart, patiently waiting for the end of the performance, and Thor came out of the crowd after the crowd dispersed. Damn it! Odin, who was transformed into Loki, almost choked on the wine when he saw Thor's sudden appearance. He didn't know if Thor could see anything, so he had no choice but to continue the performance. My son Thor is back? Welcome back, my son. Odin stood up and shouted to everyone, and the surrounding crowd applauded to welcome Thor's return. This show is quite interesting. What's its name? Thor asked Odin. Asgard's death. This is people's deep memory of Loki. Odin replied. They should indeed do this. I like the statue at the door. It looks much better than Loki's when he was alive, but it's almost sinister and cunning, and his hair is not as greasy as Loki's. Thor sarcastically said. Loki, pretending to be Odin, was overwhelmed by Thor's words and didn't know how to answer. Do you know what this is? Thor asked, taking Surtur's crown. Surtur's skull, that is a formidable weapon. You actually killed him. You deserve to be my child. Odin replied while sitting on his seat with a smile. Please do one thing, lock this in the treasure house, lest he become a big monster again and destroy the entire planet. Thor said as he handed Surtur's crown to the guard next to him. So what are you going to do next? Do you want to go back to Earth? Odin stood up and asked Thor. The dream I had recently is still bothering me. Surtur was easily solved by me, but I don't think it's that simple, so I decided to go out and investigate. Thor told Odin, speaking of. What I see is chaos and disorder in the 9 realms, and the enemies of Asgard are ready to move and plot to kill us. And you, Odin, the guardian of the 9 realms, are drinking and eating here in your nightgown. Grapes. Thor blamed Odin while throwing the hammer high. Loki was terrified by Thor's hammer. He knew that he might be exposed, otherwise Thor wouldn't be so presumptuous in front of him. Forget it, just expose it. It's not a loss to enjoy it for a while. Didn't you also be drunk all day long before? I think we should still respect the freedom of our neighbors. Loki retorted to Thor. Yes, that's right, just sit back and watch them be slaughtered, until the thunder hammer returns to my hands. Nothing can stop it, not even your stinky face. Thor threw Thor's hammer far away, grabbed Loki by the neck, and let him speak in front of him. You are completely crazy. You will be executed for this. Loki said while struggling. The surrounding guards could see that something was wrong. What is His Royal Highness Thor doing? Does he want to kill the king? Thor's hammer appeared in the distant sky again, flying towards Loki at high speed. Okay, I give in. Loki yelled after transforming back into his normal self before Thor's hammer hit him in the face. Thor pushed Loki out and caught Thor's hammer with his right hand. Wow! The people around all exclaimed, what's going on? How did their god King Odin become the dead Prince Loki? Odin is Loki in disguise, where is the real god King Odin? Everyone is whispering to each other. Just when Loki was exposed in front of everyone, Skeleton finally ran here, pushed away the crowd and shouted, Your Majesty Odinson? Thor. No, I didn't ask you to do anything else, but Thor came back and told me that you can't even do such a thing. Loki said, looking at the bald skeleton with hatred. Listen to my explanation. Skeleton was also helpless. Thor could fly and he couldn't catch up. Where's Odin? Thor asked, looking at his younger brother Loki. Can't you hang out for a while longer? Everything is perfect without you. Asgard is as prosperous as it is, and your appearance ruined it all. Loki said loudly to Thor. Where is the father? Have you already killed him? Thor strode excitedly towards Loki and asked loudly. You got your wish, didn't you always want to be independent? Loki kept stepping back quickly and said to Thor. Loki fell back and sat on the seat, and Thor held Thor's hammer against Loki's chest. It hurts. Well, I know where he is. Loki immediately fell into a panic and begged for mercy. Thor took Loki to the Rainbow Bridge teleportation temple, and Loki actually exiled Odin to the Earth, which Thor didn't expect. Thor is going to the Earth to take Odin back to Asgard. He has been restless recently and feels that things are not that simple. The Rainbow Bridge brings Thor and Loki near a retirement home called Green Circle Nursing Center in New York City, USA. Both Thor and Loki turned into Earthling costumes, standing with their arms folded on the streets of New York City, watching the Green Circle Nursing Center being demolished. I swear I have him right here. Loki secretly observed Thor's expression, and said awkwardly, Did it stay on the sidewalk, or did it stay in the building that was being demolished? You arranged it very well. Thor asked Loki, holding back the anger in his heart. How do I know this is the case? I can't predict the future, and I'm not a magician. Loki replied helplessly, I'm not a mage, I'm an assassin. Aren't you? Then why are you dressed like this? Thor asked Loki. Loki looked at his own attire, black suit, black shirt with black tie, and a pair of black leather boots. Is it normal? Hey, I can't believe you're still alive. I watched you die, I mourned for you, I cried for you. Thor looked at Loki and accused. Well, I'm flattered, Loki replied. Hey, can we take a photo with you? The two sisters on the side recognized that this is Thor, the Avengers, and they excitedly stepped forward and asked Thor, holding up their mobile phones. Of course. Thor has long been used to it. When he was on Earth, he was often recognized and asked to take a group photo. Arthur even dragged him to take a short video. Hurry up and think about where it is, Thor said to Loki, and the two girls ran to Thor's side excitedly, raised their Xiaomi phones and switched to selfie mode. Thor also lowered his head and smiled, making a scissors hand, and took a perfect group photo. I heard that Jane dumped you, don't be sad. A girl patted Thor on the shoulder to comfort him. She didn't dump me, I dumped her, we dumped each other. Thor explained to Loki. I understand. I still remember the way you drank to drink away your sorrows in Asgard. Loki also patted Thor on the shoulder and said. At this moment, a round orange energy suddenly appeared under Loki's feet, which looked like a teleportation array, and it gradually grew larger. What is this? What are you doing? Thor also saw the strangeness under Loki's feet and asked Loki, I didn't do this. Loki fell from the teleportation array before he finished speaking, and then the teleportation array disappeared, leaving only a note on the spot. Loki. Thor poked the note with the umbrella in his hand, and found that the note was not changed by Loki. Thor picked up the note and saw an address written on the note, 177A Brick Street. What is it? Thor reluctantly took a taxi to Brick Street, and found no 177A written on the note. It was an old 3-story building, which looked very inconspicuous. Thor walked towards the gate of the building, and just knocked on the gate twice when he found that the scenery in front of him changed instantly, and he came to the room of the building. This is short-distance teleportation magic. Thor looked around. The surrounding environment was very dark, not even a single light. There are many glass cabinets around, and there are many ancient things displayed in the cabinets, such as plates, bowls, and magical artifacts that have never been seen. There are all kinds of things. It's like a museum here. Thor Odinson. A man's voice came from afar. Thor looked up, and a man wearing a mage costume and a red cloak flew from a distance and landed in front of Thor. Thor raised the umbrella in his hand and looked at the strange man warily. God of Thunder, you can put down your umbrella, Stephen Strange said to Thor. Thor looked down, and an umbrella shelf appeared at his feet at some point. Thor smiled and inserted the umbrella into the shelf. It seemed that the other party had no malice towards him. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed again. Thor came to a room with some yellow murals, and Stephen Strange stood with his arms folded against the wall and looked at Thor. So Earth has magicians now? Thor asked Stephen Strange. The correct way to say it is occult mage. I am also a member of the Avengers. My name is Stephen Strange and I am a doctor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Stephen Strange stretched out his hand and said to Thor, Are you an Avenger too? Why don't you tell me earlier? It's nice to meet you. Thor smiled and shook hands with Stephen Strange. There is an old friend of yours who wants to see you. Please sit down. As soon as Stephen Strange finished speaking, Thor felt a teleportation, and he made it to a sofa. Stephen Strange and Asia Se smiled and sat across from him. Arthur, I haven't seen you for a long time, Thor said happily to Arthur. Well, I haven't seen you for a long time, and you're not there every time I come back. Arthur also replied with a smile. How have you been? Thor asked Arthur. I have been waiting for your arrival every day since I came back from space. Arthur looked at Thor and replied. Wait for me? You know I'm coming. Thor asked, looking at Arthur in surprise. You found out that your father was changed from your younger brother Loki, right? In fact, Stephen found out when Loki sent Odin to Earth. Arthur said to Thor. Thor looked at Stephen Strange beside Arthur. Stephen nodded to Thor and said, I have been monitoring those people and things from other worlds, because they are a threat to the Earth, such as your family. The adopted younger brother Loki is also one of them, so I have been secretly watching him since he came to Earth. Then do you know where my father Odin is? Thor looked at Stephen Strange and asked. Of course I know. I was the one who took your father to another place when the Green Garden was about to be demolished. Stephen Strange nodded and replied. Great, please take me to meet him. Thor said to Stephen Strange. Let's go, I'll take you to see him. Arthur stood up and said to Thor. Thor also stood up, and it would be great to have Arthur's help. Remember what I told you, and bring everyone to Wakanda. Arthur said to Stephen Strange. I see. Stephen Strange nodded and replied. Don't forget your umbrella, by the way, and his brother Loki. Arthur reminded Thor to get the umbrella over there. Don't break everything in a while, and Loki is still in Stephen's land cheese teleportation channel. Oh, I almost forgot if you didn't remind me. Stephen Strange raised his hand and drew a circle in the air, and the portal appeared again. Loki screamed and fell from the portal, falling heavily to the ground. I fell for 3 full 10 minutes. Loki said loudly through gritted teeth. He should be much more honest now. Stephen Strange said to the two. Yes, thank you very much for your help. Thor held out his hand to Stephen Strange. Good luck to you. Stephen Strange shook hands with Thor and said. Much more honest? Who are you? Loki looked at Stephen Strange and questioned, then took out 2 daggers from behind. You think you are some kind of great magician? Don't even think about it, you second-rate amateur earth wizard. Loki said fiercely while walking towards Stephen Strange, ready to avenge the crime just now. I advise you to stay still and not move, or I will let you experience the feeling of infinite falling again. Arthur said while looking at Loki. Arthur, you're actually here too. Loki was also dazzled by anger, only to see Arthur standing beside Stephen Strange. Okay, let's go, I'll leave the rest to you, Stephen. Arthur said to Stephen Strange, and then drew his hand in the air, and a blue portal appeared in front of several people. Let's go. Thor put his arm around Loki's shoulders and forcibly led him into the portal. Go, don't worry. Stephen Strange nodded to Arthur and said. Arthur glanced at Stephen Strange and walked into the portal. The 3 of them did not go to the endless grassland before, but this time they came to a beautiful seaside. Arthur pouted at Thor, signaling that Odin was over there. Thor and Loki looked towards the sea, only to see a white-haired old man standing alone by the sea, staring at the sea. He is the father of Thor and Loki, Odinson, the father of the gods of Asgard. Thor and Loki walked over together and came to Odin's side. Thor looked at his father and then at the distance that his father had been staring at, and still shouted, Father, look at this place, it's so beautiful. Odin said, staring blankly into the distance. Father, it's us, we're here to pick you up. Thor said, looking at Odin worriedly. My sons, I have been waiting for you. Odin replied. I know, we are here to take you home. Thor said immediately. Going home? Yes, your mother, she is calling me. Did you hear that? Odin asked with a glance at his two sons. Loki, break your magic. Thor said to Loki, thinking that Odin was still intoxicated by Loki's magic. Loki shook his head. His magic had already been dispelled by his father. Hehe, it's not easy to get rid of your magic. Freyka will be very proud. Sit with me, I don't have much time. You come and sit, Arthur. Odin first praised Luoji, and asked the three of them to sit on the boulder over there for a while. Arthur came over, and the four of them sat on a long stone like this. I know we failed you, but we will make it right. Thor said, grabbing his father's hand. It was I who failed you, the twilight of the gods has come. Odin replied. I prevented the twilight of the gods, and I personally solved Surtur. Thor said immediately. No, everything has already come, she is coming back. I have spent my whole life trying to stop her, but I have come to the end, and there is nothing I can do to her. Odin said helplessly. Thor and Loki face each other. Who is the she that the father refers to? Father, who are you talking about? Thor looked at Odin and asked. Goddess of death, Hela? My first child, your sister. Odin replied. Thor couldn't believe it, thinking he was hallucinating. Isn't he the only son of Odin? Why did another sister appear? Thor confirmed to Odin again, your child. Her ambition swelled beyond my control, and I couldn't stop her, so I imprisoned her and locked her up. Her power comes from Asgard, and once she arrives in Asgard, her power will be endless. Odin explained to the Thor trio. Whatever it is, we can join forces to stop her. We can face her together. Father. Thor said. We can't. I'm already on another road. You have to face it alone. With Arthur helping you, you should be able to get through it. I love you, my children. Odin shook his head and said. Loki was also shocked when he heard his father say that he loved him. Loki regretted a little. What did he do? Arthur, the future is in your hands. I trust you. After Odin finished speaking, his body turned into a golden light, which slowly dissipated in front of the three of them. The king of the gods in Asgard is about to pass away. Ragnarok is also coming by itself. Thor and Loki watched the golden light that their father turned into dissipate into the sky and the earth. Both of them were depressed, and a sadness rushed to their hearts. Suddenly there was loud thunder in the sky, and the clouds also became low. It was because Thor's anger had been accumulating, and he felt that he could hardly suppress it. Brother. Loki looked at Thor with a dignified expression, a little scared, and shouted. Look at what you've done. Thor's body was running with electricity, and he was extremely angry when he saw it, and he was about to go up and clean up Loki. Stop killing each other, the real enemy has come. Arthur, who stood aside, suddenly said. The two followed Arthur's gaze, and a black cloud in the distance approached the three of them. Green energy loomed in the dark cloud, and Hela, the goddess of death, came. The three of them forgot to glance at each other, turned around and walked towards the direction of the dark clouds. The green light on Loki's body changed back to his original appearance. Thor smashed the umbrella in his hand to the ground, and the thunder flashed, and Thor changed back to holding Thor's hammer and wearing Thor's armor. Arthur's body also flashed with golden light. The golden Sea King armor appeared on his body, and the golden trident appeared in his hand. The three of them stood in place, watching a cloud of black mist appear in front of the three of them, and the green light flickered in the black mist, like a transmission channel. A woman in a black tights with black hair draped over her shoulders came out of the black mist. She looked very gloomy and depressing. So he's dead? It's a pity. I wanted to watch him die with my own eyes. Hela stood in front of the three of them and said contemptuously. You are Hela? I am Thor, son of Odin. Thor looked at his strange sister and said. Really? You are nothing like him. Hela looked at Thor and said. Maybe we can discuss it. There is no need to confront each other with swords. Loki also said. You are quite like him. Hela said, looking at Loki. Don't have illusions, she has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, and it is impossible to live in peace with us. Arthur said to Thor and Loki. You are his son too? It doesn't look like that at all. Hela looked at Arthur again and said. Sorry, I'm not from Asgard. I'm the guardian of this planet. If you get caught without a fight, I can consider letting you go. Arthur looked at Hela and said righteously. Arrest with nothing? Ha 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 ha, kneel down now, I will spare your life. Hela said with a loud laugh, as if she had heard something interesting. What did you say? Loki looked at Hela and thought she was crazy. Now that there are three of them, and there are two strong and outrageous people, Arthur and Thor, how dare Hela speak in front of them? Kneel down and bow your head in front of your queen, or you will die. Hela said to the three of them again with disdain. It's not sure who will die. Thor stepped forward and threw the Thor's hammer in his hand at Hela fiercely, and it was too late for Arthur to stop him. A scene where Thor and Loki couldn't close their mouths appeared in front of them. Hela caught Thor's hammer with only one hand. It's impossible. Thor was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Why is the gap so big? Hela felt like he was facing his father Odin. Hela smiled charmingly, and said to Thor, little cutie, you don't even know what possibility is. Hela grabbed Thor's hammer and squeezed it hard. Cracks were densely covered on Thor's hammer. Suddenly a dazzling thunder burst, and a huge shock wave came towards the three of them. Thor, Loki and Arthur were blinded by the powerful shock wave, which came and went quickly, and disappeared in an instant. When Thor opened his eyes, he saw the Thor's hammer that had accompanied him for thousands of years. The artifact Thor's hammer made by Uru turned into a scrap of iron and lay on the ground. Thor couldn't accept it, and Loki was also taken aback. Is their sister so strong? Hela straightened her hair, and 10 black tentacles grew out of her head, like a strange crown. 2 black swords appeared in her hands, walking towards the 3 of them. Arthur stamped his feet and rushed towards Hela, the trident in his hand stabbed fiercely at Hela's heart. Hela raised the 2 swords in her hand to hold Arthur's golden trident, and the 2 stood in a stalemate, competing for strength. You are very similar to a person I once met. He called himself the god of the sea and was killed by me on this planet. Hela said with a wicked smile as she looked at the golden trident in Arthur's hand. Oh, I found this trident at the bottom of the sea. Since you killed its owner, I have to apologize for it. Arthur also said with a smile. Suddenly the sea water in the sea boiled, and 4 huge water jets soared into the sky, falling towards Hela in the sky. Don't say I'm invincible when fighting by the sea. Arthur thrust the trident towards Hela's heart. Hela's 2 swords held Arthur's trident and competed with Arthur's strength. She noticed the 4 jets of water rushing in above her head, and looked at Arthur with a wicked smile. The dark green substance suddenly appeared in Hela's body, and she was like a hedgehog, with countless spikes formed by the dark green substance stabbing at Arthur. Be careful, Thor reminded Arthur as he saw that Arthur was going to suffer. But Arthur didn't dodge, and even increased the strength in his hands. Hela stabbed the dark green spikes fiercely at Arthur's heart, preparing to stab Arthur into a sieve. But red energy appeared on Arthur's body instantly. Arthur's body became translucent, and dark green spikes penetrated Arthur's body instantly. And Arthur was still standing there intact, and 4 jets of water instantly hit Hela's head. Arthur roared, and 4 huge water jets instantly condensed into ice, stabbing towards Hela fiercely. Arthur responded to her with Hela's attack, preparing to stab Hela into a sieve. The 4 huge icicles pierced Hela's body fiercely, and immediately gave her a chill. Loki almost jumped up happily when he saw this situation. Arthur is so awesome, but what happened next made him laugh. Not only did Hela not shed a drop of blood when she was pierced by 4 huge icicles, but she also acted as if nothing had happened. Her expression didn't change a bit. Ether particles? I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to use infinite gems, Hela said with a smile. Suddenly Hela pushed Arthur away, and countless dark green substances turned into a sword and flew out from behind Hela to stab Arthur. Arthur drew with his left hand, and a blue magic shield appeared in front of him, only to see dark green swords piercing Arthur's magic shield continuously. And more, Arthur held on to the magic shield, and his whole body was pushed back by the impact. The magic shield is full of dark green swords. Arthur is also speechless. Aren't you the goddess of death? Why are you still playing Wanjian Guizhong? Did you watch Chinese martial arts movies after being locked up by Odin? Loki saw that Arthur couldn't hold on anymore, and his brother Thor's hammer was also destroyed, so he might as well go back to Asgard to rescue soldiers. Loki suddenly shouted to the sky, "Skeleton, take us back." Don't. It's too late for Thor to stop it. Didn't you hear from your father that Hela would have infinite energy if she returned to Asgard? Are you a pig teammate? The huge rainbow bridge energy fell from the sky and enveloped Loki and Thor. Hela laughed when she saw it, jumped up and rushed into the rainbow bridge. Arthur also immediately flew up and rushed in, and the 4 of them flew out of the earth in an instant under the energy package of the rainbow bridge, and flew towards Asgard. Hela backhand shot directly at Arthur behind him, and Arthur fell out of high-hung bridge after being hit by Hela's sword. Hela shot another sword and hit Loki, and Loki was also shot from the rainbow bridge by Hela's sword. In the end, Thor and Hela wrestled together, but Thor was Hela's opponent, and Hela grabbed his neck and kicked him out. Finally, looking at the 3 people who disappeared from the energy of the rainbow bridge, Hela also said, "Thank you." Hela returned to Asgard along the rainbow bridge, and the moment she stepped into the teleportation temple of Asgard, countless energies rushed into her body. Hela suddenly felt that all her strength had returned. Who are you? What did you do to Thor? Vistag, who was waiting for Thor in the teleportation hall, asked Hela. Fandral and Skeleton also looked at the strange woman who walked into the teleportation temple, but Loki and Thor, who called for the rainbow bridge, were nowhere to be seen. Before Vistag finished speaking, Hela raised her hand and flew out with a sword, directly piercing Vistag's heart. Seeing that his friend had been killed, Fandral immediately roared and rushed towards Hela with a sword in his hand. The remaining skeleton immediately knelt down and said, "I'm just a janitor. I'm Hela. You look very smart and know how to assess the situation. Do you want to work for me?" Hela looked at Skeleton and asked. With a livid face, Arthur fell out of the energy channel of the rainbow bridge, and fell towards the different channel of the universe. Originally, he and Hela were fighting back and forth, but Loki insisted on summoning the rainbow bridge. Arthur, who had just flown into the energy channel of the rainbow bridge, was attacked by Hela. It was also Arthur who forgot about this section. Now he can only use the gem energy to wrap himself, not knowing where he will fall. Next time you see Loki, you must teach him a lesson and let him know why the flowers are so popular. After flying around for a long time, Arthur finally saw the exit of a space passage, and there was a blue planet in the passage. Arthur couldn't control that much anymore. He rushed towards the passage, and plunged into the exit of the space passage. After jumping out of the space channel, the familiar sense of gravity returned to Arthur, and Arthur fell towards the ground. Boom! Arthur slammed into an old spaceship shell hard, then fell down and fell into the garbage dump. Ahem, what the hell is this fucking place? It smells so bad. Arthur was about to faint from the smell, and he was lying in a place where a huge pile of rubbish piled up. Surrounded by all kinds of garbage that has never been seen before, there are also huge alien flies buzzing, and the whole area has a foul smell. Arthur can bear the smell of rotten fish and shrimps on the bottom of the earth, but he can't bear the smell now, and he has been flying dizzy for a long time in the space channel. Arthur still couldn't hold on, and knelt on the ground and vomited. This was really the most embarrassing time for Arthur. Arthur vomited for a while, and retched for a long time, completely unaware that he was surrounded by people. Just when Arthur fell, the gold scavengers on this planet noticed him, and 100 or so scavengers surrounded Arthur in spaceships. This is their chassis, and they guard the garbage mountain every day, waiting for useful garbage or people or other creatures in the universe to fall from dozens of space channels in the sky, and then they will snatch them away. Ahem. Arthur retched for a while, took out a bottle of mineral water from his body, rinsed his mouth, and wiped his mouth with a tissue. A group of aliens were watching Arthur not far away. Among them was a man with white paint all over his face and a red suit. He was their leading brother, and the other younger brothers were all dressed in tatters. A boy wearing a mask said to the man in the lead, "Boss, we got rich this time? Look at this man, the golden armor all over his body seems to be worth a lot of money, and he seems to have room to store equipment. How many good things there are." The others also looked at Arthur with glowing eyes. Arthur heard someone talking before realizing that he was surrounded by people. Damn, it's too stinky here and it's affecting Arthur's sensory ability. Fortunately, he wasn't attacked by these idiots. He still remembers what happened to Thor when he fell to Sokka. Couldn't this be Sokka's star? Arthur looked up. More than a dozen space channels in the sky had been falling cosmic garbage, and there was a huge city in the distance. It seemed that this place was most likely the planet Sokka. "Hey, what about you, boy? Kneel down for me? Hand over all the valuables on you." The leader looked at Arthur speechlessly and shouted. Looking around, he obviously didn't take people like himself seriously. "Are you their leader?" Arthur finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the place is very smelly, he got used to it after staying for a while. "Boy, you have good eyesight. You are unlucky to meet us. Take off your armor and the dimensional storage equipment on your body. Seeing that you are not weak, you can sell it for a good price in the dual field later." Ha 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 ha. The leader laughed loudly, and his younger brothers also laughed loudly. "Let's go, take me out of here first." The yellow gemstone in Arthur's hand shone brightly for an instant, and all of the more than 100 scavengers were controlled by Arthur in an instant. Arthur walked towards their spaceship, the leader followed behind Arthur obediently, and the other younger brothers also followed them away. The spaceship took off, left the rubbish mountain, and took Arthur towards a valley made of red rocks not far away. There was their scavengers' camp, and this area was their territory. Arthur sat on the seat of the spaceship without saying a word. The leader and a few younger brothers stood beside him obediently with their heads down. The scavengers in the camp watched their own spaceship descend from the sky, and they all came out to welcome the return of the boss. As a result, after the hatch of the spaceship opened, a man they had never seen came down, and their boss Chitin followed behind the blonde man obediently. The scavengers in the camp were all stunned. What's going on? Who is this blonde man in golden armor? Is he someone sent by the master? Why is his boss like a dog next to him? Everyone was very puzzled, but no one dared to ask. The boss who didn't see him was honestly waiting on the sidelines. Now that he jumped out and ran into this man, wouldn't he be executed on the spot? Under the leadership of Chitin, Arthur went to the largest tent in the homeless camp, saying that the tent was actually a huge abandoned spaceship shell, decorated with colorful cloth. Arthur went straight to a metal seat in the middle of the tent, and sat down with great determination. After Arthur sat down, the leader of the scavengers, Chitin, stood obediently aside. A younger brother brought up a basin, which contained ice cubes and water, and bottles of colorful wine soaked in the water. The other younger brother brought up a plate of grilled meat. The meat of an unknown animal was grilled quite appetizing. In this way, Arthur enjoyed drinking and eating meat, while the scavengers stood by and watched blankly. "Tell me, what is the place here, and what is the situation of the body?" Arthur asked Chitin after taking a sip of iced fruit wine. "Master, this place is called Sokka Star. It is a special existence in the universe. The time and space here are different from the time and space in the universe. And the person who controls this place is a person called Master Gao Tianzhen, who doesn't know that he lives. How many years has it been? Anyway, he is very mysterious and powerful." Chitin introduced the situation of Sokka to Arthur. Arthur sighed, and sure enough, he fell to Sokka, and he couldn't escape his fate. Arthur was thinking whether he should leave here first, or wait for Loki and Thor to come and walk together. Arthur thought for a while and stood up, drawing a circle in the air with his right hand to open the portal to leave, but found that his magic had failed. What's going on here? His teleportation magic has never failed. Arthur continued to try unbelievingly. Blue magic energy was formed in the air, but there was no space channel formed. This Master, although the space of this planet is connected to the outer space, it belongs to a different dimension, so your teleportation magic cannot be used. Chitin reminded Arthur after watching Arthur busy for a long time. Grass, why don't you say it earlier? Go get some water, I want to take a bath. Yes. Arthur took a beautiful bath in the scavengers' camp, and then had a good sleep. Since he can't leave, he should stay here honestly. Arthur remembered that the passage of time here was different from that of the outside world. Loki stayed here for a long time before Thor came, and after the two brothers left, it was only a day in the outside world. This place is like the spiritual time house in Dragon Ball, especially suitable for cultivation. After 2 days of rest in the scavenger camp, Arthur asked the scavenger to send him away. There was nothing in the scavenger camp, and Arthur couldn't get used to it. Arthur was sent directly by the scavengers to Sokka, the main city of Sokka. Arthur turned his clothes into the colorful style of Sokka, and painted white paint on his face, making him look like a normal Sokka. Arthur was wandering the streets of Sokka City. The people here are really weird. Everyone's greatest interest is to go to the duel field in Sokka City to watch the game. And this is also a traditional game invented by Sokka star Gao Tianzan, which is widely loved by everyone. In Thor's movie, the king of the duel field on Star Sokka is the Hulk. Now that Dr. Banner is showing his love to Natasha on the Earth, it is naturally impossible to appear here. Arthur looked up to the largest tower in Sokka City, where Gao Tianzan was. It is said that the Master Gao Tianzan and the Universe Collector are both members of the legendary Tianchen group. They are all intelligent life forms that have passed through countless years, but Gao Tianzan and the Collector in the movie are relatively ordinary. I wonder what the real Gao Tianzan looks like here? There is a huge statue on the top. It is the head of a man. He is screaming, not the Hulk. It seems that the king of the duel field here is someone else, but Arthur doesn't care about these things. Since he has come to Sokka, he should take a good look around and try the delicious food here. Arthur ransacked the treasury of the scavengers, and now he is considered a rich man in Sokka. Arthur hummed and walked towards a barbecue restaurant. After Thor was knocked down from the Rainbow Bridge by Hela, he also fell in a dizzy way in a different dimension channel in the universe. I don't know how long it took before he finally fell out of the exit of the universe passage, and smashed into the garbage dump just like Arthur. Thor's physical fitness is much better than Arthur's. He didn't vomit, but his experience was the same as Arthur's, and he was also surrounded by scavengers. Boss doesn't look like a rich man. A younger brother next to Kaiden said to Kaiden. Yeah, not the one from last time. Hey, which one was last time? Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Kaiden said strangely, scratching his head. The younger brothers are also holding their heads in thought, and they seem to have forgotten something. What is it specifically? Just can't remember. Are you a duelist? Or an ordinary person? Kaiden asked Thor. I'm just a passerby passing by. Thor looked at the scavengers and replied. That's an ordinary person? Haha, kneel down. Kaiden said to Thor, and the younger brothers around him surrounded Thor with grinning. Thor raised his right hand and wanted to summon his Thor's hammer to fight side by side, but he suddenly realized that his Thor's hammer had been completely destroyed by Hela, and the wreckage had been put away by Arthur. Thor raised his hands helplessly, waiting for a scavenger with a weapon to come to him. Thor snatched his weapon, grabbed the scavenger and threw him into the distance. The scavengers behind were knocked to the ground one by Thor. While Thor was fighting bravely, Kaiden raised the huge gun of the mobile phone, aimed at Thor, and pulled the trigger. A large net composed of countless electric shock devices instantly wrapped Thor, and Thor was instantly knocked down by the powerful electric current, lying in the net and twitching. Thor will be stunned. What is the principle? Countless scavengers swarmed up, punched and kicked Thor on the ground, and attacked Thor frantically with the weapons in their hands. Thor is now paralyzed and unable to move, and can only be slaughtered. At this moment, a spaceship suddenly flew in front of everyone and stopped. Everyone stopped and looked at the unexpected guest. The spaceship staggered to the ground, the hatch opened suddenly, and a dark-skinned woman came out from inside. The woman drank a bottle of wine staggeringly, looking quite drunk. All the scavengers looked at the woman. The woman drank the wine in the bottle in her hand, threw the bottle away and said domineeringly to everyone, "He's mine now." But she was handsome for only 3 seconds, and the woman walked down the stairs, but she stepped off the spaceship and fell into the garbage dump. The scavengers all looked at each other in blank dismay. What's going on? Where did the joke come from? It doesn't matter if she continues to teach this man on the ground who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Thor is also helpless. Finally someone came to save him, and the result is this. Thor closed his eyes and waited for the beatings to continue. Wait, the woman yelled, stumbling up from the trash. Wait, he's mine? So if you want to capture him, you have to pass my test first. The woman looked at the scavengers and said domineeringly. Thor was also moved by the woman's domineering words. This woman really suits his appetite. After she saves himself, he can consider making her a friend. But he's in our hands now, Kaiden said, pointing at Thor. Okay, then I'll pass your test first. I didn't want to be rough. The woman walked towards the scavengers. Brothers, it's time to pick up the guests. Kaiden said with a lewd smile, and the scavengers all walked towards the woman with evil smiles. The woman walked to the front of the spaceship and bumped her fist. The control system on it was not working well, and the woman finally succeeded after trying it a few times. 2 huge machine guns on the spaceship suddenly stretched out and pointed at the scavengers, and the woman directly pressed the fire button on her hand. Immediately, 2 machine guns fired strongly, and the scavengers were beaten into sieves before they could react. The woman controlled the machine gun and swept over, killing more than 100 scavengers in an instant, while Thor immediately lay on the ground with his head covered, not daring to move. After a whole intense shooting, the field was cleared, all the scavengers were beaten to pieces, and only Thor was still lying on the ground. Thor broke free from the click net, stood up in embarrassment, looked at the heroic woman in front of him with a smile and said, "Thank you." The woman didn't answer, and just threw out a small ring-shaped device and landed on Thor's neck. The small ring-shaped device stuck its claws firmly into Thor's neck, and Thor felt as painful as a bee sting on his neck. What? Then I saw the woman take out a small remote control and press it. The small disc on Thor's neck instantly sent out a huge current, and Thor was instantly knocked down by the electricity and passed out. Thor was stunned again. The dazed Thor only felt that he was being dragged along the ground, and he didn't know anything else. When Thor woke up again, he was already lying on the spaceship. Thor lay on the spaceship and watched the spaceship fly towards the huge main city in the distance. Thor rolled over and saw the woman above him sitting at the console and steering the ship. "This is scavenger number 142. I need to clear the customs and meet the Grandmaster. I have something special for him." The woman looked at Thor and said into the communicator, "Hey, where are you going to take me? Answer me." "Hey, I am Thor, son of Odin, and I have to go back to Asgard." Thor yelled at the woman god. "Sorry, your highness." The woman looked at Thor with complicated eyes, took out the small remote control and pressed it. Thor twitched all over again and was stunned. The spaceship brought Thor to the highest Grandmaster Tower in Sokka City. The woman wanted to send Thor to the city's ruler, Gao Tianzun. When Thor woke up again, he was fixed on a high-tech chair, and the chair led him forward automatically. Thor is now like a commodity on the assembly line. Thor's hands were fixed on the armrests of the chair. I don't know what kind of metal it was made of. Thor couldn't break the mechanism of the chair with all his strength. Thor could only watch as he walked towards the front passage, and there were video projections along the way to introduce him to the origin of Sokka and the dominance of Gao Tianzun. When the video disappeared, Thor realized that he was already in the hall, and a white-haired man in a golden flamboyant robe in front of him was observing him. He is the creator of this planet, the most mysterious member of the god group in the universe, Gao Tianzun. It's really good, but is it male? Gao Tianzun asked Thor's very familiar woman beside him. Her name is Valkyrie, but on Sokka she remains anonymous and calls herself Scavenger number 142. It should be, right? Valkyrie nodded, looking at Thor with complicated eyes and said, "Number 142, every time you come to imitate me, I am very happy. No matter what time you bring, you will always bring the best things. My evaluation of you is the most, drunk, haha." Gao Tianzun joked to Valkyrie arrive. Valkyrie smiled helplessly. Gao Tianzun is just like this, don't look at him laughing and joking, but he never takes other people's lives seriously. "What is this person brought to me today?" Gao Tianzun asked Valkyrie. "He's a future arena champion," Valkyrie replied. "What?" Thor listened for a long time and finally heard what he said. "Let me go to the arena. What, are you kidding?" Gao Tianzun stared at Thor for a long time, pointed to Valkyrie and said, "Pay her the money." "Wait, I'm not for sale." Thor used great force to break his hand from the mechanism that fixed the chair, and Valkyrie took out the remote control and knocked Thor out of power again. Gao Tianzun paid Valkyrie 1,000 million to buy Thor, and then told Thor that if he wanted to be free, he only needed him to defeat the arena champion. In the middle, he personally executed an alien in front of Thor, and to Thor's surprise, he actually saw Loki in this tower. Loki said that he was here a few weeks ago, and now he is a good friend of Gao Tianzun. Gao Tianzun told them that time does not work on Sokka, and the flow of time here is different from the outside world. So it can be explained that Loki came here a few weeks earlier. Thor accepted the challenge of the arena champion to gain freedom, and he was taken down by Gao Tianzun's men. Thor was thrown into a ring-shaped arena waiting area and locked up. There were also two strange alien creatures here. One was a stone man and the other was a bug. "Hey, look over here. This pile of rocks is talking to you." "Yes, it's me. I'm alive. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kornjur. I'm the head here. This is my friend. His name is Mick, is a bug with 2 knives. Kornjur said to Thor in a very hospitable manner. "Are you a Kronan warrior?" Thor recognized the origin of the stone man Koang, who is also from a country in the 9 realms. "That's right." Koang replied with a nod. "Then how did you get here?" Thor asked Korg. "I wanted to start an uprising, but there were not enough leaflets and no one came, so I was sent here to become a gladiator." Koang replied. "Then has anyone here participated in Gao Tianzun's championship battle?" Thor continued to ask. "Doug participated. Unfortunately Doug died. Yes, everyone who participated in the championship battle died." Korn replied. "And you, your body is stone." Thor said. "Stones also have life. I only participate in some pad games to stir up the audience's emotions." "Wait, aren't you going to challenge for the championship?" Kornjur asked Thor. "Yes, that's right. I want to fight him, kill him, and get out of this ghost place," Thor said firmly. Doug once said the same, but he died. Koang looked at Thor with pitiful eyes and said. The moment the two looked at each other, the wall next to them was suddenly wrapped in red energy, and a person walked out of the red energy. "Arthur? You're here too? That's great," Thor said excitedly as he watched Arthur walk out of the red energy gate in surprise. I've been waiting for you in this broken place for more than a month. Let's go, let's get out of here. Arthur said, looking at Thor. I was caught and brought here as soon as I arrived today. Thor said, this is your friend? Let's go together. Yaya looked at Korn next to Thor, then turned and walked into the red energy channel. Let's go, this is my brother who came to save me. Let's get out of here together. Thor said to Kenjer. Your brother is so powerful, no one has ever been able to freely enter and exit here. I recognize you as a friend. Kenjer said to Thor. In this way Arthur escaped from the arena with Tokornjur and Jimmy, and was not discovered by anyone. The only person who discovered it was Thor's younger brother Loki. Luoji was at the corner of the arena, watching the 4 people leaving. After thinking about it, he followed secretly. Wait, I can't just leave like this. I got such a thing on my neck by a woman, I have to find her to get the remote control back. Thor suddenly said to Arthur. Oh, this is an electromagnetic controller. Once it is implanted in his body, it will be controlled by the remote control. Koang said, looking at the circular device on Thor's neck. I really don't know why you are afraid of electric shocks, aren't you, Thor? Arthur looked at the electromagnetic controller on Thor's neck and complained. This is a nerve current, not an ordinary current. It can directly attack the soul. No matter how strong the body is, it can't resist it. This is a unique invention of Sokka. Kenjer explained to the two again. Thank you for your explanation, Koenger. My name is Arthur, and his name is Thor. Let's get to know him again. Arthur looked at Thor's new friend, the Stone Man, who liked to chat so much. He was a very interesting person. Deciding to make him a friend also counts as adding a combat power to the Avengers. Nice to meet you. This is my friend Jimmy, a Zerg with 2 swords. Koang pointed to the Zerg Jimmy next to him. Asked. My name is Arthur Jorn, a friend wants to see you, can you come here and talk? Arthur said to Valkyrie. Valkyrie looked at Arthur and nodded. She was not afraid that Arthur would try to harm her, and she was still very confident in her own skills. Arthur took Valkyrie to a small house on the side of the street. Valkyrie saw Thor as soon as he entered the door. Valkyrie was stunned. Wasn't he handed over to Gao Tianzun by himself? How did he escape in the blink of an eye? Hey, we met again, it's really fate. Thor said, looking at Valkyrie through gritted teeth. You managed to escape so quickly. It seems that I underestimated you. You let him out. Valkyrie looked at Arthur and asked. Arthur nodded and said, if it weren't for your electromagnetic controller, no one on this planet would be able to restrain Thor. They are all Asgardians. How about a favor? What? She's also an Asgardian. Thor looked at Valkyrie in disbelief. Would the Asgardians not recognize him? Thor walked around the Valkyrie, watching carefully. You are actually a Valkyrie? I thought the Valkyrie was just a legend. When I was a child, I had a dream to become a Valkyrie, but then I realized that only women can join the Valkyrie. Thor saw the brand on Valkyrie's hand, excited looked at Valkyrie and said, so what if you know my identity? No one can escape from Sokka. Even if you escape, you will only be captured by Gao Tianzun in the end. Valkyr said expressionlessly. No, I need your help. Odin passed away, and now Hela has returned to Asgard. You have to help me return to Asgard to deal with her. Thor looked at Valkyrie and said. When he heard the name Hela, the expressionless Valkyrie finally had waves in his heart, and he no longer had that cynical attitude. She hid here and drank every day, all thanks to Hela. Her army and his sisters all died under Hela's sword, and she was the only one who survived. If Hela goes to Asgard, then Asgard will be destroyed. Valkyrie said with complicated eyes. So you have to help me? I have to go back and stop Hela, and save the people of Asgard, please. Thor looked into Valkyrie's eyes and begged sincerely. Valkyrie was taken aback by Thor's humble attitude. The Prince of Asgard and the son of God King Odinson Thor would beg him in front of him. It's been a long time. No one can escape from Sokka, you don't need to waste your efforts. Valkyrie shook his head and replied. I know how to leave here. Heimdall has told me that as long as we can go through the largest space passage, we can go back to Asgard directly. Thor said. So what do you know? Your sister tried to usurp the throne back then, and Odin sent the Valkyries to deal with her, so now I am the only one who survives. I lost everything last time I fought against him, and I will not get involved again. Your family is at war. Valkyrie looked at Thor and said excitedly. This is not a family war, this is for the life and death of the people of Asgard, and the life and death of your people. Thor walked up to Valkyrie and said to him. Forget about them? I've already forgotten. Valkyrie pushed Thor away. Okay, thank you. Thor said helplessly. Thank you for what? Valkyrie asked strangely. This, haven't you seen it? Thor got the remote control of the electromagnetic controller from Valkyrie's body, and turned the switch in his hand to remove the electromagnetic controller from his neck. It's much more comfortable, just stay here, continue to help that lunatic enslave the people, continue to drink, and continue to escape. I choose to face it directly instead of escaping. Thor left towards the door after finishing speaking. Arthur and Koengjimai also followed Thor away, only Valkyrie stood there with complicated eyes, without moving for a long time. Don't worry, she will figure it out in a while, we only need to find a spaceship to leave here. Arthur said to Thor. I also believe that she will change her mind, but where do we find the spaceship? Ordinary spaceships are torn into pieces after passing through that kind of space tunnel. Thor said to Arthur. Arthur turned his head to look at Koenger and Jimmy. Koenger shook his head and said, we can't get a spaceship. There's a man who can get the ship, and he's here, Arthur said to Thor. Who are you referring to? Thor asked. Your brother, Loki. Come out, Loki, don't hide there sneakily, Arthur said, turning his head and looking at a dark alley behind him. Hey. Loki walked out from the shadow of the dark alley with an evil smile, and came in front of the four of them. I didn't expect you to be here, so I came to see. Loki looked at Arthur and said awkwardly. Thor picked up a small stone and threw it at Loki, and the stone hit Loki. It's Loki's real body. Listen, we need a spaceship to leave here and go back to Asgard. I believe you have tried it. Teleportation magic is completely useless on this broken planet, so the task of the spaceship is entrusted to you. I believe I have figured out where Gautian's spaceship is. Arthur looked at Loki and said. Wait, how do you know that I will help you? I live very comfortably on this planet. I don't want to take risks with you. Loki replied with a wicked smile. First, although you are not a good person, you care about Asgard very much. Second, Odin's death has touched you a lot this time. You have only one brother left. If you don't help him, you can only die alone in this ghost place. Arthur folded his arms and looked at Loki and said, Loki, I need your help, and the people of Asgard need you too. Even for what you did before, you have an obligation to make up for the mistakes you made. Thor looked at Loki seriously and said, well, I'll help you once, but I can't help you with your sister. Loki nodded after thinking about it. Great. Leave Hela to me to deal with. Let's get the spaceship and leave here first. Thor said happily, looking at Loki. Where are you going to get the spaceship? Valkyrie's voice came from behind everyone. Everyone turned their heads to look at her. Thor smiled at this heroic Valkyrie. With her help, the success rate of leaving here is much higher. This is my brother Loki. He knows where Gautian's spaceship is parked. We are going to get one back. Thor pointed to Loki. After hearing your plan, you don't just need an ordinary spaceship to rush out of the largest space channel, you must have a particularly strong one. Valkyrie said to the three. It's not that troublesome. Since this lady is willing to help us, we can just use her spaceship. Arthur said suddenly. Didn't you hear what I said? Using my spaceship will be torn apart in the space channel of another dimension. We must have a solid spaceship. Valkyrie looked at Arthur speechlessly and said. No, I have the Infinity Gem, and I will use its energy to protect your spaceship to ensure nothing goes wrong. Arthur said, revealing a red gemstone in his hand. You actually have ether particles? Who are you? Valkyrie recognized the reality gem in Arthur's hand, looked at Arthur in shock and asked. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Arthur John, from Missouri. Arthur said. I'm Thor Odinson, and he's my brother Rocky. This is my friend Korn and Jimmy. Thor also introduced himself. Hello. Korn greeted Valkyrie. Well, my name is Valkyrie, from Asgard. Valkyrie also introduced himself to everyone. The six finally reached an agreement, and then they avoided the search of Gautian's guards and walked towards Valkyrie's residence, and she still had to fetch something. The five followed Valkyrie to her house, and set off after she packed up. Listen, the reason I've been working so hard for so many years is to forget the past. Star Saka is a good place where you can indulge in alcoholism, forget the past and wait for death silently. Valkyrie turned his head and said to the three of them. I think you drink too much, and you will kill yourself sooner or later. Thor said, looking at Valkyrie. I don't plan to stop drinking, nor do I plan to forget the past. I'm going to face reality. So, if I want to die, I have to use my sword to pierce the heart of that murderous old hag. Valkyrie said with firm eyes, speaking of. Very good. Thor looked at Valkyrie with admiring eyes. A Valkyrie must have this kind of momentum. Actually, we don't need to die. I've already made a careful plan. It's easy to destroy Hela. Arthur shook his head and said. What plan? Do you know that every day Hela stays in Asgard, her strength will grow stronger? Valkyrie asked Arthur, looking at him. That's the point. As long as Asgard is still in Hela, he will never die. Arthur nodded and said. Then what should we do? Aren't we going to die when we go back? Loki said anxiously from the side. Have you forgotten what Odin said? Ragnarok has arrived. This is an unchangeable fact, so Asgard cannot be saved. Not only will we not save it, but we will take the initiative to destroy Asgard. Arthur said to three people. Are you crazy? How can we take the initiative to destroy Asgard? Then what should our people do? Thor almost jumped up when he heard Arthur's words, destroying Asgard. Then why should we go back? Hela would destroy it herself. What I mean is that the place of Asgard can't be kept anymore. Let's transfer all the people of Asgard, find a new planet to rebuild their homeland, and let Asgard and Hela die together. Arthur continued explained. I understand what you mean. You mean we take the initiative to summon Surtur to let him destroy Asgard, and we transfer all the people away. Thor remembered what Surtur once told him. He also thought of the nightmares he had every night, and he knew that these were heralding things to come. Great. As long as Surtur can defeat Hela, rebuilding a planet is still acceptable. Valkyrie also said happily. Is this Asgard still Asgard? Loki said with complicated eyes. He and Thor grew up in Asgard, and now they are about to watch Asgard be destroyed. Loki. As long as the people are still there, Asgard will still be there. We still have a chance to start all over again. Thor comforted his younger brother. In fact, he felt sad in his heart. He had to destroy his hometown with his own hands. Okay, Hela's matter is so simple to solve, and the next thing to face is the most difficult, Arthur said suddenly with a serious expression. Next? What are the difficulties? Thor looked at Arthur suspiciously and asked. If my guess is correct, Thanos has already arrived, Arthur said slowly. Thor and Valkyrie didn't have any idea about Thanos, so they didn't feel much after listening to Arthur's words, but Loki's face suddenly changed. He knew the horror of Thanos. The target of Thanos is us. He probably has got 2 infinity gems now, and then he will go to Nidavellir to find the dwarves to create infinity gauntlets. Arthur continued. What? He has 2 gems. He still wants to find dwarves to make artifacts. Thor's face finally changed. He was very afraid of infinite gems. And he will definitely kill Nidavellir's dwarves? Nidavellir's dwarves are the key to our reconstruction of Asgard and the key to your fight against Thanos, so we must save Nidavellir first. Dwarves, Arthur said to Thor. Thor nodded. The Nidavellir dwarves are indeed an indispensable force in Asgard. The Nidavellir dwarves have contributed a lot to Asgard's strength, so no matter what happens to the dwarves, Loki, it's up to you this time. After we go to Nidavellir, you have to use the cosmic Rubik's Cube to bring us to Earth directly. Arthur looked at Loki and said. What? Then Thanos will follow him to the Earth? Are you crazy? Thor said loudly. How many people would be killed or injured if he brought Thanos to the Earth? What was Arthur thinking? Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. The Avengers are already on Earth. After we lure Thanos to Earth, we will work together to kill him, Arthur said with a serious expression. Are you sure you want to do this? Thor looked at Arthur helplessly and said. Arthur nodded. Well, since you insist, I have no problem, but the cosmic magic is not in my hands now, and I can't use the cosmic Rubik's Cube perfectly, Loki replied with a wicked smile. When we get to Asgard, Thor and I will hold Hela, Valkyrie and Koeng will transfer the people, and I will use the teleportation array to send them away. Loki, go to Odin's treasury to get the cosmic Rubik's Cube and Frost Giant's artifact, and put Surtur's head in the eternal flame. Arthur revealed his plan to several people. No problem, let's do it like this. Thor nodded and said after hearing the plan. Loki, we all chose to believe you this time. If you still choose to betray us, you can think about the consequences yourself. Arthur looked at Loki and said, Loki is the only uncontrollable factor. Brother, I believe you. If you betray me, Asgard will be finished, you will never be a king, and you will never see me again. Thor said looking into Loki's eyes. Don't worry brother, I chose to stand by your side this time, because neither Hela nor Thanos will plan to let me go. Loki shook his head and said helplessly. Arthur, Thor, Loki, Koenger, and Jimmy took Valkyrie's spaceship and flew towards the largest space passage in the sky of Star Sokka. Gao Tianzun didn't know that Thor was taken away by Valkyrie, and he was still sending people to look for Thor's whereabouts, and Arthur was not prepared to scare the snake. Wouldn't it be better to leave Sokka in secret? Finally, I can leave this murderous place? I will mess with Thor with you in the future. Kenger said to Thor. You are a member of one of the 9 realms of Asgard. Come and rebuild Asgard with us. Thor patted the body of the stone man Kenger and said. No problem, just leave it to me. The simple and honest Koeng patted his chest and said, and Jimmy on the side also squeaked, indicating that he would also obey Thor's assignment in the future. The spaceship is getting closer and closer to the largest space channel, Devil's Anus. Valkyrie increased the speed of the spaceship and flew towards the space channel. It's better to keep the spaceship safe from accidents as you said, otherwise we will all have to explain here. Valkyrie said loudly to Arthur. Don't worry, it's definitely fine. Arthur touched the wall of the spaceship with his right hand, and dark red energy flowed out of his hand, enveloping the entire spaceship in an instant. The spaceship rushed into the space channel in an instant. The space channel was full of red, and countless garbage flew towards it. Under the enveloping energy of Arthur's gemstone, the spaceship smashed into countless garbage, and rushed towards another entrance of the passage. Wow, that's exciting, Valkyrie said with a laugh. At this time, Asgard had been completely controlled by Hela. Hela killed all those who resisted her, and Thor's friends were all killed in battle. All Asgardian troops were slaughtered by Hela. Only Skeleton, who was in charge of the teleportation temple, chose to surrender. Hela got the eternal flame in the treasury of Asgard, and used the eternal flame to resurrect her army of undead and her mount, the giant wolf Fenrir. Heimdall is the only one left in Asgard who is still relying on his special vision, leading the rest of the people to avoid Hela's pursuit. Heimdall brought most of the people to the cave in the mountain of Asgard, but Hela had already discovered this place. Just before Hela went to the cave, Heimdall had moved everyone away. His special vision could perfectly understand the enemy's movements. He had already seen that Thor was about to return to Asgard. Valkyrie's spaceship has rushed out of the space channel and has come directly to the vicinity of the Asgard starfield. Thor saw from the spaceship map that a large number of people gathered in the peaks of Asgard and were moving towards the Rainbow Bridge. Thor resolutely decided to stop Hela alone. Arthur and Valkyrie, Kang and Jimmy went to transfer the people, and Loki went to Odin's treasure house. Let me go with you to stop Hela. You bring the people together, and I will send them away, Arthur said to Valkyrie. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Valkyrie replied. Someone will take care of you, and the people will be handed over to you, Thor said to Valkyrie, Koeng and Jimmy. Valkyrie sent Thor, Arthur and Loki to the outskirts of the palace with the spaceship, and the 3 jumped off the spaceship. Valkyrie looked at Thor and the three and said, "You must come back alive. Don't worry, my plan is foolproof," Arthur said to Valkyrie. The spaceship took off and left. The three of them watched the spaceship go away and turned to the palace. The three went to the arsenal first. Thor got his father's scepter as a weapon, Loki also found a pair of good daggers, and Arthur also put all the ordinary weapons into the dimension space and took them away. These things will be used by the people of Asgard in the future. Woolen cloth. Loki, go to the treasury and wait for orders. You can resurrect Surtur after I transfer all the people, Arthur said to Loki. No problem, then you all have to be careful. Loki went to Odin's treasure house. Arthur actually wanted to go with him, but Hela still had to be dealt with by Arthur. Hela went to the mountains of Asgard to capture Heimdall and the people he took away, but was dodged by the cunning Heimdall again, and the full-time vision was difficult to deal with. Hela returned to Asgard depressed, but met two unexpected people. Thor, the god of thunder, sat on Odin's throne holding Odin's scepter and a golden sword. Arthur in golden armor stood beside him holding a golden trident. The two looked down at Hela who entered the hall. Sister. Thor greeted Hela. You guys are still alive? Very good. Hela looked at the two and said, actually, I would like you to be the king, but you are too bad. My father once said that a great monarch would never initiate a war, Thor said while sitting on the throne and looking at Hela. That's because you don't know him at all, and you don't know the power of his heyday. Odin and I flooded the whole world with blood and tears? How do you think this magnificent Asgard came from? Hela looked at Thor said arrogantly. Okay, stop talking nonsense Hela, we didn't win the battle last time. Arthur looked at Hela and said, Oh, who do you think you are? You didn't beat me when I was the weakest, and now you think you will still be my opponent. Hela looked at Arthur and laughed. Then let me see how much you have improved these days. Arthur raised the trident, and the blue energy shot towards Hela. Hela took out the two swords and blocked Arthur's blue energy rays. Thor stood up, pointed the Odin scepter in his hand at Hela, and blasted the orange sun god energy at Hela. A layer of dark green matter slowly appeared on Hela's hands and grew bigger and bigger, resisting the energy rays of the two of them. Arthur increased the output, and the red and yellow gemstones in his right hand lit up at the same time. The blue energy was added with red and yellow energy, and it turned into a huge colored energy ray that cooperated with Thor's sun god light to attack Hela continuously. Hela was pushed back by these two huge rays of light, and Hela suddenly said, I didn't expect to underestimate you, you actually have 2 infinity gems? But do you think this can defeat me? Arthur and Thor suddenly had an omen in their hearts, the ground under their feet suddenly split, and 2 huge swords stabbed towards Arthur and Thor instantly. Arthur and Thor had no choice but to use the weapons in their hands to resist, but the energy ray was interrupted in this way, and Hela was free to fight back. Thor roared and raised the Odin scepter in his hand to strike Hela. Hela raised his sword to resist, and the two immediately fought together. Arthur also joined the battle group with a trident in his hand, and Hela fought 1 against 2, and the 3 of them fought in the magnificent hall of Asgard. At this time, Heimdall led a dense crowd onto the Rainbow Bridge, preparing to send the temple away from Asgard. But I didn't expect that Hela had arranged it long ago. The huge black wolf King Fenrir lay in front of everyone. Skeleton led countless undead legions to block the Rainbow Bridge from then on, killing the people of Heimdall and Asgard. Caught in the middle, Heimdall looked at the giant wolf standing like a hill in front of the teleportation temple, and shouted to the people of Asgard behind him, go back. The civilians of Asgard turned their heads and retreated in panic, and Heimdall stayed at the end alone to watch the movement of the giant wolf. The giant wolf Fenrir suddenly rushed up the Rainbow Bridge and chased after the crowd. Let's go. Heimdall was worried. He would definitely not be able to deal with this giant wolf alone, but what should the people of Asgard do? At this moment, a spaceship rushed out from the clouds, and the weapons on the spaceship immediately fired at the giant wolf Fenrir. Da-da-da-da. Countless bullets hit the body of the giant wolf Fenrir. Although they couldn't break his flesh, they also stopped Fenrir from moving forward. Heimdall heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that someone had come to rescue him, and led the people of Asgard back slowly along the Rainbow Bridge. Valkyrie gritted his teeth and shot desperately at the giant wolf Fenrir. Many of her sisters died at the hands of this beast. Valkyrie was extremely jealous when he saw the enemy, while Korn the Stone Man was in control of the spaceship, and Jimmy was sharpening his knife and preparing to go down and do a big job. The people of Asgard walked back, and suddenly found that the road ahead was blocked by people. It was Skeleton who led Hela's undead army to guard at the other end, ready to wipe out the people of Asgard. Heimdall. Skeleton yelled at the crowd. Heimdall turned his head to look at Skeleton, not understanding why the traitor called his name. Hand over that sword. Skeleton continued to shout. Heimdall ignored him, pulled out the teleportation sword behind him, looked at the giant wolf Fenrir charging towards here, and prepared to meet him. Valkyrie is also helpless, the animal's flesh is too strong, his bullets are almost exhausted, but it can't hurt it like scratching it. The giant wolf didn't care about the spaceship if it couldn't reach it, and continued to run towards the people of Asgard. At the very moment when the giant wolf Fenrir was about to rush in front of the crowd, there was a sudden bang from the Asgard in the distance, a big hole was suddenly blown into the Golden Hall. A figure flew out of the hall and crashed into the lake under the Rainbow Bridge. Everyone and the giant wolf Fenrir were stunned. What just flew over? It seems that a person was beaten so far, he probably died. It turned out that Arthur was the one who was sent flying, but he was still no match for Hela, who possessed Asgard's infinite divine power, and was sent flying into the lake below by Hela's heavy punch. And the remaining Thor, the god of thunder, was cut off by Hela in an instant, and Odin's scepter was cut off, and Thor's right eye was stabbed with a backhand. Hela grabbed Thor's hair and pushed him against the railing, letting him look at the people of Asgard on the high-hung bridge, and said triumphantly, "Look, none of them can run away. I will go get them, take that sword, and drive all of you to death." Countless army of undead rushed towards the people of Asgard. Asgardian warriors with weapons rushed up and fought with the army of undead, protecting the elderly, children and women behind them. The giant wolf Fenrir bit Heimdall hard, and Heimdall jumped to the side, avoiding the blow of the giant wolf. The divine sword slashed towards the giant wolf's leg, and when the divine sword struck the giant wolf's leg, a string of sparks appeared, and it could not cut through its skin. The giant wolf turned its head and bit Heimdall. Just as Heimdall was about to die on the spot, a huge water column rushed out from under the rainbow bridge, and the giant wolf Fenrir rushed down from the rainbow bridge and fell into the lake. Heimdall looked into the lake under the rainbow bridge. A huge vortex formed on the surface of the lake, and the giant wolf Fenrir was sucked into the vortex and disappeared. A figure rushed out of the water and jumped to Heimdall's side. It was Arthur. "Heimdall, long time no see." Arthur greeted Heimdall. "You are here, Arthur. Thank you for saving me. Now I have to activate the teleportation temple and send these civilians away." Heimdall looked at Arthur and said, "Don't be so troublesome, I'll just send them away first." Arthur said while raising his right hand and drawing in the air. A huge portal was formed on the rainbow bridge, and there was a forest on one side of the portal. "This is a planet called Bokt that I have been to. Let the people of Asgard go there to hide for a while. Asgard will be destroyed soon." Arthur said to Heimdall, "People of Asgard? Get out of here through the portal? Let's all enter the portal together." Heimdall shouted to the people of Asgard behind him. Hearing Heimdall's cry, the people of Asgard discovered that there was a huge portal behind Heimdall, which led to another world. The people of Asgard rushed towards the portal, and Heimdall was the leader beside the portal. Arthur looked at the people of Asgard who were evacuating towards the portal and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as these people left, they could start planning. When the undead army saw that the Asgardians were about to run, they became anxious, and desperately attacked the Asgardian warriors who blocked them. But Skeleton, who was still taking the lead just now, had already put on a black suit, and was mingling in the crowd, preparing to leave with everyone secretly. He was really a fool, very slippery. Seeing that the Asgardian warriors were about to lose their hold, Arthur stepped on the rainbow bridge and flew up, over the heads of countless Asgardian people, and fell into the undead army. The golden trident in his hand waved wantonly, splitting each of Hela's undead in half. Under the control of Arthur, the lake water under the rainbow bridge shot up into the sky with 4 jets of water, quickly rushing towards the undead army that was constantly rushing towards the back. For a moment, countless undead people turned their backs on their backs, and were washed from the rainbow bridge into the lake below by the huge water column. Hela is now on the balcony of the palace, looking at the people of Asgard who are constantly leaving the portal, and Arthur, who is using water elemental magic to attack her undead army. Gritting his teeth, Hela stabbed at the back of Thor who was pressed against the railing with his sword. "Ah!" Thor screamed in pain, and was nailed to the golden railing by Hela's sword. "Look at the good things you have done. I am neither a queen nor a monster. I am the goddess of death," Hela said while pinching Thor's neck, ready to kill Thor. The spiritual power of Thor, who was about to suffocate, left Asgard, and he returned to the seaside of the earth before, where his father, God King Odin, was still there. Thor stumbled and knelt down in front of his father Odin. Odin looked at his son kindly. "Even if you have 2 eyes, you cannot see the nature of things," Odin said to Thor. "She is too powerful. Without the hammer of thunder, I can't do it," Thor said in a low voice. "Thor, are you the god of the hammer? The hammer is for you to control your power and make you more focused. It is not the source of your power." Odin looked at Thor with hatred. "I'm not as strong as you," Thor said, shaking his head. "No, you are stronger than me," Odin said to Thor with a smile, then turned and left. "Tell me, brother, which god are you?" Hela asked proudly, looking at Thor who was about to suffocate. "Tell my brother, what kind of god are you called?" Hela suddenly saw thunder flashing in Thor's only remaining left eye, and Hela's complexion suddenly changed. Thor raised his head to the sky and screamed, and the sky over Asgard was suddenly covered with dark clouds. In the next second, a huge bolt of lightning struck Hela. Everyone on the rainbow bridge looked up at the Asgard, and the entire Asgard was split apart by the huge lightning. Thor flew into the sky on the thunder and lightning, and the great god shouted, "Loki!" Loki, who was on standby in the treasury, heard Thor's call, and immediately put Surtur's skull in his hand into the brazier in the middle of the treasury. "With the eternal fire, you are reborn at this moment." That brazier is not an ordinary fire, it is an eternal fire. Loki immediately left the treasure house after finishing all this, and ran towards the outside of the palace. Arthur stood in front of the countless undead army, and beside him fighting with him were the Valkyrie, the Stone Man Kenger, and the Zerg Jimmy. Heimdall saw the last Asgardian people walk into the portal, turned to Arthur and shouted, "Arthur, everyone left safely. Close the portal." Arthur turned and ran towards the portal, came to Heimdall, and said to him, "You go to Heimdall, the people of Asgard need your leadership to settle down. There is still a battle behind us. After everything is over, I will find a suitable planet for Asgard and let them rebuild their homeland." "Thank you, Arthur. Asgard owes you a huge favor. I'm sorry that I can't help you continue to fight." Heimdall looked at Arthur gratefully and said, "It's okay, you just need to help me with one last thing." Arthur said, looking at Heimdall, "What's up? Help me see how Nidai is doing? Where is Thanos now?" Arthur said to Heimdall. Using his omniscience, Heimdall looked through the stars and saw Nidai. "Not good. Nidai is surrounded by countless spaceships, and the Titan Thanos you mentioned is now on Nidai." Heimdall said with a change of expression. "Are the dwarves okay? Did Thanos attack them?" Arthur asked anxiously. "Not yet, they were all gathered together by Thanos, and the Dwarf King seems to be building something for Thanos." Heimdall said. "Fortunately, it seems that we will set off to rescue them immediately. The dwarves are the key to rebuilding Asgard. They will be fine." Arthur said worriedly. "I'll leave it to you, I believe you will be able to rescue them," Heimdall said to Arthur, then turned and walked into the portal. Arthur waved his hand and the portal disappeared. At this moment, Thor fell from the sky covered in thunder, and smashed into the crowd of the undead army. A large army of undead was instantly killed by Thor's thunder and lightning, and Loki also came to everyone from a distance on a ferry boat. He didn't know where he found it. "Get on the boat? Let's leave on the ferry boat," Loki shouted to everyone. Valkyrie, Koang, and Jimmy jumped on the ferry boat. Arthur jumped on it, and Thor was still fighting the undead army. "Thor, it's done, let's go," Loki shouted to Thor. At this moment, Hela fell from the sky, knocked Thor into the air with one blow, and came to everyone. "Want to leave? You are wishful thinking." Hela looked at the people on the ferry boat and said, "Hehe, you haven't noticed the current situation, have you? How are you going to keep Asgard from him?" Arthur asked, pointing to the golden Asgard. Hela turned around and looked towards Asgard. She only saw endless flames erupting from Asgard, and instantly the entire Asgard burst into countless pieces. The flame giant Surtur, who was bigger than Asgard, stood on the ruins of Asgard holding the sword of twilight and roared to the sky. "Roar? No." Hela looked at the huge Surtur and shouted, her Asgard couldn't just be destroyed like this. Suddenly, a huge thunderbolt fell from the sky, and hit Hela right on the body, splitting the rainbow bridge under Hela's feet in an instant, and Hela screamed and fell from the rainbow bridge. "Tremble in front of me, Asgard, I'm here to settle accounts with you." The tall flame giant raised his giant sword and slashed at the building of Asgard fiercely. God's domain Asgard was searched by the fire giants. As if the doomsday had come, it turned into a world of flames. Thor stared blankly at all this. He had caused it all by himself. The home he grew up in was about to be destroyed at this very moment. "Leave, Thor. Thanos has surrounded Nidavi. If we don't go, all the dwarves of Nidavi will be killed by him," Arthur shouted to Thor. "What?" Thor turned his head to look at Arthur. He didn't expect the matter to be so urgent. Thor flew to the ferry boat, and Loki controlled the ferry boat to fly into the distance. Arthur raised his hand and drew in the air. A portal appeared in front of the ferry boat, and Nidai was on the other side of the portal. Loki drove the ferry boat towards the portal, while Thor stood at the stern of the boat and watched Hela rushing out of the lake towards the flame giant Surtur. And the flame giant Surtur raised the twilight sword and thrust it hard at Hela. The ferry boat rushed into the portal, and Thor could only watch the portal close. "Farewell, Asgard, my hometown." The moment Arthur and the others rushed out of the portal, everyone saw a huge space battleship parked above Nidavi. It was the battleship of Thanos. Arthur saw a place bursting with purple light, and Arthur asked Loki to drive the ferry boat to fly there. Thanos threatened the lives of the dwarves and asked the Dwarf King Awaken to make him a glove that could use infinite gems. The Dwarf King Awaken saw that his clansmen were about to die tragically in front of him, so he had no choice but to agree to Thanos' request. Awaken once made it for Arthur, so it only took a while to make it. Thanos got his dream infinity gauntlet and put it on his right hand. Ebony Throat came to Thanos with a tray in front of him. Inside the tray lay 2 infinity gems, one purple and one orange, which were the power gem and the soul gem. Thanos picked up the purple power gem from the tray and placed it over one of the gemstone holes in the infinity gauntlet. The power gem was instantly sucked in by the gem hole, and embedded in the gem hole of the infinite gauntlet. In an instant, Thanos' body was bursting with purple light, and Thanos closed his eyes, bearing the huge energy of the power gem rushing around in his body. After only 2 seconds, the light of the power gem disappeared, and the power gem fell silent, completely controlled by Thanos. Thanos picked up the orange soul gem again and put it into the gem hole, and the soul gem was instantly embedded into the infinity gauntlet. But this time nothing unusual happened. The soul gem was not as violent as the power gem, so it was naturally controlled by Thanos. "Ha ha ha ha, very good. Next, you just need to get all the other gems." "Deathblade!" Thanos shouted towards Ebony Maw. "Master." General Deathblade stepped forward and stood in front of Thanos to obey orders. "Put all these dwarves to death," Thanos said with a grin. "Yes, Master. Execute all these dwarves," Thanos said with a grin. "Thanos, you promised me that as long as I make infinite gloves for you, you will let us go? How can you go back on your word?" Dwarf King Ai Kui suddenly became anxious. He could not just watch the 300 people die in his own before. I only promised to pardon your life. You Night-Eye dwarves are the strongest weapon-making masters in the universe. Keeping you will always be a threat. Thanos shook his head and said, No, Thanos, you can't do that. Please, let my people go. You kill me. The Dwarf King Ai Kui knelt in front of Thanos in humiliation, begging bitterly. Your life belongs to you, but your hand, it only belongs to me. Thanos gave Ebony Maw a look. Ebony Maw gestured to Thanos men, and two huge and ugly Chidori giants stepped forward, one left and one right controlling the Dwarf King Ai Kui. A Chidori was holding a glowing red metal bucket filled with molten metal. The two giants pressed the Dwarf King Ai Kui to the ground, and stretched out his hands. The Chidori man holding the metal bucket lifted up the metal bucket and poured the molten metal liquid that was burning red inside on the Dwarf King Ai Kui's hands. Ah! The Dwarf King Ai Kui screamed as he was scalded by the molten metal liquid. He clenched his fists tightly, and the metal liquid wrapped his hands, and for a while, there was a smell of burnt meat in the whole hall. More than 300 dwarves watched their king lying on the ground screaming and rolling, and shed tears of anger. They really wanted to go up and fight the enemy, but they knew that they would only end up being slaughtered. The dwarves were not good at war, and they didn't have weapons now. Now they can only pray that Asgard will know their situation and save them. Thanos looked at the dwarf king who was rolling and screaming on the ground and motioned to his subordinates, and one of his subordinates poured a bucket of cold water on Ai Kui's hands. Ai Kui's hands were suddenly filled with smoke, and the metal in his hands also dropped sharply. Finally, the dwarf king stopped screaming and lay on the ground panting heavily, and his hands turned into two black iron pieces, and from now on the dwarf king will no longer be able to forge exquisite weapons. I pardon you, Ai Kui. Death Blade, do it. Thanos ordered Death Blade. No. Dwarf King Ai Kui shouted loudly as he looked at Thanos' subordinates who raised their weapons towards the tribe. The dwarves closed their eyes and waited for death to come. At this moment, a huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the crowd of Thanos men who were about to kill the dwarves. For a moment, Thanos' subordinates turned their backs on their backs, and they were killed and injured immediately. Thanos looked up, only to see a blue energy ray shooting towards him. Thanos reacted quickly, raised the Infinity Gauntlet, and the same purple energy shot towards the blue energy. Two strands of energy, one blue and one purple, clashed together, and a huge explosion suddenly occurred. The entire hall of the Dwarf King was suddenly shaken, and countless metal buildings were destroyed by the bombing. Thanos and his subordinates were also blinded by the dazzling light. After the explosion, Thanos and others looked into the hall, only to see two people standing in front of the dwarves, and Thanos' subordinates were all dead. Was knocked down. They are King Arthur, wearing golden Poseidon armor and holding a golden trident, and Thor, god of thunder, who has only one left eye and no hammer. Thor, Arthur, you have finally come to save us. The Dwarf King Ai Kui cried happily when he saw Arthur and Thor, and Asgard finally came to save them. Asgard, aren't you fighting a civil war? How come you still have time to save these dwarves? Thanos asked Thor, who had only one eye left, playfully. Asgard is gone. Didn't you come to attack Nidavi just because of the accident in Asgard? Thor looked at Thanos and asked. Yes, Odin is dead, and Asgard is in a mess. This is also a good opportunity for me to come to Nidavi to create the Infinity Gauntlet. I know that the cosmic Rubik's Cube is in your hands. Hand him over, and I can spare you one life. Thanos looked at Thor arrogantly and said, You want the cosmic Rubik's Cube, right? Coincidentally, I also have 2 gems in my hand. Do you want it? Arthur revealed the green infinity glove on his right hand, on which 2 gemstones, one red and one yellow, sparkled. Arthur. Thor didn't expect that Arthur would expose the gem to the enemy, and it was too late to stop him. Ha 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 ha. Very good, you not only brought me the cosmic Rubik's Cube and my soul gem, but also helped me find the reality gem and hand them over. Not only did I promise to let all of you live, but I also promised one of you request. How about it? Thanos looked at Arthur happily and said, You shoot first? I'll transfer all the dwarves away. Arthur said in Thor's mind with the Mind Stone. Do you want the cosmic Rubik's Cube? Well, here you are. Thor took a step forward, his whole body flashed with thunder, and there was a huge thunder in the sky, and a bright light flashed. The huge thunder struck Thanos and others. Boom! As soon as Thanos clenched his fist, the purple energy enveloped his whole body, and the huge thunder struck the purple energy shield and immediately emitted a dazzling light. At the same time that Thor started, Arthur turned around and stretched out his hand to the more than 300 dwarves behind him. A huge blue portal suddenly appeared from the feet of more than 300 dwarves, and the dwarves fell towards the portal like dumplings. On the other side of the portal is the planet Bacht where the people of Asgard are located, and Heimdall is waiting there to pick them up. This happened in an instant, and when Thanos came back to his senses, only Arthur, Thor and Dwarf King Ai Kui were left in the hall. Good job, Arthur. The Dwarf King burst into tears when he saw Arthur rescued all his people. You are fine? It seems that I have to kill you with my own hands before you can obediently hand over the Infinity Stones. Thanos suddenly smiled, looking at the 3 of Arthur and said lightly. Thanos' face became more ferocious. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist, and a huge purple energy blasted towards the 3 of Arthur. Just when the purple energy attack blasted in front of the three of Arthur, it turned into colorful bubbles under the energy of the reality gem. Go. Arthur grabbed Aari, who was twice as tall as him, with his left hand, and Thor with his right hand, and suddenly flew up. Red energy enveloped the three of them and flew upwards. The ebony throat beckoned, and the countless metals on the roof of the hall seemed to come alive, wrapping towards the three of Arthur. Play magic with me. A blue magic shield wrapped the three of them, blocking the metal controlled by Ebony Maw's magic. Arthur led the two of them out of the hall and flew towards the ferry boat in the sky. Loki, Valkyrie, Koang, and Jimmy are waiting for them on the ferry boat. The three of Arthur jumped on the ferry boat, and there were some huge dwarf king Aari, and the ferry boat became crowded. Do you think you can run? Thanos asked while standing in the hall and looking up at Xianzhou. Thanos? If you want the infinite gems, come to Missouri to find us. Let's go first. Arthur shouted at Thanos loudly. Loki took out the cosmic Rubik's Cube, and the blue energy immediately swallowed the ferry boat, and Arthur and others disappeared instantly. Thanos looked at the place where Arthur and the others disappeared without saying a word for a long time. Thanos' subordinates Ebony Maw, General Deathblade, Proxima Centauri, and Black Dwarf looked at Thanos worriedly. They could feel the anger of Thanos spreading. Haha, very good. Now the remaining 4 gems are all concentrated in Missouri? Ebony Throat. Thanos said with a laugh. Master. Ebony Maw replied. Assemble all the troops and capture Missouri. Thanos ordered with a deadpan expression. Yes, Master. A beam of blue light came down. Thanos and others disappeared in Nidavi, returned to his battleship, and set off for the Earth. Just after Thanos left, blue energy flashed in Nidai's space, and the ferry boat appeared above Nidai again. In fact, Arthur and the others didn't leave, they just used the Rubik's Cube to block their location, and waited for Thanos to leave before showing up. The ferry boat landed on Nidavi's star ring, and Arthur and others walked down from the ferry boat. What should we do next? You brought Thanos to Earth, aren't you afraid that he will kill all the people on Earth? Thor asked Arthur, looking at him. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Arthur looked at Aari's hands, which were covered by a thick layer of metal. Don't worry, I'm fine, I just lost my hands. Seeing Arthur's eyes, Aari replied with a smile. I'll heal your hand after the matter is over, you have to help us now. Arthur said to Aari. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Aari looked at Arthur and replied. Boom. Arthur threw Thor's hammer out of the storage space, and said to Aari, we need you to rebuild a weapon for Thor, a weapon that can fight against Thanos. Aari looked at the torn Thor's hammer and was silent for a while, nodded and said, there is a king's weapon, and it is also the most powerful weapon in Asgard. In theory, it can even summon the Rainbow Bridge. What weapon? Does it have a name? Thor asked, looking at Aari. Stormhammer. Aari replied. Arthur looked at the furnace in the distance that Thanos hadn't had time to destroy, and the core of the Nidai planet that was still blazing, and said to Aari, can you make it by yourself? No problem, I keep its mold in my collection, I just need to melt URU and pour it into the mold. Aari nodded and said. That's it, Thor and Loki will build weapons here, and the rest will go to Earth with me to join the Avengers. Arthur said to everyone. You must be careful. After I build the weapon, Loki and I will come to support you immediately. Thor said to Arthur. No problem, Loki. Afterwards, you send Aari to planet Bakht, where all his people are? Arthur said to Loki. Okay, don't die, wait for our debut. Loki said to Arthur with a wicked smile. This is for you. I bought it on Katie. It's just right for you. Arthur took out a mechanical prosthetic eyeball and handed it to Thor. Thank you. Thor took the eyeball and played with it in his hand. Let's go. Arthur opened a portal to Wakanda, took Valkyrie, Koang, and Jimmy into the portal and left, while Thor, Loki, and Aari walked towards the furnace. Thanos sits on the throne in the spaceship, meditating with his eyes closed. Father, don't worry, when we get to Missouri, I will personally go and retrieve the 4 Infinity Stones for you. Seeing Yoon said carefully, now the next leader of Thanos. No, this time I will do it myself, Arthur yawned. I will kill him with my own hands and take away his 2 infinite gems. Thanos opened his eyes and said firmly, Master, we are approaching Missouri. Ebony Maw walked in from the outside and said to Thanos. Very good, ready to log in? Thanos ordered. Yes. Boom. At this moment, Thanos' warship shook, as if it had been attacked. What's going on? Come on. Ebony Maw shouted to the outside. Master, we've been attacked by a Marauder ship heading for Missouri. A Chidori ran in to report. Very good. They actually dare to provoke directly, Ebony Maw will catch up and finish them. Thanos stood up and said to Ebony Maw, Master, could it be a trap? Ebony Maw hesitated and replied. In the face of absolute power, all traps are useless, go. Thanos said expressionlessly. Yes. Ebony Maw took the order and left. It is the Guardian of the Galaxy that Thanos' giant battleship is chasing. Arthur notified the Guardians of the Galaxy in advance to come to Earth to discuss the plan to deal with Thanos. Haha. Thanos, eat my shit. Rocket controlled the spaceship and laughed. The rest of the people's faces were as heavy as water, and they couldn't laugh, especially Gamera who was always worried. Quill saw that Gamera was a little scared and worried and said to Gamera, Gamera, don't worry, Arthur has everything planned, we will definitely win. Gamera looked at Quill's firm eyes, and she felt a lot more settled in her heart. She squeezed out a forced smile and nodded. Haha, don't rob me for a while, I want to send my dagger into Thanos' heart with my own hands, and avenge my family. Drax the Destroyer said fiercely while sharpening his dagger. And the newly joined Mantis woman also lowered her head and did not speak, and the tree figure Groot was not worried about sitting on the seat and not knowing what he was thinking. The rocket drove the Guardians of the Galaxy to lure Thanos' battleship towards Wakanda, and Arthur set the battlefield in Wakanda. Outside the Golden Palace of Wakanda, T'Challa led the warriors of the Frontier tribe and the Jabari tribe to stand here. The rest of the tribe were unfit for battle, and T'Challa sent them to take refuge in the mountains. All Avengers members, Captain America Steve Rogers, Hulk Bruce Banner, Iron Man Tony Stark, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Patton, Black Panther T'Challa, Winter Soldier Bucky, War Machine Rod, Falcon Sam, Scarlet Wanda, Quicksilver Pietro, Spider-Man Peter Parker, Electro Max Dillon, Green Goblin Harry Osborn, Doctor Strange Stephen Strange and Karma Taj Mages, Cat Venom, Valkyrie, Stoneman Conjure, Zerg Jimmy and others all gathered here, waiting for the arrival of the Great War. Are you ready? Arthur walked over to Steve Rogers and asked. Get ready? Now the only thing left is to fight to the death. Steve Rogers nodded and replied. Who else hasn't come? Arthur looked towards the Avengers. There were too many people, and he couldn't count who was absent. And Scott Lang didn't come. Dr. Pym said that they had an important experiment at a critical time, so there was no way to come. Steve Rogers said. Arthur nodded. Scott Lang is probably studying the quantum field with Dr. Pym now. It's fine if he can't come, and they have enough people now. Did Nick Fury contact her? She is an important force for us. Arthur continued to ask. Nick said that he has been contacted, and she should come back soon. I didn't expect that there are superheroes on Earth that I don't know. Steve Rogers shook his head and said. Hey, Arthur, where did you get these weird aliens back? And the talking raccoon from before? Tony Stark came over and asked Arthur. They are all my friends, and they are very powerful. Don't underestimate them. Arthur said to Tony with a smile. It's all ready, Arthur. Wanda also walked to Arthur's side and said to Arthur. Thank you, Wanda. Arthur looked at Wanda with doting eyes, and reached out to touch her face. Attention, there are flying objects approaching Wakanda quickly. T'Challa's sister, Princess Sully, said to everyone looking at the instrument in her hand. It's finally here, everyone is ready to meet the enemy. Steve Rogers ordered to everyone. The war is about to start. The Guardian of the Galaxy passed through the Earth's atmosphere and flew towards the African savannah, followed by a huge alien warship. The alien of this alien battleship is like a swimming crab, and its size is very huge. The African people on the Earth only need to raise their heads to see the silhouettes of huge warships looming in the sky. Some African people said that aliens invaded the Earth, and some said it was a mirage, but as time went by, people discovered that the outlines of huge spaceships and warships in the sky became more and more clearly visible. For a while, it caused panic among people all over Africa. Various TV stations also urgently reported the incident, and leaders of various countries held secret meetings one after another. Tony Stark's phone calls were almost blown off, and everyone wanted to know if the Avengers had any plans to fight aliens. The unified answer given by Pepper is that although the Avengers has been disbanded, the members of the Avengers will not sit idly by, so everyone can rest assured. Tony Stark's private phone and Colonel Rhodes' private phone also kept ringing. There were calls from the Department of Defense. There were calls from the Pentagon. They can't reach Steve Rogers. They can only contact Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes. Tony Stark generously admitted that it is indeed aliens who have invaded the Earth again, and let countries make their own defenses. The Avengers will take the initiative to meet the enemy, and countries do not need to send troops to support them. At the same time, Tony Stark also warned Secretary of State Ross that if the United States launches nuclear weapons indiscriminately like the last New York incident, the Avengers will hold the United States accountable after the matter is over. Arthur and Steve Rogers looked at Tony Stark, Rhodes and Natasha holding a phone and talking non-stop, and they both looked at each other and smiled. Actually, countries don't need to worry. I didn't intend to let them watch the battle. They are destined to never see this battle. Arthur shook his head and said. It's better this way, only we have a decisive battle with Thanos, and everything is fine if we win. If we lose, let alone the Earth, the universe is over, so we can only win this time. Steve Rogers said firmly. Of course, although they can't see this battle, I will still take pictures of the whole process, so that everyone on Earth can see what our Avengers have done to save everyone. Arthur pointed to the distance. A group of staff members holding up their cameras said. At this moment, the spaceship Guardians of the Galaxy finally appeared in everyone's field of vision, flying here from afar. And Thanos' giant battleship followed behind, shooting continuously at the Guardians of the Galaxy. The spaceship of the Guardians of the Galaxy kept dodging, and the snakeskin moved. Avengers, the enemy is coming. Prepare to fight, Steve Rogers said loudly. Everyone took out their weapons one after another, watching the giant battleships in the sky waiting for the coming of the war. Arthur and Tony Stark glanced at each other, and at the same time they soared into the sky, heading towards Thanos' giant spaceship. Master. In Thanos' spaceship, Thanos was sitting on the throne, looking at the projection in the spaceship. Ebony Maw noticed that Arthur himself had come to the door, and reminded Thanos. Very good. They are very courageous, and dare to take the initiative to attack. The following should be the traps they have set up. Proxima, Deathblade, and Black Dwarf. You lead the Chitauri army to meet them. Thanos ordered. Yes, Master. The three led the order and went out. Arthur and Tony Stark flew in front of Thanos' battleship and were about to launch an attack, when they suddenly saw more than a dozen small spaceships flying out of Thanos' battleship, flying towards Wakanda below. Arthur didn't care so much. He raised the huge blue energy beam of the Trident and shot at Thanos' battleship. The battle armor behind Tony Stark opened countless missiles and flew towards Thanos' battleship. Thanos' spaceship suddenly activated a transparent energy protection shield, blocking all the attacks of Arthur and Tony Stark. All the cannons on the bottom of the battleship fired at the two of them, and immediately countless energy cannons shot at them. Arthur flew in front of Tony, drew a circle with his right hand, and a blue portal appeared instantly, swallowing all the artillery fire from the Thanos battleship. Arthur continued to draw circles, and a second portal appeared. The energy cannon just shot out from the portal, and then attacked Thanos' battleship. For a while, Thanos' battleship was blazing and exploding constantly, but under the protection of the energy shield, the battleship was not damaged. Arthur looked at the giant battleship helplessly. It would be great if Captain Marvel was here. Unlike Captain Marvel, he can directly smash the battleship with his fists. But Arthur's goal has been achieved. He just wants to attract the attention of Thanos and lure them to Wakanda for a decisive battle. Arthur and Tony glanced at each other, then turned their heads and flew towards Wakanda. Thanos' battleship saw that they were about to run, and flew towards the two, and the artillery continued to attack the two. Arthur and Tony Stark were wrapped in the red energy of the reality gem, and their bodies became transparent. The artillery could only pass through their bodies and could not hit them. The two returned to the ground, and Arthur landed in front of Stephen Strange and asked him, "Are you ready?" Stephen Strange turned his head to look at the more than 100 magicians behind him, and nodded to them. Wang Zhan was also in the lineup of magicians. Arthur stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone listen to my orders and cast spells at the same time." All the magicians were ready to cast spells, and countless alien huge black metal spaceships that looked like alls fell from the sky and plunged into the land of Wakanda. For a while, the whole of Wakanda was shaken, and Thanos' giant battleship also flew over Wakanda, preparing to open fire on the people on land. "It's now mirror space," Arthur roared. More than 100 magicians cast spells at the same time. Arthur, Wanda, Stephen Strange, Wong and other magicians all had a strange magic circle in their hands, and everyone smashed the magic circle to the ground. In an instant, the entire space shattered like glass, and all the artillery attacks from Thanos' warships hit the shattered space and disappeared. Arthur united all the magicians to use the mirror space together, and included all the space of more than 1,000 kilometers near Wakanda into the mirror space. The reconnaissance planes of various countries who were observing the Thanos warship from a distance suddenly discovered that the huge spaceship disappeared into the space without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. And all the users of the Hero Video website found that the live broadcast room of Sea King Arthur Yan was opened, and the name of the live broadcast room was Infinity War Live Broadcast. There was no commentary on the live broadcast, but everyone saw a shocking scene where all the members of the Avengers stood on a grassland. On the opposite side of them was a huge alien warship. Countless spaceships in the shape of owls descended from the sky and plunged into the ground. It felt like the end of the world for a while. The popularity of the live broadcast room suddenly exploded, and countless people rushed into the live broadcast room, posting barrage on the public screen. "What is this? It's the spaceship on the news just now. The Avengers are all there. Captain America? Iron Man. Where is this? Why didn't I have you seen this place? Is this really what happened? The alien battleship is too scary. Avengers, come on. Who can tell me? Is this composited by special effects? Why is the space cracked like glass?" Countless monsters ran out of the huge black spaceship that was inserted into the ground like an awl, and they were densely packed and rushed towards the people of Wakanda. "Open the defensive cover," T'Challa ordered, and Wakanda was immediately wrapped in a blue energy defensive cover, putting all the countless monsters outside. The gunfire of Thanos' battleship was also blocked by Wakanda's vibrating energy shield. After attacking for a long time, the battleship found that it could not break through this shield and did not continue to attack. All members of the Avengers walked towards the edge of the shield, watching the countless monsters outside attacking the shield one after another. In the distance stood 3 aliens holding weapons, a woman with horns called Proxima Centauri, and a tall and thin General Deathblade in black clothes. A huge, ugly monster is the Black Dwarf. The 3 of them were now in the group of monsters, and people could recognize them as the cotters of the enemy at a glance. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the giant battleship and shone next to the 3 of them. After the light disappeared, Thanos was wearing a golden armor and holding a double-edged sword, and there was an ebony throat in a grey robe and a half-body that had undergone mechanical transformation. Nebula appeared in the field. "Master." The 3 saluted Thanos, and Thanos nodded in response. Thanos stood in the crowd and looked at the Avengers in the energy defense shield, and said loudly, "I am Thanos from Titan. To be honest, I don't want to fight with you. Just you hand over 4 infinity gems and help me accomplish my great goal, and I will leave immediately and spare your lives. On behalf of the Avengers, I'm telling you that if you choose to retreat immediately and never trouble the Earth again, we can choose to let you leave here. If you want our Infinity Stones. Sorry, it's impossible." Arthur stood shout out to Thanos in front of all Avengers. then there's nothing to talk about. Do you think you can stop me? Today I will let you know what destiny is. Thanos suddenly clenched his fist, and the purple energy blasted towards Wakanda's blue energy defense shield. The blue energy shield suddenly shattered like paper, and everyone in Wakanda was exposed to countless monsters. The huge battleship above everyone's head suddenly opened 6 hatches, and the Chitauri Leviathans flew out of the hatches of the battleship one by one. Behind Thanos, in the all-like spaceship, countless Chitauri troops with weapons came out in formation, and there were also monsters like hills, densely packed with tens of thousands of people. For a while, the Avengers and Wakanda's troops will be facing an alien army with a large difference in number. Everyone feels very depressed. Looking at the lineup of Thanos on the opposite side, it feels like soldiers are approaching the city. Arthur suddenly flew into the air, raised his trident and roared to the sky. All of a sudden, the sea around Wakanda boiled, giant creatures emerged from the surface of the water, including giant octopuses, giant crabs. You can hardly believe that they are species on the earth with all kinds of strange creatures. An Atlantean army wearing silver armor and holding a trident came out of the sea in formation under the leadership of the head of the group, Sansa. Behind them are huge sea creatures that look like crabs with thick shells. The Atlantis women's army walked to the side of the Wakanda tribe and lined up, and everyone raised their tridents at the same time and shouted, "Long live His Majesty the Sea King! Long live His Majesty the Sea King!" Arthur bowed his hand to stop the shouting of the Atlantean army, and then Arthur drew a strange symbol in the air with both hands, and suddenly his eyes were filled with blue energy and sparkled. Arthur communicated the energy of the water latitude. Arthur raised his hand and drew a circle in the air, and a huge dimensional blue portal appeared in the sky. Roar! A huge blue dragon flew out from the portal, circling and roaring in the sky. This is the mount that Arthur once subdued in the latitude of water, an adult dragon, and it is a dragon that can only use magic in the water dragon language. The dragon flew to Arthur, and Arthur jumped onto the dragon's head. Wearing a golden armor and holding a golden trident, Arthur stood majestically on top of the dragon, looking at Thanos' army in the distance. Roar! The dragon roared again. Arthur looked at Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers received Arthur's signal, turned around and said loudly to everyone, "Avengers! Wakanda warriors! Atlantis soldiers! In order to protect our homeland, we can only gather. Everyone fight to the end." After Steve Rogers finished speaking, everyone roared and rushed towards the enemy at the same time. Thanos looked at the Earthling army rushing across, raised the weapon in his hand and pointed forward. All the troops under Thanos also attacked at the same time. A dense army of aliens rushed towards the people on Earth, and the two sides immediately roared and fought fiercely together. Arthur rode a dragon and took the lead in flying in the air. Behind him were Tony Stark, Stephen Strange, Wanda, Valkyrie riding a Pegasus, Falcon Sam, War Machine Rhodes, Star-Lord Ki-Al, Green Goblin Harry, Electric Max Dillon. The rest of the people who can't fly all follow Steve Rogers and fight with the alien army on land. The dragon under Arthur breathed water elemental energy at a Leviathan, and the blue water energy instantly blasted Leviathan's head, and Arthur also blasted out energy rays from the trident in his hand, blasting the ground to the ground a patch of alien monsters. Wanda uses chaos magic to constantly bombard alien creatures. Under Wanda's attack, alien creatures are as fragile as paper. Stephen Strange used a group attack, and countless creatures were crushed to the ground by his gravity magic. A person has his eyes on Stephen Strange. He is Ebony Throat, Thanos' capable subordinate. He feels that this man has an infinity gem, and he is also a magician. Ebony Throat is very interested in meeting Stephen. Stephen Strange suddenly felt a wave of magic next to him, and he raised his magic shield to block Ebony Maw's sneak attack. Mirror mirror magic. Your magic is really low. Hand over the infinity gem in your chest. Ebony Maw said to Stephen Strange with his hands behind his back. You can try to grab it. Stephen Strange didn't talk to Ebony Maw. He condensed a magic whip and whipped it towards Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw raised his hand, and an invisible energy wall blocked Stephen Strange's attack. Ebony Maw waved his hand again, and countless stones flew up, turning into spikes and attacking Stephen Strange. At this moment, Wong suddenly appeared here, and a portal formed in front of Stephen Strange, taking away all the sharp stones from Ebony Throat. Stephen Strange also opened a portal. This move, Arthur's favorite combat magic, was perfectly coordinated by Stephen Strange and the king. The magic spike flew towards Ebony Maw, catching him by surprise, and blood was seen on Ebony Maw's face immediately. The Ebony Throat is also careless. I didn't expect the Earth Mage to cooperate so well. Captain America Steve Rogers and Black Widow Natasha cooperated with General Deathblade and Proxima Centauri. Steve Rogers used his shield to constantly block the spear attack in the hands of General Deathblade, and Proxima Dark Knight used a fork in his hand to fight against Natasha's vibrating gold swords. And Dr. Banner also turned into a Hulk, smashing around among the ugly alien creatures. Next to him is a black monster about the same size as Venom, who is also constantly attacking among the alien monsters. One bite at a time. The Hulk looked at the Venom contemptuously. It was too disgusting. Fortunately, he could eat it. Compared with the alien monster, why does the Venom look more like an alien monster? Drax the Destroyer and Koang the Golem became friends, and together they attacked the tall black dwarf. Drax grabbed the black dwarf with a dagger and yelled and stabbed him. Koang held a sledgehammer and kept attacking the black dwarf, making him unable to fight back. Spider-Man also activated the killing mode in the alien monster group. The 4 antennae-like spikes behind him attacked the surrounding alien monsters in a burst. This is the latest nano armor designed by Tony Stark for him. Quicksilver Pietro quickly shuttled through the crowd of monsters, and no one could see his figure clearly. He held a broken knife and cut the opponent's neck before the opponent could react. Hawkeye Button stood on a hillside to observe the scene, and reported to Steve Rogers. The bow and arrow in his hand kept shooting at the enemy. Tony Stark, Colonel Rhodes, and Sam attacked the huge Leviathans in the air. Rhodes and Sam's artillery fire had limited damage to the Leviathans, and the two could only attack together. And Tony Stark's new armor Mark 50 incorporates vibranium and the invisible metal brought to him by Arthur. It is not only made of nano metal, but also very powerful. Tony raised his hand, and a burst of orange energy rays cut the Leviathan in half. Tony noticed that among the giant alien battleships above his head, densely packed Chitauri spacecraft flew out and flew towards the battlefield. I remember that the last time I fought with them was when the New York Avengers was just established. It has been so many years now, and seeing them again Tony Stark recalled a little bit of that time. Tony rushed towards the countless Chitauri spaceships, ready to face them alone. A figure appeared next to Tony. His speed was not slower than Tony. He was Electro-Optic Max Dillon. Only after mastering the energy of his body did Max realize how powerful he is now. Max usually kept charging in the Avengers base to make his battery store more and more energy. Tony Stark only saw a flash of lightning, and Max turned into lightning and slashed towards countless Chitauri spaceships. Suddenly, the sky was filled with blue lightning, and the Chitauri was instantly paralyzed by the high-voltage electric current, and the spaceship lost control and fell to the ground. When Tony saw Max's actions, he quit immediately. Isn't this trying to steal the limelight from me? Tony's steel armor formed a large jet under his feet, and he suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the Chitauri spaceship army. An 8 transformation device protruded from the back, and 8 energy rays shot out in the Chitauri spaceship army. At the same time, an indiscriminate attack was launched on the Chitauri, and pieces of spaceships were blasted on the spot by Tony's rays. For a moment, the sky was full of flames, and Thanos stood still and watched his army fall into a disadvantage in the battlefield. He didn't have any expression, as if it had nothing to do with him. The hatch of the giant battleship continued to open, and more than a dozen black all-shaped spaceships descended from the sky and plunged into the ground. Countless alien monsters rushed into the battlefield again, and Arthur was speechless as he watched the spaceship above his head throwing alien creatures out like endlessly. How many troops did Thanos bring? Gamera and his younger sister Xingyun fought together. Not only did the two sisters have no feelings for each other when they met, each move was more ruthless than the other. It seems that they want to kill each other. Raccoon Rocket stood on Groot, the tree figure, and continued to attack countless alien creatures with a machine gun. Groot also punched the heads of these annoying creatures one by one. The Black Panther T'Challa led the Wakanda army to continuously attack alien creatures, especially those giant creatures, and the armored rhinoceros of the frontier troops were just able to deal with them. Sansa also led the Atlanteans, holding a trident and continuously shooting out energy to destroy alien creatures. Although the Atlanteans had weakened a lot after leaving the water, they were born with supernatural powers. It can also use simple water element energy attacks, and it is no worse than Wakanda fighters on land. The giant marine creatures summoned by Arthur are even more powerful, and the thick armor guns can't break through. Countless alien creatures attack the giant crab as if they are tickling it. The giant crab raised its pincers and swept across, and all the alien creatures were crushed into mud. There are more than 20 such giant crabs. Most marine life cannot go ashore, and can only use water energy in the sea to attack alien life on the shore. Arthur looked at Thanos not far away, and ordered the dragon under him to fly towards him. Thanos also noticed Arthur coming towards him, picked up the double-edged knife in his hand and prepared to meet the enemy. Arthur rushed down directly from the dragon's head, and stabbed Thanos fiercely with the golden trident in his hand. Not only did Thanos not hide, he raised his double-edged sword and slashed at Arthur. The knife and the halberd were fiercely fought together. Arthur only felt a huge impact on the trident, and the trident almost fell out of his hand. So much strength, as expected of someone who dared to fight Hulk. The power of Thanos should not be underestimated. Arthur stepped back 2 steps, and the trident continued to slash at Thanos, who also raised his double-edged knife to resist, and the two fought fiercely for more than a dozen strokes. Arthur's hands trembled a little. Thanos looked at Arthur's golden trident. After so many fights with his own double-edged sword, it not only didn't break but also left no traces. It's a good weapon. Thanos' double-edged sword is made of the strongest special metal in the universe, and any weapon that has fought against him is not without damage. The close combat with Thanos did not take advantage at all. What should I do? Attack with magical energy. Thanos has 2 infinity gems at the same time as himself, one of which is the most powerful power gem. Arthur couldn't control that much anymore. He lifted the trident and a red energy shot towards Thanos. Thanos didn't even use the gem power, so he directly raised his right hand and used the infinite gauntlet to block Arthur's energy rays. Interesting. Thanos grinned, and the purple gemstone lit up with his fist clenched in his right hand, and the purple energy struck Arthur like thunder and lightning. The red gem in Arthur's right hand lit up, and Thanos' power gem lightning was turned into foam by the reality gem and disappeared into the air. At this moment, a burst of red magic energy blasted towards Thanos, and it was Wanda who came. Thanos staggered from the sudden attack. You are also very good. Thanos looked at Wanda, who was now next to Arthur, and said. Arthur looked at Thanos with a serious expression. His power gem is still too strong, and he has the energy to destroy the planet with every gesture. Arthur can only rely on the reality gem to fight against him. Thanos continued to swing his double-edged knife and slashed towards Arthur. The energy of the power gem was wrapped around the blade, and every slash seemed to tear the space. Arthur kept dodging speechlessly. Why did he play with the armed domineering entanglement? Why didn't I think of this method? Arthur also wrapped the energy of the reality gem around the golden trident to fight Thanos. The two fought very well. Thanos' close combat was not for bragging, and Arthur could only barely parry. Fortunately, Wanda was on the side to assist Arthur, and the dark red chaotic magic bullets shot at Thanos continuously, and Thanos could only use the double-edged knife to resist it distractedly. Wanda kept a distance from Thanos and continued to kite him, while Arthur was in close combat with Thanos. If another nurse added blood, it would be like playing a game of booze. On the battlefield, the Avengers still had the upper hand. Iron Man Tony Stark and Electric Man Max Dillon resisted Chitauri's air army. The Atlanteans and Wakanda were frantically harvesting alien monsters again, and Ebony Maw was crushed and beaten by Stephen Strange, Wong, and 5 Comatage mages. Black Dwarf has been killed by Drax the Destroyer, General Deathblade, and Proxima Centauri are in a precarious situation under the siege of Steve Rogers, Natasha, Black Panther T'Challa and Falcon Sam. The Hulk and Venom are 2 huge monsters smashing through the Chitauri army. They are both rough and thick, and the Chitauri's energy weapons can't hurt them. Quicksilver Pietro harvested the most people on the battlefield, and the targets he aimed at all fell down in pieces in an instant. Rocket, Groot, and Bucky the Winter Soldier, armed with powerful weapons, fought wildly in the encirclement of the enemy, and the 3 of them suppressed hundreds of Zeta Swiss soldiers. Nebula is not Gamera's opponent, and was easily subdued by Gamera, with the help of Quill. The most cool one is the Valkyrie, who rode a winged Pegasus and killed 5 Leviathans by himself in the air with an Excalibur. Arthur's dragon mount also cooperated with Valkyrie in the sky to attack Leviathan. Seeing that Thanos' army was all at a disadvantage, Thanos couldn't help seeing this situation. If all his men died, he would face the joint siege of countless people. All artillery fire. Thanos ordered loudly. Master, our army is still on the ground. Ebony Maw said loudly. But in the next second, he was blasted away by Stephen Strange's magic flame bomb, and at this moment, the artillery under the huge spaceship in the sky fired together. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy cannons attacked the ground indiscriminately. For a while, everyone was blown to the ground and couldn't look up. Quayin Pietro also ate a shell, was blown out and hit the ground heavily, unable to get up for a long time. The Avengers were all affected one after another, so they could only run towards the mages of Comatage, avoiding the artillery attack under the magic shield propped up by the mages. The mages of Comatage raised their huge magic shields to protect the people around them. Arthur was also hit by a cannon at his feet, and Arthur was blasted out on the spot. Wanda immediately supported Arthur with a magic shield to resist the energy cannon attack flying from above. Arthur suddenly looked up at the sky. Someone is coming. With a wave of Arthur's hand, the mirror magic in this space was revoked, and Thanos' huge battleship was once again exposed to the Earth's vision. At this moment, a beam of golden light in the sky quickly flew towards Thanos' battleship, and all the artillery fire of Thanos' warship turned to shoot into the sky. What are they attacking? Tony Stark said, looking at the sky. Something is coming. Hawkeye Barton said, looking at the sky. I saw a fireball smashing towards Thanos' super battleship in an instant, penetrating through the cockpit of the battleship in an instant, then turning around and rushing towards the engine of the battleship. The huge battleship of Thanos was completely destroyed by the continuous impact of this red fireball, and fell towards the sea while burning with fire. Yay, that's great. The members of the Avengers all cheered. Only then did everyone see clearly that the one just now was not a fireball, but a person, a woman whose whole body was on fire. Only Arthur and Steve Rogers knew this woman, and she was the first member of the Avengers who came to receive a message from Nick Fury, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Thanos looked at the battleship falling into the sea and was speechless for a long time. He didn't expect that there were so many strong people on a small Earth. Everyone has special abilities, no wonder a tiny planet can have 4 Infinity Stones. Although Thanos was a little surprised by the strength of the Avengers, he didn't feel that he was doomed. Thanos has participated in too many wars in his life, and this situation is not the worst for her. Now he only needs to grab the 2 Infinity Gems from the man opposite him and the situation will be reversed. Thinking of this, Thanos raised his right fist wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, and smashed it hard to the ground. The rocky lands of Wakanda are being torn apart by Thanos' purple energy. Thanos raised his hand and pushed, and a huge stone was wrapped in purple energy and smashed towards Arthur and Wanda. Arthur and Wanda stood up together, and the 2 magic shields, one red and one blue, raised up to resist the attack of the huge rock. At this moment, the rock suddenly shattered into small pieces, and a huge purple energy pierced through the rock and blasted towards the magic shield. The 2 magic shields lasted only a second for the destructive blow of the power gem before they shattered. Arthur pulled away Wanda in front of him, raised the red energy in his right hand and instantly wrapped it towards the purple energy beam. Thanos' purple energy beam turned into a purple butterfly the moment it touched Arthur's reality gem energy, and flew away into the distance. The reality gem is really tough. Thanos looked at Arthur and said, he still couldn't take Arthur down for a while. If I want, I can play with you here for a year. Arthur looked at Thanos playfully and said, he wanted to get the reality gem so much to fight against Thanos' power gem. If the strongest attack of the infinity gem is the power gem, then the strongest defense must be the reality gem. All attacks are ineffective under the ability of the reality gem. Thanos suddenly rushed towards Arthur, and the energy of the double-edged knife in his hand slashed towards Arthur again, and Arthur raised the trident again to resist. But this time Arthur didn't resist. He was blown away by Thanos and couldn't stand up for a long time. Arthur, are you okay? Wanda anxiously watched Arthur crawling on the ground and panting heavily. What's wrong with him? I'm fine. Arthur replied with a pale face. Arthur only felt that his soul had been hit hard. This feeling was indescribable, as if he had been frightened by seeing something not to be feared. His blood pressure soared and his heart was pounding. Fear of attack? Arthur crawled on the ground uncomfortable, and Thanos continued to walk towards Arthur with a double-edged knife in his hand. Seeing that something was wrong, Wanda raised her hand and grabbed Thanos. The dark red chaotic magic energy instantly enveloped Thanos, tearing at him, trying to tear Thanos' body in half. Enduring the pain, Thanos struggled to make a fist with his right hand. The purple power gem instantly burst into light, and the energy exploded instantly. Wanda screamed and flew out. At this critical moment, Captain Marvel Danvers fell from the sky, wrapped in flames, and punched Thanos fiercely. Thanos underestimated Danforth, and just raised his right fist to hit him, but was sent flying by Danforth's huge force, like being hit by a truck, and fell heavily to the side. Thanos stood up again, grinning at Danvers, and rushed over thinking of Danvers with a double-edged knife in his hand. A knife slashed at Danforth fiercely, and the flame energy on Danforth exploded instantly, and he raised his right fist and slammed fiercely at Thanos' blade. The two energies, one purple and one red, collided instantly, and only a bang was heard, and a circular shock wave exploded around the two of them. Captain Marvel was still not as powerful as Thanos' power gem, and was sent flying by the blow and fell to the ground. Arthur helped Wanda up, and looked at Thanos with complicated eyes. It was really difficult. So far, Thanos hasn't even broken his skin, but both Arthur and Wanda have been hurt a little. Don't endow stubbornness. I don't need the Infinity Stones for myself, but for the peaceful coexistence of the universe. You should feel honored. Thanos looked at the three of them and said, you don't need to instill in us the theory of reducing the population of the universe without distinction. All cycles of everything in the universe are freely deterministic. You are not a god. You don't need to be merciful. Arthur shook his head and said, it seems that you know my plan. To be honest, Arthur Jorn, your appearance surprised me. In the countless years I have experienced, I have encountered some so-called heroes, but no one has ever been able to face me. Confrontation. You people on Earth are very good. Thanos said lightly. Not only the Earth, but also Asgard as our backing. Do you think Asgard is really destroyed like this? Arthur said with a sneer. At this time, as if confirming Arthur's words, a huge rainbow bridge energy suddenly descended from the sky and landed in the center of the battlefield. Everyone looked towards the rainbow bridge. The Avengers all smiled at this familiar transmission method. He is coming. After the rainbow bridge disappeared, Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the evil god, who held a huge half-hammer and half-axe, appeared on the battlefield. Thor held the hammer of the storm and looked at Thanos. He shouted loudly, Thanos, come and die. Thunder flashed on Thor's body, and Stormhammer flew up with Thor, flying towards Thanos in front of Arthur. Thanos raised his right hand purple power gem energy beam and shot at Thor flying in the sky. Thor didn't dodge or dodge, raised the hammer of the storm to resist the purple energy beam of the power gem, and smashed towards Thanos. Thanos was startled. The power gem couldn't do anything to get him. He had no choice but to raise the double-edged knife in his hand to block the blow. Just when the hammer of the storm and the double-edged knife were fighting together, the thunder flashed, and an electromagnetic explosion field exploded between the two of them. Thanos was sent flying out by this blow and hit the ground, but Thor did nothing. Thanos looked at his hand holding the double-edged knife. It had been scorched black by lightning. Thor Odinson. Thanos murmured looking at Thor. Arthur and Thor glanced at each other, and they rushed to Thanos who had just stood up at the same time, attacking Thanos with a hammer and a halberd at the same time. Thanos gritted his teeth and clenched his fist with his right hand. A purple energy shield immediately blocked in front of him, resisting the attacks of Arthur and Thor. Arthur's red energy and Thor's silver lightning kept blasting Thanos' purple energy shield, and the three of them were in a stalemate. Wanda and Danvers on the side also joined the battlefield, and the dark red chaos magic and Danvers' flame attack blasted towards Thanos' magic shield together. Under the joint attack of the four, the purple energy shield burst instantly, and the hammer of the storm and the sea god trident pierced Thanos' chest fiercely, and the chaotic energy and flame attack instantly blasted Thanos out. Thanos was hit on the ground by this blow and couldn't get up for a long time. The four of Arthur continued to attack, planning to take advantage of his illness to kill him. At this moment, Thanos suddenly disappeared when the space near Thanos moved, leaving the four of them empty-handed. It turned out that Ebony Maw saw that his master was in danger. Ebony Maw forcibly resisted Stephen Strange's attack with his body, and used space movement magic on Thanos to move Thanos to the rear. Ebony Maw was pierced through the chest by Stephen Strange's magical ice blade. This powerful mage in the universe completely lost his life in order to save his master? General Deathblade and Proxima Dark Knight saw that Ebony Maw was also dead, and instantly broke free from the entanglement of Steve Rogers and the Four, and ran in the direction of Thanos. Steve Rogers didn't stop them either, and this battle is almost over now. The aliens and the Chitauri army were almost killed and injured. No one in the Avengers was seriously injured. Only Pietro was severely injured by the artillery fire and was cured by the venom. The army of Atlantis and the two major tribes of Wakanda worked together to try to wipe out the alien enemies. All the members of the Avengers came to Arthur and the others. A group of superheroes looked at Thanos, General Deathblade, and Proxima in the distance like this, ready to destroy them in one fell swoop. Master, how are you? Darkia Proxima looked at the wound on Thanos' chest and asked. Although their battleship was shot down, the Chitauri's spaceship was still there, and they still had a chance to leave here. I'm fine. Today is considered a failure. Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf also died in the battle. Nebula was also captured by Gamera. I underestimated the Earth. Thanos looked at Gamera with complicated eyes and said, Master, let's leave first, wait until we go back and call Carrie's army to destroy them. General Deathblade also persuaded him. Thanos looked at the Avengers on the opposite side, and felt that today's goal was difficult to achieve, so he could only nod helplessly. A beam of light shot out from a huge conical spaceship inserted into the ground, and the three Thanos disappeared in place. No, they want to run. Tony Stark yelled. Arthur, Thor, Danvers, Tony Stark, Rhodes, Wanda, and Stephen Strange immediately took off and rushed towards the spaceship, preparing to intercept Thanos. The rest rushed towards the remaining aliens, ready to destroy them in one fell swoop. Arthur jumped on top of the dragon, and the blue dragon carried Arthur towards the conical spaceship, and the rest followed the dragon and flew towards the conical spaceship. All the engines on the 6 conical spaceships started at the same time, and the 6 spaceships rose from the ground at the same time, and flew towards the sky in an instant. Thanos apparently discovered the Avengers who were chasing after him. One of the 6 spaceships suddenly turned around and flew towards Arthur and the others, while the remaining 5 spaceships joined together to form a battleship. Danvers suddenly accelerated and rushed out of the formation of the Avengers. His whole body was burning with flames and rushed towards the Chitauri spaceship that was left behind to block the Avengers. The Chitauri spaceship fired shells at Danvers at the right time, but Danvers couldn't be hurt at all. Danvers slammed into the spaceship fiercely, piercing the spaceship instantly. Boom! The gigantic Chitauri spaceship was smashed to pieces by someone so small as Danvers and exploded in the sky. After Danvers smashed the spaceship that came to intercept everyone, he continued to fly towards the huge battleship composed of the 5 spaceships in front. All the engines of the huge battleship were turned to the maximum, and they rushed towards the universe with all their strength. The flying dragon that Arthur was riding could not catch up with it. Arthur suddenly saw a honeycomb-shaped space channel appearing in front of the battleship. Not good, they want to space jump out of here. Arthur couldn't care less. He raised his right hand and drew in front of him. A blue portal appeared in front of Arthur and the dragon, and a portal appeared in front of Thanos' battleship. It turned out that Arthur used the space portal to open directly in front of Thanos' spaceship. Arthur stood on top of the dragon with a trident in his hand, looked at the Chitauri battleship that was rushing towards him, raised his hand and shot a 3-color energy beam at the battleship. The blue, red, and yellow energy is already Arthur's strongest blow, and Arthur expects this blow to penetrate the battleship. Master, General Deathblade reminded Thanos that a beam of 3-color light was attacking the spaceship from the opposite side, and it was almost here. Thanos didn't speak, but stood next to General Deathblade and Proxima, clenched his right hand, and a purple energy shield instantly enveloped the 3 of them. Boom! The Chitauri battleship exploded, and the huge battleship was directly blasted through by Arthur's blow. Okay. The Avengers who were chasing after him applauded one after another, as expected of Arthur, successfully prevented the enemy from escaping. Danvers rushed towards the exploding warship, crashed into the 2 wings of the unexploded spaceship abruptly, smashing the entire battleship into pieces. Arthur looked at Danvers speechlessly. This woman is really crazy. Relying on the fact that her body is wrapped in flame energy, she shuttles through the explosion, and her defense is not covered. Just when Danvers rushed into the wreckage of the spaceship again, the purple energy lit up like the sun. Not good, Thanos is still alive. Arthur only saw Danvers flying far away by the purple energy. In the wreckage of the Chitauri spacecraft, Thanos, General Deathblade, and Proxima Centauri were safe and sound under the energy envelope of the power gem. Thor, Tony Stark came to Arthur's side. Stephen Strange and Wanda and others couldn't survive in space, so they didn't follow the Earth's atmosphere. Let's deal with them here, Arthur said to Tony Stark and Thor. The two nodded and looked at the 3 of Thanos. Proxima and General Deathblade can only survive in space under the protection of Thanos, so they can't fight, and now only Thanos is left up. Thanos, take your life. Thor rushed towards Thanos with the hammer of the storm, and the hammer in his hand slammed down on Thanos. Thanos raised his double-edged sword to resist Thor's attack, but Arthur and Tony Stark's attack just arrived. 1 blue and 1 red energy blasted Thanos, and the 4 of them fought in this space. Facing the attack of the 3, Thanos didn't panic at all. The purple energy wrapped around the double-edged knife knocked Thor away, and turned the double-edged knife horizontally to block the energy attack of the two. Thanos continued to clench the Infinity Gauntlet, and the purple energy of the power gem blasted towards Tony Stark. The nanometal in Tony's right hand formed a shield to resist Thanos' attack. Thor continued to attack Thanos with his storm hammer. Arthur also rushed up, and the golden trident cooperated with Thor's attack to flank Thanos. Thanos wields the double-edged knife airtightly in his hand. Facing the attack of the three, Thanos has no advantage at all, and the double-edged knife in his hand is entwined with purple and orange energy. Every time the three of Arthur fought against Thanos, their souls trembled once, as if the heart was pinched by a hand, and the more they fought, the more depressed they became. General Deathblade and Proxima Centauri watched anxiously as Thanos fought 3 against 1, but they had no choice but to stay in Thanos' purple energy shield and worry. At this moment, a fireball flew towards the two of them, and it was Danvers who was beaten back and came back. Watching the three of Arthur and Thanos fighting, Danvers looked at General Deathblade next to him and Dark Knight Proxima Centauri. Get rid of them first. Danvers was wrapped in flame energy and rushed towards the two. Thanos also saw Danvers who was rushing towards the two. He wanted to rescue but was entangled by the three of Arthur and couldn't separate himself. Danforth slammed into General Deathblade's purple energy shield, and the purple energy shield was instantly broken, and General Deathblade screamed and flew out into the universe. But in the next second, without the protection of the energy shield, General Deathblade suffocated immediately. His body was wrapped in frost at low temperature, and he died on the spot. Danvers turned around and slammed into Proxima Dark Knight again. Proxima Dark Knight also screamed and fell in the footsteps of General Deathblade, suffocating to death in space. Thanos saw that the only 2 remaining subordinates were killed, and was immediately angry. This time the attack on the Earth was too heavy. The battleship, army, and subordinates were all gone, only himself was left. Thanos looked at the 4 of Arthur and felt ruthless. As long as he snatched the 2 gems from Arthur's hand, he could turn defeat into victory. Thanos frantically attacked Arthur, and the attacks of the other 4 were all blocked by the power gem energy, and Arthur was beaten and retreated in an instant. Arthur saw Thanos' purpose at a glance, and wanted to grab his own gem. Do you really think of yourself as a soft persimmon? Arthur drew with his right hand, and a portal appeared in front of him, and Arthur rushed in immediately. Thanos thought that Arthur was going to run, so he rushed in, and the rest of the people also chased in. After passing through the portal, Thanos found that he had returned to the battlefield before the Earth, and Thanos had been surrounded by the Avengers. Be cheated? Roar! The Hulk rushed towards Thanos, punched Thanos hard in the face, and knocked Thanos staggeringly. Thanos' backhand is to slash towards Hulk with a knife. Hulk dodges to avoid Thanos' attack, and continues to rush towards Thanos. Just when Thanos was about to cut off Hulk's hand with a double-edged knife, he only felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, a silver-haired young man appeared in front of him at some point. The knife in the young man's hand pierced into his chest fiercely. Thanos grabbed the young man. Suddenly a figure flashed, and the silver-haired youth disappeared. Thanos only felt a pain in his right leg, and was cut severely by the knife in the silver-haired youth's hand. What kind of weapon is this? Can you cut your own armor? Who is this young man? How could the speed be so fast? Thanos looked at Pietro and thought. Pietro disappeared in place again, ready to continue attacking Thanos. Thanos no longer thought about it. The purple gem in his right hand lit up, and a purple energy ball exploded from Thanos' body. Just as Pietro was about to give Thanos another stab, he was sent flying by the sudden burst of purple energy, hitting the ground heavily, unable to get up for a long time. You are fine? You can actually make me bleed, Thanos said, looking at Pietro lying on the ground. But then Hulk's attack also arrived, and Thor raised the storm hammer again and slashed at Thanos. Rocket, Quill, Tony Stark, Colonel Rhodes, and Bucky fired at Thanos at the same time. Hulk and Torpai are thick, and they are not afraid of accidentally hurting them. Arthur, Danvers, Steve Rogers, Drax, and Peter Parker rushed towards Thanos at the same time. Facing the pincer attack of the Avengers, Thanos could only explode the energy of the power gem again. In an instant, Thor, Hulk, Arthur, Danvers, Steve Rogers, Drax, and Peter Parker were all blasted out by Thanos' purple energy. Facing the machine gun fire of the rockets and the others, Thanos did not defend at all, and the hot weapons could not directly break his skin. Boom! An arrow hit Thanos' head and there was a huge explosion. It was Hawkeye Barton's blasting arrow. Thanos' head suddenly billowed with thick smoke, but he didn't fall down. Thanos was completely enraged, and he thrust the double-edged knife in his hand toward the ground. Clenched fists pointed at the Avengers, a huge burst of purple energy blasted from the Infinity Gauntlet, and the standing Avengers shot at them. Stephen Strange fell from the sky, blocked the Avengers, and drew a red portal in front of him with his right hand. Thanos' purple energy shot into the portal, and the king standing behind Thanos on the right drew a circle at the same time, and a portal appeared behind Thanos. The purple energy from the portal rushed out again, and shot at Thanos. Before Thanos could react, he was blasted out by his own purple energy light. The sky suddenly rolled with dark clouds, Thor's eyes flashed with lightning, and he flew in the sky with the storm hammer in his hand, pointing the storm hammer in his hand at Thanos. Boom! Huge lightning pierced the sky and blasted towards Thanos. Ah! Thanos screamed when he was struck by the sudden lightning, and the sky continued to roll with thunder. Strips of dazzling lightning kept striking Thanos. Thanos screamed again and again after being hacked, raised his hand and blasted a purple energy bomb at Thor in the sky, but was blocked by Thor's storm hammer. Thor's spell casting was interrupted by Thanos, who finally stood up, and Thanos, who was about to attack Thor with a gift, was attacked by Loki, who sneaked up next to him. Loki holds the ice coffin of the frost giant. A huge blizzard blew towards Thanos, and Thanos was instantly frozen into a solid piece of ice. Loki continued to cast spells, the blizzard became more violent, and Thanos' ice became bigger and bigger, and finally even turned into a hill. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and finally restrained him. For the Avengers on Earth, this alien is too terrifying, so powerful that it makes people tremble. Especially Peter Parker and Harry Osborn, who were a little powerless in the battle with the Chitauri just now, and now facing Thanos directly, they feel the pressure of destroying the world. The rest of the Avengers don't look relaxed, they are actually very nervous, and they have never faced such a powerful opponent. Only Arthur looked at the iceberg in front of him with a solemn expression. Thanos is not so easy to kill, so get ready for his counterattack. The ground suddenly shook, and everyone didn't know what happened. Suddenly, the purple light flickered in the iceberg, and everyone was shocked. Didn't this solve him? Loki picked up the ice coffin again, and the blizzard blew towards the iceberg again, trying to make the iceberg stronger. Boom! The iceberg burst open suddenly, and a huge beam of purple energy rushed towards Loki. Seeing that something was wrong, Thor pushed Loki away, and greeted the purple energy with the storm hammer in his hand. Thor was blasted out by the purple energy, and the other Avengers were affected at the moment the iceberg exploded. Countless ice cubes fell on them, and everyone grinned in pain. Only Wanda was standing still under the protection of Arthur's magic shield. Tony Stark was safe and sound with the energy shield in his hand. Danvers was hard to resist iceberg damage, and Stephen Strange also used the magic shield to protect the magic behind him division. Arthur glanced at Thanos, and knew that he could not be solved so easily. Thanos was already furious now. He roared and rushed towards Arthur, slashing at Arthur fiercely with the double-edged knife in his hand. Arthur dodged and did not resist with weapons. The soul gem attack on Thanos' double-edged sword was too uncomfortable. Thanos saw that Arthur didn't dare to fight him hard, and smiled slightly. Do you think I can't attack you with my soul? The orange gemstone on Thanos' right glove lit up, and an orange energy space immediately enveloped the battlefield. Everyone in the Avengers felt the trembling deep in their souls, as if they had watched a horror movie. This feeling is most obvious in Tony Stark, Quill and Harry Osborn. They are ordinary Earthlings and cannot resist this kind of attack with energy. Harry Osborn knelt on the ground trembling even more. His body was weak, and he felt cold, as if he had been cursed. Seeing this, Peter Parker immediately helped him up and let him rest in a safe place. At this moment, countless dead Chitauri in the orange energy space, transparent soul bodies stood up from their bodies one by one. Their souls are still the same as before they died, but their eyes are dull. Under the control of Thanos, countless souls rushed towards the Avengers again. Arthur saw that the situation was not good. He didn't know how these transparent soul bodies were going to attack him, but it would be bad to let them hurt others. Arthur raised his hand, and energy bombs shot out from the phone one by one, flying towards the soul body. But the energy cannot attack the soul, it can only pass through their bodies, they are not physical bodies. When Arthur was thinking about how to deal with it, Wanda stood up. She knew how to deal with the soul body best, and she often went out of her body to practice. Wanda condensed a red energy ball and smashed it down on the ground in front of the soul body rushing in front of her. I only saw the energy ball bursting suddenly without any sound. Under the shockwave of Wanda's energy ball, a large area of souls and bodies were all scattered. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Wanda has a way to deal with these souls. Stephen Strange also flew up, flying towards the army of souls behind, with magic condensing in his hands. All I saw was Stephen Strange throwing out a long red energy whip, and the whip swept across the soul body, and the soul hit by the whip suddenly shattered and displayed. Stephen Strange worked with Wanda to harvest the souls of the Chitauri as if he was in no man's land. At this time, everyone turned their attention to Thanos and Arthur, who were fighting fiercely. Arthur was now affected by the soul attack, and he was at a disadvantage in the battle, so he could only barely deal with Thanos. Thanos used the double-edged sword very skillfully, and Arthur was beaten back steadily. Moreover, the orange gem in Thanos' right hand became brighter and brighter, and Arthur's face became more and more ugly. He was enduring wave after wave of soul attacks from Thanos. Fortunately, Arthur can survive with the protection of the Mind Stone. Thanos, die for me. Thor joined the battlefield with a storm hammer in his hand, and the hammer slammed down on Thanos, accompanied by a flash of thunder. Thanos raised the double-edged knife to resist the hammer, and when the two weapons were put together, there was a flash of thunder, and the two of them were covered with lightning. A purple energy shield in front of Thanos resisted the thunder and lightning, but the purple energy shield suddenly shattered when Thor roared. Thanos was blown away by Thor's hammer, stepped back 5 meters, and half knelt on the ground holding a double-edged knife. Thor's full blow with the hammer of the storm in his hand is terrifyingly powerful. The energy of the power gem can't stop it either. Thanos stood up and fought Thor again wielding a broadsword, and Arthur also joined in with the golden trident. The rest of the Avengers looked at each other, and they all rushed forward to attack Thanos together. Thor, Stark, Rhodes, Quill, Danvers, Max, Rocket, and Bucky use weapons or energy to attack Thanos together. The Thanos who was in the battle was immediately blasted out by countless firepower, and hit the ground in the distance, very embarrassed. Taking advantage of this, Thor immediately summoned lightning to strike at Thanos, and countless silver lightnings in the dark cloud billowed in the sky to strike at Thanos. Thanos held up a purple energy shield to ward off the lightning attack, and Max suddenly flew up and rushed into the black cloud of lightning. Boom! A huge humanoid lightning strikes at Thanos. He is Max. Max merged with the lightning, and the shining humanoid lightning instantly shattered Thanos' purple energy shield. It slammed fiercely on Thanos' chest armor, only to see the flash of thunder. Thanos' breastplate cracked instantly. Red blood flowed out from the breastplate. Max fell to the ground beside him. This blow exhausted his whole body's power, and he was exhausted and could no longer fight. Arthur sees the right moment and kills you while you are sick. The three-color energy beam in his hand blasted towards Thanos' chest wound. Thanos can barely resist with a knife, but this is the combined attack of the three energies of the reality gem plus mind gem plus water latitude. Thanos was blasted out for the first time, and the double-edged knife in his hand flew out far away, and stuck in a rock in the distance. Danvers also comprehended the essence of Arthur, and then rushed to Thanos who was lying on the ground. The flame energy in his hand gathered on his fist, and smashed towards Thanos fiercely. Thanos was beaten away by Danvers again. In midair, Thor Stark quickly caught up with Thanos, and the energy ray shot towards Thanos fiercely. Thanos was caught off guard by this series of attacks and raised his hand to block Tony's attack. Tony Stark's rays hit Thanos' hands, and the Infinity Gauntlet successfully withstood the attack. Roar! Before Thanos could heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a loud roar, and a green figure appeared in front of him. It was the Hulk, and Thanos turned to block Hulk's heavy punch. But Hulk's attack is not just a punch. Hulk is like a crazy monster. Punch after punch hit Thanos. Thanos could only raise his arms to resist, and counterattacked Hulk at the right time. Thanos is bigger than Hulk, and both of them are equally strong. Thanos and Hulk smashed their fists at each other, and Hulk didn't expect that someone could fight him in close quarters without losing the wind. But the Avengers are not playing alone with you. The three of Danvers and Arthur Thor rushed up again and launched an attack on Thanos. Facing the double teaming of 4 people and the artillery attacks of other Avengers in the distance, Thanos was very embarrassed. Hulk also took several punches on the face, and the armor on his back was scarred by Thor's storm hammer. Arthur's trident slammed into Thanos' thigh. Thanos frowned, and the purple energy wrapped in the infinite gauntlet hit Arthur again. Not to be outdone, Arthur wrapped his fists with red energy to meet him, 1 red and 1 purple, 2 fists smashed together. Arthur was sent flying by a huge force, and the trident was pulled out from Thanos' leg. Thanos was also uncomfortable, staggered by Arthur's punch, and Thor's storm hammer behind him was wrapped in lightning again and slashed at Thanos, this time with the end of the axe. Ah! Thanos screamed. The hammer of the storm slashed into the armor on Thanos' back, and the lightning on it instantly scorched Thanos' skin, so Thanos' back did not bleed. At this moment, Hulk rushed to Thanos fiercely, knocked him out, and smashed him on the huge rock next to him. Thanos slammed on the rock and fell down in embarrassment, lying on the ground panting heavily. Now his right leg was bleeding profusely from the wound stabbed by Arthur, and the broken battle armor on his chest was also oozing blood. The most serious thing was on his back, where a huge wound had been scorched black, glued together with the damaged battle armor. Thanos hasn't been in such a mess for a long time, and these Avengers on Earth can actually push it to this point. Thanos felt that he was going to fight to the end today. He looked at Loki in the crowd, and if he caught the cosmic Rubik's Cube that he took from him, he might escape. Loki in the distance felt Thanos' hostility and smiled evilly. The smart Loki instantly knew Thanos' plan. Want to catch me? You think too much. Loki can't do anything else. Escape is one of the best of all. Thanos suddenly got up and rushed towards Loki, and the purple energy blasted towards Loki fiercely. Thor was taken aback, and wanted to go up to rescue his brother, but it was too late. Just as the purple energy bombarded Loki's body, a green light flashed, and the energy beam passed through Loki's body. Thanos who rushed towards Loki was taken aback for a moment. Fake? But Arthur would not give Thanos Lingshan a chance, and the trident stabbed fiercely at the wound on Thanos' back again. Thanos felt the attack behind him, turned around and grabbed Arthur's trident, pulling Arthur over. If you don't have the Rubik's Cube, just hand over the other 2 gems. Thanos punched Arthur, the fist wrapped in the energy of the purple power gem. There was a flash of red energy on Arthur, and Thanos' fist passed through Arthur. Arthur was not hit. Thanos was stunned for a moment. This trick again, the reality stone was really annoying. Arthur punched Thanos in the face with a backhand, but was blocked by Thanos' left hand. Arthur also took the opportunity to get back the trident. Want to grab my gems? Get yours first. Arthur's trident chopped off at Thanos' right hand wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos dodges. Tony Stark stands aside. Thor's lightning strikes Tony's back device to recharge him. Tony's chest reactor blasts a beam of orange energy towards Thanos. Thanos raised his hand and blocked it with the Infinity Gauntlet. Arthur also raised the 3-color energy of the trident and blasted at Thanos again. Thanos clenched his fist, and 2 orange and purple gemstone energy shields enveloped him to resist Arthur's attack. Wanda and Stephen Strange, who had already dealt with the soul body, also joined the battlefield, and Wanda also blasted dark red energy to attack Thanos. Stephen Strange blasted a magic fireball at Thanos, and Rocket, Bucky, Quill, Drax, Sam, and Rhodes all took up weapons and fired at Thanos' defensive shield. Facing the joint attack of everyone, Thanos can only use his best to maintain the protection of the energy defense cover, but in the face of so many attacks, Thanos' double-layer defense cover has cracks. Thor suddenly rushed towards Thanos, and the hammer of the storm hit Thanos' energy defense shield fiercely. Only a crisp sound was heard. The purple protective cover broke first, and then the orange protective cover was also cracked instantly, and everyone's attacks instantly hit Thanos' chest. Boom! Countless attacks suddenly gathered in front of Thanos' chest and exploded, only to see a white shining energy ball suddenly exploded, and the shockwave made everyone stagger. Thanos at the center of the explosion was lying on the ground not far away, but this time he failed to stand up again. Arthur came to the dying Thanos. Thanos' chest was blown through a big hole, and his internal organs could even be seen. Thanos was lying on the ground panting heavily, unable to move in pain. He could only watch as Arthur knelt down and took the Infinity Gauntlet from his right hand. You snatched the power gem from me, and the soul gem was also deliberately let you get it by us, Arthur said while buckling the power gem and soul gem from the Infinity Gauntlet. Now they are returned to their original owners, and this glove belongs to Asgard. Arthur put away the Infinity Gauntlet and the two gems. The rest of the people came to Thanos, and looked at the dying Thanos on the ground, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Only Gamera looked at his so-called father with complicated eyes. With a sullen face, Drax the Destroyer strode towards Thanos with a dagger in his hand, and stabbed the dagger hard into Thanos' heart. Thanos looked at Drax. He didn't know this man with a weird imagination. Thanos? You sent someone to kill my whole family. You killed half of the life on our planet, and today I kill you as revenge for everyone on our planet. Drax looked at Thanos and said fiercely. Thanos smiled at the end, and said with difficulty, I don't regret my choice, it's just that fate didn't stand by my side this time. Thanos looked at Gamora in the crowd, and Gamera also came out and came in front of Thanos. Father. Gamera looked at Thanos with complicated eyes and said. The rest of the unaware Avengers were taken aback. Is this green-skinned woman the daughter of Thanos? I know you are cruel to me, but I never blamed you. My favorite daughter will always be you, Gamera. Thanos lost his breath after saying these words intermittently. The eyes of Thanos looking at Gamera also began to slacken, and the most powerful titan in the universe, Thanos, fell to the earth. Gamera looked at the father who raised him since he was a child and still shed tears. Quill walked up to Gamera and patted him on the shoulder to express his comfort. The other Avengers sat down one after another. Today's battle was really thrilling. The countless Chitauri army made the Avengers exhaust their strength. In the final decisive battle with Thanos, if Arthur, Thor, and Danvers hadn't led the charge, they really wouldn't be Thanos' opponents. Fortunately, it was the Avengers who won, and Arthur also stood there blankly. He has worked hard for so many years to cultivate himself, and he has grown stronger to defeat Thanos. Now he finally did it. Arthur's mind suddenly felt empty, all the tension and pressure disappeared, and his whole body seemed to be much more relaxed. Wanda walked up to Arthur and hugged Arthur tightly, and the others looked at them with smiles. Everyone on the planet watched this fierce battle nervously through the live broadcast. They saw swarms of aliens, giant leviathans, gigantic dog-like monsters, and Chitauri who invaded Earth in New York. Although the live broadcast equipment can only see a few simple pictures of a few people, they still saw the bloody battle of the Avengers. In order to defend the Earth, the superheroes gathered together again and fought fiercely with the aliens, and finally eliminated all the aliens and won. Of course, they didn't see the final battle with Thanos, they just saw the battle between the Avengers and the Chitauri army. People went crazy and kept asking where the battle was, but no one said where they were preparing for the battle, as if they were not on Earth. Only the leaders and dignitaries of various countries know the existence of Wakanda in Africa. As for the specific place, no one knows. But this can't stop everyone's enthusiasm. Let's cheer for the Avengers on the public screen together. One after another, they rewarded and contributed their own strength. I also remembered some new faces among the Avengers, such as the Green Goblin wearing green armor on the aircraft, Max Dillon, the Electric Man with electric lights flashing all over his body, and Stephen Strange, the Great Magician. There are also everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy, the strange tree figure Groot, the raccoon Rocket with a huge gun, the green-skinned Gamera who likes to use double swords, the weird-looking destroyer Drax who rushes to the front, and the one who hides behind the Mantis girl behind. Arthur also intimately announced the titles of the new members of the Avengers, and everyone knew who these new superheroes were. The Avengers returned to the Avengers base one after another, and Gamera also buried Thanos in Wakanda. There was no monument, no nameplate, only a small hill full of beautiful white flowers. Gamera and the handcuffed Nebula stood in front of Thanos' grave in silence. Nebula looked at Gamera with complicated eyes and said to her, "You know what? What do I want most? What you desire most is victory, and you have always liked to be competitive." Gamera said looking at Nebula. "No, you are the one who is competitive, Gamera. What I have longed for since I was a child is to have a sister who can treat me well, but you are always better than me in everything. I have been transformed into such a turn a blind eye," Nebula said with a painful expression. Gamera looked at her younger sister beside her and was speechless for a long time. Maybe she really wasn't good enough for her younger sister, and she never had the awareness to be a sister. "I'm sorry." Gamera apologized to Nebula. "Nebula, Arthur didn't go home right away, let the Atlantis army return to the kingdom of Atlantis, explained to Wanda Pietro, and then left. He had to settle the Asgardians. Arthur brought cat venom to Thor, Loki, and Valkyrie. Let's go, let's rebuild Asgard's homeland. Arthur opened a portal and walked in. The others also followed, and the stone man Kenger and the bugman Jimmy also chose to follow Thor to leave. The people came to the planet Bakht and met Heimdall and the dwarf king Aai who were waiting for them. I saw your battle, you did a good job and successfully defeated the enemy. Heimdall said to several people. What happened to the people of Asgard and the dwarves? Thor asked. It has been arranged for them to temporarily camp and rest, and we will rebuild Asgard when we find a planet suitable for them to live in. Heimdall replied. Aai, I'm here to help you heal your hands. Arthur looked at the dwarf king Aai and said. Thank you very much, Arthur, you saved our people, you are our benefactor. Dwarf king Aai replied. Arthur gestured to the venom, and the venom reluctantly jumped to Aai's feet, and the black liquid wrapped towards Aai. Although Aai was taken aback, he didn't resist. He believed that Arthur would not harm him. With the help of the responsible person, Aai turned into a black monster. The metal that was integrated with his hands fell from the black monster's hand, and hit the ground with a bang. The venom also left Aai's body. Aai regained his senses and looked at his hands that had changed back to their original form, weeping with joy. Where are you going to arrange the people of Asgard? Arthur looked at Thor and Heimdall and asked. Actually, this place is very good. Thor looked at the endless forest and said. No, this planet is too far away. We still have to protect the peace of the 9 realms. I hope to find a planet not far from Earth. Heimdall shook his head and said. Then I will leave this task to you, Heimdall, this is your strong point. Arthur said to Heimdall. I will be responsible for the search. Heimdall replied with a nod. By the way, return these weapons to you. Arthur poured out all the weapons he took from the Asgard arsenal from the dimension space. Countless swords and shields appeared in the clearing, and these are exactly what the people of Asgard need now. Asgard has no army, and Thor urgently needs to retrain the troops that have been able to protect the people of Asgard. Arthur's weapons come out at the right time. Arthur asked Loki and Valkyrie to stay and arrange for the people of Asgard, and Arthur used the portal to send the dwarves back to Didai, which is their real home. Under the leadership of the Dwarf King, more than 300 dwarves walked into the portal and returned to Didavi Star Ring. Thank you very much for your help. Dwarf King Aai said, looking at Arthur and Thor. That's what we're supposed to do. Thor replied. Make sure you settle down with the clansmen. It is estimated that no one will think of you again in the future, and Heimdall will always pay attention to this place. Arthur replied to Aai. Thank you. We dwarves will do our part to rebuild Asgard. Dwarf King Aai said. Great, we just need the help of the dwarves to tide us over. Thor happily replied. After Arthur and Thor bid farewell to the dwarves, Arthur and Thor returned to the Earth Wakanda Avengers base together. Wait for a night's rest before going to help the people of Asgard find a new planet tomorrow. Wanda watched Arthur dragging his exhausted body back home. Wanda got up to meet him. Is everything arranged for the Asgardians? Wanda looked at Arthur and asked. It's been arranged. It will be no problem to find a planet for them to rebuild their home tomorrow. Arthur nodded and replied. That's good, go take a shower and have a good rest, and I'll get you something to eat. Wanda looked at Arthur with concern and said. Great, I can't get hungry anymore. By the way, where's Pietro? Arthur asked while stroking Wanda's orange hair while hugging her. Pietro was too tired to rest. He performed well today, although he was injured a little bit. Wanda replied. Arthur kissed Wanda's forehead lightly, turned and walked to the bathroom. Wanda also went to make Arthur a bowl of his favorite braised beef noodles with ham sausage and 3 eggs. After Arthur finished eating the instant noodles, he and Wanda hugged each other and lay on the bed. He was so comfortable that he didn't want to move, and fell asleep beautifully. The next day, Arthur and Wanda came to the Avengers base to find Thor, and the 3 returned to Bakht again to meet Heimdall. Heimdall has found a suitable planet for the people of Casgardian, a blue planet slightly smaller than Earth. There are plants and seas on it, but no intelligent life forms, only some ordinary animals, which are just right for the reconstruction of Asgard. The most important thing is that the position of this planet is not very far from the solar system, and the position is very good. Thor immediately decided that it was it, and Thor asked Valkyrie to gather all the people of Asgard together, and Arthur used teleportation magic to open a portal and go directly to that planet. Under the leadership of Valkyrie, the people of Asgard line up to their new home. This is a beautiful planet. The people of Asgard fell in love with this place as soon as they came out of the teleportation array. There are huge trees, blue sky, and a sun above their heads. As if returning to Earth, Arthur said something to Wanda, and Wanda nodded. Arthur and Wanda walked towards an empty place together. Thor, Loki and Valkyrie looked at Arthur not knowing what he wanted to do. Arthur took out the power gem and soul gem snatched from Thanos from the dimension space, and put them into the infinite gauntlet in his left hand. The moment the power gem was embedded in the glove, huge energy flooded Arthur's body. Arthur suffered the impact of energy painfully, but the energy calmed down after 5 seconds. The power gem was also successfully surrendered by Arthur again, and the moment the soul gem was put into the glove, he didn't feel anything. Arthur looked at the 4 infinity gems on the glove and smiled slightly. Now his reality gem can finally use more powerful power with the blessing of the other 3 gems, which is to change reality forever. Arthur and Wanda looked at each other, and the 4 infinity gems in Arthur's hand were measured at the same time, and the red energy transformed into a transparent building outline in the huge open space. Wanda also flew up, and the chaos magic in her body was died out, and the dark red energy joined Arthur's reality gem energy. The Asgardians raised their heads and looked at the familiar building that Arthur used gems to create. A huge golden palace appeared in the open space, and slowly changed from a transparent state to a solid one. It is the Asgard that was once destroyed by Surtur. Of course this is a reduced version, but it also cheered up the people of Asgard. Thor, Loki, Heimdall, and Valkyrie also watched with smiles as a golden Asgard appeared in front of everyone under the cooperation of Arthur and Wanda. The gem in Arthur's hand dimmed. Asgard was perfectly built out of thin air by Arthur, and Wanda also flew back to Arthur's side. How do you like my gift? Arthur looked at Thor and asked. I like it so much, thank you Arthur, and Wanda. Thor looked at Arthur happily and said. Arthur also smiled, and turned to look at Loki. Loki froze for a moment, and took out a blue cosmic cube from behind and handed it to Arthur. I'll give you the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Loki said knowingly. Universal Rubik's Cube has recognized you, and I hope you can use it well. Don't you always want to be the king and lead the people of Asgard? The opportunity is here. Arthur shook his head and said to Loki. The king will always belong to Thor, I forget it. Loki shook his head and said, after a series of battles this time, he has figured out a lot, and he also understands the true meaning of the king. If you want to be, now you are qualified to be king? Of course Heimdall and Valkyrie will help you. Thor patted Loki on the shoulder and said. Loki froze for a moment. What do you mean? Thor doesn't want to be king? I'm not fit to be a king? I still have a lot of things to do. After Asgard settles down completely, I want to take an adventure in the universe with Quill and the others. Thor shook his head and said. This. Valkyrie was also speechless. With such an heir in Asgard, I don't know if Odin will be resurrected angrily. Let's talk about the king. This planet was named Asgard by Thor. After the twilight of the gods, the Asgardian gods were able to pass on again. Thor followed Arthur and Wanda back to Earth, while Loki, Valkyrie, Heimdall, Koang, and Jimmy stayed in Asgard to lead the people to rebuild their homes. The Avengers have returned to their normal state. Steve Rogers and King T'Challa are discussing together the position of Wakanda in this war. It is estimated that the position of Wakanda has been exposed to the eyes of all countries. This is also impossible. At that time, such a large alien spacecraft flew to Wakanda and was clearly seen by satellites from countless countries. But don't worry too much, Wakanda is protected by a vibrating energy barrier, and it is difficult to enter even if you know the location. As for what the rest of the Avengers were doing, Peter Parker returned to his student life. For Peter Parker, this battle has made him mature a lot, and he understands the meaning of teamwork better. Harry Osborn successfully took control of Osborn, and reached a strategic cooperation with Stark Corporation to develop new energy together. Harry has also really become a full-fledged leader, but also a superhero, an Avenger. Stephen Strange led a group of magicians back to Karmatage. This time, the magicians made great contributions to this battle, letting people all over the world know that there is still a group of magicians on the Earth. Organization of Magicians. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy have also stayed on the Earth for a few days and are ready to continue their adventures in the universe. The Avengers warmly invite them to live on the Earth for a few more days, but for the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, they are still used to staying on the spaceship. Even Quill, who is an Earthling, is like this. This time they added 2 new teammates, Thor and Gamera's sister Nebula. Although everyone didn't trust Thanos' daughter Nebula, they still accepted Nebula's offer under Gamera's guarantee. Join in. The Guardians of the Galaxy Quill, Gamera, Rocket, Groot, Drax, Mantis, Thor and Nebula set off on the Guardians of the Galaxy again to continue their adventures in the universe. Captain Marvel Danvers went to meet Nick Fury, talked about the old days, went to see his comrades, and finally left the Earth after staying in the Avengers base with all of them for a day. She wanted to continue to guard the peace of the universe. She has great ideals and goals, and the Avengers have no reason to keep her. More than 2 months later, a grand event attracted the attention of everyone on Earth. Iron Man Tony Stark and Stark Corporation CEO Pepper Potts will be married in Manhattan, New York. They were joined in the wedding however by Brooke Banner the Hulk and Natasha the Black Widow. This news surprised everyone. The wedding of 2 well-known superheroes drove all the Avengers fans on the planet crazy. And on the day of the wedding, the people who came to the wedding feasted everyone's eyes. The top leaders of various countries sent their sincere blessings, and all the members of the Avengers who were able to come came to participate in the wedding of the 2 couples. Everyone saw Captain America Steve Rogers in a suit, Aquaman Arthur, Scarlet Witch Wanda, Hawkeye Patton, Winter Soldier Bucky, Falcon Sam, War Machine Rhodes, Doctor Strange Stephen Strange through live TV, He Wong, Max Dillon the Electric Man, Quicksilver Pietro, Scott Lang the Ant-Man, T'Challa the Black Panther and Princess Sully, and Peter Parker the Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Halos that everyone doesn't know book. The Avengers gathered, and Tony Stark and Pepper, Bruce Banner, and Natasha got married in front of everyone. The 2 couples exchanged rings in St. John's Cathedral, hugged and kissed under the witness of the priest, and officially became husband and wife. There were a lot of photographers present at the scene who were filming, as well as US military and political leaders. Secretary of State Ross and President also came. Leaders of various high-tech companies were also invited to the wedding. Everyone looked at the bigwigs from various countries sitting in the audience, lamented that Tony Stark really has face. Of course, they also received blessings from all over the world. The audience can watch the wedding scene through the live broadcast of the hero video, and there is also an official commentary. Everyone sent blessings and rewards on the public screen one after another. Fans would faint with happiness seeing so many superheroes. Bruce Banner and Natasha finally officially came together. Natasha was completely cured by the venom and became a complete woman again. She was finally able to realize her dream of becoming a mother. Arthur and Wanda sat under the stage and looked at the happy couple above. They were also a little envious. Arthur grabbed Wanda's hand and made up his mind to propose to Wanda tonight. Sure enough, after the party, Arthur arranged a candlelight dinner at home, knelt down on one knee and took out the ring to propose to Wanda. Although this marriage proposal was a bit hasty and simple, Wanda was not disappointed. She watched Arthur put on the ring for herself with tears in her eyes, and agreed to Arthur's proposal. Just half a year after Tony's wedding, Neptune, Arthur, and Scarlet Witch Wanda also held their wedding in the deep ocean of the Bermuda Delta, in the Palace of Atlantis. This time their marriage was very low-key, and they did not let the outside world know. They just invited members of the Avengers and friends from Wakanda to participate. Arthur and Wanda completed the cumbersome ancient Atlantis wedding ceremony together in the newly renovated Golden Palace of Atlantis. Under the witness of everyone, they officially became husband and wife, and Wanda also became an Atlantean. Queen of TH? The people of Atlantis also sincerely sent their blessings to their king and queen. Everyone is very convinced of this queen who is not an Atlantean with outstanding superpowers. Under the leadership of Arthur, Atlantis has once again returned to prosperity, and the people of the country have smiled again in their lives, and live happily in Atlantis. Of course, King Arthur and Queen Wanda disappeared again as before, and all rights and responsibilities were handed over to the elders. The elders were also speechless. They didn't know whether it was luck or disaster for Atlantis to meet such a king. Fortunately, they were used to it. They only hoped that the queen would get pregnant early and bring a responsible person to Atlantis. Prince. But Arthur can't control so much. He is walking with Wanda in the shopping mall in Gay City, Katie Star, holding hands. Arthur has long wanted to take Wanda out of the universe for a walk, and without the threat of Thanos, they can play around unscrupulously. Wanda was looking around in the huge Gay shopping mall, and she was very interested in these alien goods, who had never left the Earth. Arthur also asked her to buy whatever she likes. Arthur is a rich man, and he also has a share of the money that the Guardians of the Galaxy get for doing missions, enough for two to travel through the universe for a while. Just like this, the two are playing everywhere in the universe hand in hand, happy together.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.